Lin, I will create a world with you in it once more. Lin, yes, mind, echoed with Obito's grief-stricken vow. In the next instant the scene shifted. He found himself standing ankle-deep in a river of blood cradling Lin's body, drenched in scarlet. Lin Yu was stunned. What was happening? Moments ago he had been at home watching Naruto. He lifted his gaze to see a blood-red moon hanging high above. Behind him towered a colossal tree, and from its branches the corpses of Kirigakure, shinobi, dangled raining blood. His right arm was missing with a broken wooden stake extending from his shoulder, and his frail body was wrapped in the form of Zetsu. Is this a dream? He muttered to himself, bent down to pick up a kunai, and drew it lightly across his own cheek. The sharp sting transmitted itself with piercing clarity, making him aware of a terrifying truth. It's not a dream. I've really transmigrated, and into Obito's body at this exact moment. Obito Daijubu? Zetsu asked with concern. He spoke in Japanese, yet perhaps due to some kind of synchronization with this world Lin Yu understood him perfectly. I'm fine. After a brief daze Lin Yu replied. As a devoted anime and web novel enthusiast, he quickly accepted this new reality. Return to Lord Madara's side. Zetsu said. Indeed, Madara had arranged for Obito to witness Lin's death, driving him into utter despair toward this world, so that he would return willingly submit to Madara's indoctrination and become a loyal puppet for Madara's resurrection and the execution of the Eye of the Moon plan. Yet now the one standing here was not the pitiful Obito, but Lin Yu, a transmigrator. As a diehard fan who had watched Naruto no fewer than 10 times, Lin Yu clearly understood every event at every point in the timeline. He grasped the true nature of this shinobi world more deeply than anyone born within it. Therefore he would never follow Obito into Madara's calculations only to end up shattered to pieces. He already had a preliminary vision in mind. I'm sorry, Lin. I cannot create a world with only you in it because you alone are far from enough. Lin Yu's gaze pierced the surroundings, perceiving the trajectories of moisture in the air and of grains of sand on the ground, each detail unfolding before his eyes with exquisite clarity. So this is the first-person observer view of the Sharingan. It truly is marvelous. Lin Yu withdrew his gaze and looked down at Lin in his arms. Lin's body was still warm, but he was not so depraved. He intended to preserve her remains first and decide later what to do. Where to store her? Naturally within the Kamui space. He carefully laid Lin's body down, pressed a hand over his right eye, leaving a narrow gap between his fingers as his gaze focused on Lin. A subtle resonance stirred within him. A stream of scorching energy surged through his body, converging toward his right eye. So this is chakra, Lin Yu realized. His right eye burned, the pupil trembling as bloodshot veins surfaced. It was his first attempt at using a dojutsu, and it took considerable effort to activate. At last that familiar spatial vortex manifested before him, spinning counterclockwise under his control as Lin's body was drawn into the Kamui dimension. Lin Yu exhaled, then looked toward Kakashi, who lay unconscious in a pool of blood nearby. Kakashi was fast asleep, unaware of everything that had transpired. Lin Yu rose and walked up to Kakashi. The first thing he did was pull down Kakashi's mask, eager to finally behold his true face. This had been one of Naruto's enduring mysteries, unresolved even through its conclusion and continuation. Upon seeing Kakashi's true face, Lin Yu sighed inwardly. Kakashi truly lived up to his reputation. Strikingly handsome, no wonder Lin had fallen so hopelessly for him. Yet Lin Yu was not so petty as to treat Kakashi as an enemy and strike him down just because of love rivalry. In this regard, he would respect the original storyline and spare Kakashi's life. However, you not of the Uchiha clan cannot fully withstand the power of this Mangekyo. Let me lighten your burden, Kakashi. As he spoke, Lin Yu pressed his hand against Kakashi's left eye socket. With a soft, wet sound, Kakashi's left eye was removed. That eye had originally belonged to Obito, though Lin Yu naturally reclaimed it. He did not share Obito's scruples and would not abandon such readily available power. Most importantly, the power residing within this eye was Kamui, the most unfathomable of Mangekyo techniques in Naruto. Against Kamui, techniques such as Amaterasu Tsukuyami and Kagutsuchi seemed almost trivial. Only Kodo Amatsukami could truly rival it, though its cooldown was far too long. But with Kamui in both eyes, one could stand above all others, surpassing any so-called cheat or golden finger. Imitating Madara, Lin Yu pressed the eyeball directly into his own empty left socket. A thin trail of blood trickled down from the corner of his left eye. Thanks to Hashirama's cells within him, his optic nerve reconnected rapidly. Lin Yu's left eye snapped open, revealing a triple-bladed windmill pattern, Dual Mangekyo Sharingan. The world before his eyes transformed once more. As expected, everything is clearer with both eyes, and power is surging forth unceasingly. Just as Madara said, only when the Sharingan or Rinnegan are complete as a pair can their true might be unleashed. Lin Yu was thrilled, yet his heart could not entirely relax. One final hurdle awaited him. Madara, reverently called Grandpa Madara by Naruto fans. was one of Lin Yu's favorite antagonists. But now that he had transmigrated into the Naruto world, Madara stood as the very first barrier before him. In an underground base, the ghetto statue loomed tall. Madara sat on a stone chair before it, three pale tubes extending from the statue and connecting to the back of his neck. It was the life force provided by the statue that allowed him to cling to existence. I will sever the karma of this world. For that I have returned. Standing before Madara, Lin Yu mimicked Obito's tone, voicing his lofty declaration. His face remained calm, though tension gripped his heart. Some of his actions had already diverged slightly from Obito's original path. He could not be certain whether this old fox Madara would detect anything amiss. Madara scrutinized the Obito before him for a long moment. At last the corners of his aged lips curled into a faint smile. Humph. You weren't discovered by anyone, were you? The lines were identical to the script Lin Yu remembered, and half of the weight in his chest lifted. At that moment a white Zetsu standing beside Madara said, I was the only one who saw. Obito killed all the enemies, so there is no problem. But he seemed reluctant to strike down Kakashi. He merely took Kakashi's eye. When Konoha's reinforcements arrived, Kakashi was clutching his eye in a daze. Madara gazed deeply at Lin Yu. You cannot bring yourself to utterly annihilate a former comrade. Playing his role to the end, Lin Yu spread his hands in a casual gesture. No, I simply do not care. Whether that man still lives in this world means nothing to me. In the world I am about to create, there will be Kakashi and there will be Lin. Tell me how to create the world of my dreams, Madara. You needn't thank me. Come closer. Madara smiled. Lin Yu strode toward him. From this day forth you are the savior. Look into my eyes. Madara's Sharingan activated, and Lin Yu was drawn into a Jinjutsu realm. Within the illusory space, Madara, following the script to the letter, explained the Ten-Tails, the Ghetto Statue, Infinite Tsukuyomi, the Rinnegan, and more to Lin Yu. Though Lin Yu had long known all of this, he listened without betraying any reaction. After leaving the Jinjutsu space, Madara rose and placed his withered hand upon a nearby white Zetsu. Obito, I will teach you the Uchiha clan's forbidden arts, the six paths techniques, and yin-yang release. Crackling sounds echoed as half of white Zetsu's body darkened into pitch black. Black Zetsu was born, and Lin Yu fixed it with a profound gaze. I have infused my will into it. You may regard half of it as me. This is a degraded product, and you can treat these creations of yin-yang release as pieces on your chessboard. As he spoke, Madara formed a seal with 2 fingers. Lightning-like crackles sounded as a black rod emerged from the chest of the Hashirama clone cultivated by the ghetto statue. That black rod is the embodiment of my consciousness. You may use it when employing 6 paths techniques. Having arranged everything, Madara stepped forward. With a sharp snap, the 3 tubes linking him to the statue tore free. Drained of strength, he collapsed back into the stone chair, panting. Ha ha. Enough. Go. Until my resurrection you are. Uchiha Madara. Lin Yu watched him until his final breath. Madara, rest without worry. You will not be resurrected, and the Eye of the Moon plan will never come to pass. But I will gather the tailed beasts, resurrect the Ten-Tails, and become its Jinchuriki. Obito, let us begin Lord Madara's plan. First we go to Amigakure to find Nagato, cultivate his Rinnegan, and prepare for Madara's revival. Black and white Zetsu approached. Yes, I understand. Though the order will have to change. Lin Yu's Mangekyo flared to life with a sharp sound, his left eye focusing squarely on Black Zetsu. He intended to deal with Black Zetsu here and now. Kamui. What are you doing? Black Zetsu cried out in terror. This is what it means to crash. Black Zetsu was separated from white Zetsu by Kamui and transferred into the time-space. Whoosh. Lin Yu immediately transferred himself into the time-space as well. In the time-space, Black Zetsu lay on a block, his brown eyes staring at Lin Yu in shock and anger. Why are you doing this? I am Madara-sama's will. Lin Yu smiled. No, you are not Madara's will. You are Kagaya's will. You tampered with the Uchiha stone tablet and led Madara into the Moon's Eye plan with the aim of resurrecting your mother, Ōtsutsuki Kagaya. Hearing this, Black Zetsu was thunderstruck. You, how do you know this? You are definitely not an ordinary brat. Who are you? Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that you will die here. Lin Yu formed the hand seal for fire release simultaneously using Kamui. Fire release, great storm dance. Whoosh. The flame, amplified several times by Kamui's distortion, swept toward Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu's ability was to infiltrate the earth and use the earth's power for wood release, but in this Kamui space his ability had no place to be used. Off. Kyuso. He was caught directly by the flame and let out a painful scream. But after all, it was Kagaya's consciousness, it wouldn't be killed so easily. It shouted to the spiral Zetsu that was wrapping Lin Yu's body. White Zetsu. Stop this bastard now. Spiral Zetsu did not move, rashly seeming to ponder. Lin Yu stopped and said to Spiral Zetsu, curly head, this is the time for you to pick a side. Once you choose wrong, you'd better consider the consequences. The scene was deadlocked. After a long silence, Spiral Zetsu's half-playful voice sounded. Well, I only care about the feeling of defecation. What is it like? Obito, if you can tell me. Lin Yu smiled. Sure, he'll not only tell you what defecation feels like, but also how feces are formed. And so under the temptation of defecation, Spiral Zetsu switched sides. You bastards. Black Zetsu shouted in exasperation. Let's go, curly head. Crack, crack, crack. Wood branches sprouted from the Hashirama artificial body on Lin Yu's right shoulder. He swung his arm violently, sending a cluster of branches flying toward Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu hurriedly dodged, but several branches still hit. Such things. Black Zetsu gritted his teeth, trying to pull out the branches stuck in his body. Don't even think about it. Lin Yu began forming hand seals. Wood release with severing technique. Crack, crack, crack. The barbs on the branches grew wildly, piercing Black Zetsu like a sieve. Lin Yu changed his hand seals again, combining with Kamui, unleashing an even more powerful fire release. Whoosh. My nearly 1,000 years of scheming actually ended at the hands of a fledgling Uchiha brat. In his unwilling roar, Black Zetsu, the great schemer, who had manipulated ninja world history, was thus eliminated by the newly arrived time traveler Lin Yu. Huff, huff, huff. Lin Yu panted. Because of the Senju cells, his chakra was abundant, but he was from another world, so using hand seals for jutsu was still unfamiliar, consuming more chakra than normal. As he became familiar with the seals and chakra, the consumption would decrease. Leaving the Kamui space and returning to the cave, the commotion had alerted all the white Zetsu. They left the ghetto statue and surrounded them. Lin Yu was on guard, ready to retreat into the Kamui space at any sign of trouble. At this moment, Spiral Zetsu said, "Don't worry, the white Zetsu's minds are linked. Besides, we never liked Madara anyway. He called us inferior artificial humans and used us as pawns. Actually, we artificial humans have feelings too." Lin Yu sighed in relief inwardly. For the next period, Lin Yu did not leave the cave. Under the guidance of the white Zetsu, he practiced the use of chakra, such as concentrating chakra on the soles of his feet, adhering to water surfaces and ceilings, and some basic ninjutsu techniques. Uchiha Obito's chakra affinities were very comprehensive: fire, wind, lightning, earth, water, and yin. Only yang was missing. Deep in the cave, Lin Yu found the containers Madara used for storing living bodies. He preserved Rin's body inside. Additionally, he found the ninja tools and scrolls that Madara had treasured during his lifetime. Half a year passed. Lin Yu's basic abilities had all reached the introductory level. He was confident that with the power of his dual Kamui eyes, he was not afraid even of cage-level opponents. But if it were the 6 paths level, he would be daunted. Not to mention Ōtsutsuki Kagaya. In the future, there would be Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki, Ōtsutsuki Kinshiki, Ōtsutsuki Urashiki, and also Jujinitsuki Ishiki from Boruto's era, all extremely troublesome enemies. To fight them, the current configuration is far from enough. Therefore, the Ten-Tails is necessary, and to revive the Ten-Tails, the power of the Rinnegan is needed. Nagato has a ready pair of Rinnegan, but their original owner is Madara. Transplanting them would impose a huge burden on himself. He could only transplant one, which would mean giving up the Kamui of one eye. Lin Yu was unwilling to pay that price. The Rinnegan evolves from the Sharingan and can use the original Mangekyo's power. Rather than the quick fix of transplantation, Lin Yu would rather evolve it himself. But to evolve the Rinnegan, one must combine the powers of Senju and Uchiha. Lin Yu currently possesses dual Mangekyo Sharingan, but the Senju power is incomplete. The Hashirama artificial body on his left half is just an ordinary white Zetsu, too inferior. The top priority is to obtain a complete Hashirama sage body. Lin Yu looked up at the Hashirama artificial body on the ghetto statue. According to white Zetsu, that artificial body had no consciousness, but was the most accurate replica, infinitely close to Hashirama's original body. But Lin Yu did not know how to fuse with this Hashirama artificial body. Madara had once transplanted a piece of Hashirama's flesh into his wound, thereby gaining a part of Hashirama's power, and only awakened the Rinnegan in his later years. Lin Yu was more ambitious. He didn't want a part. He wanted the whole. That would require a proper method. After all, Hashirama's power was very difficult to control. That person might be able to. The one Lin Yu thought of was the master of core technology in the Naruto world, one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. White Zetsu, where is Orochimaru? Lin Yu asked. Gulu Gulu. White Zetsu emerged from the ghetto statue. Orochimaru is in a secret base in the southern forest of the Land of Fire. However, it seems he intends to move. Lin Yu pulled a black cloak from the wall, draped it over himself, and strode out of the base with large steps. In the southern forest of the Land of Fire, outside Orochimaru's stronghold. Lord Orochimaru, all experimental subjects have been disposed of, the young Kabuto reported respectfully. The man standing before him wore the attire of a Konoha ninja with a forehead protector bearing the leaf emblem. His long black hair cascaded over his shoulders, his golden slit pupils gleamed, purple eyeshadow extended to his nostrils, and his pallid skin was adorned with blue-green Magatama earrings. His presence exuded a sinister yet seductive aura. This was the Snake Sage in his prime. It was the end of Konoha year 47. The fourth Hokage had just ascended. Orochimaru, having lost the race for the Hokage seat to Minato Namikaze, had secretly delved into human experimentation, though he had yet to defect. Danzo leaked word that the Umbu have noticed the disappearances of village ninjas. This stronghold must be abandoned. The Snake Sage rasped, glancing back at the entrance. Suddenly he sensed something. His golden pupils fixed on the darkness among distant trees. Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto looked puzzled. It seems we have a visitor. Orochimaru licked his elongated tongue. Hidden shadow snake hands. Easy. From beneath his sleeve, multiple venomous snake hands shot forth, hurtling toward the shadows of the trees. Boom. Trees snapped, birds scattered, dust rose. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes as he watched the haze ahead. As expected of one of the legendary Sannin Orochimaru, Lin Yu emerged from the dust unscathed. The snake hands retracted into Orochimaru's sleeve. He placed a hand on his hip, observing Lin Yu. You're no Umbu from Konoha. State your identity. Lin Yu lifted his head, revealing the Sharingan in his left eye to Orochimaru. Orochimaru's pupils dilated. Oh, an Uchiha. In that instant he used the body flicker technique, reaching for Lin Yu's left eye with a laugh. What fortune! A Sharingan delivered to my doorstep. He'll gladly take it. Swoosh! Yet his form passed through Lin Yu as if penetrating an illusion. His smile froze. Just now. What was that? Lord Orochimaru, watch out behind you. Kabuto's cry rang out. Lin Yu's hand had already landed on Orochimaru's shoulder. Easy. The three tomos spun into the Mangekyo, three intertwined windmills symbolizing the power of Kamui. Whoosh. A Kamui vortex appeared, and Orochimaru's form twisted, being drawn into the dimensional rift. This? A space-time dojutsu. Horror surged in Orochimaru's heart. Acting decisively, he opened his mouth wide. An arm emerged, then a body slithering out with viscous fluids landing on the ground. The legs transformed into a serpentine tail, darting into the distance. After creating distance, he faced Lin Yu with utmost vigilance. His demeanor was no longer frivolous, but entirely solemn. Lin Yu gazed at the withered husk in his hand, sighing. Indeed, a formidable opponent, not so easily caught. This technique that evaded Kamui's pull was Orochimaru's substitution jutsu, his signature move. It uses an external body as a decoy, transferring the true self from the mouth without hand seals. The most perfect substitution technique. Sasuke once used it to evade Amaterasu. Anyone else using it would consume a vast amount of their own chakra. Your eyes are no ordinary Sharingan. You've awakened the Mangekyo, and with space-time abilities. When did the Uchiha clan produce someone like you? What is your name? Orochimaru asked with wary respect. After a moment's pause, Lin Yu said, my name is Uchiha Yu. Then Yuquin, how much do you know about me? Orochimaru inquired meaningfully. I know you've been conducting human experiments developing a power called the curse mark. Lin Yu replied. You know so much about me. It seems I can't let you live. Orochimaru cast a glance at Kabuto near the whoosh. Kabuto launched a surprise attack, blue chakra forming a blade in his hand, stabbing toward Lin Yu's back. A small fry should step aside. Lin Yu, facing forward, reached behind and precisely seized Kabuto's arm while kicking his abdomen. Kabuto smashed through several trees, landing on the ground in disarray. Orochimaru's expression darkened. Kabuto may be a medical ninja, but his combat ability rivals a jonin. Yet he was defeated by mere taijutsu. It seems you don't intend to talk with me properly. Lin Yu said. I have no desire to hand over the fruits of my research to someone as dangerous as you. Orochimaru threw shuriken and swiftly formed hand seals, executing the shuriken shadow clone technique, taught by the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Bam! 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 One became 1,000, raining down upon Lin Yu like a storm. Orochimaru naturally didn't expect this to kill Lin Yu. He merely aimed to probe Lin Yu's abilities through wide-scale strikes. Whoosh! 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 The shuriken passed through Lin Yu's body, without exception embedding into the ground. So his body can be penetrated. But to strike an opponent, he seems to need materialization. The only chance is to aim at the moment our attacks clash. Kabuto is down. To lure him into attacking, he'll have to summon that one. True to his title as one of the Sannin, Orochimaru had already grasped the basics of Lin Yu's ability with such a brief probe. He bit his finger, formed the hand seals, boar, dog, rooster, monkey, ram, and slammed his hands onto the ground. Summoning Jutsu Manda. Boom. Amid a massive plume of smoke, Manda appeared, his serpentine body coiled, towering dozens of meters high. Manda's terrifying vertical pupils glared down at Lin Yu. He roared at Orochimaru perched atop his head. Damn, Orochimaru. You dare summon me for a mere human. Believe me, I'll devour you alive. Orochimaru replied. That's no ordinary human. He wields the power of the Sharingan and a rather troublesome dojutsu. Facing him alone makes me somewhat uneasy. Manda scrutinized Lin Yu again. Looking closely, his eyes are indeed different. They give me a most unpleasant feeling. Afterwards, send me 100 live sacrifices, or he'll devour you alive. Manda snorted, his colossal snake body lunging forward with incredible agility. Boom, boom. Where Lin Yu stood, Manda's head cratered the ground into a huge pit. He leaped into the air, formed hand seals, and his chest swelled. Fire-style great fireball technique. Whoosh. A massive fireball exploded, engulfing Manda. After half a year of rigorous training, Lin Yu's great fireball now boasted a power rivaling his earlier storm dance. The flames dissipated, revealing a charred hollow shell that crumbled away. Manda had shed his skin. Lin Yu stared at the hole beneath the disintegrating snake skin. He's burrowed underground. Rumble. The ground trembled as Manda's massive tail burst forth. Not far away, his head erupted, fangs bared, lunging at Lin Yu, only to pass through his body. What? Who is this brat? Manda was bewildered. Lin Yu flashed to Manda's side, formed hand seals, and slammed the ground. Earth-style earth spear. Boom, boom, boom. Where Manda coiled, a dozen sharp, massive rock pillars erupted, piercing his body all over. Now, but at that moment, Orochimaru on Manda's head activated a technique. Boom, boom, boom. Countless snake heads burst from the earth, each spitting out a Kusanagi sword aimed at Lin Yu. He aimed at the moment I materialized for the jutsu. No choice, Lin Yu murmured. A sprout emerged from his left arm, growing into a towering tree with intertwined trunks and jagged thorns. The descending snakes were shredded to pieces. Orochimaru was utterly stunned. Wood style. You possess the powers of both the Uchiha and the Senju. Damned Orochimaru. If you're still alive, next time I'll settle this score with you. The wounded Manda cursed, vanishing in a puff of white smoke. Crunch. Lin Yu twisted his body, separating his left arm from the tree. Snap. The spiraling vortex mask opened, revealing Lin Yu's face, along with the other Mangekyo Sharingan hidden beneath the mask. Both Mangekyo harbored the power of Kamui. The right eye's Kamui was defensive. It could actively draw himself or objects into another dimension, and it possessed a godly passive. Without conscious control, his body would automatically shift into the other dimension upon taking damage, rendering him immune to all harm. The left eye's Kamui was offensive, long-range striking, capable of distorting space at the focal point of his vision. No existence could withstand this divine force, not even the Ten-Tails. Easy. Lin Yu's left Mangekyo pattern spun, his gaze fixed on Orochimaru's right arm. Kamui. Crack. Space twisted, and Orochimaru's arm was violently severed, sucked into the other dimension. Ugh. Orochimaru clutched the bleeding stump, staring at Lin Yu in disarray. He prepared to use the substitution jutsu to regenerate his arm. You can spit out a new version of yourself, but next time this dojutsu will twist your neck. Lin Yu's cold warning rang out, and Orochimaru ceased all resistance. For Orochimaru knew that before these eyes, all resistance was futile. If Lin Yu had the intention, he would already be dead. What is your goal? Orochimaru asked. The true power of the first Hokage Hashirama Senju. Not a cheap imitation, but his real strength, Lin Yu said solemnly. Orochimaru's pupils quivered. After a long silence, he lowered his head. From the shadow of his face came a knowing laugh. Ha 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 ha. So that's it. He raised his head, licked his long tongue, his golden vertical pupils burning as he gazed at Lin Yu. His voice hoarse and low, he said, It seems I am not the only one trying to approach that realm. Undoubtedly, you have already surpassed me. Since our goals align very well, Yukuin, allow me to assist you. With a whoosh. In that familiar underground cavern, a vortex appeared out of nowhere, and Lin Yu returned to the base with Orochimaru and Kabuto. Kamui's spatial movement also requires markers, but unlike Flying Thunder God, which uses spell markings, Kamui uses the eyes to mark. In other words, as long as he has been to a place once, he can use Kamui to jump back and forth. This is... Standing in front of the demonic statue of the outer path, Orochimaru was shocked to the extreme. He had traveled across the 5 great nations, and had seen all kinds of strong warriors and ninjutsu, but this was the first time he truly felt his own insignificance. This power does not belong to this world. Coming here is really the right choice. Orochimaru's eyes were filled with a fanatical desire for the myriad phenomena and the truth of the world. Lin Yu had opened the door to a new world for him. Orochimaru, what do you think of that artificial body of the first Hokage? Lin Yu asked. Orochimaru gazed deeply at the body of the first Hokage on the statue and chanted, Sublime, it's just like the real Lord Hashirama. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I could hardly imagine. You have good judgment. Lin Yu turned to look at Orochimaru's profile. I want to merge with it perfectly and completely. Do you have a... Orochimaru's vertical pupils lit up. After a moment, he said, the most direct method is to graft it onto your body. But like organ transplantation, there will be rejection reactions. You won't be able to exert full power, and once your own strength is depleted, you could be devoured by the first Hokage's power. So that method is certainly out of the question. We need a high-end approach. Orochimaru said seriously. Lin Yu nodded. Orochimaru wasn't lying. Danzo had used that method. In his battle with Sasuke, he exhausted his strength and was devoured by the first Hokage's cells. What is the high-end method? Implant Hashirama's original cells into the body. The original cells will proliferate and divide, gradually replacing the original cells. But this will cause the pain of breaking through a cocoon, and the success rate is nearly zero. Orochimaru said. Nearly zero. Have you conducted similar experiments? Orochimaru said. I once obtained residual physical matter from Lord Hashirama's grave and tried to activate it to extract original cells. But the years were too long. From that residual matter, I could only extract degraded original cells. I implanted them into 60 newborns, and even with degraded cells, only one survived in the end, 1 in 60. So extrapolating the success rate with complete original cells is infinitely close to zero. Lin Yu knew that the surviving test subject Orochimaru mentioned was Yamato. Indeed, compared to other users of Hashirama cells, Yamato was more like a person of flesh and blood, and could use would-release techniques relatively comprehensively, though their power was greatly reduced. As the saying goes, the first Hokage's wood style conquered the world, while Yamato's wood style was only good for landscaping. The gap is evident. What if it succeeds? Lin Yu asked. Orochimaru laughed, as if bewitched. The legend of the god of shinobi will be revived. Let's set aside the risks for now. Do you have confidence in extracting the most perfect original cells? Lin Yu asked. The more perfect the original, the more perfect the original cells that can be extracted. This replica of Lord Hashirama is infinitely close to the real body, but there are still some flaws. With just a small catalyst, it can become absolutely perfect. But unfortunately, that catalyst should be impossible to find. Orochimaru's tone was filled with endless regret. A catalyst? What kind of catalyst? It's that baby who survived back then. I abandoned him in the equipment. He should have died long ago. Orochimaru. Hearing this, Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. So the catalyst was Yamato all along. Lin Yu knew that that baby had been saved by chance by Danzo, who kept him and trained him. Now he had joined Root the Anbu of Konoha under the code name AO. Danzo, you've committed countless evils in your life, but you did one good thing. Lin Yu thought to himself. Don't worry about the catalyst for now. Lin Yu said. He decided to go to Konoha later to retrieve Yamato. Gurgle. A large number of white Zetsu surged from all directions. Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto took out a kunai and stood on guard. Kabuto, don't be nervous. Yukuin is our partner, he won't be rude. Orochimaru gazed at the demonic statue of the outer path, as if mesmerized, speaking to Kabuto beside him. Kabuto lowered his kunai. They are called Zetsu, my friends and helpers. They have already transferred the experimental equipment from your various bases here. You don't need to worry about anything. If you need any help, you can tell them directly. Lin Yu said. Haha, how far-sighted, Yukuin. Orochimaru laughed seductively. Orochimaru, while scouting the outside world, we've heard quite a lot about you. Let me put this bluntly, if you try any tricks, you won't leave here alive. The white Zetsu warned. Oh my, I'm truly flattered. Don't worry, before I unveil the veil of truth, I won't easily lose such an important experimental site. Does that put your mind at ease, Yukuin? Orochimaru said, looking sideways at Lin Yu. Humph. Lin Yu smiled faintly. Zetsu, take Mr. Orochimaru and his assistant to their sleeping quarters. The rooms are ready for you too. Follow me. A white Zetsu stepped forward and led the way. Orochimaru looked at the white Zetsu and thought, looking closely, these white creatures are filled with Lord Hashirama's cells, albeit degraded. Yukuin, just how much truth does he possess? Late at night, Lin Yu sat on the massive beastbone ridge at the base entrance, gazing at the bright moon hanging high in the sky, with Madara's gunbai fan at his side. He sincerely felt that the moon in the Naruto world was rounder and brighter than the moon he had seen before. Before his transmigration, Lin Yu's academic performance was average. He had no outstanding talents, was introverted and taciturn, and had no friends he could talk to in life. His parents divorced when he was in middle school. Soon after, both started their own families. Neither was willing to raise him. They only left the legal child support every month, never caring about his life. Now that he was gone, they probably hadn't noticed yet. Even if they did, they would at most call the police and be done with it hastily. That was the kind of people they were. After entering high school, he suffered from depression and once had suicidal thoughts. It was at that time he got in touch with the two-dimensional world and anime, and from then on it was unstoppable. He became fascinated by those passionate and novel adventure stories: Naruto, One Piece, Dragon Ball, Bleach, Fairy Tail, a certain magical index, One Punch Man. Especially Naruto. He felt that with these, even having no friends didn't matter. His classmates and teachers all sneered at him, thinking he was a useless person poisoned by the two-dimensional culture, that he had no future and would inevitably be eliminated by the cruel social competition. Maybe so. But how could they know that it was the two-dimensional world that redeemed him, giving him the belief and motivation to live after being abandoned by life? Lin Yu had thought more than once if only he could be born in a two-dimensional world, how wonderful it would be. Perhaps it was precisely his disappointment with reality and his longing for the two-dimensional world that became the opportunity for his transmigration. If this was a dream, he hoped it would be a dream that never ended. He was sincerely grateful that he had transmigrated into the Naruto world, because after all he had no attachment to anything in reality. Even though the ninja world was full of battles and the risk of death, at every moment Lin Yu sincerely felt that at this moment he was freer than ever before. Even the bloody wind carried a hint of comfort. This is where I should exist. I want to live as I please without any more restraints. In the past I had no power to break through reality, but since heaven gave me the opportunity to transmigrate into the Naruto world, I will strive for everything. In this world, I don't want to have to defer to anyone. Therefore, I want power. Power enough to meet every challenge. Lin Yu expressed his inner ambition to the moon. The only audience was Swirl Zetsu, who was always by his side. Through the connection between himself and Lin Yu, Swirl Zetsu could sense his emotions, the emotions of a loner. Completely different from the earlier Obito. Although Obito was trapped before his descent into darkness, he still had Kakashi Rin, his teacher Minato, and Konoha in his heart. But in Lin Yu's heart, there was nothing. Only the desire for power and the longing for freedom. Swirl Zetsu knew full well that the person he enveloped was no longer the Uchiha Obito who aspired to be Hokage, admired Kakashi, and loved Rin, but rather Uchiha Yu, who knew all the secrets of the ninja world, craved strength and freedom, and fought for himself. He truly wanted to witness where such a Yu would go. The wind rose. Lin Yu stood up holding the gunbai fan. Snap! Swirl Zetsu's head rolled and transformed into a brand new double-eyed mask. In the eye holes, two eyes that reflected the soul emitted a bright light in the darkness. Let's go. To Konoha. At noon, Lin Yu stood atop the highest structure in my village, gazing at the Hoying rock carved into the cliff. The armistice treaty between Mai and Yanin had been signed, concluding the Third Ninja War. The third Hokage resigned in disgrace, and bluffing Shuemin assumed the mantle of the fourth Hokage, his visage on the Hoying rock having only recently been completed. Because Lin Yu inhabited Dai Tu's body, he felt a faint sense of belonging toward my village. Were it not for his ulterior motives, he would have taken the opportunity to wander and appreciate the village. Alas, the world seldom grants one's wishes. Beneath my village lay the headquarters of Jin. Unlike the sunlit surface above, this place was shrouded in gloom and oppression, day and night, perfectly mirroring the organization's nature, something that shunned the light. Before Lin Yu stood two Jin guards clad in umbu armor and masked. Who goes there? They demanded, eyeing the stranger with wariness, but no fear. After all, this was the mighty Mai, the very headquarters of Jin. Who would be foolish enough to provoke trouble here? Seeing the man's mask, they assumed he was one of the fourth Hokage's direct umbu sent to deliver an order. But Tuanzong harbored deep hostility toward Shuemin, so he would never give the umbu a friendly reception. Lin Yu, however, had not come to exchange pleasantries. He raised his head, and beneath his mask his three-tomo Sharingan began to glow. It was the Jinjutsu of the Sharingan. The two guards' eyes widened, then lost focus as they fell into a hypnotic trance. Tell me, where is Jia? Lin Yu asked coldly. Basement level 2 training room. The guard replied dully. Lin Yu thought, oh, he's not out on a mission. I came just in time. Where is Tuanzong? He pressed. Lord Tuanzong is away. The guard answered. During this period, Tuanzong was secretly colluding with Wan, and his absence was due to a visit to a new hideout one had mentioned in a coded letter. But that was none of Lin Yu's concern. He had come only for Dahi. Thud. The two guards crumpled to the floor, and Lin Yu strode past them. This scene was also spotted by a ninja in Jin's surveillance room. An intruder. Quickly. Clatter. Before the massive cross-shaped bridge, Jin's remaining members assembled, some clinging to the walls, others hanging upside down from the ceiling, all glaring at Lin Yu with hostility. Lin Yu walked forward as if no one were there, stepping onto the bridge. Anyone who trespasses into Jin's domain shall be killed. Whoosh. 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 Kunai and shuriken flew from every direction, yet all of them passed through Lin Yu's body, without harm, embedding themselves into the bridge. This astonishing sight stunned the Jin members. Impossible. They went right through. How is this possible? Is that a unique technique of his? Physical attacks pass through his body, yet I can clearly sense his chakra. If that's the case. From the ceiling, a T-haired ninja analyzed calmly, forming a strange hand seal aimed at Lin Yu's back. Buzz. Lin Yu's steps slowed as another figure appeared within his consciousness. The Yamaka clan's mind transfer technique. Lin Yu mused. Fu's technique hit. Now, the Jin members launched a coordinated attack, but unfortunately all their strikes passed through him again. Fire release dragon flames song technique. Lin Yu clasped his hands, shaping seals, and exhaled 4 fiery dragons that swept across the area. Opt. Opt. Under this omnidirectional fire release, no one could escape unscathed. Had it not been for a water release user among Jin who intervened in time, casualties would have been severe. Fu. What happened? His mental energy is abnormally strong. My mind transfer technique was broken in just a few seconds. Shanzhong Feng said, still shaken. So troublesome. To strike when Lord Tuanzong is away, what exactly does he intend? Fu, use the mind transfer one more time, said the black-clad youth beside Shanzhong Feng. But a few seconds is enough. My technique can finish him in an instant. The black-clad youth shed his upper garment, revealing a body shrouded in black. Chu Zhen. Yuan Tsugan, the son of Yuan Jihei, who possessed a unique constitution even among the Yuan clan. Both he and Shanzhong Feng would eventually become Tuanzang's guards, though they were still young at this time. Shanzhong Feng gathered chakra and formed the mind transfer hand seal, aiming remotely at Lin Yu, while Yuan Tsugan charged forward. But would the same tactic work on Lin Yu? With a sizzle Lin Yu's left eye transformed into a Mangekyo, focusing on Fu's head. Kamui. Crack. In an instant, Fu was decapitated, his head vanished into the spiraling vortex of Kamui blood, spurting several meters high from the neck. The headless corpse crumpled to the ground with a thud. As for Yuan Tsugan, because the mind transfer failed, he passed straight through Lin Yu's body. In the fleeting moment they crossed, Lin Yu's right hand seized Kyujin's shoulder, and his right eye released the Kamui vortex, absorbing Yuan Tsugan. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The Zetsu enveloping Lin Yu's body cried out in pain from the right hand. Yes, even this nanoscale poison bug gave Zetsu a hard time. Kamui can negate all physical attacks and ninjutsu, but it seems to have its weaknesses. If the mind transfer can affect me, then Jinjutsu likely can too. I must be extra wary of ninjas with such exceptional abilities. By the way, when I synthesize the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, I might as well use that guy's eyes. Lin Yu muttered to himself. Who on earth is that monster? Seeing 2 of their elites killed in an instant, the other Jin members were paralyzed with terror, their hands trembling as they held their weapons. He can obliterate Fu in an instant, and he can do the same to us. How do we fight an enemy like this? Lin Yu remained indifferent. He had come solely for Tahi and had no desire to slaughter indiscriminately. Yet the rules of the ninja world were harsh, especially within Jin. Appropriate killing and intimidation were necessary. Moi. Suddenly Lin Yu's gaze locked onto a short ninja at the back of the crowd. Found him. That man was the one Lin Yu sought. In Jin his code name was Jia. Later, after transferring to Mui's Umbu, his code became Tianzong, and when he served as the leader of Team 7, he was known as Tahi. In the original story, Tahi, though used, ultimately met a peaceful end. But Lin Yu needed him as a stepping stone to obtain what he desired. Your story ends here. Jia is your final destination. Lin Yu strode toward Jia. We cannot let him run rampant in Jin's territory. The Jin members rallied to resist. But without Fu and Tsugan, all their attacks were meaningless against Lin Yu. He advanced through blades and flames, everything passing through him. Closing in on Jia. Come quietly with me, and you might suffer less pain. Wood release, great forest technique. Jia formed the wood release seal, thrusting his arm forward. From his sleeve, 4 wooden pillars erupted, stretching and twisting toward Lin Yu. His target is Jia. While he's intangible on defense, he must materialize when attacking. Behind him, the Jin members unleashed powerful combined ninjutsu. Humph. Beneath the mask, a smirk curled Lin Yu's lips as both eyes transformed into Mangekyo. Susanoo. Azure chakra flames blazed from his body, coalescing into skeletal ribs that shielded him from all incoming attacks. The skeletal hand grasped the wooden pillars and shattered them with a single rip. What? Everyone was stunned. Crack. The Susanoo dissipated. Lin Yu extended his right hand, from which woody tendrils burst forth, binding Tahi tightly. This is the same wood release as mine, yet far more powerful. Tahi groaned in agony as Lin Yu's wood release choked him unconscious. The tendrils receded. Lin Yu hoisted the unconscious Tahi onto his shoulder and glanced back at the ravaged Jin headquarters and its bewildered members. Farewell. With a low whisper, Lin Yu vanished into the spiral of Kamui. That day Lin Yu left an unprecedented nightmare etched into Mui's Jin. That very night, after Lin Yu left Danzo, having failed to find Orochimaru, rushed back to Konoha upon receiving an urgent report. Gazing at the root headquarters that lay nearly in ruins and the headless corpse of Yamanaka, Fu, even the ever-composed Danzo, flew into a rage. What in the world happened? Lord Danzo, this is what happened. The root member, kneeling nearby, reported the situation to Danzo. After hearing this, Danzo leaned on his cane, lowered his head, and sank into deep thought. Able to silently break through Konoha's barrier, infiltrate the root headquarters underground, possessing a constitution immune to all physical attacks, and ninjutsu, plus spacetime, ninjutsu, surpassing the 2nd and 4th Hokage, and that ominous chakra body covering him. It's undoubtedly the legendary Susanoo. The only intruder I can think of is no one else but him. Uchiha, Madara. At this thought, Danzo quietly clenched his cane, then reconsidered. No, Madara is a figure from the Warring States period. No matter what means he used to prolong his life, he shouldn't still be alive. It must be some Uchiha who inherited Madara's will. He can use wood release and has targeted Jia, who inherited Lord Hashirama's cells, scheming for the power of both Uchiha and Senju. In other words, he wants the Nine Tails. And Orochimaru going missing at this very moment. This is probably not a coincidence. Report this immediately to the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Danzo said. Lord Danzo, this incident occurred at our Root headquarters. If it gets out, it will harm Root's reputation. Why is that? The subordinate was confused. What is reputation? This incident can highlight the weakness and incompetence of Konoha under the 4th Hokage's rule, allowing enemies to exploit the opportunity and causing huge losses to Root, which has been diligently protecting Konoha. The 4th has just taken office. His position is unstable. This blow will be severe, just as I desire. Danzo said grimly. But the 4th was recommended by the 3rd, and he's a hero of the ninja war. To bring him down like this is simply unrealistic. At least it will make the situation favorable to me, for example. To legitimately place the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki under Root's supervision. Danzo said in a deep voice. Lord Danzo is wise. Danzo's gaze deepened. Kushina's chakra, even among the Uzumaki clan, was outstanding enough to fully suppress the Nine Tails, which is why she was chosen as the 2nd Jinchuriki after Mito. She is now pregnant. The seal is gradually loosening. This is the perfect opportunity. After the Nine Tails is under my control, I will frame the Uchiha for the murder of the Jinchuriki. This will both destroy the 4th's rule and eliminate the Uchiha clan, that destabilizing element. Hiruzen, in the end, the one who becomes Hokage and leads Konoha to rule the ninja world, will be Mishimura Danzo. Danzo's ambition and scheming were far deeper and greater than imagined. In the forest outside Konoha, Lin Yu was dashing. The reason he didn't use Kamui to immediately return to the base was that he wanted to mark space-time coordinates with his Sharingan in more locations, making it easier to jump back and forth. Later in the original story, Obito could almost travel to every corner of the ninja world with Kamui, because his footsteps had covered the entire world. Since we've come to Konoha, why not take the Nine Tails as well? Don't you want to become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki? Zetsu asked. Lin Yu said, we need to do things one step at a time. You can't get fat from one mouthful. Besides, Konoha's strength right now shouldn't be underestimated. With the Yellow Flash in charge, the 3rd Hokage at his peak, Jiraiya of the Sannin, and many elite Jonin present, it won't be easy to succeed without thorough preparation. Well, that's true. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki's delivery is still half a year away. It won't be too late to strike when the seal loosens further. Zetsu said. Lin Yu remained silent. Actually, the biggest reason he didn't act now was he didn't want to attack a pregnant woman. Attacking the pregnant Kushina, extracting the Nine Tails, causing her death. That was one of Obito's few stains that could never be washed away no matter what. Lin Yu would not be like Obito, choosing to strike when Kushina was in labor. He would capture the Nine Tails in a dignified manner. Even if Kushina would still die after the Nine Tails was extracted, that was another matter. It involved Lin Yu's principles. The marking is almost done, time to go back. Lin Yu looked around and said, Rustle, rustle. Suddenly there was a commotion not far away. Lin Yu saw a tall boy instructing a shorter boy in shuriken jutsu in front of a rock and a target. The one focused on throwing shurikens was none other than Uchiha Itachi, aged 5. Instructing him was Uchiha Shisui, aged 8. Under the moonlight, the 3 tomo embedded in his crimson pupils were completely incongruous with his youthful face. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Uchiha Shisui, known as Shisui the Body Flicker, was the greatest Genjutsu genius in Uchiha history. Itachi awakened his Sharingan at 8, shocking all of Konoha, but little did they know that Shisui had awakened even earlier, at the age of 7. In just 1 year of training, he had mastered it and unlocked 3 tomo. Itachi's shurikens could now accurately hit the bullseye 10 meters away. Itachi, let me teach you how to hit a target in a blind spot. Shisui smiled. A blind spot? That would require the shuriken to turn corners. How is that possible? Like this. Shisui overlapped 2 shurikens offset at a tiny angle and casually threw them. Clang. The 2 shurikens collided mid-flight, their trajectories deflected, and accurately hit the bullseye behind the rock. Amazing. As expected of Shisunii. When will I be able to do the same? Young Itachi exclaimed in awe. With your talent, just a little practice will suffice. Actually, when I was your age, I hadn't. Huh. Suddenly Shisui's pupils flickered, as if sensing something, and he looked up. Whoosh. A gust of wind blew, swirling up a large patch of leaves. Shisunii, what's wrong? Itachi asked. Nothing, it must be my imagination. Shisui muttered, staring at the empty treetop. Tisk, remarkable perception. If I may say so, the potential contained in Yes' eyes is no less than yours. Zetsu marveled from afar. That's only natural, otherwise he wouldn't have been chosen by Lin Yu. Sure, Sue, I will wait for your eyes because you are worth waiting for. Only your Kodo Ōtsutsuki is worthy of merging with my Kamui to obtain the unprecedented and unmatched strongest eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Lin Yu's pupils behind his mask flickered with an unusual light. Swoosh! With a whirlpool he vanished into the night sky. In the underground base, Lin Yu released a he from the Kamui dimension. I never imagined this child would survive and remain by that old fox Danzo's side. Lord Yu acts with such swift resolve, daring to take the boy from the very stronghold of Root. Orochimaru remarked in his hoarse voice. Setting that aside, what is the next step, eh? Lin Yu asked indifferently. Orochimaru approached the Gedo statue. This colossal statue serves as the vessel for cultivating the Hashirama clone. Simply place the catalyst inside, and it should accelerate the process. Zetsu, leave it to us. Gurgling sounds emerged as several white Zetsu surfaced from the ground, dragging Dahi into the statue. Hissing sounds followed. Soon upon the statue's summit, the skin of the Hashirama clone billowed with thick smoke, and simultaneously vast quantities of trees sprouted from the surrounding rock walls. Such formidable life force, splendid. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed as he licked his signature oversized tongue. Lin Yu's gaze burned with intensity. He knew that this Hashirama Senju clone had reached absolute perfection, indistinguishable from the original. I've helped you perfect the specimen. You must deliver a satisfactory outcome. Extract the most pristine native cells of the first Hokage Hashirama Senju. Lin Yu averted his gaze, glancing at Orochimaru. I have a feeling this will be the most perfect work in history. No unprecedented and unparalleled. Of course it will take time. Orochimaru replied. How long? 1 month. During this period, I will work without rest or sleep, never leaving the experimental apparatus. The extraction process demands extreme precision. The slightest error will ruin everything, so there is no room for negligence. Thus, Lord Yu, I must not be disturbed during this time, Orochimaru stated. As long as you harbor no ulterior motives, he will not disturb you. As for Danzo and the Umbu of Konoha, you need not worry. I guarantee they will never find this place. Lin Yu's sidelong glance was piercing. Orochimaru chuckled. Ah, then I shall rely on you, Lord Yu. Mutual trust. Lin Yu withdrew his gaze. The Hashirama clone was detached from the statue and placed into Orochimaru's extraction device. After setting up an additional barrier around the underground base to ensure safety, Lin Yu stood before the Gedo statue, lost in thought. About 3 months ago, while Lin Yu was still training in ninja techniques, the Gedo statue had vanished once, only to return after a brief absence. Summoning the Gedo statue. Nagato has already awakened. Indeed, though Lin Yu had not intervened in the affairs of the Hidden Rain village, what was destined to occur still unfolded. Yahiko had founded the Ōtsutsuki, which grew steadily, drawing the attention of Hanzo, known as the demigod, the leader of the Hidden Rain village. At the tail end of the Third Great Ninja War, the conflict between Konoha and Iwagakure reached a fever pitch. The battlefield, as expected, lay in an unnamed small country at the junction of the Fire, Earth, and Wind nations. Also the site of the Hidden Rain village. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, attempted to end the war through negotiations, but Danzo, hoping to prolong the conflict, did everything to obstruct. Ōtsutsuki was manipulated by Danzo. Encouraged by Danzo, Hanzo ultimately decided to eliminate Ōtsutsuki. Those responsible for assisting in the purge were the Konoha Umbu under Danzo's command. In that battle, Yahiko met a brutal death. Nagato went berserk, his Rinnegan power awakened further, and he summoned the Gedo statue, killing numerous rain ninjas and driving back Hanzo and Danzo. Danzo's obstruction failed, and Konoha and Iwa eventually reached a ceasefire agreement, ending the Third Great Ninja War. Hanzo, deeply threatened by Nagato, organized a pursuit unit after escaping and scoured the land for Nagato and the remnants of Ōtsutsuki. Unlike before, with no Obito to assist, Nagato, drained by the Gedo statue and severely wounded, had been repeatedly cornered by the pursuit force. If this continued, the situation would be dire. Before my Rinnegan awakens, I need Nagato and Ōtsutsuki to gather the tailed beasts. Moreover, the outer path, samsara of heavenly life technique, seems to demand a life as its price. For all purposes, Nagato's Rinnegan must serve my needs. So should I go to the Hidden Rain village? That village lies at the crossroads of 3 great nations, a long journey away. We must set out soon, said the Uzumaki Zetsu. No need. The summoning technique is a form of space-time ninjutsu. When Nagato is truly pushed to the brink and attempts to summon the Gedo statue again, I can resonate with it using Kamui and travel there. As the saying goes, timing is better than hurrying. Lin Yu's gaze was deep. Several days later, in the Hidden Rain village, Hanzo's pursuit unit discovered Ōtsutsuki's hideout once more. After a chase, Nagato, Konan, Juzo, and Buddha, the remaining Ōtsutsuki members, were cut off before an inland lake encircling the village. The colossal salamander loomed, and atop its head stood the man known as the demigod, Hanzo. His cold eyes stared at the desperate group by the lake. "Conan, take Nagato and flee." "Well, hold them off," Buddha shouted. Nagato, whose legs were now crippled and body skeletal from synchronizing with the Geto statue, was supported by Conan. "No, you are the last members of Ōtsutsuki, our comrades. I don't want to see any more of you die," Nagato cried. "Nagato, you are the hope of Ōtsutsuki, the successor to Brother Yahiko's will. We will protect you with our lives," Juzo shouted. "Don't even think about it. Not a single Ōtsutsuki remnant will leave the Hidden Rain village alive." Hanzo's cold words fell as he formed a hand seal, with 2 fingers raising barriers on all sides to trap them. The Hidden Rain ninjas donned their gas masks. With a hiss, the salamander beneath Hanzo opened its massive mouth and spewed a torrent of poison mist, rapidly filling the barrier. "Water release, water formation wall." Juzo formed seals, creating a water wall, then changed his hand sign, causing the water wall to harden into a cement wall. The poison mist was blocked momentarily before seeping in from above. "Yoa!" Buddha spun his giant hammer weapon, generating a fierce current that kept the poison mist at bay. Futile struggle. Attack. A hail of kunai attached with explosive tags rained down from the Hidden Rain ninjas. Boom. Boom. In the blazing explosions, Juzo and Buddha died before Nagato and Conan's eyes. Nagato let out a thunderous roar, and a powerful chakra storm dispersed even the poison mist. "Nagato, stop. In your current state, using that technique again will kill you," Conan yelled in desperation. Hanzo's pupils contracted. That feeling. He's about to use that move. I must not let him succeed. Hanzo vanished from atop the salamander in an instant, his sickle flying toward Nagato. But for some reason the Geto statue did not appear. Meanwhile, Hanzo's sickle was already upon them. This is the end. That remains to be seen. Whoosh. A spatial distortion appeared midair, and Lin Yu descended. Clang. He swung the Uchiha war fan, deflecting the sickle, his Sharingan hidden behind the mask, glaring coldly at the man known as the demigod. The Sharingan. Upon noticing Lin Yu's Sharingan, Hanzo quickly averted his gaze. As a pinnacle existence in the ninja world, he naturally had experience battling masters of the Uchiha clan. During the Third Great Ninja War, the current Uchiha clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, was defeated by Hanzo. In that battle, Fugaku's companions sacrificed themselves to save him, allowing Fugaku to awaken his Mangekyo Sharingan. Hanzo possessed an extremely strong combat instinct and naturally mastered the method of fighting without making eye contact. Not even granting me a moment to cast Jinjutsu. Lin Yu was astonished. Clang. After a brief exchange of strikes, the two separated. Hanzo formed seals and flipped in the air before pressing his hands on the ground. Ninja technique, Jizo spell. Glub glub. Purple poison surged from the ground, engulfing the corpses of the dove and the giant Buddha, instantly turning them into dry bones. Conan supported Nagato in retreat, but the poison quickly corroded the earth, soon threatening the two. Glub glub. In midair, Lin Yu fixed his gaze. He summoned a poison pool, sealing my landing spot. Even Nagato and Conan are within the attack range. There's no way out. Susanoo. Crack. Azure chakra flames enveloped Lin Yu's entire body, transforming into a skeletal form of Susanoo. When it landed, it protected both Conan and Nagato within. Who are you and why do you want to save me? Nagato questioned. Who I am is not important. What matters is that, Nagato, you should not die in a place like this. You have yet to unleash the true power of the Rinnegan. Lin Yu's voice drifted behind him. Do you know my name and my eyes? Nagato was astonished. In time you will slowly come to know. Lin Yu replied gravely. Back atop the salamander, Hanzo gazed solemnly into the distance. The Mangekyo Sharingan Susanoo can actually withstand my deadly poison. Are there still such individuals hidden within the Ōtsutsuki? But fire release, exploding great flame array. Rustle. At the place where Susanoo stood, countless explosive tags erupted from the soil, flowing onto Lin Yu's Sharingan detected. The number of explosive tags exceeds 1,000, and they are not part of a pre-laid trap, but summoned with the technique. This form of Susanoo cannot endure. Nagato's expression grew more serious as Hanzo's fire release was an enhanced version of the move that had burned his leg. Had he not absorbed part of the explosion's force with the Rinnegan at that time, he would have been in grave danger. But the scale here was several times greater than before. Dai. Hanzo formed seals. Boom boom boom. The explosive flames shot into the sky, the heat even evaporating the rainwater within dozens of meters. In the midst of the flames, two clusters of golden light appeared. Those were the eyes of Susanoo. As the flames faded, a scene unfolded that left Hanzo and the Rain Shinobi in shock. Before their eyes, the tattered skeletal form of Susanoo rapidly repaired itself, muscles and tendons intertwining around the bones, becoming an outer layer wrapped around the skeletal body. Susanoo's second form. Hiss hiss hiss. A massive pitch-black shuriken appeared in Susanoo's palm. What is that? Hanzo's pupils contracted. God's Might Shuriken. Whoosh! After gathering power, Susanoo threw the God's Might Shuriken. Not good. Hanzo quickly leaped back. The God's Might Shuriken struck the salamander beneath his feet. Crack! The distortion of space manifested. The salamander let out a mournful scream, its massive body twisted by the power of God's might. Ultimately, with a bang, it exploded into a shower of blood, mist, and poison. The nearby range shinobi were affected by this poison mist, instantly collapsing dead, even their gas masks proving useless. Behind Hanzo's eyes were completely grave, a technique that can distort space with its ocular power. This is a force even more terrifying than that Rinnegan. It can eliminate the salamander in an instant. The Ōtsutsuki hides so many secrets. Whoosh! The God's Might Shuriken flew towards Hanzo once more. That thing is coming back. If I get hit, it's over. The Rain Village ninjas hurriedly fled. Earth release, Earth tomb. Hanzo snorted coldly, slamming his palm onto the ground, causing a massive rock to separate from the earth and rise into the air. Boom! After the God's Might Shuriken struck the boulder, the distortion effect activated, shattering and displacing the boulder. Within Susanoo, Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. He realized that the God's Might Shuriken triggers space distortion upon hitting a solid object and immediately thought to use this substitution technique. Truly worthy of Hanzo, but he paused, his gaze suddenly sharp. For the second one, how will you respond? Whoosh! From the shadow of the first God's Might Shuriken, another God's Might Shuriken spun and flew towards Hanzo. God's Might Shadow Shuriken. What? This move completely caught Hanzo off guard at this distance. Even the body flicker technique wouldn't be quick enough. Boom! The Shadow Shuriken struck Hanzo, and under the space distortion his body was shredded, but during the process his body transformed into mud. The Earth Clone technique, using the cover of the salamander's explosive poison mist to set this up, even my Sharingan failed to detect it. Truly impressive. Now as for the real body. Lin Yu gazed down at the ground. Crack! The ground beneath Lin Yu broke, and a chain shot up from the earth, wrapping around Lin Yu's weapon fan. It turned out that Hanzo had already discovered the weakness of Susanoo right beneath him. This was also the common weakness of the half-body form of Susanoo. Taijutsu Chain Scythe 2-Stage Strike. Crack! On the other end of the chain, a scythe laced with deadly poison flew towards Lin Yu's neck. For anyone else this would be a certain kill in an instant, but Lin Yu was an exception. God's Might possesses an infinite margin for error. Whoosh! The scythe passed through Lin Yu's body without causing any harm. Hanzo, hidden underground and controlling the scythe, let out a sound of astonishment. It's time to conclude this. Whoosh! Lin Yu bent down, extending his right arm into the ground. Surging would release chakra flowed in. Would release chaos of hell. Crack! 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 Countless wooden branches erupted from the ground, blooming across the earth. Amidst the chilling cries, all the range shinobi present, whether Chunin or Jonin, were pierced and slaughtered by the chaotic blooming of wood release. Boom! Moments later, with a loud crash, Hanzo emerged from the ground, his protective armor shattered, and his left arm severely injured by the chaotic wooden spikes, blood flowing profusely. After the wood release struck, it could grow wildly within his flesh. If Hanzo hadn't forcefully suppressed the growing branches with his powerful chakra in time, he would have been pierced into a blood fountain. Huff, huff, huff. Hanzo panted slightly, gazing at Lin Yu with great trepidation. He had faced countless battles, but was being suppressed so thoroughly for the first time. His strategies were sound, yet none of his attacks produced any effect. The Mangekyo Sharingan, a technique that manipulates space, possesses defensive capabilities like Susanoo, and even has a form of soft defense that surpasses the concept of etherealization, making it utterly flawless. Furthermore, he can even utilize wood release. While I have also kept my most lethal ninjutsu in reserve, the cost of using it is too high. Whether I can take him down remains uncertain. With countless thoughts swirling in his mind, Hanzo gazed at Lin Yu and said gravely, "You are a formidable opponent I, Hanzo of the Salamander, have rarely encountered in my life. Your strength far exceeds that of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Please reveal your name." "Uchiha Yu," Lin Yu declared firmly. "Uchiha Yu, I will remember your name. From this day forward, I, Hanzo of the Salamander, shall regard you as my equal. Your name will echo from the Rain Village to all 5 great nations. In the future, we will meet again, and at that time we shall determine a victor." As his words fell, Hanzo activated the body flicker technique, his figure and presence vanishing amidst the blood-stained rain. Hanzo had departed, and Lin Yu's breathing grew somewhat labored. Engaging the pinnacle Hanzo in combat was far from as effortless as one might imagine. To defend against the Sharingan's Jinjutsu, Hanzo maintained a vast distance from him throughout, rendering Lin Yu's current left eye long-range Kamui difficult to precisely focus. He could only resort to using Susanoo to cast Kamui Shuriken, which demanded an enormous expenditure of energy. Without the chakra support of Hashirama Senju, he would have collapsed from exhaustion long ago. Yet this battle further confirmed to Lin Yu the immense potential of this Mangekyo. With just the second form of Susanoo, he could gain the upper hand against Hanzo, renowned as the pinnacle of the ninja world. Hanzo hadn't used his full strength, and neither had Lin Yu. The third form, the Tengu Susanoo. Who could possibly force me to unleash it now? Whoosh. Susanoo dissipated, and the rain it had blocked poured down once more. Behind him, Nagato stared with fervent eyes, saying, "Unbelievable. You managed to wound that Hanzo." Lin Yu did not turn around. He didn't want Nagato to see his current fatigue. Only by maintaining an aura of absolute mystery could the plan he was about to execute proceed smoothly. If you can grasp the true power of the Rinnegan, you can achieve this too. Even surpass me, Lin Yu said in a deep voice. The Rinnegan. True power. Nagato's pupils trembled. Lin Yu looked up at the sky, spreading his arms to welcome the rain, and said solemnly, "Yes. Those who possess the Rinnegan can not only summon the Geto statue, but also wield the abilities of the six paths. As you've occasionally done before, deflecting incoming attacks, absorbing part of a jutsu's power. These all fall under the domain of the six paths. You must master them precisely, extend their applications directionally, and you will enter the realm of the six paths." Nagato raised a hand to his eye, speaking with reverence. "You understand my eyes better than I do. If only I had met you earlier, perhaps Yahiko and all the members of Akatsuki would not have died." Upon hearing this, Konan lowered her pale blue eyes, her expression heavy with sorrow. Lin Yu remained silent. Whether he came early or late, those destined to die would still perish. Yahiko had to die, without his death Nagato would never comprehend pain. The Rinnegan evolves from the Sharingan, and the way to awaken its power is similar, through intense emotional shock. Yet Lin Yu was grateful that he had arrived after Yahiko's death. During this period, Nagato was more sensitive, more helpless, and more desperate for power, making him easier to control. Nagato said gloomily, "Once my dream was to protect Yahiko and Konan. Later, as a member of Akatsuki, I sincerely wished to fulfill Yahiko's wish, to bring peace to this war-torn Rain village, and even to the ninja world. Yahiko, Konan, and all the members of Akatsuki truly believed in me. Yet it wasn't until I saw Yahiko die before my eyes that I began to doubt whether I truly had that ability. It's not too late now. Yahiko can be resurrected and the ninja world will usher in peace. With your Rinnegan." At this moment, Lin Yu finally dropped a bombshell. "What did you say?" Nagato's Rinnegan widened in shock, and even Konan lifted her head, staring at Lin Yu in disbelief. Lin Yu turned around, looking directly at Nagato. "The outer path power of the Rinnegan can even attain strength that transcends life and death. Is what you're saying true?" Nagato was nearly breathless. "Absolutely true. However, it comes at the cost of one's life," Lin Yu said, not intending to conceal this fact. Hearing this price, Konan's expression dimmed. Unlike Konan, Nagato was exceptionally excited. "Then can I use that power now?" It seemed he couldn't wait to resurrect Yahiko, even if it meant giving up his own life. Lin Yu thought, "Nagato, your spirit is admirable, and I appreciate it. But unfortunately, whether in Kishimoto's script or mine, you are destined for a tragic end." He gazed deeply at Nagato, and said yes. Then, Lin Yu interrupted Nagato, "But think about it, if Yahiko lives while you die, could he accept such a kindness with peace of mind?" "Yahiko and all the members of Akatsuki place their hopes on you. The reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths, the possessor of the Rinnegan. If you pass away, who will realize Yahiko's ambitions and ideals? The time to resurrect Yahiko is not now. At the very least, wait until you have fulfilled Yahiko's wish, then decide for yourself." Nagato seemed to awaken from a dream. "Right, you're right. So how should I bring peace to the ninja world?" With the groundwork laid, Lin Yu cut to the chase. "First, you must thoroughly master the six paths techniques of the Rinnegan, which will make you invincible. On that foundation, rebuild the Akatsuki, gather and harness the power of the tailed beasts." Tailed beasts. Those legendary colossal chakra monsters. I know there are 9 tailed beasts in the world, and Konoha possesses the most powerful, the 9 tails. Nagato said. Lin Yu seized the opportunity. Yes. The 9-tailed beasts were originally one entity. Before his death, the Sage of Six Paths divided their power, hoping that future generations could command it and bring peace to the world. You are his reincarnation, possessing the Rinnegan. From the moment you were born, this heavy responsibility has been upon you. If you are interested, I can tell you more. I'm interested. Please tell me. Nagato answered without hesitation. Beneath his mask, a faint smile appeared on Lin Yu's lips. Come with me. I will tell you everything about this world. Whoosh. A Kamui vortex materialized, drawing Nagato and Konan inside. Several days later, outside the Rain village on a tall tower, Nagato sat within a chakra transmission device, black rods protruding from his back. Creak. The iron door opened. Konan walked in. She wore Akatsuki's red cloud cloak, and beneath her pale lips was a single black lip piercing. Beside her was a brown-haired man with a heroic appearance, his expression cold and ruthless, also clad in the red cloud robe. Black rods were distributed on his nose and ears. He was Tendo Pain, whose former body was Yahiko. I never thought I could fight side by side with Yahiko again. Mr. Yu, I owe this to you, Nagato said, looking toward a shadow in the corner. There Lin Yu stood up and draped a black cloak over his shoulders. It's nothing. This not only compensates for your lack of mobility, but also protects your real body. Well, it's time for me to leave. Mr. Yu, I will forever honor you as the behind the scenes leader of Ōtsutsuki, Nagato said fervently to Lin Yu's retreating figure. Lin Yu paused, briefly replying like. As he watched Lin Yu depart, Nagato looked at Pain's Tendo path, and the front stage leader of Ōtsutsuki will always be Yu Yahiko. What should we do next? Conan asked. Pain's Tendo said, well, follow Mr. Yes advice. First, recruit rogue ninjas from various nations. Regardless of origin or history, only strength matters. Transform Ōtsutsuki into a transnational mercenary organization to accumulate wealth and power. When the time is ripe, start collecting the tailed beasts. Rumble. In the oppressive clouds, thunder rolled, a lament from the heavens. Lin Yu stood in the rain looking back toward the rain village, muttering, this perpetually weeping small nation is the perfect soil for darkness to take root. As of today, pain is born. Having dealt with Nagato and the Ōtsutsuki, Lin Yu did not idle either. He decided to perfect certain matters before Orochimaru produced results. Life cannot be separated from clothing, food, shelter, and transportation. The world of Naruto is no different. Lin Yu had no particular preference for clothing. The black robe left by Madara suited his aesthetic quite well. For travel, he had Kamui, which even the post-Naruto thunder trains could not match. His living quarters were passable. There was a bed in the underground base and a group of white Zetsu to keep him company, so it was not too dull. However, he still lacked a woman, one with warmth and the ability to move on her own. As for food, thanks to the first Hokage's cells, he could survive without eating. Yet although eating was not necessary, that did not mean he had no desire to eat. For instance, he had always wanted to taste the legendary Ichiraku ramen. Alas, he had no money. Madara's legacy included his former ninja tools jutsu, and even the demonic statue of the outer path, but nothing in the way of currency. This was only natural as Madara was a man detached from the mundane world, having devoted his entire life to the moon eye plan and long lost interest in earthly pleasures, so he had no need for money. But it was different for Lin Yu. Some might ask, given Lin Yu's abilities, why not simply eat without paying or take whatever he wanted by force? Who could stop him? But bullying commoners was not Lin Yu's style. Thus he needed money. Since he had none on hand, he would have to earn it. Ninjas had quite diverse ways of making money, the lowest level becoming a highwayman or bandit robbing commoners and merchants. Lin Yu would certainly not consider such methods. Slightly more advanced, being hired by individuals or organizations to protect specific persons or assassinate designated targets. Lin Yu disliked this as well, because being employed meant having to defer to others, which conflicted with his yearning for freedom. Another option was to serve a ninja village and receive mission rewards. Lin Yu temporarily ruled this out too. Although he could formally return to Konoha as Uchiha Obito, he did not wish to form deep bonds with Konoha's people. After all, the things he was plotting would inevitably cause friction, and even war with Konoha and unnecessary bonds would only tie his hands when the time came to act. He had once been indecisive, but in the world of Naruto, he wanted only to march steadfastly toward his goal. His ninja way coincidentally resonated with Naruto's in a certain sense. So he decided to borrow Kakuzu's method of making money. Kakuzu's method: hunt the ninjas listed on the bounty list and exchange them at the bounty exchange for high rewards. At the Valley of the End, with the waterfall cascading, Lin Yu sat atop the statue of the first Hokage, Garuru. White Zetsu emerged from the rocks beside him. Found it? Lin Yu asked. Honestly, you're so idle looking for such strange things. White Zetsu grumbled as he placed a bounty list beside Lin Yu. Lin Yu picked it up and flipped through it. The list arranged the bounties by major ninja villages with the order determined by the bounty amount. Following the principle of proximity, Lin Yu opened the Konoha Ninja bounty roster. To be listed in the bounty book, a ninja must possess considerable strength. Ordinary genin and chunin did not qualify. At the very least, they were of special jonin level or were rogue ninjas deemed threatening. Additionally, most ninjas had bounties ranging from 5 million to 10 million ryo. Those exceeding 10 million were either exceptionally strong or highly dangerous. Yakushi Kabuto Konoha Spy Rogue Ninja, bounty 10 million ryo. Lin Yu skipped him and turned the page. Hatake Kakashi, son of the White Fang, Konoha Jonin, bounty 13 million ryo. However, above the number 13 million was a red cross corrected to 11 million. Oh, why did Kakashi's bounty drop by 2 million ryo? That's your doing, oh. Indeed, the first thing Lin Yu did after time traveling was gouge out Kakashi's eye. This inevitably reduced Kakashi's value in the eyes of his patrons. But from a long-term perspective, Kakashi, having lost the Sharingan, might have greater development prospects. He originally had limited chakra, and acquiring the Sharingan midway forcibly altered his growth path, greatly restricting his original potential. As the son of Konoha's White Fang, if he specialized in the secret techniques left by his father, he might well reach cage-level strength. Lin Yu turned the page again. Sarutobi Asuma Konoha Jonin, son of the third Hokage, bounty 15 million ryo. I recall Asuma's peak bounty was 35 million ryo. Oh, that must have been after he became one of the 12 guardian ninja. Lin Yu murmured, continuing to flip. From the list, he found bounty entries for almost everyone, including Konoha's elite Jonin the Sannin, and even the third and fourth Hokage. Akimichi Choza Yamanaka and Noichi Nara Shikaku, the Ino Shikacho trio. Their bounties were 20 million, 25 million, and 28 million ryo respectively, consistent with their strength. From the list, he found bounty entries for almost everyone, including Konoha's elite Jonin the Sannin, and even the third and fourth Hokage. Akimichi Choza Yamanaka and Noichi Nara Shikaku, the Ino Shikacho trio. Their bounties were, as for the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, their bounties were 66 million and 77 million ryo respectively. The third in his prime was not inferior to the young Minato in strength. The reason for such a discrepancy was probably that the third's gentle demeanor earned him fewer enemies. These were all regulars on the bounty list, their sums standing untouched for years because anyone would have to weigh their own strength. When Lin Yu reached the last page of Konoha's section, he was surprised to find a newly added sheet. His expression turned peculiar upon seeing it. Uchiha Yu identity unknown. Assisted a rogue ninja from the Hidden Rain village in escaping the pursuit of Hanzo, the leader of the Hidden Rain. Hanzo acknowledged his strength, deeming him a ninja of equal caliber. Bounty 80 million ryo. Photo missing. Abilities unknown. This information has leaked too quickly, Lin Yu murmured. Hanzo certainly kept his word. He said his name would spread across the 5 great nations, and it did sooner than expected. A lot of ninjas are inquiring about you now, including the Umbu of the 5 great nations, White Zetsu remarked. Well, it doesn't matter. Any enemy who stands in my way will meet only one fate, death. Lin Yu, so who's the unlucky one today? White Zetsu asked mockingly. Lin Yu thought for a moment, flipped the list back a few pages, and pointed him. Katai, the ninja's photo showed a fierce face, a rogue ninja from Konoha, bounty 16 million ryo. Oh, this guy, a former Jonin from Konoha, failed to assassinate the fire daimyo a month ago, fled Konoha, and is currently being pursued by Konoha's Umbu, White Zetsu said. Where is he? Lin Yu asked. Lucky you, in the forest not far from here. You marked it last time, said Whirlpool Zetsu. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go collect those 16 million ryo. Whoosh. Lin Yu vanished into the vortex of Kamui. Swish. In the forest a vortex appeared, and Lin Yu landed on the ground. After observing with his Sharingan, he picked up a branch. There are trampled traces ahead, but the rear is severed with a sharp blade, a ruse to mislead pursuers. The true escape route lies this way. Lin Yu's gaze fixed on the 4 o'clock direction. Zu and Waju marveled inwardly. Yes, analytical skills are nearly perfected. Even without the Sharingan and Hashirama's artificial body, he would become an exceptional shinobi. Lin Yu pursued in the direction Beija had fled. En route, he discovered barely perceptible threads connecting explosive tag traps between tree trunks and stones. A trap. Very well, I'll turn it against them. Lin Yu casually threw a kunai, severing the thread. Boom, boom, boom. A chain of explosions echoed through the woods. Beija, fleeing toward the forest exit, halted on a tree branch upon hearing the blast behind him. He wore Konoha's forehead protector with a horizontal line carved through it by a kunai, the mark of a rogue ninja. Did my trap work? Beija sighed in relief and took out a soldier pill to consume. Whoosh. At the edge of his vision, a dark figure shot toward him. Swish. Beija hurled a kunai at the... Watching the incoming kunai, Lin Yu mused, an enemy of this caliber doesn't require Kamui to evade. It's an excellent opportunity to hone my basic combat skills. Clang. Lin Yu deflected the kunai and landed on a tree trunk. Are you from Root or the Umbu? Beija warned. Neither. I'm after the head worth 16 million ryo, Lin Yu said calmly. Hearing this, Beiji's expression relaxed as he formed hand seals, a smirk curling his lips. You're unlucky then. I've already killed several like you along the way. Swish. As the seal completed, his form blurred and vanished. Oh, the camouflage concealment technique, an advanced jutsu that blends one's body with the surroundings for invisibility. Truly Jonin level, but such tricks were meaningless before the Sharingan. Swish. Lin Yu leaned back as a blade sliced overhead, cutting through leaves. A sensor type. His attack thwarted. Beija dispelled the camouflage concealment to conserve chakra, then flickered behind Lin Yu. Shadow dance. You seem quite adept at swordsmanship, Lin Yu murmured. Beija swung his ninja sword, executing Kanaharyu, sword technique, crescent moon dance. Shushishu. Amid flashes of light, Lin Yu was sliced into several pieces, but with a poof his body transformed into falling chunks of wood. It was merely an ordinary substitution jutsu, yet what stunned Beijia was his substitution speed exceeds my sword technique. You who once attempted to assassinate the daimyo and failed, surely you have more than this. Lin Yu appeared on a tree behind him. You bastard. Those words seemed to sting Beiji's pride. With an enraged shout, he scattered numerous shuriken into the surrounding brush, each wrapped in steel wire. His hands moved rapidly, entangling Lin Yu as the wires tightened from all directions. This is the windmill triple blades technique. Young Sasuke barely used it with the Sharingan during the Forest of Death in the Chunin exams against Orochimaru. Seems for a jonin the difficulty isn't too high. Lin Yu murmured, seemingly oblivious to being trapped. It's over. Beijia bit the other end of the wire, forming hand seals. Fire-style fireball jutsu. Roar. Flames raced along the wire toward Lin Yu. After all, 16 million Ryo is just this level. Lin Yu muttered. Crack. Crack. He snapped the steel wire with his arms and formed the boar seal chakra gathering in his throat. Fire-style great fire annihilation. Boom. 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 What erupted was a vast sea of flames, instantly melting the wire, devouring the fireball, and engulfing a huge swath of forest. During the Fourth Shinobi World War, Uchiha Madara once used this fire jutsu to overwhelm the water wall formed by 20 water-style users from the allied shinobi forces. Lin Yu's great fire annihilation, though not as powerful as Madara's, already bore a third of his majesty. Heat waves rolled. Beijia, facing the roaring inferno, despaired. What are you? Oh. Boom. The flames exploded, sending a pillar of fire into the sky, visible from afar. In the distance, 3 Konoha Umbu ninja tracking Beijia halted, shielding their faces from the heat wave, staring at the blaze. What level of fire jutsu is this? Did Root beat us to it? 2 male Umbu ninja were shocked. Let's go see. The female Umbu in front led the way. When they arrived, the sight was unforgettable. The fire jutsu had scorched a clearing in the forest. In the middle of the charred ground, a masked youth in a black robe held a body so burned that even the face was unrecognizable. He muttered in dismay, "This is troublesome. Can't even recognize the face now. Will the 16 million Ryo go down the drain? If it's just the face, my ability can restore it." Another voice tinged with frivolity and playfulness emanated from the youth's body, markedly different in tone. "Damn, it's Beijia, but Root got there first." The male Umbu ninja clenched his fist in frustration. It turned out that Beijia had been a member of Konoha's Umbu assigned to protect the fire daimyo, but he attacked the daimyo without warning. Afterward, Umbu investigation revealed that Beijia had contact with Root before fleeing, leading to suspicions that Root had tampered with him to frame the 4th Hokage, who commanded the Umbu. Given Root's modus operandi, they would inevitably silence the witness first. The mission of these 3 Umbu was to retrieve Beijia before Root could. No, he's not from Root, his attire is different, and he clearly mentioned 16 million Ryo. Noticing the discrepancy, the leading female ninja stepped forward and called out to Lin Yu's back. "Who goes there?" "We are Konoha Umbu. This is Konoha's territory. State your identity." Hearing this, Lin Yu slowly turned his face, the Sharingan beneath his mask gleaming. "Sharingan. Close your eyes, don't meet his gaze." The female ninja's pupils contracted sharply as she shut her eyes. Thud. Thud. But it was too late. The 2 male Umbu behind her had already fallen. That hair color, that voice. Could it be? Lin Yu murmured as he dragged Beiji's body toward the female ninja. She retreated swiftly, but hit a large tree. Lin Yu was already upon her. Damn it. She drew her ninja's sword and slashed forward. Swish. But the blade passed through Lin Yu's body without the usual cutting sensation. What is this? The female ninja was horrified when she realized her body was trapped in a binding jinjutsu, unable to move. Fear engulfed her, making her shoulders tremble slightly. Lin Yu reached out and removed the animal mask from her face, revealing a stunning yet youthful countenance. His eyes lit up. "Yuzuki Yugawa, it is you." "Yuzuki Shien. How do you know my sister's name?" Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, the woman before him exclaimed in astonishment. "My." Lin Yu snapped back to reality and looked more closely at the woman before him. Indeed, her face was extremely similar to Yuzuki Zion's, yet with subtle differences. That's right. At this time, Yuzuki Shien was only 9 years old, just graduated from the Ninja Academy, not yet joined the ANBU. And the woman before him was 17 or 18. Could she be Yuzuki Zion's older sister? "What is your name?" Lin Yu asked. "My name is Yuzuki Xiang, Zion's older sister." "Who are you?" Xiang asked. Lin Yu looked up at the setting clouds in the sky. Yuzuki Xiang. She didn't appear in the original Naruto story, but that doesn't mean she doesn't exist. Just like Kishimoto didn't depict ninjas using the toilet, it doesn't mean ninjas don't defecate. While that's a topic Toby likes, Kishimoto is very fond of embedding characters' fates within their names. For example, Moonlight Hate vanished like a swift wind on a moonlit night. As for Yuzuki Xiang, she would sink like the setting sun before the arrival of the Yuzuki moon, implying a beautiful but short-lived fate. In Lin Yu's mind, a scene had already formed, the sisters dependent on each other, the older sister losing her life in an ANBU mission, and the young Yuzuki Xian choosing to inherit her sisters while striving to join the ANBU. A gentle breeze blew by. Lin Yu looked at Yuzuki Xiang once more. Ahead of her awaited the fate of death, if he had not transmigrated, if he had not encountered her. "I'm asking you a question, answer me," Yuzuki Xiang said anxiously. "Would you be willing to come with me, eh?" Lin Yu replied, dodging the question. "What nonsense are you talking about? Do you want me to betray Konoha?" Yuzuki Xiang said indignantly. Lin Yu reached out and gently placed his hand on Xiang's pure jade-like cheek. Instinctively she wanted to avoid it, but her body wouldn't move and her eyes were filled with a humiliation that made her wish she could kill herself. "I just don't want to see a woman like you become a sacrifice in this cruel ninja world." Lin Yu's words were inexplicable, but his gaze was unfathomable. It even gave Yuzuki Xiang the feeling that the man before her was not talking nonsense. He must have a reason for saying so. Even so, Xiang remained unwavering and said, "From the day we joined the ANBU, we all wrote our farewell letters. Even if it means death, I will never betray Konoha." Lin Yu smiled, gently pinching Yuzuki Xiang's delicate chin and tilting her head up slightly. "What if I said that if you don't come with me, you'll kill your comrades?" Yuzuki Xiang's eyes trembled as she looked at the two fallen comrades. Gritting her teeth, she said, "They are ANBU members too, just like me. They have long put life and death aside. Then what if it were your 9-year-old sister?" Lin Yu said dangerously. Yuzuki Xiang's pupils suddenly froze. "You despicable. Answer me. Will you come with me or not?" Lin Yu offered no further explanation. Yuzuki Xiang's face contorted with intense struggle. But thinking of her little sister who had lost both parents and had been dependent on her since childhood, she made a painful choice and conceded. "What do you want me to do?" Lin Yu sighed. Indeed, no matter how firm a ninja's convictions, they could never completely cast aside even Itachi Uchiha, who was willing to destroy his own clan for the peace of the village and the ninja world, could not bring himself to harm his younger brother. In his heart, Sasuke was more important than the village. In Yuzuki Xiang's heart, her sister, Yuzuki Xiang's safety, was more important than the village. That was only human nature. Of course, Lin Yu had no intention of harming Yuzuki Xian. He only wanted to break through Yuzuki Xiang's psychological defenses. He released Xiang's chin and said calmly, "I don't need you to do anything special. Just abandon Konoha and come with me." Yuzuki Xiang was momentarily stunned, then said, "Fine, I'll go with you. But if you make me do anything against Konoha, I will kill myself then and there, even if you threaten me with my sister's life. Also, I hope you will spare my subordinates." "Deal." Lin Yu had never intended to kill them. "Release the golden covering illusion. I want run," Yuzuki Xiang said. "Release." Yuzuki Xiang took off her forehead protector, drew a kunai, gritted her teeth, and with a determined heart, carved a horizontal line across its center. This symbolized her parting ways with Konohagakure, becoming a missing nin. "Let's go." Lin Yu averted his gaze, dragged Beiji's corpse, and walked ahead. "Where are we going now?" Yuzuki Xiang followed behind. "The exchange place," Lin Yu said without looking back. "Are you a member of the Uchiha clan?" "Yes and no." "Not exactly," Lin Yu said enigmatically. Xiang thought so, a missing nin from the Uchiha clan. "What was your purpose in killing Beiji?" "Just for money," Xiang asked again. "Otherwise, did that sort of fellow have any value for me to act personally?" Lin Yu Xiang thought, "It seems he is not colluding with Root. If it's the communication scroll in your hand, I suggest you put it away," Lin Yu said. Xiang was startled and put back the scroll she was about to take out. Her plan had been to at least send Lin Yu's intelligence back to the village. It seemed she couldn't do that either. With this person's ability, he could have forcibly controlled my mind with his Sharingan, but why didn't he? Xiang stared at Lin Yu's back, puzzled, yet unavoidably more curious about him. Regardless, he might threaten the village. He'll stay by his side for now, figure out his secrets, and kill him when I get the— Xiang thought secretly. She did not notice the faint smile on Lin Yu's lips as he walked ahead. He might not understand women in the real world, but he could read the minds of women in the two-dimensional world. She would never succeed. Back then, Conan prepared 600 billion explosive tags to kill Obito, but in the end she still failed. Lin Yu didn't think Xiang was stronger than Conan, nor did he consider himself weaker than Obito. Moreover, in the two-dimensional world, there are countless examples of people who initially wanted to kill the other, but eventually fell for them physically and emotionally. Xiang would be no exception, right? Not long after the two left, Root members in black cloaks and masks arrived, seeing the chaotic scene. "Beiji's presence has disappeared. He's probably dead," said the censor ninja in the Root squad. "Captain, these two are not dead, but Yuzuki Xiang is nowhere to be seen," a Root member said, checking the two unconscious ANBU on the ground. "Kill them both and frame Yuzuki Xiang," said the Root squad leader in a white robe from the tree. "But they are from the village after all." Remember, Root's philosophy is to support the great tree of Konoha by any means necessary. Only Lord Danzo can lead Konoha forward. The deaths of these two are but necessary sacrifices. The captain said sternly. Yes, understood. Clang, clang. The ninja blades mercilessly pierced the two Yinbyu's chests. What irony. These two Yinbyu ninjas had escaped death from Lin Yu only to be killed by their own comrades in the blink of an eye. In fact, Lin Yu had long seen through all this. That's why he sought power. With power, he could enjoy freedom. With power, he could pursue more of what he desired. Outside a restroom in the outskirts of the Land of Fire, Lin Yu halted his steps. Do not misunderstand. With Hashirama cells, Lin Yu had no need for sustenance, thus no need for a restroom either. He came here because the nearest bounty exchange was concealed within this very building. Wait here. Having spoken to Yuzuki Yugao behind him, Lin Yu dragged Bei Jie's corpse into the restroom. Splash. The moment he entered, Xuanwuju and a Fei detached from Lin Yu's body. What? Lin Yu asked. It's rare for me to visit a human restroom. I want to study the sensation of defecation. A Fei, as always, was fixated on the concept. Don't get shit on yourself. People had their pursuits, and Lin Yu could not be bothered to mind his companion. After a brief admonishment, he approached the wall, gently pushed, and bang. The hidden door descended, and Lin Yu entered within. In the dim bounty exchange, rows of refrigerated cabinets were arranged for storing corpses. Bang. Lin Yu tossed Bei Jie's corpse onto the floor, his tone cold. Cash it in. The exchange's manager, a bearded man leaning against the desk with a cigarette dangling from his lips, appraised the corpse on the ground. Bei Jie's face had been restored by Ju to a recognizable state, yet the bearded man had never seen a body so severely damaged. Involuntarily, he raised his head and scrutinized the young man before him, a chill creeping into his heart. For the youth's age starkly contradicted the caliber of his prey. Yet in this shinobi world, judging by appearance was the height of folly. In times of war, it was not uncommon for ninjas of tender years to possess extraordinary power, and the young man before him was undoubtedly one of them. The bearded man set down his cigarette, stepped forward, placed Bei Jie's corpse into a cabinet, flipped through the bounty ledger, marked Bei Jie's page with a red cross, retrieved a cash box from the safe, and set it before Lin Yu. The black market had its own rules. Neither party asked unnecessary questions. A corpse for payment, no more. Lin Yu did not count the money as Kakuzu would have. He simply lifted the cash box and turned to leave. Is this your first time here? Don't you want to count it? After the transaction, the bearded man lit another cigarette, and unable to contain his curiosity, called out to Lin Yu's retreating figure. Lin Yu paused without turning around. There's no need. The bearded man's expression grew enigmatic. In this world, being too trusting is unwise. Aren't you afraid I shortchanged you, or that the money is counterfeit? Lin Yu turned back, his voice indifferent. Then that would be even better. I do have a reason to kill you all, and take everything for myself. Those casual words brimmed with the confidence of absolute power. The bearded man's hand froze mid-motion as he brought the cigarette to his lips. Even a man accustomed to dealing with corpses felt a chill run down his spine. He's serious. Steadying himself, he hastily said, Little brother, you jest. Our organization only profits from the dead. Oh, we never swindle the living. I look forward to our next collaboration. Lin Yu withdrew his gaze and walked out. He would not be returning anytime soon, for his need for money was met. Upon exiting the exchange, the sight before him rendered Lin Yu speechless. A Fei was squatting over a toilet pit, prodding a long-dried pile of feces with a wooden stick. Could you refrain from using wood release for such a fetish? Lin Yu remarked. Plop. A Fei discarded the stick and clapped his hands. I've just invented a technique even more powerful than wood release. What technique? Lin Yu inquired. Ninja art feces release. A Fei formed hand seals. Nothing happened. An awkward silence filled the air. Did it fail? A Fei scratched his head in embarrassment. The cramped space reeked of absurdity. Lin Yu felt the atmosphere grow significantly dumber. What a stinky technique indeed. He commented dryly, then strode out. A Fei shrugged and moved to adhere to Lin Yu's body. But Lin Yu recoiled. No thanks, you smell like shit. He opened the cash box, tossed a stack of bills on the ground, shot a Fei a meaningful glance, and walked out. Oh, whatever. A Fei shrugged, picked up the money, and sank into the ground. Thus Yuzuki Yugao, who had been waiting outside, saw Lin Yu's true face. So young. Yugao did not recognize Obito. She was only astonished that someone of such formidable power was a youth who looked even younger than herself. Where to next? Yugao collected herself and asked. 100 li away where I live, Lin Yu replied. 100 li. Even moving at top speed without rest would take 2 days and 2 nights, Yugao said. No need, just a blink of an eye. Lin Yu placed his hand on Yugao's shoulder, and his 3 tomo spun into a mangekyo. Whoosh. The Kamui vortex appeared. This is a spatial dojutsu. In awe, Yugao was sucked into the Kamui, followed by Lin Yu himself. The vortex vanished. 100 li away in the underground base. Yugao stared at the unfamiliar surroundings. White Zetsu everywhere, a mysterious statue, her mind reeling. About a minute passed. Gurgle. A phase head emerged from the ground. Too slow, Lin Yu said. I don't have your ability to ignore spatial limitations. A Fei stated the obvious. Is everything ready? Lin Yu asked. A Fei emerged fully and set a box on the ground. Lin Yu addressed Yuzuki Yugao. Your room is prepared next to mine. This box contains spare clothes and some ninja ration packs. Please make do for now, I'll soon carve out a hot spring for your private bathing. After these instructions, ignoring Yugao's astonished expression, Lin Yu picked up the cash box and walked toward his own quarters. Yuzuki Yugao stood frozen for a moment, then followed behind Lin Yu. At the door to his room, Lin Yu stopped. When you have nothing to do at night, stay in your room. Don't wander around the base. If anything comes up, call for Zetsu. Those white creatures. With that, Lin Yu pushed open the door and entered. Creak. In the dead of night, the door of the room next to Lin Yu's opened silently. Illuminated only by dim light, Yuzuki Yugao stepped out. She paused before Lin Yu's door, considering whether to barge in and strike him down, but quickly dismissed the thought. She was not foolish enough to think it would be that easy. At least first learn the secrets hidden here. Yugao's eyes fixed on the iron door room at the end of the corridor. All other doors in the corridor were wooden, only that one was sealed with thick iron. Yugao guessed that some momentous secret lay within. She crept forward, stopped before the iron door, confirmed no traps were set outside, then looked up at the skylight. She released chakra from her feet, climbed the wall, until she reached the skylight, took out a small mirror, and extended it. Through the reflected scene, she glimpsed the interior of the stone chamber. Inside stood large experimental apparatuses. What caught her eye were cylindrical vessels filled with green fluid, each containing a figure. But the surfaces were cloudy, as she could not discern their features, only that many tubes seemed connected to them. Drip, drip. At the far end of the apparatus, an outlet released a drop of golden glowing blood at regular intervals into a glass tube. That tube was already nearly one-third full. Before the equipment stood a slender man in a white robe, his ethereal appearance accentuated by long hair, a rope belt tied in a peculiar knot at his back. He was intently focused on the experiment. For some reason, Yugao felt that silhouette was eerily familiar, much like the most dangerous and terrifying man the Konoha Anbu had been monitoring. The man stopped his work and slowly turned around. Yugao felt as if an invisible hand had seized her heart. She was suffocated. FSH. The vertical pupils of a snake, in overwhelming killing intent. Yugao cried out, lost her footing, and fell to the ground. Her heart pounded wildly as she gasped. No mistake. That's Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. What? Why is he in a place like this? Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps stopped behind her. Didn't I tell you to stay put in your room and not wander about? Lin Yu said, looking down at the shaken Yuzuki Yugao. Go back to sleep, Lin Yu said. Inside the stone chamber, Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto cast a questioning glance at Orochimaru. No need to mind her. Let her be. Orochimaru's voice was hoarse. As you wish. Kabuto withdrew. It seems that although Lin Yu is powerful, he is also an Uchiha youth of deep passion. My most perfect creation. Can it work a miracle on Lin Yu? How exciting. Orochimaru watched the golden blood dripping one by one into the glass tube, a rapturous smile curling at the corner of his lips. Swish. In the dead of night, a vortex suddenly materialized above the dim streets of Konoha. Descending with it was Lin Yu, clad in black, merging seamlessly with the darkness. Beneath his hood lay a pristine orange mask adorned with black patterns. Through the two holes of the mask, his Sharingan gleamed in the night. Finally, I've made it here, he murmured, gazing at the sign bearing the words Ichiraku Ramen, a wave of emotion washing over him. He lifted the curtain and stepped inside. Welcome, greeted the chef Tucci, owner of Ichiraku, dressed in his culinary attire, his voice warm and inviting. At this time, Ichiraku's uncle was in his prime, his face untouched by the wrinkles of age. Beside him, his daughter Ayam slept soundly in a stroller. A large bowl of tonkatsu ramen. Lin Yu said, taking a seat at the counter in the far right spot pressed against. He had come alone this time, without a Fei, fearing that during the meal a Fei would chatter incessantly about bowel movements, ruining his appetite. Ichiraku ladled the tonkatsu broth into the bowl, scooped up the noodles with a strainer, and placed them into the broth. He garnished it with scallions and red ginger, blending color, aroma, and flavor into one bowl, then set it before Lin Yu. Your tonkatsu ramen, sir. The enticing aroma stimulated his taste buds. Lin Yu could hardly contain his eagerness. He snapped apart the chopsticks, set his mask aside, and lowered his head to eat. Slurp. The noodles slid into his mouth, springy and smooth. The broth was rich and savory. It was 10 times more delicious than any ramen he had ever tasted. Once he started, he couldn't stop. As Lin Yu was savoring his meal, 2 ninjas lifted the curtain and walked into the ramen shop side by side. Coincidentally, they were Mike, Guy, and Kakashi. Guy wore his signature green spandex suit. Kakashi had a black eye patch over his left eye, but beneath it lay not a Sharingan, but an empty socket. Boss 2 large bowls of miso chashu. Might Guy's thick eyebrows framed a twinkling eye as he flashed a gleaming smile at Ichiraku, raising 2 fingers. He plopped down on the leftmost seat. Kakashi leisurely took the middle seat. Turning his head by chance, he caught a glimpse of Lin Yu's profile partially hidden by long hair, and his mind wandered for a moment. Here you go, 2 bowls of miso chashu. Kakashi leisurely took the middle seat. Turning his head by chance, he caught a, Hey Kakashi, our record so far is 20 wins and 20 losses. How about we make this next challenge about who finishes their ramen first? Guy suggested, brimming with his usual energy. Sorry, I'm really not in the mood right now. Kakashi replied listlessly, splitting his chopsticks, pulling down his mask, and eating with a lackluster demeanor. Guy gazed at Kakashi with a complex expression. Half a year ago, Kakashi had lost Rin and his Sharingan. He was rescued and brought back to Konoha suffering severe physical and mental trauma. He had been recuperating in the village's rehabilitation center until a month ago when he was officially discharged, yet he remained in this state of despondency. Guy withdrew his gaze, split his chopsticks, and wolfed down his noodles. In less than a minute, he finished the bowl, gulped down the broth, set the bowl aside, wiped the soup stains from his lips, and looked solemnly at Kakashi. Kakashi is your rival and your friend. I understand how you feel. I've been through a similar time myself. Regarding my father, Might Due. Wallowing in despair is a desecration of the departed. What Obito entrusted to you was not just his eye, but also his will. If he were alive, he would never want to see you like this. Kakashi paused with his chopsticks, looking disconsolate. What you say I understand. But understanding doesn't ease my heart. I couldn't protect Rin, and I don't deserve to possess that eye. I think this must be Obito's spirit punishing me from above, taking back the eye. He must hate me to the core. Guy frowned. Kakashi, aren't you being a bit too stubborn? Maybe, but I've decided to join Root. Kakashi's words stunned them. Guy shot up, incredulous. Root? Kakashi, are you serious? Noticing Ichiraku's gaze, Guy realized he had lost his composure. He apologized and sat down, whispering to Kakashi, Is this the 4th Hokage's decision? Kakashi replied, No, it's my own. Half a month ago, Root's headquarters were attacked by a mysterious shinobi, resulting in several casualties. Danzo exaggerated the incident, reporting it to the daimyo of the Land of Fire, claiming that the 4th deliberately let the enemy in to undermine Konoha's foundations. Guy frowned. Would the daimyo believe such nonsense? Kakashi said, Perhaps not before, but a month ago the assassination attempt on the daimyo by Beijia, a member of the 4th Saiyan, sowed seeds of doubt. Combined with this incident, the situation is quite unfavorable for the 4th. Beijia, although skilled, he didn't seem the type to do such a thing. Could Root be behind it? ENBU has similar suspicions, so they sent a team to pursue Beijia to uncover the truth. But just last night the dispatched ANBU members were killed, and the leader Yugogo Yuzuki was the one who struck the killing blow. This further damaged the credibility of the 4th Saiyan. The 3rd Hokage had to step in and vouch for the 4th, using his own reputation to barely calm the situation. However, Root demanded that the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki Kushina be placed under their supervision, and the daimyo agreed. Guy hit the nail on the head. The Jinchuriki, could Danzo be planning? Kakashi said gravely, Exactly. Danzo has coveted the Hokage position for a long time. He must want to seize control of the Nine-Tails to undermine the 4th's authority. Things have come to such a pass that even ANBU cannot intervene. The only thing I can do is join Root and do my best to protect Kushina so the 4th can face this crisis without worry. Guy worriedly said, But Kakashi, you know what kind of man Danzo is. You might end up dead. Kakashi said resolutely, I don't care. I failed to protect Obito, and I failed to protect Rin. Someone like me deserves to die. At the very least, I can ease some of the burden on my teacher. Nearby, Lin Yu finished his ramen, paid, put on the mask he had set aside, rose, and walked out. On the sparsely populated street, Lin Yu gazed at the moon veiled by dark clouds, his eyes deep and thoughtful. Although he had no immediate plans to capture the Nine-Tails, letting it fall into Danzo's hands would cause many future complications. In the script, he intended to realize Naruto was no longer the protagonist. At the very least, he wanted to give the boy a carefree childhood, avoiding the same old pitfalls. Kushina would be the last Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails in shinobi history. A gust of ominous wind swept through the street. Lin Yu turned his head to gaze into the darkness of the village. Danzo, they'll go pay him a visit. In a secluded and dim area of my village, there was a traditional Japanese-style room. On the elevated platform in front of the door stood 2 fierce and menacing statues. This was the sleeping quarters of the Root leader of my Jichuin, Tuanzang. Inside the room, Tuanzang sat at a table reading by candlelight a secret letter sent by the Rain Ninja leader Shanjia Banzang. The secret letter read, Chang Min has escaped from my hands and is secretly rebuilding the Shao organization. The ninja who previously rescued Chang Min from me claims to be Yuzibo, you possessing strength no less than mine. He is likely the rare prodigy of the Uzibo clan after ban. If my village and the ninja world are to have long-term peace, the Uzibo must be eliminated. Tuanzang murmured as he burned the letter. Suddenly the candle flame in front of Tuanzang flickered violently and went out. Killing intent. Tuanzang squinted. Who's there? Opt. The root members guarding outside fell with screams, and on the paper sliding door a silhouette of long-haired figure was reflected. Crash. A bolt of lightning pierced through the door and struck through Zichuan Tuanzang's body. Bang. The door splintered and Lin Yu stood outside, his dark pupils gazing at the table where there was no Tuanzang, only a pierced wooden board. Substitution technique, quite fast. Lin Yu looked up at Tuanzang, standing on the flying eaves. A cold wind blew, and under the moonlight the two faced off. Uzibo Yu, I have long wanted to meet you, Tuanzang said in a low voice. Lin Yu looked up at Tuanzang, standing on the flying eaves. A cold wind blew, and under the moonlight the two faced off. Uzibo Yu, I have long wanted to meet you, Tuanzang said in a low voice. Zzz. Lin Yes left, I turned into Mangekyo, focusing on Tuanzang's head. Kamui. Crack. Tuanzang's head was twisted off by Kamui, neck blood spurted, and the headless corpse fell from the wall. Then in a blur of light, it disappeared. A space-manipulating dojutsu, truly terrifying. Tuanzang's voice came from another direction. He stood unscathed on top of a stone statue, unwrapping the bandage from his right eye to reveal a Sharingan beneath, while his hands rapidly formed hand seals, and he took a deep breath. Wind release vacuum wave. Whoosh. The vacuum wave swept through Cutting House's walls, and everything else in two with the powerful wind release, yet Lin Yu remained unharmed. I see, making matter pass through your body to nullify attacks. That's the power of your other Mangekyo Sharingan. Truly impeccable eyes. How about becoming a replacement for this right eye of mine? Tuanzang said, unwrapping the bandage from his right eye, and the Sharingan beneath turned into a bleak white, forever losing its light. Lin Yu said indifferently, Izanagi, a forbidden dojutsu that requires possessing both Chinsho and Uzibo powers and paying the price of eternal blindness. Apart from your right eye, the right arm implanted with Zujian cells and the 10 Sharingan on it exist precisely for this purpose. Dashwan's handiwork, I presume. What? Upon hearing Lin Yes' words, Tuanzang's pupils shrank. He knows my secrets inside out. That bastard Dashwan has indeed colluded with him and betrayed my. You can make matter pass through your body, but to attack you must materialize. In other words, as long as you fight you will lose. Tuanzang said, extending his right arm from his clothes and removing the iron plates on it. The 10 Sharingan dwelling on it each rotated, extremely terrifying. Each time he consumed one Sharingan, he could maintain Izanagi for 1 minute. These 10 Sharingan allowed Izanagi to last 10 minutes. In other words, within these 10 minutes, no matter how many times Tuanzang was killed in any way, he would not die. This was Tuanzang's confidence. Then try it, Lin Yu said. Boom. Tuanzang used the body flicker technique to close in and thrust a kunai at Lin Yu. Swish. As expected, Tuanzang along with his kunai passed through Lin Yu's body without any effect. Slash. He turned, swept his kunai, and passed through again. His heart tightened. This guy has no intention of counterattacking. He wants to consume my Izanagi. Lin Yu sneered and laughed. You could consider deactivating Izanagi, but the dojutsu of my left I will twist off your head in an instant, just like before. You know I can do it. This was the so-called strategic deterrence. It made Tuanzang fully aware that he had fallen into a trap, have to obediently comply. Bastard. Tuanzang was furious, but helpless, forming hand seals to unleash a tremendously powerful wind release attack. It's not over yet. Boom. 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 Tuanzang's powerful offensive ninjutsu were unleashed one after another, and one had to admire the seamless transitions between techniques. Lin Yu frowned. I see he intends to maintain a saturation attack during Izanagi's duration, preventing me from easily deactivating my intangibility mode. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Tuanzang's hand-sealing speed was already like afterimages as he thought to himself, though Mangekyo Dojutsu are heaven-defying, they have their limits. The time he can maintain intangibility mode must be limited. Lin Yu thought, it seems he wants to bet that his Izanagi duration is longer than my intangibility mode. Fine, I'll join you in this gamble. Boom. 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 Under the relentless bombardment of Tuanzang's ninjutsu, the area was nearly leveled. Time ticked by, and the Sharingan on Tuanzang's right arm closed one by one, each used, and never to open again. For minutes passed, and 4 Sharingan had already closed, yet Lin Yu's intangibility mode still hadn't been deactivated. This damn dojutsu. Tuanzang was anxious, but he dared not pause his hand seals for a moment, fearing that if he stopped, Lin Yu's dojutsu would reset, and all his efforts would be wasted. However, the consequence of this continuous casting was not only the consumption of eyes, his chakra was also rapidly depleting. Time continued to pass, which was an immense torment for Tuanzang. Finally, the 5th Sharingan closed. Swish swish. At that moment, Lin Yu formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. The fireball collided with the wind release ahead. Due to elemental superiority, it turned into an even stronger fire release, engulfing Tuanzang. Izanagi triggered, transforming the adverse factor into a dream, and Tuanzang reappeared elsewhere. Though suppressed, his face showed the ecstasy of relief. 5 minutes, that's your limit. I win. Not necessarily. Lin Yu's Mangekyo suddenly glowed. Susanoo. Blaze. Azure chakra flames enveloped Lin Yu's body, forming a giant skeleton with muscles and tendons weaving through the bones to create a layer of outer armor. Susanoo. Though troublesome, it's not unbreakable. Tuanzang was slightly grave, but not panicked. In the original story, the battle between Tuanzang and Zhuozhu had proven that he indeed had the ability to break the second form of Susanoo. But then Tuanzang's expression froze completely. Blaze, 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 blaze. Because beyond the outer armor covering Susanoo's skeleton, an even more powerful chakra flame ignited. That massive chakra flame stabilized into a majestic set of armor tightly wrapping around Susanoo. Susanoo third form Crow Tengu. This was the half-body Susanoo, its most powerful form. The higher-level complete-body Susanoo could only be activated after unlocking the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan or obtaining the Six Paths power. Tuanzang stared at the Susanoo towering 20 meters high, his expression stunned. Lin Yu said in a deep voice, Tuanzang, do you still have the confidence to break it within the remaining 5 minutes? Tuanzang gritted his teeth and said stubbornly, such a powerful chakra entity, I don't believe you can maintain it for long. Hey, you seem to have forgotten something. Lin Yu smiled, and beneath his right arm, tree trunks twisted down like twisted dough. Would release. How could I forget he also possesses the first Hokage's power? Tuanzang's heart turned cold. He knew. His remaining strength was insufficient to break this Susanoo. But Tuanzang, after all, was a battle-hardened cage-level figure, and he remained calm in the face of danger. The commotion of our battle will surely alert the village's strong. In less than 5 minutes they will arrive. Yuanfei risen, the yellow flash, many elite jonin. No matter how strong you are, you cannot survive our encirclement. Lin Yu smiled non-committally. Heck, killing you is not urgent. -1 is under my command, and you can no longer replenish the eyes on your right arm. Even if you escape this time with only 5 Sharingan left on your arm, no soon it will be 4. Do you have the confidence to survive the next encounter? Lin Yu was blatantly threatening Tuanzang. Tuanzang's fists clenched tightly. Finally his attitude softened. What exactly is your purpose in coming here? Stop all impeachment against the 4th Hokage, and do not lay a hand on the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, Xuanhua Jiu Xin Nai. Otherwise, you and your root will disappear from this world. Remember my words, Tuanzang. Swish. With these words, Lin Yu disappeared into the vortex of Kamui. Over 10 seconds after he left the towering Crow Tengu Susanoo, before Tuanzang dissipated in a roar, leaving only indelible marks on the ground, and Tuanzang, whose expression was filled with endless resentment and humiliation. On the high mountain outside of Kanehagakure, Lin Yu leaned against a tree trunk looking down at the village. Whoosh. A few minutes later his hand passed through the tree. He pondered. So that's at the limit of the penetration mode, is 5 minutes. If it reaches a critical state and is released, it will take another 5 minutes to reset. Vortex Ju emerged from the ground beside him. So you came to this place. Kanehagakure seems a bit chaotic with the 3rd and 4th Hokage and a large number of jonin gathered. Did you cause this? Ju asked. I just went for a meal and gave Danzo a reminder. Lin Yu replied. Vortex Ju stood next to Lin Yu looking at Kanehagakure, just a reminder without directly killing him. There must be some conditions preventing you from doing so. Lin Yu nodded. That's right. If I could, I would prefer to eliminate Danzo this tumor immediately. However, after tonight he probably won't dare to act against the Nine-Tails in a short time. Sounds like you're still somewhat unwilling, huh? Ju remarked. There's nothing I can do. A village like Kanehagakure cooperating with great nations is an organized force that is difficult to confront with personal power unless one reaches the realm of the 6 paths. Lin Yu said. In the realm of the 6 paths, shouldn't you consider collecting tailed beasts and becoming a Jinchuriki? Vortex Ju turned to look at Lin Yu. Lin Yu shook his head. Obito turned Rin into the 3-Tails Jinchuriki, but Rin is dead now, and the 3-Tails will take 10 years to revive. Even if I capture all the other tailed beasts now, without the 3-Tails, I cannot form the 10-Tails. It would be meaningless if I am not a 10-Tails Jinchuriki. He shifted his tone. So I've decided to establish a ninja village. Nagato's Akatsuki will operate in the shadows while my ninja village will be active in the open. Lin Yu's current thoughts mirrored those of Orochimaru, who had established the Sound Ninja Village to destroy Kanehagakure, and years later took advantage of the Chunin exams to ally with the Sand Ninja and severely injure Kanehagakure, yet ultimately failed. Orochimaru's failure was not solely due to the 3rd Hokage's sacrifice using the Reaper Death Seal. The fundamental reason was that the Sound Ninja Village he created was too weak to have any real impact. and the so-called alliance with the Sand Ninja was not reliable. The ninja village Lin Yu wanted to establish was not a weak village like the Sound Ninja village, but a colossal force that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the 5 great nations and 5 great ninja villages. Sounds promising. When do we start? Zhu expressed rare interest in something beyond the usual. As soon as I gain the true power of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, well, start immediately, Lin Yu said with ambition. So half a month from now. Vortex, Zhu remarked. Let's go back and prepare. Before I report to Orochimaru, I need to go to another place to accomplish something. Lin Yu activated Kamui and left with Vortex Zhu. In the underground base, Lin Yu changed into a brand new outfit, specifically the armor worn by Uchiha Madara during the Warring States period, with the Uchiha fan strapped to his back. Coupled with his long hair, he resembled Madara himself. It was not that he was deliberately imitating Madara, but this outfit was more advantageous for his upcoming destination. Don't I need to put it on you? Zhu asked. No need, I want to experience the thrill of battle firsthand. Lin Yu replied. Having Vortex Zhu envelop him would indeed enhance his defense and the power of would release, but Lin Yu always felt a sense of frustration, as often the battle would end before he could fully enjoy it. As his ocular power continued to grow, he became increasingly battle-hungry, longing to experience combat firsthand, which was the instinct of the Uchiha. Well, that's fine. Zhu took a black cloak and put it on himself, preparing to go out with Lin Yu. Where are you two going? At that moment, Uchiha Obito approached. What do you want to tag along? Lin Yu stopped and turned to ask. Uchiha Obito lowered her head, silently agreeing. It turned out that the murderous intent emitted by Orochimaru the night before had left her with a significant shadow. She would rather follow Lin Yu than stay in the same den as Orochimaru. Moreover, Uchiha Obito had not given up on the idea of killing Lin Yu and escaping his control. Following him would also allow her to better understand his secrets and weaknesses. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu said, All right, but the journey is long. You should prepare yourself. Can't you just use your ocular technique to go directly? Uchiha Obito asked cautiously. That's a place my ocular technique hasn't marked. Lin Yu replied. Oh. Uchiha Obito pondered for a moment, and then turned to return to her room to prepare. Is it all right to reveal the details of your ocular technique to a woman harboring murderous intent against Yue? Zhu remarked. Lin Yu had his own views. True strength lies in not fearing people knowing your secrets, for even if they do, they still cannot defeat you. I aim to become that kind of strong person, and I don't believe this girl will be my enemy in the future. Zhu sighed. I just don't understand the intricacies of humans. The feces are still the most satisfying to me. But speaking of which, what are you planning to do? Zhu asked seriously. Lin Yu's gaze turned profound. I plan to bring back a pet. Oh, a summoning beast. Not an ordinary summoning beast. Now that Kushina is pregnant, the Nine-Tails is not an option for now, so the Eight-Tails, which is second only to the Nine-Tails in power, is the best choice. It turned out that Lin Yu planned to head to the Land of Lightning's Kumogakure to capture the Eight-Tails. Oh, so not as a Jinchuriki, but as a summoning beast to command, just like Madara controlled the Nine-Tails back then. Since you're going to Kumogakure, wouldn't it be better to capture the Two Tails as well? Zhu asked presumptuously. If that happens, the balance of tailed beasts will be broken and war will erupt. Lin Yu pondered deeply. Yes, for a long time the balance of military power among the 5 great nations' ninja villages has been maintained through the tailed beasts, temporarily ensuring a peaceful situation. The Land of Lightning controls 2 tailed beasts. If one is lost, it does not necessarily break the balance. However, if both are lost simultaneously, the balance of military strength will be disrupted, potentially triggering the 4th great ninja war ahead of schedule. Oh, are you that kind of peace-loving person? Zhu exclaimed in surprise. Lin Yu denied it. No, I'm just worried about the outbreak of war and the death of another Jinchuriki. When a Jinchuriki dies, the tailed beast will also die, and the greater the amount of chakra the tailed beast possesses, the longer it takes to revive. If any accidents arise, I don't know how long it will delay my plans. Indeed, the Three-Tails has the lowest chakra amount among the tailed beasts, and takes 10 years to revive, while the revival time for the other tailed beasts ranges from a decade to several decades, with the chakra-rich Nine-Tails taking as long as 100 years. Lin Yu's eyes became profound. This false peace must be maintained until the moment my Sharingan officially awakens. On the other side of the wall, Uchiha Obito pressed her ear to the door, her back breaking into a cold sweat. The 3 of them set off on their journey to the Land of Lightning. The Land of Fire does not border the Land of Lightning. Without taking a detour, they must pass through the Land of Water. At that time, the Land of Water, specifically Kirigakure, was under the dark rule of the 4th Mizuka Jigura, who had sealed the village and locked the country. It was the infamous Bloody Mist, where any foreign ninja entering the Land of Water would be subjected to terrifying pursuit, making it almost a death sentence. This journey would undoubtedly be filled with danger. But that was exactly what Lin Yu craved. On the night of the second day at the border between the land of fire and the land of water, Lin Yu gazed at the ominous fog enveloping everything ahead. The Sharingan under his mask glowed with a restless light as his eyes yearned for the arrival of war. The legendary bloody mist, don't disappoint me. The land of water, its territory completely surrounded by the sea, still possessed many peculiar mountain peaks. Due to its distance from the mainland and the barrier of the ocean, the land of water rarely involved itself in the great ninja wars, making it the nation least affected by the flames of conflict among the 5 great ninja countries. The hidden mist village, nestled deep within the mountains of the land of water, was perpetually shrouded in thick fog, a ninja village completely isolated from all other nations. The path to the land of lightning necessarily passed through the hidden mist village. Lin Yu, A Fei, and Mao Yuxiang had set foot in the land of water 3 days ago without encountering any mist ninja along the way, for ninjas were but a minority compared to ordinary people. Yet the closer they drew to the hidden mist village, the greater the likelihood of encountering ninjas. In the mountain forest, the trio dashed across a patch of wetlands, their footsteps splashing water. Lin Yu glanced back at Mao Yuxiang, whose breathing had grown ragged. Tired? Then let's take a rest, Lin Yu. Don't underestimate me. Mao Yuxiang gritted her teeth and dashed ahead of Lin Yu. Shuriken! Shuriken! At that moment, several kunai flew from the front. Mao Yuxiang swiftly drew her blade and knocked down the kunai with clangs, only to realize that explosive tags were attached to the kunai at her feet. Exhausted and unable to dodge, she cried inwardly, damn it. Just then an arm wrapped around her waist, swiftly pulling her aside. Boom! The explosive tags detonated, sending water splashing. Mao Yuxiang regained her senses and found herself in Lin Yu's arms. I told you, don't be reckless. She struggled free from his embrace and warily gazed into the mist ahead. There a large group of mist ninjas emerged. The leader had short black hair, no eyebrows, sharp teeth, and a large cross-shaped scar on his right cheek. His ears and neck were wrapped in bandages, and red stripes were painted on the lower half of his face. On his back he bore the decapitating carving knife. That attire and weapon. Could he be Pipa Shirzong of the Mist's 7 ninja swordsmen? Mao Yuxiang said gravely. Many Naruto fans might be unfamiliar with Pipa Shirzong, but Lin Yu knew him well. He was the previous owner of the decapitating carving knife, before Momochi Zabuza, a founding member of the 7 ninja swordsmen. In the original story, displeased with the rule of the 4th Mizukage Jigura, he defected from the Mist Village and joined Akatsuki as Itachi Uchiha's partner. He later died at the hands of the Mizukage when on a mission in the land of water, aged 31. Now that time had not yet come. Pipa Shirzong was barely in his early 20s and had not yet defected. Moreover, he was one of the 3 surviving original 7 ninja swordsmen from Might Dai's 8 Gates formation. You're not ninjas from this village, are you? Pipa Shirzong stepped forward, interrogating coldly. A face said flippantly, oh dear, what bad luck, to run into the famous 7 ninja swordsmen right away. I want to go home. Shirzong frowned, looking at the headband of Mao Yuxiang beside Lin Yu. Konoha's missing mean, he muttered, drawing the decapitating carving knife from his back and swinging it. Speak. What are your intentions here? Confess honestly, and I'll grant you intact corpses, of course only after I extract every one of your ninja techniques. That's the rule of the Blood Mist Village. Oh, so scary. A Fei said dramatically. Stand back and go to a Fei, Lin Yu told Mao Yuxiang. Although reluctant, Mao Yuxiang complied. Even if it's him fighting the 7 ninja swordsmen and all these mist ninjas alone, isn't that too reckless? She asked. Who knows? Speaking of which, what does the sensation of defecation feel like? Can you tell me? A Fei's mind was still full of feces. Mao Yuxiang shook her head, feeling that talking to a Fei was a complete waste of time. Aren't you going to let those 2 behind you run? Shirzong asked Lin Yu. No need, said Lin Yu. You're right, no need at all, because soon the 3 of you will be reunited underground. Shirzong formed hand seals before his chest. Ninja art, hidden mist technique. Thick fog spread within which only the mist ninjas could clearly sense their enemies. Oh, blocking vision. This technique is indeed disadvantageous for the Sharingan. But as long as one attacks, sounds will inevitably arise. Lin Yu muttered. Lightning chakra coiled around his right hand as he thrust from behind. Crackle. The lightning pierced through Shirzong, sending arcs dancing. Splash. Shirzong's body dissolved into water. Water clone. Gurgle. A large amount of water surged beneath Lin Yu's feet, forming a water prison that trapped him inside. Oh, not an ordinary water clone. When destroyed, it releases the water prison technique. Lin Yu thought inside the water prison. Whoosh. Shirzong's true body descended from midair, both hands gripping the decapitating, carving knife, slashing down furiously. It's over. Boom. The water prison was shattered, the great sword embedded deep into the ground. Yet Shirzong felt something amiss. He had clearly struck his opponent, but the satisfying sensation of severing flesh and bone never came. What just happened? This is bad. As Shirzong was about to withdraw his blade, too late. Clang. Lin Yu stomped on the back of the blade, his right hand gripping Shizong's shoulder, and growled, "And it's over." The Sharingan. Shizong was stunned. Whoosh! A vortex of Kamui erupted from the right eye. In an instant Shizong was sucked into the Kamui dimension. Such is the terror of Kamui. Even a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, if unaware of its nature, could be instantly slain. But even if one knew its secrets, what could be done? In the face of absolute power, all struggle is futile. With the caster drawn into another dimension, the hidden mist technique was dispelled. The surrounding mist ninjas stood dumbfounded. Captain Shizong. Taken down in an instant. What kind of jutsu was that? Lin Yu bent down and picked up the decapitating carving knife from the ground. As his Sharingan spun, he locked onto the positions of all the mist ninjas. Whoosh! His form vanished. Uchiha-style swordsmanship. Slash, 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 slash. Blades of light crisscrossed as mist ninjas fell one after another beneath the edge of the decapitating carving knife. Unbelievable. Mao Yuxiang's pupils trembled. 1 minute later, the blood of the mist ninjas stained the ground. Thud! Lin Yu plunged the decapitating carving knife into the earth, his eyes coldly scanning the shadows of the forest as he barked, "Stop skulking in the dark. Come out, all of you." Rustle, rustle. After a moment of silence, sounds stirred. Shizong was a waste just like his decapitating carving knife, utterly useless. From the west came a female ninja with reddish-brown hair tied in a vertical braid, sharp teeth, and loose bandages around her neck. On her back were 2 spiked blades. She was Lin Yu, the second user of the lightning blades Kiba among the Mist 7 ninja swordsmen. Konoha again stirring unpleasant memories. But the Uchiha clan shouldn't be capable of such exaggerated taijutsu. From the north came a corpulent male ninja with long orange hair reaching his waist, sharp teeth, loose bandages around his neck, green stripes painted on his cheeks, and a large sword wrapped in bandages on his back. He was Shigwa Hitung-gue, the first user of the great sword Samahata among the Mist 7 ninja swordsmen. Following him was a young ninja, the youthful Ganshur Guishao. But the Uchiha's ocular jutsu are renowned across the ninja world. Shizong used his death to provide us with some advantageous intel. From the south came a young ninja with white hair, a vertical braid, sharp teeth, loose bandages around his neck. He carried no sword, only a scroll. It was said that after the 7 ninja swordsmen were decimated by Might Dai, a prodigious youth appeared in the mist. One bearing the bloodline of the Kagaya clan who inherited the dual blades Hiramakarei, and most terrifyingly could summon and wield all the 7 swords at will. The explosive blade Bashozen, the longsword Nuabari, the blunt blade Kabutawari. After their previous owners died, without heirs, they were all stored in the young man's scroll. Combined with Hiramakarei, he alone represented the 4 swordsmen. That youth now stood before them. His name was Gue Deng Manyu. Watching from the shadows, letting your comrade die. Truly the way of the blood mist village, Lin Yu murmured, raising his head. So is everyone here. Let's go retreat far away. If we get caught up in this, we'll lose our lives. Ah-Fei spoke seriously to Mao Yuxiang. Aren't you his comrade? Aren't you going to help him? Surrounded by the 7 swordsmen of the mist, even a Hokage would lose his life. Mao Yuxiang asked puzzledly, then added without hesitation, "Don't misunderstand, I'm just uncertain, not concerned about him. Unless he wants to die himself, I can't imagine who could kill him." Ah-Fei said meaningfully. Mao Yuxiang cast a deep glance at Lin Yu, then retreated with Ah-Fei to a farther distance to watch. "Gue Jiao, your strength is insufficient. Keep an eye on those 2 in the distance. The 3 of us will handle him alone." "Understood, Mr. Ziguishin." Ganshur Gue Jiao replied respectfully, and also withdrew from the battle. Then Ziguishin Hitungwe walked over to Lin Yu, drew the great sword Samahata, and said, "Newcomer, if you get in the way, my Samahata won't show mercy." As a veteran among the 7 swordsmen, Ziguishin Hitungwe spoke with arrogance. "A blundering fool who barely survived a leaf Genin's hand, don't boss around here." Lin Yu retorted mercilessly, crossing her hands to draw the thunder swords Kiba from her back, holding them at her side. Crackle. Golden arcs of electricity wrapped around the blades. She was known as the genius ninja of lightning release from the Mist Village. The power of the thunder swords Kiba reached its zenith in her hands, far surpassing its previous owner. "Bastard. You." Ziguishin Hitungwe was about to rage. "You 2 better close your mouths, unless you want me to take back the swords." Gue Deng Manyu had descended between them, unfurling his scroll with a sharp rustle. Within this distance, Gue Deng Manyu could freely summon and dismiss these swords even without being their owner. Thus Ziguishin Hitungwe and Lin Yu could only obediently shut their mouths. Menyu's scroll bore 7 sealed positions inscribed with the characters decapitation, great long blunt explosion, thunder, and double, corresponding to the codenames of the 7 swords. Among them, the 4 positions long blunt explosion and double were illuminated, indicating that the corresponding swords were stored within. Gue Deng Manyu spread the scroll on the ground, bit his finger, and dripped a drop of blood onto the decapitation position. Then he formed hand seals, and the formation emitted a glow. Lin Yu's sharp gaze fixed on Lin Yu in the distance, returned the decapitation sword. Lin Yu felt the decapitation sword in his hand trembling violently, as if it would break free. Things I've claimed don't get returned. Whoosh. Lin Yes right, I divine might absorb the decapitation sword. The light on the scroll's sealed position faded and Gue Deng Manue found the connection between the scroll and the sword was severed. Indeed, his dojutsu could transfer objects he touched to another space. Moreover, Shizong's earlier attack had passed through him, proving physical attacks were ineffective. So what about ninjutsu? Gue Deng Manue pointed his fingers like a gun aiming at Lin Yu from afar, and used the Ōtsutsuki clan's secret water iron cannon jutsu. Bayu. High-density water compressed into high-pressure water bullets shot from his fingers passing through Lin Yes' body. In the blink of an eye, they pierced several large trees behind him, and finally left extremely deep holes in a massive rock. Manue Xiang stared in horror at the hole right beside her. Ah Fei said, "It seems this place isn't safe either. Let's go even farther." Gue Deng Manue lowered his fingers, his gaze growing more grave. Even ninjutsu attacks are useless. Then the only breakthrough is the moment he attacks, when he must become tangible. Good analysis, but Lin Yu began forming the ox hand seal, dense fire release chakra gathering in his throat. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Roar. A raging sea of fire rolled across the ground, sweeping toward the three, instantly drying even the puddles along the way. Such an extravagant fire release. Even the three, who were exceptionally adept at water release, dared not underestimate it. The three formed hand seals simultaneously. Water release, 3 water dragon bomb. Boom, boom, boom. 3 water dragons rose from the ground, colliding with the fire release. Hiss. Steam filled the air. Gonshir Guijiao covered his face in awe. So this is the famed fire release of the Uchiha clan. It took 3 water release masters using water dragon bomb at once to block it. Elemental disadvantage means nothing. Truly terrifying. Lin Yu formed hand seals and unleashed a powerful wind release technique he had copied with his Sharingan during last night's battle with Danzo. Wind release vacuum great sphere. The vacuum wave swept across, slicing through the steam. Ziguishin Hitungui swung Semihata with monstrous strength, blocking the wind release with a thunderous boom. Crackle. A flash of lightning. Lin Xin Yuli used body flicker to close in on Lin Yu, her twin, swords wrapped in golden lightning crossing as she slashed down. Clang. Lin Yu drew the Uchiha war fan from his back, blocking the lightning slash. This fan can absorb my lightning release chakra. Lin Xin Yuli exclaimed in midair, astonished. Lin Yu praised, concentrating lightning release chakra in your feet to use body flicker, aiming for the moment I materialize to attack. Truly worthy of a genius female, lightning ninja. But, Uchiha reflection. Crackle. The absorbed lightning slash exploded from the fan. Lin Xin Yuli was flung back, her feet dragging on the ground as she retreated to her 2 comrades, blood flowing from both shoulders. Gritting her teeth, she said, his fan not only blocked my lightning slash, but even reflected it back. That fan was Madara's divine artifact in his lifetime. During the 4th Great Ninja War, Madara used the fan to perform Uchiha reflection and even deflected Naruto's mini-tailed beast ball. He'll close the distance to bait him. Lin Xin. Prepare your long-range attack. Gue Deng Manue said, already summoning the twin swords Hiramakiri to his hand. Understood. Lin Xin Yuli stood up. Lightning release, natural lightning. She slammed the thunder swords against the sky, rumbling, cracking the sky to summon natural lightning. Whoosh. Gue Deng Manue wielding Hiramakiri dashed across the water toward Lin Yu. Water release, great water arm technique. As he ran, his arms transformed into massive water arms. Hiramakiri release. With chakra infused, the Hiramakiri in his hand grew enormous, like a giant hammer descending from the sky. Boom. The Hiramakiri passed through Lin Yu and crashed into the ground, blasting a huge crater. Whoosh. Lin Yu turned and reached for Gue Deng Manue's shoulder. Now take me too. Gue Deng Manue shouted. Whoosh. But Lin Yu's hand passed through Gue Deng Manue's body instead. Manue was shocked. This guy deliberately feigned an attack, turning our tactic against us. He had long seen through Lin Yu's technique. Thunder Swords technique, Thundergate. In the distance, Lin Xin Yuli suddenly stabbed both swords into the ground. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The natural lightning she had previously summoned, guided by the Thunder Swords, descended as a wide-range lightning strike. But the only one struck and screaming in pain was Gue Deng Manue. Crack. If it weren't for my timely use of the water transformation technique, I would have truly been finished. However, this lightning has still left me severely injured. The body of Kido Mangetsu turned into a puddle of water spreading across the ground. Then let me escort you. Hiss. The powerful lightning release chakra gathered in Lin Yu's right hand, emitting a sharp hiss. It was none other than Kakashi Hitaki's signature technique, lightning release Chidori. He made a motion to stab Kido Mangetsu. At that moment, Rin Yu flew in her dual blades enveloped in lightning, slashing down. Under the mask Lin Yu's eyes glimmered with cunning intent. Whoosh, whoosh. The dual blades once again passed through Lin Yu the same trick. But this time he made it even more convincing. What? When Rin Yu realized something was off, it was already too late. The two lightning blades pierced into Kido Mangetsu. The latter let out a painful scream. And right before Lin Yu stood Rin Yu's defenseless back. He recognized an undeniable fact: if the Sharingan's illusion is played well, it can truly kill someone. Crack. Lin Yu's right hand covered in lightning emerged from Rin Yu's chest. Wow. Rin spat out a mouthful of blood, her eyes wide open already. Beyond saving. Lin Yu withdrew his arm, and Rin Yu collapsed to the ground lifeless. Out of the corner of his eye he caught a glimpse of the terrified Suka Mountain pufferfish ghost in the distance. Now moving on. Whoosh. The Sharingan in his right eye absorbed its power, appearing like a ghost behind the Suka Mountain pufferfish ghost, hand reaching toward his shoulder. It's over. Suddenly a sword stabbed in from the side. It was Kakashi. Lin Yu immediately switched to penetration mode. Kakashi's sword passed through while Lin Yu's eyes under the mask locked onto Kakashi's gaze. Jinjutsu Sharingan. Kakashi's pupils constricted. The Suka Mountain pufferfish ghost sensed something amiss behind him, and the big sword of Kakashi swept toward him. Lin Yu blocked with a folding fan. With a clang, Lin Yu used the force to retreat. Kakashi, well done. If it weren't for you, we would have truly been in danger just now. The Suka Mountain pufferfish ghost felt a lingering fear. Crack. Without warning, Kakashi's sword had already sliced through the Suka Mountain pufferfish ghost's throat. Kakashi, you. Thud. The Suka Mountain pufferfish ghost fell to his knees, clutching his gushing throat, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Kakashi. Yet Kakashi appeared dazed. So it was the Sharingan's illusion. I should die again and again, Konoha. In the midst of endless unwillingness, the Suka Mountain pufferfish ghost breathed his last. Fate is indeed fascinating. In the original story, the Suka Mountain pufferfish ghost died at the hands of his capable subordinate Kakashi. Here Lin Yu has given him the same treatment. Rin Yu and the Suka Mountain pufferfish ghost fell one after another. The only survivor, Kido Mangetsu, was pinned to the ground by the lightning blade, the ongoing electric discharge paralyzing his half-water form, leaving him unable to move. Kakashi, finish off Kido Mangetsu. Lin Yu commanded Kakashi within the illusion. Kakashi numbly stepped forward, approaching Kido Mangetsu, raising the sword high, and stabbed down. Blood gushed forth. Lin Yu's eyes, however, narrowed. Kakashi had actually stabbed the sword into his own thigh, cold sweat soaking his entire body. He gasped heavily. He had managed to break free from Lin Yu's illusion control through the intense pain. Even Lin Yu couldn't help but sincerely exclaim, Kakashi, you truly are. Kakashi weakly sighed. Even I cannot bear to be manipulated by an illusion twice. However, killing my own superior is an undeniable fact. As it stands, I have no face to meet the fourth Mizukage. Saying this, he pulled out the lightning blade that restrained Kido Mangetsu's movements. Mangetsu rose gravely, stating, I'm afraid we won't be able to meet the fourth Mizukage either, for this person's strength is more terrifying than Lord Yagura. Lin Yu remained non-committal, stepping forward to kick up the sword of Kakashi on the ground, grasping it in his hand, absorbing the chakra, then kicking the corpse of the Suka Mountain pufferfish ghost aside. Boom, boom, boom. The azure chakra flames ignited. Susanoo was unleashed, entering. Draped in Susanoo, Lin Yu pressed forward towards Kakashi and Kido Mangetsu with overwhelming force, declaring, if you want me to spare your lives, you must break this, Susanoo. It would indeed be a joyous thing for you to give us a way out, but I can't bring myself to smile at all. In the face of the daunting Susanoo, Kakashi sighed sincerely. Kido Mangetsu felt the same way as he spread open a scroll. Boom, boom, boom. Summoning long knife, stitching needle. Summoning dull knife, whirling slash. Summoning explosive knife, splash. Kakashi, pick any one of these knives that suits you. Kido Mangetsu said. Then I won't hold back. Kakashi said, his gaze shifting between the three ninja blades. The long knife, stitching needle, shaped like a giant sewing needle connected to a tough wire at its back, possesses the strongest piercing power among the 7 knives, able to stitch pierced enemies together. Kakashi weighed the stitching needle in his hand, but ultimately set it down because it was too light and lacked heft when swung. The dull knife, whirling slash, one end connected to the knife, and the other to a hammer. The attacking method involves first slashing with the knife, then striking the back of the knife with the hammer to add force, reputed to be able to break through any defense. Kakashi assessed it, finding it just right in weight, but he still set it down, as this iron-like method of attack was not to his liking. He preferred a more straightforward approach to end the battle. Thus he chose the explosive knife splash, which features a blade perfectly combined with an explosion. Upon striking an enemy, the explosive scroll will unleash a powerful explosive attack. The more ferociously the knife is swung, the more terrifying the explosion, possessing the most deadly destructive power. To break that, we need all three powerful ninja blades: explosive knife, dull knife, and splash. None can be missing. Kido Mangetsu said, forming hand seals. Boom. Amidst the white smoke, a shadow clone appeared beside him. With your chakra now, is it alright? Kakashi asked. I can't afford to care about that anymore. This concerns the survival of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Kido Mangetsu said. Lin Yu said solemnly. Come on, let me witness the true destructive power of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Kido Mangetsu's main body wielded the dual blades. Splash, circling behind Susanoo, his arms transformed into massive water arms, simultaneously pouring chakra without reserve, making the blades become quite exaggerated. Kido Mangetsu's clone wielded the dull knife, whirling slash, charging straight toward the front of Susanoo, also activating the massive water arms, one hand holding the knife, the other grabbing the hammer. Boom. With all his strength, the blade struck Susanoo. Boom. At the same time, the hammer slammed down on the hilt. Crack. A crack appeared on the outer layer of Susanoo. Splash, liberation. Almost simultaneously, Kido Mangetsu's fully unleashed splash struck heavily on Susanoo's back. Crack. Crack. The front and back assault further widened the crack on Susanoo. Boom. Kido Mangetsu's shadow clone dispersed. His drenched main body cried out, Kakashi now. Huh. Kakashi leaped high, the explosive knife splash, slashing down, striking the crack in front of Susanoo. Boom. 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 The intense explosion released from the explosive scroll engulfed the entire Susanoo. Kakashi and Kido Mangetsu were both thrown far away from the blast. In the distance, Yuzuki Yugeo's pupils constricted and his hand involuntarily clenched. No wonder you are the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Kakashi, Kido Mangetsu, I, Uchiha, you acknowledge your strength, and shall call you the 2 demons of the mist. Today I will let you off the hook. If in the future you have no place to stay in the village of mist, consider joining Akatsuki. Or rather, come report to my ninja village. Emerging unscathed from the explosion, Lin Yu addressed the 2 injured and exhausted demons of the mist, who could barely move a finger. Upon hearing that Lin Yu had not broken his word, Hozuki Mangetsu and Hashigaki Kisame simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. These 2, who had adapted to the brutal environment of the Blood Mist village and achieved their current status, were not ninjas who feared death, but that did not mean they were willing to casually discard their own lives. Lin Yu sheathed the Thunderblade's kiba he had picked up from the ground, walked up to Hozuki Mangetsu, took out the executioner's blade, and threw it in front of him, saying, 1 for 1. Any objections? Hozuki Mangetsu smiled bitterly. Even if you took all 7 swords, what objection could I have? Lin Yu made no comment, simply asking, you have a younger brother, don't you? Hozuki Mangetsu was taken aback. Yes, his name is Suigetsu. He's not even 2 years old yet. When you come to report later, bring him along. Lin Yu turned and walked toward Hashigaki Kisame on the other side. Hozuki Mangetsu gazed at Lin Yu's back and said, are you so certain that I will inevitably lose my place in the Mist Village? The 7 ninja swordsmen ranked second only to the Mizukage in the Mist Village. Even though it is known as the Blood Mist Village, it cannot do without our power. Lin Yu did not answer Hozuki Mangetsu's question. He came before Hashigaki Kisame, whose arms were now lacerated and bloody from the explosive recoil, with bones even visible. This showed just how immense the power behind his final strike had been. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu made a decision. He took out the greatsword Semihata and placed it before Hashigaki Kisame, then picked up the explosive blade Shibuki, saying, Hashigaki Kisame, from today onward you are the new wielder of the greatsword Semihata. As for this explosive blade Shibuki, I shall keep it safe. Kisame said in surprise. Wait, though Shibuki's destructive power is formidable in terms of characteristics, Semihata is the strongest of the 7 ninja swords. Surely you know that. Having witnessed Lin Yu's overwhelming power, Kisame now used a respectful address. How could Lin Yu not know about Semihata's strength? Semihata could even devour a tailed beast's chakra. By merging with Semihata, not only could one enhance their perception, but they could also gain nearly immortal regenerative abilities. But Lin Yu would never choose to merge with Semihata for such trivial gains. Never ever, because the fused form was simply too hideous. Lin Yu had no desire to become a half-human, half-fish creature like the fishmen in One Piece. The only being he intended to merge with was the Ten-Tails. Therefore, after careful deliberation, the greatsword Semihata should go to those worthy of it. In the original story, Hashigaki Kisame, to uphold his conviction, refused to betray his comrades, even unto death. After being captured to prevent information from leaking, he did not hesitate to bite off his own tongue, to break free, summoned a shark to devour himself, and faithfully completed the mission assigned to him by Obito right to the very end. Whether for Obito or for Lin Yu, Hoshigaki Kisame was a ninja worthy of their admiration and trust. Lin Yu said sincerely, a fine ninja, sword should go to a ninja worthy of it. Hoshigaki Kisame, I value your worth more than the value of this Samahata. Kisame did not appear flattered. Instead he replied, though I don't know why you regard me so highly, I will thank you for now. However, I have no intention of betraying the Mist Village. I hope you understand that. Lin Yu said the choice is yours. I am merely offering you a platform. If one day you discover that both your comrades and your own existence are false, and you can hardly distinguish who you are, two paths will lie before you. If your heart still yearns for darkness, go to the rain-hidden village and seek an organization called Ōtsutsuki. If you still yearn for the light, then come to Ōnin Village. Just now Lin Yu had named his future ninja village Ōnin Village, and he himself would carry the name Shadow of Darkness. Kisame chuckled. Named Dawn, yet symbolizing darkness. Named Darkness, yet implying light. Forgive me, but the names you choose are truly somewhat bewildering. Lin Yu laughed. The appearance and essence of things are exactly opposite. Doesn't that mirror this absurd yet real world of ninjas? Kisame said, for now, I cannot see that far. Perhaps, as you say, I will one day face a choice. But at this moment my heart still leans toward the light. You said that to join Ōtsutsuki one goes to the rain-hidden village. To join Ōnin Village, how does one go there? Lin Yu replied, it does not exist yet, but it will soon. By then its name will surely spread throughout the ninja world, and the path there will not be hard to find. I only fear that when that time comes your heart may have already turned toward the darkness. Then I hope your prophecy does not come true, Kisame said respectfully. With that Lin Yu turned. As he passed by the corpse of Ringo Yuri, he took an extra look. Seeing her, Lin Yu was somewhat surprised because in his knowledge the Thunderblade's Kiba was still in the hands of its first wielder, Kurocho Raiga. That was also one of the 3-7 ninja swordsmen who survived from Might Due and lived all the way to the era of Naruto. But on second thought, that was merely an original storyline from the anime studio. It seems the original story created by the anime studio is not recognized by this Naruto world. Evidence is that the Thunderblade's Kiba is not in Kurocho Raiga's hands, but has been inherited by Ringo Yuri. On a side note, Ringo Yuri was a distinctive female ninja, pretty and young. Yet Lin Yu did not show mercy because of this. Instead, the moment the opportunity arose, he struck, without hesitation, proving he was not someone swayed by appearances. The reason he had spared Yuzuki Yugao earlier was that her name and the meaning it carried had slightly touched Lin Yu's gradually chilling heart. Yugao, this is for you. Stepping before Yuzuki Yugao, Lin Yu took out the Thunderblade's Kiba. You're giving this? Yuzuki Yugao looked extremely surprised. Otherwise, Lin Yu said. Yugao's face showed hesitation and she delayed reaching out. Haven't you always wanted to kill me? With a powerful ninja sword, your success rate would increase, wouldn't it? Lin Yu said with a hint of teasing. You'd better not regret this. Yuzuki Yugao glared at Lin Yu with fierce, beautiful eyes, then accepted the Thunderblade's Kiba and slung it on her back. Lin Yu smiled faintly. He had long noticed that Yuzuki Yugao possessed lightning release and was exceptionally skilled in swordsmanship. With this most suitable Thunderblade in her hands, her strength would surely increase greatly. After a short rest, the three continued their journey. By the way, the lightning release technique you used in the battle, I've seen someone use it before. What is your relationship with the son of the White Fang, Hatake Kakashi? Yuzuki Yugao suddenly asked. Faced with Maui Zhang's sudden inquiry, Lin Yu replied, well, an old acquaintance, I suppose. Maui Xiang thought, an old acquaintance. An old acquaintance of Hatake Kakashi. Among the Uchiha clan, only Uchiha Obito could be considered his fellow disciple, but wasn't Obito the hero who fell at the Battle of Kanabi Bridge at the end of the Third Great Ninja War? Come to think of it, Hatake Kakashi's Sharingan had come from Uchiha Obito, only to be lost inexplicably. Xiang gazed at Lin Yu's back. He claims to be Uchiha Yu, but during my time in the Anbu, I was once tasked with monitoring the Konoha military police force, and thus came into contact with the Uchiha clan register. Including newborn infants, there was simply no one named Yu. Suddenly, a terrifying conjecture so chilling that it sent cold sweat down her spine arose in her heart. Are you Uchiha Obito? Ahead, Lin Yu's lips curled slightly, but he offered no reply. Who would have thought that the first to unravel the mystery of Lin Yu's identity would not be Obito's close friend Hatake Kakashi, nor his teacher Namikaze Minato, but Maui Xiang, a stranger to him? Ironical, isn't it? In truth, Lin Yu had no reason to conceal anything. He could readily admit that he was Uchiha Obito. But, starting to probe into me, wasn't that a signal of showing interest in me? At such a moment, maintaining an air of mystery and letting her grow even more curious about me. That is the way of kings. Perhaps I am not, said Lin Yu. Hearing this, Maui Xiang pouted. What do you mean perhaps you are not? You're Obito, aren't you? Who knows, replied Lin Yu. You? Maui Zhang's face flushed with anger. She thought maybe I've met Obito before, but my impression is faint. So she said, then take off your mask again, and let me take a look, will you? Alright, go ahead and lift it, Lin Yu said with a smile. Maui Xiang rushed forward and reached for his mask. Whoosh. But her hand passed right through Lin Yu's face. He seized her hand, activated Kamui to suck her in, and after a moment released her. Had enough. I swear I will kill you whoever you are. Maui Xiang was furious. Is this what they call a third wheel? A Fei and Zetsu, who had been quietly watching their flirtatious exchange from behind, murmured to himself. After another day of travel, the three traversed most of the land of water and arrived at the foot of the mountain where the hidden mist village lay. Maui Xiang, being a woman, could not bear the sweaty, grimy state brought on by the long march. So after extracting a promise from Lin Yu that he would never peep, she found a clean mountain spring, glanced around furtively, and undressed. She possessed a beautiful face and long purple hair. Her figure was perfect both as a ninja and as a woman. Though not as exaggerated as Tsunade's, it was no less than that of a grown-up Hinata. Under the moonlight, her flawlessly developed body stretched out, hands covering her chest, a faint blush adorning her cheeks. Earlier, Lin Yu had noticed that her features were slightly different from Maui Yugeo's. The difference lay in a beauty mark beneath Yugeo's left eye, which Xiang lacked. She soaked in the spring water, washing away the tension and fatigue of the past few days. Things seemed different from what she had imagined. After being captured by Lin Yu, nothing humiliating or degrading had occurred. By the campfire, Lin Yu was eating wild fruits, while Zetsu lounged listlessly on a tree. Come to think of it, Lin Yu said, the place we reached earlier was still a fair distance from the hidden mist village. So why did the 7 swordsmen of the mist appear there simultaneously? If it was a coincidence, the odds are far too slim. Yes, he had been so immersed in the joy of battle that he overlooked these details. On the tree branch, the Fei and Zetsu figures said matter-of-factly, if it's not a coincidence, then someone knew your whereabouts and leaked them out. That someone, who could it be? Could it be? Lin Yu mused. Curly head, can you still communicate with the other white Zetsu at this distance? Yes, no problem. They send me updates periodically about the situation back home. After all, Orochimaru's results are crucial to your grand plan and must not fail. The Fei and Zetsu figure was surprisingly reliable. What about Kabuto Yakushi? Have you kept an eye on him? Lin Yu asked. The bespectacled guy under Orochimaru, the one with the uke expression. He didn't seem particularly impressive, so I didn't pay him much attention, Zetsu said. Just as I thought. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. Though he currently held no regard for Kabuto, he was aware that Kabuto possessed terrifying potential. If Kabuto were not Orochimaru's right-hand man, he would have killed him long ago. What, you suspect that guy with the glasses? Zetsu asked. It wasn't suspicion. Lin Yu was certain that Kabuto was behind it. Kabuto Yakushi, originally a double agent serving Danzo, and moving between nations, had been abandoned by Danzo and found refuge with Orochimaru, to whom he gave unwavering loyalty. But his loyalty to Orochimaru did not mean loyalty to Lin Yu. Consider this, if he saw the Lord Orochimaru he revered being reduced to a mere tool for obtaining Hashirama's power, what would he do? Even if he secretly leaked Lin Yu's whereabouts without telling Orochimaru, it would not be surprising in the slightest. That was just the kind of person he was. If that's truly the case, they'll have the white Zetsu eliminate him immediately. A rare surge of killing intent emanated from the Fei and Zetsu figure. Don't act rashly for now. Just keep him under surveillance. At present, nothing is more important than Orochimaru's results. Hashirama's cells are crucial to my future, so we cannot let anything affect Orochimaru's progress. Even if Kabuto is behind this, we must pretend not to know for now. Though Lin Yu said this, his eyes blazed with murderous intent. He had never imagined that in this world of Naruto someone could outmaneuver him. Thus, he had already decided that once he obtained Orochimaru's results, he would immediately kill Kabuto Yakushi. Even if Kabuto were innocent. Maui Xiang returned from her bath and frowned at the campfire in front of Lin Yu. Don't you have any basic ninja common sense? Building a fire at night is a huge risk. Hostile ninjas could spot us at any moment. Wouldn't that be better? If I got killed, you'd be free, Lin Yu said with a smile. You, Maui Xiang gnashed her teeth, unable to retort, and could only stamp her foot in anger. Whoosh. Suddenly, the blazing campfire from a moment ago flickered violently and extinguished. Then a vast mist enveloped the entire mountain. It was no natural fog. It was the hidden mist's secret technique, the hidden mist jutsu. But this time the scale of the hidden mist jutsu was far beyond that of the 7 swordsmen. In the Blood Mist Village, only one person could unleash a mist jutsu of such magnitude. Having defeated the 7 swordsmen of the mist single-handedly, I have no choice but to personally deal with the intruders. From within the mist, a beautiful youth with green hair and purple eyes walked forward slowly, his voice crisp and almost childlike. Lin Yu rose to his feet, unfazed. I didn't expect to meet so soon. The puppet master of the Blood Mist Village, the 4th Mizukage Yagura Karatachi. The wide area hidden mist technique deployed by Yagura reduced visibility to near zero, which was extremely disadvantageous for the Sharingan, so it had to be dispelled first. From the scroll left by Madara, Lin Yu had learned numerous powerful ninjutsu, including the 5 basic nature transformations naturally. He swiftly performed a series of intricate hand seals, extending both arms forward. Wind release, tornado, hurricane. The raging hurricane swept through, dispersing the thick fog, revealing the figure of the 4th Mizukage Yagura, who had been concealed within the mist. With green hair, purple pupils, a scar resembling a suture under his left eye, and wielding a hook-tipped staff adorned with green flowers, he stood facing the hurricane, leaning on his weapon. His purple eyes burned with fury, as though the defeat of his prideful hidden mist technique had greatly embarrassed him. Wind released, typhoon gust. Yagura formed a single hand seal, twirled his staff, and unleashed a powerful wind release. The 2 air currents collided, generating a massive convective storm. A muffled groan escaped him. Both Fei and Maui Xiang were blown away. Xiang drew a ninja blade from behind her back, stabbed it into the ground, and shielded her face with one hand, while watching the 2 combatants clashing in the storm. She thought to herself, they're both monsters. The storm subsided. Lightning released Chidori. With a crackling sound, Lin Yu vanished from his spot, his right hand wreathed in lightning as he charged toward Yagura. Water release, water mirror technique. A circular water mirror appeared before Yagura, reflecting the image of Lin Yu's Chidori charge. With a whoosh, the mirror rippled. The mirror image Lin Yu emerged from the water mirror, his mirrored Chidori colliding with Lin Yu's genuine Chidori. The impact crackled violently. The 2 attacks annihilated each other, their power identical. Lin Yu smirked, just as I expected Yagura would use that technique. Now I'll copy it without holding back. His true intention was to replicate Yagura's jutsu, using the Sharingan's copying ability. Otherwise, the precious opportunity to clash with a cage-level powerhouse would have been wasted. Before my water mirror, even strength jutsu can be perfectly replicated, Yagura declared arrogantly. Oh, is that so? Lin Yu focused his left Mangekyo on the mirror. Kamui. The water mirror shattered with a cracking sound. The water mirror vanished. What? Impossible to copy. His dojutsu truly surpasses my water mirror. Yagura exclaimed in shock. This time it's your head. Lin Yu's left eye locked onto Yagura's head. Not good. Water release, light refraction technique. The 4th Mizukage Yagura constantly covered his body with a special layer of water release chakra, allowing him to manipulate it, without hand seals refracting light, to obscure his form. Huh. In Lin Yu's eyes, Yagura's figure rippled like a reflection on a lake. Kamui. He still activated his dojutsu. With a scream, the distorted light settled, and Yagura flew backward, trailing a long streak of blood. He clutched his staff with one hand, and covered his left ear with the other, blood gushing from beneath his palm. Though Kamui had missed its mark, failing to twist off his head, it had still taken his left ear. The distance between Yagura and Lin Yu now exceeded the effective range of Lin Yu's long-range Kamui. As expected of the 4th Mizukage, few can escape that attack of mine alive, Lin Yu remarked with a smile. Damn, Uchiha, I'll kill you. Yagura's youthful face twisted with ferocity, his killing intent surging even stronger. Though Kamui had missed its mark, failing to twist off his head, it had still taken his left ear. The distance between Yagura and Lin Yu now exceeded the effective range of Lin Yu's long. Of course, it passed right through Lin Yu's body. So that's his intangibility. Yagura changed his hand seal, divert. The water jet split in 2. One stream remained aligned with Lin Yu's body, while the other shot toward Maui Xiang in the distance. Lin Yu frowned, not good. In this state, I can't intercept it. A sharp sound rang out. But Maui Xiang, gripping the thunderblade Fong behind her, drew it in a flash, lightning crackling around it. She crossed both blades in front of her, blocking the water, severing wave. Though she withstood it, the powerful water force knocked her back, but that was preferable to being pierced through a vital point. Yagura glanced at the thunderblade Fong in Xiang's hands, then tossed his staff aside. He formed hand seals, his killing intent icy, thunderblade Fong. A treasure of our hidden mist village fallen into outsider hands. That brat from the Hozuki clan, you infuriate me. All of you shall be buried in the blood mist. Water release, great water explosion wave. From his mouth erupted a violent tide, instantly forming a massive ellipsoidal water sphere that submerged everything within dozens of square meters, including those inside it. Deep within the water zone, Lin Yu thought such a formidable water release can rival a great fire annihilation, truly a man worthy of the title Mizukage. Fei, I leave Xiang to you. In another part of the water sphere, Maui Xiang was completely immobilized by water pressure, unable to breathe. Fortunately, Fei's body expanded into a spiral and enveloped Maui Xiang. She struggled. If you want to live, behave. I'm only saving you for Lin Yasake, Fei said, and Maui Xiang ceased her struggle. With a gurgling sound, Fei descended to the bottom of the water sphere and sank into the earth. Dozens of seconds later, he emerged a kilometer away from the central battle zone and detached himself from Maui Xiang. Coughing violently, Maui Xiang gasped for air. She looked down at the massive ellipsoidal water sphere below, knowing that Lin Yu was still inside. Don't worry, he won't be taken down so easily, a Fei said. At the battle's core, Yagura thought. That woman's chakra suddenly vanished from the water sphere. No matter, she can't escape my grasp anyway. Lin Yu thought, a Fei has already taken Xiang to safety. The water pressure is quite disadvantageous. First, I'll use Susanoo to withstand it, then transfer myself with Kamui. The skeletal form of Susanoo materialized, pushing back the water pressure, while Lin Yu released a Kamui vortex to transport himself out of the water sphere. Don't even think about it. Yagura's face turned cold as he rose and formed hand seals. Water release vortex turbulence. The entire water sphere spun rapidly, forming a giant whirlpool. At the core of the vortex were Lin Yu and his Susanoo. Each spiral was a massive water blade, hundreds of spirals churned, subjecting Susanoo to relentless assault. This was only the first form skeletal Susanoo, which crumbled almost instantly. Lin Yu had not anticipated Yagura unleashing such a terrifying water release attack. Lin Yu's spatial movement was halted, forcing him to switch to his intangible form. It seems your space-time transfer failed. Uchiha Lin Yu, though I am confined within the land of water, I have long heard of your reputation, rivaling Hanzo the Salamander, causing Danzo of Konoha great loss. I had the Kirigikure Umbu gather intelligence on you. When I heard you were coming to this country, I even became tense. So that intelligence has come in handy. Your seemingly invincible intangible state seems to only last 5 minutes. And while in that state, using any technique forces you to revert to your tangible form. So I have prepared a big gift for you. Yagura's childlike face twisted into a demonic smile. The land of water is a country rich in water sources with vast underground veins. The deep mountains surrounding Kirigikure harbor one of the largest underground water channels in the entire land of water. When the Six Tails ran amok in Kirigikure, successive Mizukages would draw upon this underground water vein to unleash colossal natural water release techniques, suppressing the tailed beast and buying time for sealing. But such a water release technique has never been used against a single ninja. Uchiha Lin Yu, you are the first in the Blood Mist Village's history. I must commend you. Accept this baptism. Yagura clapped his hands together. Water release ultimate Mitsuhane. The earth collapsed as the natural water vein deep underground erupted into a massive column over 100 meters in diameter, shooting skyward. Yagura proclaimed wildly, this underground water vein will spew for 6 minutes. The water pressure is so intense that any existence other than a tailed beast would be crushed instantly. Once your intangible mode ends, you will die. If you attempt spatial transfer, you will die even faster. Well, have you witnessed the terror of the blood mist? Yagura, I accept your gift. So I shall return an even larger one. What? As Lin Yu's cold voice sounded, a massive temporal spatial distortion vortex erupted from within the water pillar, and then the groundwater vein that had been spouting into the sky converged toward the vortex's center, eventually vanishing without a trace. The revealed true form was the Crow Tengu Susanoo. But different from the one previously manifested to intimidate Song, this Crow Tengu Susanoo now held an artifact resembling the Yada Mirror. The Susanoo Divine Artifact 9 God Space Mirror. It contained boundless Kamui power within, capable of transferring all incoming attacks, even all phenomena in the universe, into the temporal spatial dimension. Just a mere underground water vein, nothing but a single drink to finish off. In the original, Dai-Tu gave his chakra to Kakashi, granting him double Kamui, which allowed Kakashi to activate perfect Susanoo, yet he never used the Susanoo Divine Artifact. But now Lin Yu has unleashed it. Indeed, after all, Kakashi's double Kamui was like a one-time trial card. How could he have uncovered the deep potential of Kamui in such a short time? But Lin Yu was different. His double Kamui was permanent, so of course he had plenty of time to develop it. This natural water release technique, powered by the underground water vein, far exceeded my own strength, and could even suppress tailed beasts. Yet he managed to neutralize it. Impossible. This absolutely cannot be. At this moment, the arrogant Mizukage Shirtsong finally showed a flustered look. Inside Susanoo, Lin Yu said in a deep voice, Shirtsong, do not underestimate the Yuzebo's ocular jutsus. Indeed, the true power of Susanoo had always been a match for tailed beasts, let alone a Susanoo that had nurtured a divine artifact. Damn it. Shirtsong's face contorted, dipping his hand in blood and forming hand seals, board dog bird monkey ram. Summoning jutsu, endless leech. Bang. White smoke rose and a gigantic leech loomed. It'll melt you into a pool of blood. Shirtsong roared. Dissolution released, dissolving monster jutsu. The leech opened its huge maw, spewing a torrent of powerful acid liquid down upon Susanoo. Useless. Inside Susanoo, Lin Yu clenched his palm. Whoosh. The 9 God Space Mirror emitted a Kamui vortex, and all the descending acid was sucked into it. Lin Yu suddenly raised his head, his Mangekyo Sharingan eyes scanning the immense head of the endless leech. Whoosh. At the same time, a jet black Magatama was born from the other hand of Susanoo and hurled forth. Susanoo Divine Artifact 9 God Kamui Magatama. Swoosh. The Magatama closed in, and the slippery body of the endless leech swiftly fled. Yet, the Magatama actually turned to follow, continuing its pursuit. The 9 God Kamui Magatama automatically locked onto the target that Lin Yu had marked with his eyes, pursuing endlessly. Damn it. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, Shirt Song began forming hand seals, overdrawing his scant remaining chakra to unleash a technique water release water dragon bite. Splash. The water transformed into a dragon rising into the sky, its jaws wide open, biting toward the Magatama. Yet, the Magatama passed right through the dragon's huge mouth. What? Shirt Song exclaimed. Indeed, the true terror of the 9 God Kamui Magatama is not its pursuit, but its ability to penetrate anything that is not the target. This meant it could not be intercepted by any means. From the moment it left the hand, it signified the end of the target. In the face of a divine artifact, all struggle was futile. Bang! The 9 God Kamui Magatama struck the head of the endless leech, erupting with a temporal spatial distortion field even more powerful than the Kamui Shuriken. Roar! A shrill cry of pain rang out. The endless leech was decapitated, its headless body crashing to the ground and turning into a pool of blood. Watching from afar, A-Fei muttered, after this series of battles, yes, power has increased again. Next, it's your turn, go Ju. Shirt Song. Inside Susanoo Lin, yes, Mangekyo locked onto Shirt Song's despair-filled head from afar, about to unleash a second 9 God Kamui Magatama. Ugh. Suddenly a sharp pain came, and Lin Yu covered his eyes. Boom. The Crow Tengu Susanoo collapsed in ruins, and his Mangekyo reverted to freedomo. 2 streams of blood flowed down Lin Yu's eye sockets. He said weakly, I didn't expect using the Susanoo divine artifact would consume such enormous chakra and ocular power. Even Zhu Jian cells can't withstand it. Huh. Shirt Song rallied at the sight. But at this moment his chakra was so depleted that he couldn't even use a decent long-range water release technique. He could only resort to water release wave riding strike, a water-based acceleration technique that allowed him to slide rapidly across the water surface. But at this moment his chakra was so depleted that he couldn't even use a decent long-range water release technique. He could only resort to water release wave riding strike, a water-based The intangibility ability of Kamui was a passive trait. Regardless of Lin Yu's state, or whether he was in Mangekyo mode, it would automatically activate upon attack, unless Lin Yu deactivated it intentionally. Shirt Song, just because I am weakened doesn't mean you are stronger. Lin Yu's cold voice rang out, and his left eye restored the Mangekyo. Lightning release coiled around his right arm, merging with Kamui power, turning pitch black. Kamui Raikiri. Shirt Song hurriedly raised his club to block. Clang. After the clash, the space around the club twisted. Shirt Song sensed danger and quickly let go, but it was still too late. Crunch. His left arm was torn off, drawn into the Kamui vortex. Clutching the stump, he retreated in disarray. Lin Yu's left eye aimed at Shirt Song's head, ready to use long-range Kamui to twist it off. Just then, kunai wrapped with explosive tags flew in from all directions. Helplessly, Lin Yu gave up using Kamui and switched to intangibility mode. The kunai passed through his body and landed at his feet. Boom, 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 boom. The flames of the explosions rose. At that moment, Shirt Song had been rescued by the hastily arrived Mist Umbu. Lord Fourth, are you all right? Shirt Song did not respond. His dull purple eyes stared at the sight of the explosion with reluctance. Return to the village. What about the intruder? The Umbu asked. It doesn't matter. Hurry. Leave. After saying this, Shirt Song had already fainted on the shoulder of a Mist Umbu. Quickly, send Lord Fourth back to the village for treatment. The Umbu hurriedly retreated. The flames of the explosion dissipated. Want to leave? Not so easy. Huh. Lin Yu was about to pursue when his gaze suddenly shot upward. There a youth dressed in a sky-blue robe stood atop a peak, his body wrapped in semi-transparent red chakra that formed into 6 tails behind him, as if issuing a warning. Oh, the 6 tails Jinchuriki. Never mind. Lin Yu withdrew his gaze and used his right eye's Kamui to draw himself in. The 6 tails Jinchuriki, watching from the peak, then retreated. The Hidden Mist Village was after all a village belonging to a great nation. If he forcibly killed the Mizukage here, it would surely incite the entire village to attack him. With Kamui Lin, you could certainly escape unscathed, but the road to the land of lightning would be cut off. Lin Yu had not forgotten his true purpose this time, not the 7 swordsmen of the mist, not Mizukage Shirt Song, not even the 6 tails Jinchuriki, but the 8 tails of Kyomogakure. Whoosh. Beside Fei and Mao Yuxiang, Lin Yu descended with a vortex. It took a bit more effort than expected, Fei remarked. There's no help for it. Water release is a technique heavily influenced by terrain advantage. The presence or absence of water and its abundance makes a world of difference in its effect, Lin Yu said. Indeed, from the moment Shirt Song used the underground water vein, to unleash a water technique capable of suppressing tailed beasts, it was destined that this battle would not be easy. Fei asked with concern. It's nothing. I just need a little rest, then we'll continue, and get out of the land of water as soon as possible. Fei asked with concern. It's nothing. I just need a little rest, then we'll continue, and get out of the land of water as soon as possible. Lin Yu said nonchalantly. Mao Yuxiang watched his back as he passed by her, thinking with mixed feelings, so he too is a human of flesh and blood. After resting and recovering, Lin Yu, Fei, and Mao Yuxiang continued their journey toward the border of the land of water. Along the way, Lin Yu pondered over matters concerning the Mangekyo Sharingan and the Susanoo artifact. As is well known, the Mangekyo Sharingan gradually leads to self-sealing with overuse, ultimately resulting in blindness. In the original work, Obito frequently used Kamui without going blind because he borrowed Hashirama's cells to enhance his physical energy, thus counteracting the side effects of the Mangekyo. However, Obito only had one Mangekyo, so he could not activate Susanoo, which requires both eyes, let alone wield Susanoo's artifacts. This was the fundamental reason why Obito never lost his sight. I never imagined that the Susanoo artifact would consume such immense ocular power. If I use it too frequently, even with Hashirama's cells, I might risk blindness. Lin Yu pressed his hand against his eye socket. Not every Susanoo can give birth to an artifact. As far as Lin Yu knew, even the reincarnations of Indra, Uchiha Madara, and Uchiha Sasuke could not wield the power of artifacts. Could it be that among the Uchiha clan, it is the non-Indra reincarnations who can nurture artifacts? Take Uchiha Itachi for example. His Susanoo possessed 3 great artifacts, the Sword of Totsuka, the Yata Mirror, and the Yasaka Magatama, excelling in both long-range and close combat, and equipped with sealing techniques. However, Uchiha Itachi, who lacked Hashirama Senju's power, had to pay the price for wielding the artifacts. He fell gravely ill at a young age, and could only prolong his life with medication. I will eventually obtain the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, so the risk of blindness is nothing to me, but... Tap. Lin Yu stopped on a tree trunk, his gaze profound. The Shizui's Mangekyo required to synthesize the eternal Mangekyo is still incubating. Until he awakens his eyes, I cannot afford to go completely blind. Therefore I should use the Susanoo artifact sparingly until I obtain the eternal Mangekyo. Are you alright? Is it still the side effect of using the artifact? Fei asked with concern. I'm fine, let's keep moving. The Mist Village did not dispatch any more pursuers. With the 7 swordsmen of the Mist and the Mizukage successively defeated, even the Blood Mist Village was cowed, only hoping that Lin Yu, that god of plague, would quickly leave the land of water. Thus, after 2 days and 2 nights, Lin Yu and his 2 companions left the territory of the land of water and arrived in the land of lightning. The land of lightning boasts towering peaks that echo with deafening thunder, hence its name. The rivers on the central mountains create a winding coastline at the estuary. The country also has many hot spring regions. The ninja village of the land of lightning is Kumogakure. Kumogakure possesses 2 Jinchuriki for the 2 tails and the 8 tails. It is a militant ninja village that advocates swordsmanship and ninja taijutsu. To strengthen its national power, it focuses on researching the ninjutsu and tools of other countries. In the original work, Kumogakure carried out many despicable plans. From the early Kinkaku and Ginkaku squad, even the second Hokage Senju Tobarama met his untimely death. They even attempted to seize the 9 tails of Konoha. Unfortunately, the plan fell through due to the yellow flash Minato Namikaze acting alone. Later on, they set their sights on the Byakugan of the prestigious Hyuga clan of Konoha. They dispatched ninjas to kidnap the young Hyuga heiress Hinata Hyuga. Although their plan failed again, it led to the sacrifice of Niji's father Hisashi Hyuga, a member of the branch family. This twisted the young Hyuga Niji's personality and intensified the conflict between the main and branch families. Kumogakure, which has always enjoyed plundering, never imagined that one day the hand of plunder would reach above their own heads. This time it is not Sasuke the young eagle. It is Lin Yu the Azura. He would never repeat Sasuke's mistake, who was nearly wiped out by Killer Bee and only managed to take an octopus tentacle of the 8 tails, causing Obito to lose face in front of the Akatsuki members. Near the border of the land of lightning. Thud. Opt. A lone Kumogakure ninja crashed heavily into a tree. Damn it. He looked painfully at the masked man approaching. Where is the 8-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee? Lin Yu, the Kumogakure ninja, panted, raised his head, and said with contempt, "A ninja of Kumogakure will never betray his comrades." I agree with that. You are good at unity, which makes it easier to plunder resources from other countries. Lin Yu hit the nail on the head. You, the Kumogakure man retorted, say whatever you want. A ninja of Kumogakure will not yield to force. Lin Yu grabbed the man's head and lifted him into the air. Beneath his mask, the Sharingan coldly stared into the man's eyes. Is that so? But the fear in your eyes betrays your heart. The Kumogakure man's eyes flickered with guilt, and his body began to tremble. And fear. Lin Yu's cold words fell, and the Sharingan emitted an eerie glow. Jinjutsu Sharingan. Thump. The Kumogakure man's eyes widened then lost focus. He mumbled cloud. Lightning gap. Training. Lin Yu casually tossed the Kumogakure ninja aside and curled his lips. Cloud lightning gap. Destiny is quite interesting. Behind him, A-Fei glanced at the Kumogakure man lying on the ground foaming at the mouth and convulsing. He thought to himself, with just an ordinary Jinjutsu, he completely shattered the mind of a Jonin. After using the artifact, yes, ocular power has truly improved across the board. If it were not you but Obito, it would probably take several more years to reach this level of ocular power. In the original work, Obito infiltrated the Mist Village and used the Sharingan's Jinjutsu to manipulate Yagura, who was then a perfect Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. In fact, that point in time was 10 years from now. In the current period, Obito's ocular power is far inferior. In other words, setting aside the Dual Kamui, you has already far surpassed Obito. The next day at dusk at Cloud Lightning, the light is so dazzling. Is it already evening? Stupid guy jerk. Training from morning, stomach empty. I love rap, the busybody. For dinner I'll have sukiyaki. A dark-skinned young man with black sunglasses, Killer B, was singing a bizarre rap and dancing exaggeratedly as he came out from the inner room. Then he saw 3 strangers standing on the platform below the leader one. Wearing a mask, it was Lin Yu. Huh. Killer B leaped down and came before the 3. Finally, I meet you, the Kai Shukuin of the ninja world, Lin Yu said. Kai Shukuin. Killer B tilted his neck looking puzzled. Of course he didn't understand what Kai Shukuin was, but he was accustomed to pursuing rhymes. He danced and gesticulated saying, Who are you calling Kai Shukuin? You're the one who's Kai Shukuin. Your whole family is Kai Shukuin. Cabbage plus dragon beard, vegetable plus insect grass tonight. Well, eat fried Kai Shukuin. Oh, stupid guy jerk WEI. At the end, Killer B pinched his fingers toward the sky, making a very cheesy gesture. At this moment, even a Fei known for his foolishness couldn't help but say, this guy has shit in his head. Yo. Rather than you saying I have shit in my head, I'd rather choose to take a dump myself. You piece of shit that looks like soy sauce paper. Stupid guy jerk. Hold on. This guy is my prey. A battle-hungry smile curled on Lin Yu's lips. After nearly 7 days of long journey, finally, I can fight a tailed beast. Both of you withdraw, Lin Yu said to those behind him. A Fei and Yuzuki Yuhi retreated to a distant mountain peak. Whoosh. The exploding blade Shibuki was released from the Kamui vortex. Lin Yu charged at Killer B with the blade in hand. Killer B, the foremost swordsman in the Fire Shadow world, let me witness your skill. Watching Lin Yu rush toward him, Killer B continued his rap as if nothing mattered. Eyes hold blades, am not in sight. Without a word you charge at me, inexplicably stirring fool guy jerk guy. As the exploding blade descended, bang. A thunderous roar erupted and the ground collapsed beneath them. When the dust settled, Killer B had caught the exploding blade with his bare hands, his palms skillfully avoiding the explosive scroll at the blade's tip, clamping onto the blank section near the spine. The explosive edge hovered less than a centimeter from his forehead. To borrow a common saying, only the bold and skilled dare such feats. Oh, exploding blade spray, swallow your spit a hair's breadth, 1,000 miles miss, fool guy jerk guy, take this. Killer B twisted his hand fiercely, sending the exploding blade spinning out of control. He caught it as it fell and swung it at Lin Yu. It seems I'm really not cut out for using a blade, Lin Yu remarked with a faint smile, stepping back and grabbing the Uchiha war fan from his back. He pressed the back of the fan against his hand, raised it above his head, and with a clang blocked the descending sword. Uchiha reflection. Boom. The explosive wave of fire was deflected by the fan, sending Killer B flying. He got up, looked at his battered self, and began singing as he rose. Both a killing blade and a death warrant, the enemy's weapon. I don't want it, it's low-key elegance. Now it's too late, hindsight is useless. 8-Tails Killer B is about to begin high-profile show-off. Fool guy jerk guy, apologies, the author isn't skilled at writing rap lyrics, bear with it. Clang. Killer B tossed the exploding blade aside. The 8 swords on his back flew into the air and descended, 2 tucked under his arms, 2 under his armpits, 1 propped between his hips and thigh, 1 behind his knee, 1 around his neck, and the last clenched in his mouth. Killer B 8 sword style. From a distant peak. What kind of stance is that? Yuzuki Yuhi's jaw dropped in astonishment. Only a monster could master such a swordsmanship style. Even the Sharingan might struggle to see through it. Will you use Kamui's intangibility to evade? Or else? A Fei murmured. Lin Yu thought, although I could dodge using intangibility mode, a sword master like Killer B is unparalleled in the ninja world. This rare opportunity is perfect for training my Sharingan's dynamic vision ability. In an instant, Lin Yu made his decision. Dance like a butterfly. Killer B tumbled and leaped, the 8 swords oddly clinging to his body as if on the verge of falling, yet magically stuck. The 8 swords descended like a storm. Lin Yu swung his fan to meet them. The Sharingan behind his mask spun rapidly, tracking the trajectory of the 8 blades. Can't see clearly too fast. Lin Yu was overwhelmed, several bloody gashes opened on his shoulders and arms. This was the first time he had been wounded in battle since crossing into the Naruto world. But since he chose to hone his perception this way, he wouldn't care about the cost. Seizing an opening, Lin Yu backflipped into the air, Killer Bee followed. Clang, clang, clang. They clashed more than a dozen times midair. Lin Yu landed first, Killer Bee hurled 3 swords from above. Lin Yu rolled on the ground to dodge, and Killer Bee retrieved the swords instantly upon landing, launching a new assault. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 8 tails sting like a bee. Killer Bee shifted his stance, manipulating the 8 swords while maintaining his footwork. He frequently flashed in front, behind, to the side, and above Lin Yu the blades, leaving afterimages in the air. This swordsmanship was overwhelming. Lin Yu had to admit that while it wasn't a Kekkei Gunkai, the Sharingan truly couldn't copy it. This was the ultimate swordsmanship only Killer Bee could wield. To borrow a term from real-world wuxia novels, Killer Bee had reached the state of unity between man and blade. Even without the 8 tails, Killer Bee was undoubtedly cage level. But being uncopyable didn't mean it was unreadable. Lin Yu's pupils trembled, blood vessels appearing in the whites of his eyes. The frequency of his eye movement had reached its limit. At this critical point, finally, the dazzling, chaotic trajectories of the 8 swords became clear in his eyes. Killer Bee launched another wave of attacks. I see it. Lin Yu's free left hand flicked out a kunai. From the 8 descending blades, he instantly dodged 4, blocked 3 with his fan, and met the unavoidable 1 with the kunai. Coated in lightning release chakra. Crack! The kunai and sword collided. It was the sword that snapped. At the same time, the kunai carved a deep gash across Killer Bee's chest. Huh. Killer Bee stared at the floating blood before him, stunned. Clank. Lin Yu spun and slammed his foot into Killer Bee's chest. Boom. Killer Bee's back crashed into the rock face. Dare to toy with lightning release in front of me, it'll tear you limb from limb, fool, guy, jerk guy. Killer Bee was ablaze with fury. 7 swords crackling with lightning release chakra were hurled at Lin Yu in succession. Lin Yu's Sharingan perception was fully unleashed. He swung the lightning-infused kunai, clang, 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 knocking them down one after another. Crack! After knocking down 3, his kunai broke, leaving half in hand and half falling. Unfazed, Lin Yu tossed the half kunai forward, knocking down another blade. He leaped into the air, letting 2 swords pass above and below, grazing his chest and back. The 7th sword was upon him midair. He couldn't evade. In a split second, his hand flashed like lightning to catch the other half of the fallen kunai, and with a clang deflected the 7th sword's trajectory. The entire process seemed slow, but happened in the blink of an eye. This was the ultimate art, achievable only when the Sharingan's perception reached its zenith. Lin Yu landed and rose calm and composed. Amazing. Even the rap-obsessed Killer Bee was stunned by Lin Yu's feat. No choice. Gurgle. Semi-transparent red-tailed beast chakra seeped out, forming a cloak. 8 tails swayed. Killer Bee lowered his center of gravity and lunged forward. The ground shattered under his immense power. You're strong, but I am the 8 tails. Killer Bee lightning plow hot knife. Boom. His powerful arm wrapped around Lin Yu's chest. This was the move that had once blasted Sasuke's insides out. Boom. Lin Yu flew backward, crashing through a cliff face, dust and debris flying. Way. Killer Bee raised his arms in victory. So that's it. A ninjutsu to jutsu technique that amplifies strength and speed with tailed beast chakra. Truly extraordinary. From the dust, Lin Yu's low voice emerged. Killer Bee's rap ceased abruptly. He adjusted his sunglasses, his eyes locked on the dust cloud, astonished, unbelievable. Besides brother, someone else could withstand that lightning plow hot knife. Lin Yu walked forward, clad in Susanoo, his patterned eyes radiating dazzling light beneath the mask. His voice, deep and authoritative, rang out. Then the warm-up ends here. Let the real battle begin, Killer Bee. No 8 tails. Be this opponent is no small matter. If you continue to treat it as a game, you might not survive. Inside Killer Bee, the 8 tails warned grimly. I understand, use version 2. Finish it quickly, you fool, you jerk, said Bee. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. A denser and more abundant tailed beast chakra seeped out of his body compared to version 1, abruptly contracting to form a crimson-tailed beast cloak on Bee's skin, even manifesting white bones at his elbows. Clang. Bee dropped to all fours. Puff. Scorching heat rose from his tailed beast cloak and his open mouth, forcibly compressing the power of the tailed beast within a human form. This is version 2, a state only slightly less than full-tailed beast transformation. Though its absolute strength is inferior to complete transformation, its speed and instantaneous explosive power are far superior. Whenever Bee activated this form, it often meant the battle would end in an instant. Within Susanoo, Lin Yu said apathetically, "Oh, partial-tailed beast transformation. I've never unleashed this form except when sparring with Big Brother. This ends it. Head 8 sword. Boom. B charged forth with brute force, ramming his head directly into Susanoo. The skeletal Susanoo was clearly unable to withstand the barbaric charge of the partial transformation. Cracks spread rapidly from the impact point across the entire structure, shattering with a loud explosion. So easy this is B. B accelerated toward Lin Yu, but passed right through him. What? As expected, he was stunned. An instinctive reaction almost everyone has upon first encountering phasing. Lin Yu turned around, his left eye's Mangekyo fixed on B's back. Kamui. Crack. In an instant, a hole pierced clean through B's back and chest. The tailed beast transformation dispersed. B screamed and plummeted to the ground, landing in a pool of blood. Lin Yu gazed apathetically at the dying B. I already avoided your head. For a Jinchuriki, a wound like this shouldn't be fatal. If the Jinchuriki dies, the tailed beast dies along with him. Therefore, Lin Yu couldn't kill B. His plan was to weaken him in battle, then unseal the iron armor seal containing the 8 tails, releasing it from its host. Thump. Thump. B's heartbeat rapidly weakened. Cold. So cold. In B's spiritual world, light faded away, and endless chills spread. B, hang in there, I'm coming to save you. The 8 tails called out to be, generously channeling its chakra into him. With the infusion of the 8 tails' immense chakra, the hole piercing B's back and chest healed. Apart from Hashirama Senju with his vast life force and Tsunade with her 100 healings mark, only those Jinchuriki, who had perfectly controlled their tailed beasts, could pull off such a near-resurrection feat. Lin Yu curled his lips slightly. This result was within his expectations. In B's spiritual world, what a terrifying dojutsu. So powerful it makes me tremble. It nearly killed me. B shuddered in lingering fear. B, did you notice? He could have aimed at your head, but he didn't, said the 8 tails. Maybe he was amazed by my genius rap talent and couldn't bring himself to do it. You think too much. I think his goal is to obtain me, so he held back against you. The 8 tails had seen through Lin Yu's true intent. Since we know his intention, there's no fear of a sudden decapitation. B stood up. Lin Yu said apathetically, are you a bit more docile now? You fool, you jerk. B entered version 2 again, opening his mouth wide. Yin and Yang tailed beast chakra compressed at a 2:8 ratio into a super dense black sphere. The sheer weight of that chakra caused the ground beneath B to collapse. A tailed beast ball, though a mini version under partial transformation, was enough to destroy a small hill. Lin Yu shook his head, truly incorrigible. Boom. The mini-tailed beast ball was launched. Unsurprisingly, it passed right through his body. Rumble. Amid the explosive light, a small hill behind Lin Yu vanished. Is this the power of a Jinchuriki? From atop a hill in the opposite direction, Maui was deeply shocked. So strong. Not only physical attacks, but even a tailed beast ball can phase through. Incredible, he's practically invincible. B, his ability is too bizarre. Without intel, there's almost no chance of winning. Let's retreat, the 8 tails suggested. I agree. But there's one thing I need to confirm. B opened his mouth wide and condensed another tailed beast. Lin Yu said apathetically again. No matter how many times, it's just wasting chakra. Suddenly B redirected the tailed beast ball toward another direction. The very hill where Fei and Maui Xiang were standing. So that's your move, said Fei. Bang. The tailed beast ball launched at tremendous speed. Damn it. Lin Yu cursed, activating Susanoo to intercept. Too late. Lin Yu's left Mangekyo unleashed its full power, his gaze piercing the void to track the flying tailed beast ball. Let me catch up, Kamui. It's over. The tailed beast ball was right before her eyes. Crushed by hopeless pressure, Maui Xiang's heart sank. Whoosh. At the critical moment, space twisted, and with the familiar vortex, the tailed beast ball was transported into the dimensional space. This shocking sight left a profound impact on Maui Xiang's heart. Lightning Lariat. Almost simultaneously with Lin Yu's Kamui activation, B's lightning lariat under partial transformation struck at Lin Yu. Crash. The Susanoo covering Lin Yu's body shattered after only a brief resistance. The lightning lariat was about to hit Lin Yu's chest. If it landed squarely, Lin Yu would be gravely wounded, even if not killed. He did it to save me. Maui Xiang's eyes trembled violently. She was about to rush over, but Fei pressed her shoulder and said, don't panic. Crack. From Lin Yu's right shoulder, thick trees suddenly sprouted tightly, binding B's body. The branching would continue to entangle his limbs. Maui Xiang breathed a deep sigh of relief. Damn it. Wood style. He can also use wood style. Inside B, the 8 tails exclaimed in shock. Wood style? The legendary bloodline limit of the first Hokage Hashirama Senju. Its abilities are diverse and formidable. Who in the world is this ninja? But at least one thing is certain. When he attacks, he must materialize. That's his weakness, you fool, you jerk. B marveled. This is no time for that. We have to break free from this wood style. B, the 8 tails, urged urgently. Got it, Hachibi. Full-tailed beast transformation. Boom. The trees binding B shattered. Lin Yu retreated, gazing at the colossal, true form before him. Sensing the overwhelmingly powerful chakra, he felt every cell in his body trembling with excitement. What must come has finally come. I've been waiting for you a long time, Eight-Tails. The true form of the Eight-Tails is that of a giant ox with 8 octopus-like tentacles for a tail. Originally, it had 2 horns on its head, but during the rampage of the previous Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, Buru by the left horn was severed by the third rampage, AI leaving only 1 horn. The reason for Buru Bis rampage is closely tied to Orochimaru. It was also the death of Buru by that led to Karabi becoming the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki at such a young age, and he lived up to expectations, becoming the first man capable of perfectly controlling the Eight-Tails. And at this moment, this man is being forced into a desperate situation by Lin Yu, unwilling to hold back and revealing his tailed beast form. I bring obliteration upon you, and thus you shall be destroyed. The true appearance of the Jinchuriki is that of a monster. Take a good look, the Jinchuriki transformation, yeah. The Eight-Tails transformed Karabi Hamza RAP, twisting his body, releasing a large amount of gas from his nostrils. Lin Yu laughs and scolds. Even your nose can let out air. You truly are a bull-headed nuisance, but... Roar, 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 roar. 5 clusters of blue flames ignite at Lin Yu's fingertips as he bends down, placing his palm on the ground. I will no longer allow you to act recklessly. Uchiha Fire Flame Formation. Whoosh. The earth erupts with infernal flames, transforming into a crimson lotus barrier, engulfing most of the Yunlei Gorge. Lin Yu divides the battlefield, preventing Afei and Mugetsu from getting involved. Outside the barrier, Mugetsu gasps. This barrier technique is even stronger than the 4 purple flames formation. He can unleash it all by himself. However, it still falls short of the 4 scarlet yang formation. But it should be more than enough to defend against the Eight-Tails tailed beast bomb. Inside the barrier, only Lin Yu and the Eight-Tails remain. Lin Yu stands up, saying, "Now let us both enjoy the thrill of battle. Don't let me down, Eight-Tails. I will shatter you." The Eight-Tails raises its head as terrifying tailed beast chakra gathers in its mouth, forming a large tailed beast bomb. This is a genuine Eight-Tails tailed beast bomb, far superior to the small version produced under half transformation. It is no exaggeration to say that a single shot can flatten a mountain. Lin Yu's gaze is fervent. Very well, just like that. Roar. Azure chakra flames ignite, enveloping his whole body, transforming into a colossal entity no smaller than the Eight-Tails. Yatengu Susanoo. Boom. Boom. This mountain peak, unable to withstand the presence of both Susanoo and the tailed beast, begins to edge towards collapse, but this is merely the beginning. The Eight-Tails opens its massive mouth, swallowing the tailed beast bomb, then spewing forth an overwhelming golden wave of light. Boom. The explosive energy fills the barrier. The walls of the Uchiha Fire Flame Formation begin to ripple like waves, yet show no signs of breaking. This immense energy must find a release point, and a hole opens at the top of the barrier. Boom. The energy compresses into a beam of light, shooting straight into the sky, then bursts forth like fireworks raining down upon the earth. Boom. 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 After several seconds, explosions erupt from all directions, causing the earth to tremble. What level of battle is this? Mugetsu, in shock, grips his hands tightly, his expression tense. Inside the calmed barrier, the Yatengu Susanoo still stands tall, having not used any artifacts, relying solely on its own defense to withstand the tailed beast bomb from the Eight-Tails. Within Susanoo, Lin Yu looks at the Eight-Tails, now covered in smoke and shock, coldly stating, "I expected it to be stronger, but in the end, is this all you have? Then I won't hold back." Zing, zing, zing. In Susanoo's hand, black shurikens begin to gather. Kamui Shuriken, triple shot. The Eight-Tails does not back down either. Rapid fire tailed beast bomb, triple shot. Boom, boom, boom. The rapid fire tailed beast bombs explode upon contact with the Kamui shurikens, but the explosive power is absorbed by the spatial vortex triggered by the Kamui shurikens. In the mental world of Karabi and the Eight-Tails, Karabi sweats. That was close. If I had been hit by that, I would have been done for. It seems that the black shurikens must rely on that chakra giant to be used. We have to destroy him first. Karabi responds, but the defense of that chakra giant is simply unfathomable. It's completely different from the previous skeletal form. The Eight-Tails says, to break that we must use an even more powerful tailed beast bomb. But in this damned barrier, the explosion of the tailed beast bomb would affect us as well, harming the enemy 1,000 while injuring ourselves 800. Since brute force won't work, let's go for a sealing technique. I'll use that move. Sealing technique. Million Fury, Endless Servitude. Roar. The Eight-Tails opens its mouth, spewing out a large amount of ink, quickly spreading towards Susanoo. Moi. Lin Yu maneuvers Susanoo to jump. But the ink suddenly transforms into 8 massive black octopus tentacles that tightly coil around Yatengu's Susanoo. and simultaneously the pitch-black color rapidly stains Susanoo. What is this? Lin Yu's eyes narrow. Okay, everything is set, just count to 3 and that colossal being will be completely covered and immobilized by the ink infused with Eight-Tails chakra. 1, 2. The Eight-Tails begins to count, and as it watches Yatenga's Susanoo about to be completely sealed. Well done forcing me to this point. Lin Yu closes his eyes, and when he opens them again, an astonishing visual power releases. Susanoo artifact, 9 fathoms divine eye. Whoosh! A powerful Kamui vortex erupts in the void, quickly causing the ink covering Susanoo to retreat, synchronized with the vortex's rotation, all absorbed into the giant divine shield held by Susanoo. Nanny! Both Karabi and the Eight-Tails are stunned. Kamui mark 8. Lin Yu's eyes sweep over the 8 tentacles behind the Eight-Tails, marking them all in just a few seconds. Whoosh! A black tomo appears in Susanoo's left hand. Susanoo artifact, 9 fathoms Kamui tomo. The tomo is thrown. The Eight-Tails fires a tailed beast bomb in an attempt to intercept, but unexpectedly the tomo pierces right through the tailed beast bomb. Can that thing be penetrated too? Damn it, get away. The Eight-Tails escapes within the barrier with the Kamui tomo following closely behind. Damn it. The Eight-Tails looks back while running. Is it coming from my tails? There's no choice, I'll give him one of my tails. Whoosh. But in a twist of fate the tomo splits into 8, shooting towards the Eight-Tails. How could this happen? The Eight-Tails is completely bewildered. Boom. Almost simultaneously the 8 tomo hit the Eight-Tails, creating 8 spatial vortices, separating the Eight-Tails from its body, disappearing into the spatial vortices. The sky echoes with the Eight-Tails' chilling scream. Meanwhile, the tailed beast bomb that the Eight-Tails unleashed was also absorbed by the Kamui vortex from the 9 fathoms divine eye. Huff huff. Inside Yatengu's Susanoo, Lin Yu breathes heavily, blood constantly flowing from his eye sockets, his visual power nearly exhausted. But unlike the last time he used the Susanoo artifact, he is not in such a dire state that he cannot maintain Susanoo. Damn beast, I'm going to smash you to pieces. You stupid bastard, you scoundrel. The injured Eight-Tails completely loses its temper, gathering an extremely terrifying chakra. Inside Susanoo, Lin Yu looks up, his gaze deep. Has it completely lost its sanity? Do I need to continue exhausting my visual power to use the third artifact? No, there's no need for that. Lin Yu forms seals with 2 fingers on his chest. Ninjutsu, Mist Concealment Technique. Mist fills the barrier, obscuring vision. Lin Yu crosses 4 fingers on his chest to form seals. Ninjutsu, Shadow Clone Technique. Boom. From the smoke, a shadow clone appears. That's the true use of Kamui. The correct method. Lin Yu's main body disappears into the Kamui vortex of his right eye, leaving only the shadow clone inside Yatenga's Susanoo. What's happening in there? On the mountain peak outside the barrier, Mugetsu's expression is anxious. The vortex turns, and Lin Yu appears before him. Mugetsu exclaims, "How are you here? Where's the Eight-Tails? Soon he will bring about his own demise. Let's find somewhere safe first." Whoosh. Lin Yu absorbs off-fame Mugetsu and himself into the time-space. Meanwhile, the Eight-Tails, completely unaware of this, gathers chakra and opens its blood-filled mouth. Continuous tailed beast bomb. Boom, 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 boom. Under the relentless bombardment of the tailed beast bombs, Yatenga's Susanoo is destroyed, and the chaotic energy rampages within the barrier, turning everything to dust. Crack. Finally, even the Uchiha fire flame formation cannot withstand the bombardment, starting to show spiderweb-like cracks before collapsing. Boom, 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 boom. Without the barrier's constraints, the explosion's light sweeps in all directions. Towering peaks are consecutively swallowed by the explosion's vanishing. The explosion engulfs the entire Yunlei Gorge, and the shockwave even reaches the hidden village of Yunin 10 miles away. The 4th Raikage AI is in his office lifting weights when suddenly the building shakes, debris falling. AI looks out the window and sees a massive glow on the horizon, his pupils contracting. That's the direction of Yunlei Gorge. Something must have happened. Boom. He breaks through the wall and rushes out. 8 minutes later, the explosive glow finally whoosh. In midair, the vortex spins, and Lin Yu appears, landing on a floating piece of broken wood, surveying the surroundings. The Yunlei Gorge is no longer in existence. Looking around, there's only boundless sea. The floating debris and rubble on the sea surface symbolize the previous devastation. Lin Yu sincerely marvels. The power of the tailed beasts can only be truly understood through experience. This scattered power is already so formidable. I can only imagine what destruction might come when they unite. Ten-Tails, one day, I will acquire your power. Lin Yu's gaze fixes on Karabi, who is lying on a piece of rubble covered in blood. For now, let me obtain this scattered portion. Whoosh. The scene shifts to Kirabi's mental world. Bye. Pull yourself together, bye. Don't worry, I'll use the tentacle clones to get you out. The Eight-Tails looks at Karabi lying there lifeless. It's too late. Lin Yu's voice echoes. It's you. How can you still be alive? How did you get in here? The Eight-Tails roars at Lin Yu, who should not be alive or here. With the power of the Sharingan, it's not difficult. And is this what's called the iron armor seal? Lin Yu walks past Karabi, gazing at the thick iron armor enveloping the Eight-Tails. He forms seals with 2 fingers, and his left eye beneath the mask shines with light. Kamui, armor destruction release. Kamui itself is an irresistible force, capable of distorting even space, let alone the seals of a binding technique. Hence, by using the power of Kamui to warp the sealing formula, the seal is broken. Kamui armor-breaking seal release. Under the influence of the Kamui vortex, the iron armor sealing formula twisted and cracks appeared on the armor that had been materialized within the Jinchuriki's body from the technique. The Eight-Tails chakra seeped out through the gaps. This feeling. The iron armor seal is about to be undone. Damn it, I must stop him. The Eight-Tails octopus tentacle slammed violently toward Lin Yu. Lin Yu ignored it, and the power of his ocular technique surged. The iron armor shattered. Lin Yu suddenly looked up, his eyes gleaming with red light. The swinging octopus tentacle halted midair, and the Eight-Tails' eyes also transformed into the shape of Lin Yu's Mangekyo, a sign of being caught in the Jinjutsu's control. Such formidable ocular power. I cannot move. Outside, Lin Yu formed a hand seal with 2 fingers and shouted, "Come forth, Eight-Tails." Boom. The Eight-Tails chakra burst from Killer Bee's head, surging upward as a pillar of red light connecting to the pitch-black vortex in the distant sky. That dark vortex was not caused by Kamui, but a natural phenomenon brought forth by the emergence of Tailed Beast chakra. Crimson lightning raged within the vortex, each bolt containing devastating power. Lin Yu gazed at the sky and mused, from the power of the Eight-Tails one can imagine just how formidable the Nine-Tails must be. Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha actually tamed the Nine-Tails like a pet. The gap between me and them is still far from trivial. But one day I will bridge that gap. The surging red chakra pillar continued for a long time before showing signs of weakening, finally, leaving Killer Bee's head entirely and converging toward the crimson chakra mass in the sky. Lin Yu knew that the Eight-Tails had completely separated from its Jinchuriki, and Killer Bee was doomed to die. Just then an unexpected scene unfolded. Midair, the tip of the red light suddenly transformed into an octopus tentacle clinging tenaciously to Killer Bee's body. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, showing a trace of emotion. The Eight-Tails should have been completely under my ocular control. Is this the obsession to prevent Killer Bee from dying? A touching bond of friendship. Very well, I grant your wish. Whoosh. Lin Yu leaped from the sea surface into the air, and with a hand blade wreathed in lightning, he severed the end of the red light. That octopus tentacle wriggled back into Killer Bee's body. No harm done. The main body of the Eight-Tails had been extracted. The chakra from one tentacle would recover quickly and would not affect its power. Recalling the time when Madara forcibly extracted tailed beasts using the demonic statue of the outer path, the Eight-Tails had also used this method to prolong Killer Bee's life. Lin Yu had no personal vendetta against Killer Bee and did not necessarily need to kill him. Killer Bee's life was saved and the Eight-Tails' obsession was resolved, ceasing its resistance. After the chakra operation was complete, it writhed in midair, resuming its form of an ox-head octopus, then fell onto the sea, churning up enormous waves. It was still the Eight-Tails, but now a wild Eight-Tails. The ocular control won't last long. I need to finish up quickly. Crack. A thick tree sprouted from Lin Yu's right shoulder, entwining itself around the Eight-Tails. Lin Yu intended to transfer the Eight-Tails into the dimension of time and space. To relocate such a colossal creature, he needed to use both eyes Kamui simultaneously. It is necessary to explain here Lin Yu's right eye's Kamui is mainly used to transfer himself. To move external objects, it requires extremely close range or physical contact with the object to be transferred. The left eye's Kamui can be used remotely, but to transfer the entire body of the Eight-Tails, it must be fully within the field of vision. In other words, a certain viewing distance is needed. Therefore, Lin Yu used this tree infused with his own chakra as an extension of his body to make contact with the Eight-Tails. This not only satisfied the condition for the right eye's short-range Kamui, but also provided sufficient viewing distance for the left eye's long-range Kamui. Everything was set. Both Mangekyo beneath the mask locked onto the Eight-Tails simultaneously. Kamui. Whoosh. A massive Kamui vortex appeared and the Eight-Tails was entirely transferred into the dimension of time and space. Crack. The transfer complete, Lin Yu snapped off the tree from his right arm. Huff huff. He bent over, standing on the sea surface, panting heavily. Sweat dripped from his face onto the water and in the ripples. His masked visage was also reflected. Lin Yu took off his mask, gazing at his pale, exhausted face, and murmured with a smile, "How long has it been since I last looked in a mirror? The days of battle are busy and fulfilling." Boom. Behind him, a figure descended from the sky, stirring up waves. It was a giant nearly 2 meters tall with dark skin and pale yellow hair. On his shoulders were tattooed green shuriken emblems. He wore a broad belt and heavy armor, and his body was covered in a layer of lightning armor. Bastard, get away from my brother. The man shouted at Lin Yu's back. Had the fourth Raikage, his fiery temper is indeed as famous as they say. Lin Yu put the mask back on his face and turned around unhurriedly. Sharingan, who are you? Seeing Lin Yu's Sharingan, was momentarily stunned before asking. Uchiha. Lin Yu declared his name in the world of Naruto. So you're the rogue Uchiha who's been throwing the ninja world into chaos. What did you do to Killer Bee? Nothing much. Continuing the fine tradition of Kumogakure, I defeated your brother, undid the iron armor seal inside him, and took the pet home. Lin Yu said lightly. You bastard. He'll tear you limb from limb and avenge my brother. As killing intent was palpable. That depends on whether you have the skill. ZZZ. Beneath the mask, the three Tomo transformed into Mangekyo. Just a Sharingan. Crack. Upon seeing the Mangekyo Sharingan, as lightning armor became even more intense. His hair stood on end, turning stiff and sharp, the enhanced form of the lightning armor. To counter the Mangekyo, he used lightning to stimulate his nerves, pushing his reflexes, strength, speed, and defense to the utmost. In this mode, his speed far exceeded even the Mangekyo Sharingan's tracking. My chakra is nearly depleted. Let's finish this quickly with Kamui. Lin Yu focused his left eye on his head. Kamui. Swoosh. The Kamui vortex had just appeared when A vanished from his spot with a flash of lightning. So fast. Even faster than my Kamui activation speed. Lin Yu marveled. He had seen people dodge Kamui with substitution techniques or visual misdirection, but this was the first time someone used sheer speed to evade. Indeed, only a man who bears the name of the Raikage can accomplish such a feat. Lightning helm split. Whoosh! As figure flashed beside Lin Yu, and his lightning-wreathed hand blade slashed horizontally toward Lin Yu's neck. Whoosh! When he realized his attack had passed through Lin Yu, a note of surprise escaped him. Then he said coldly, just as rumored, you can make attacks phase through you. But 5 minutes is your limit. When you phase through, and when you use your space-time jutsu, you must materialize. Lin Yu thought indeed that Danzo has already spread information about me, hoping to use others to eliminate me. Oh, since you know my ability, why reveal it so openly? Want me to be on guard? Lin Yu replied calmly. Crack. Crack. A twisted his neck dismissively. It doesn't matter. He'll overwhelm you with speed and attack frequency that you can't match, launching relentless powerful strikes, so you dare not cancel your phasing until the moment your phasing ends. Then he'll tear your neck off. Boom. As he said so, he intended to do. Wreathed in lightning, he launched a continuous barrage of taijutsu, each strike comparable in power to Killer Bee's attacks in his partial tailed beast form. I had been assessed by Karen as possessing tailed beast level chakra. Had completely unreasonable. Lin Yu's face remained calm, but his mind raced. Phasing is only a temporary measure. I must turn defense into offense. With my remaining chakra, I can't use Susanoo. I need another approach. He's covered in such fierce lightning armor and maintaining such high-intensity attacks. His speed will inevitably drop with fatigue. He'll seize the moment he slows down and strike for the win. Lin Yu's Sharingan spun, closely monitoring his movements. His ever-changing form gradually became traceable, until his thrust from the front was perfectly captured by Lin Yu. Now, Kamui lightning cutter. Lin Yu canceled his phasing and charged at a moment before as thrusting arm reached him. Lin Yu lowered his center of gravity, aimed at his chest. It's over. Thud. Suddenly a sharp pain shot through Lin Yu's eyes, and his body stiffened. Damn. The side effect of ocular power exhaustion, of all times. In desperation, Lin Yu twisted his body sharply to the side. Crack. As figure brushed past Lin Yu. Blood splattered. Lin Yu's right arm was severed. Die. It pursued, instantly turning back with lightning speed. Lin Yu's eyes hardened, and instead of activating his phasing, he kicked his own severed hand toward a. At that moment, as eyes were fixed solely on Lin Yu, and the severed hand struck him in the arm. Whoosh. The still active Kamui lightning cutter on the severed hand triggered spacetime distortion. Crack. As arm was twisted off along with Lin Yu's severed hand, both vanishing into the spatial vortex. Shuffle. As steps came to an abrupt halt. Staring at his bleeding stump, his eyes went wide. Fourth Raikage, we will meet again in the near future. Let us duel once more in the name of the Kage. Lin Yu disappeared into the vortex of his right eye. I gazed at the spot where Lin Yu had vanished, then withdrew his gaze. He walked over to Killer Bee and lifted him with his single arm, tears streaming down his face. BB, your big brother will definitely avenge you. Bro. There. Killer Bee let out a faint whisper. Ōtsutsuki. A was overjoyed. Whoosh. The scene shifted to the dimension of time and space. Lin Yu found his severed hand and reattached it. Hiss. The regenerative power of Hashirama's cells took effect, and the hand was reconnected. Lin Yu flexed his reattached arm, There was no abnormal sensation. All done. A bit later than expected. Obito and Yuzuki approached. I ran into a small snag at the end. Lin Yu said calmly. Obito looked at the severed arm of the rakeage on the ground with faint arcs of electricity still dancing on it. He murmured, doesn't look like a small snag. Lin Yu said, it's irrelevant. We've already got what we wanted. Let's go back. Orochimaru should be wrapping up around now. It took 7 days and 7 nights to travel from home to the Land of Lightning, but returning home took less than 7 seconds. Since both the Land of Water and the Land of Lightning have been explored, I can now freely use divine might to travel between these two countries. We still have the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth among the 5 great nations, Lin Yu said. Shall we make a trip there when we have time? A Fei suggested. No hurry. It wouldn't be fitting to deign to go just to make a spatial mark. We need a proper purpose first, then do it along the way. Lin Yu said. Well, that's true. A Fei shrugged. Speaking of which, where is Xiang? Lin Yu looked behind him. As soon as we landed, she went back to her room with a heavy heart. I think she was quite shocked along the way and needs some time to process it. After all, unlike us, she needs to eat and attend to bodily needs. Lin Yu lowered his brows thoughtfully. Let's go check on Orochimaru's progress first. In the stone chamber. The green liquid in the cylindrical glass vessel in which Hashirama's artificial body was immersed bubbled and churned like boiling. Gurgle. The tubes connected to the artificial Botus back writhed like snakes, emitting a spine-chilling squeezing sound. Drip. After a long while, another drop of golden blood fell from the extraction device into the glass tube, which was almost full. Excellent, just a little more, my perfect creation. Orochimaru's eyes were bloodshot, his expression possessed. He hadn't eaten or drunk for nearly a month, nor had he closed his eyes. Lord Orochimaru, you should rest. Leave this to me. This was the concern from Yakushi Kabuto. Kabuto, withdraw first. I need to concentrate, Orochimaru said without turning. Yes. Kabuto obediently exited the room. As he walked back, he thought Lord Orochimaru's figure in pursuit of truth is truly fascinating. But there are those who want to exploit Lord Orochimaru's obsession with truth to achieve their own despicable goals. Kabuto lowered his head, his fingers pressing on the frame of his glasses. The large lenses reflected light as a cold, sinister smile curled at the corners of his mouth. But how could I let him succeed? He hasn't returned yet, and probably never will. After all, the Blood Mist Village is such a terrifying place. For a ninja whose intelligence has been leaked, how could he possibly leave alive? Uchiha, you can repent underground for treating me, Yakushi Kabuto, as a nobody. Ha 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 ha. As he thought, Kabuto couldn't help but burst into manic laughter. Yo, what's so joyful? Let me hear it. But a sudden voice from around the corner made Kabuto's laughter stop abruptly. What? He stopped in his tracks. When he saw Lin Yu leaning against the wall with arms crossed, the narrow eyes behind his glasses instantly widened, his face turning pale and sweat pouring down his back. You? Lord Yu. You're back. But Kabuto, as a veteran multi-agent, calmed down in an instant. That's wonderful. I was just about to tell you some good news. What good news? Lin Yu asked impassively. Thanks to the joint efforts of Lord Orochimaru and myself, the extraction of the first Hokage Hashirama's original cells has gone even more smoothly than expected. So the results will come sooner. In 3 more days you can obtain a body equal to that of the god of shinobi Senju Hashirama. Kabuto said excitedly. That's really gratifying. After it's done, Kabuto, I won't treat you poorly. Lin Yu said with a faint smile. Kabuto knelt on one knee before Lin Yu, his right hand over his heart. I dare not. It is my great honor to serve you, my lord. Then I'll leave it to you. Lin Yu turned and walked toward his room. I bid you farewell, my lord. Yakushi Kabuto looked up, his gaze malevolent as he watched Lin Yu's back, thinking in that case, they'll have to use my contingency plan. But how could he notice the hidden glint in the pupils of Lin Yu's mask? In her room, Yuzuki Xiang tossed and turned, unable to sleep. In the latter half of the night, she got up, left her room. Moments later, the door to Lin Yu's room opened. Yuzuki Xiang tiptoed in and stopped in front of the bed. On the wall hung Lin Yu's mask and fan. After a series of fierce battles, Lin Yu was sleeping soundly on the bed, breathing evenly. By the dim light from the corridor outside, Yuzuki Xiang looked at Lin Yu's sleeping face. It wasn't as cold as usual. Instead, he looked like a peaceful boy next door. Yuzuki Xiang's eyes held complicated thoughts. Her eyelids fluttered and closed as images of the time she had spent with Lin Yu since their meeting flashed through her mind. Would you be willing to come with me? I just don't want a woman like you to become a sacrifice in this cruel ninja world. You don't need to do anything special, just give up Konoha and come with me. This was when she was taken captive by Lin Yu. Your room is ready next to mine. Also, this box contains some clothes and a few ninja-specific boxed meals for you. Please make do for now. They'll soon open a hot spring specially for you to bathe in. This was when she first arrived at the base, feeling anxious. When there's nothing to do at night, stay quietly in your room and don't wander around the base. Didn't I tell you to stay in your room and not run around? Go back to sleep. This was when she wandered off and was intimidated by Orochimaru's killing intent. If you're tired, take a rest. Don't push yourself. I told you don't push yourself. This was what Lin Yu said when he saved her from the mist ninja holding her waist. Xiang, this is for you. Didn't you say you always wanted to kill me? With one more powerful ninja blade, it should improve your success rate, right? This was when Lin Yu half-jokingly handed her the lightning blade Kiba. In the scene where facing the eight-tailed beast ball, she thought she would surely die, yet Lin Yu risked everything to save her. Along this journey, a reality emerged that Uzuki Xiang was very reluctant to accept. She had gradually grown accustomed to being by Lin Yu's side, even somewhat infatuated with this life. If this continued, she was afraid she would forget her original intention and even fall for him. Uzuki Xiang opened her eyes, having made up her mind to sever the ties. She drew a sword from behind her back, hardened her heart, and thrust it toward the sleeping, defenseless Lin Yu. Clang! The blade pierced Lin Yu's body, emerging from under the bed. Lin Yu's breathing stopped abruptly. Pant pant. Uzuki Xiang was almost exhausted. She didn't even have the strength to pull out the sword. She staggered out, holding onto the doorframe, and when she turned around, 2 lines of clear tears slid from the corners of her eyes. I'm sorry. Your power is too great. One day it will threaten the village. Forgive me. Leaving Lin Yu's room, Uzuki Xiang did not flee. Instead, she returned to her own room, sat in the corner, buried her head, hugged her knees, and quietly awaited the consequences. But until the next morning, nothing unusual happened. Uzuki Xiang walked out of her room suspiciously, only to see Lin Yu just coming out of his room stretching. You? Uzuki Xiang stood frozen, her mouth opening and closing, unable to speak. Oh hey you, good morning. Get up to pee. Lin Yu greeted her with a smile, teasing her along the way. By the way, you left something in my room. I fetched it for you. Clang. Lin Yu tossed the blade that Uzuki Yui had used the previous night onto the floor. Uzuki Yui stared at the blade on the ground, then at Lin Yu, who stood perfectly unharmed, and asked, You. How are you unscathed? Lin Yu replied, You're indeed clever. You knew I had the ability to phase through things, so you chose to strike while I was asleep. But what you didn't know is that my phasing power remains active even in slumber. So that's how it is. Uzuki Yui's expression turned wistful, yet somewhere deep within her, she felt a faint sense of relief. She then picked up the blade from the ground and suddenly thrust it toward her own heart, intending to end her life. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, stepped forward, and seized the blade with his bare hand. Blood dripped to the floor as Lin Yu's hand was cut. He asked, What are you doing? Uzuki Yui said, Now that I've been exposed, I have nothing left to say. I stayed by your side only to find an opportunity to kill you. Since I failed, the only option is suicide. Are you afraid I might harm your sister? At first that was the reason. But after following you, I came to know that a man like you would never lay a finger on an innocent girl. Then it's for the sake of the village. My raised me taught me. Knowing you might pose a threat to the village, I couldn't remain indifferent. The so-called will of fire, is that it? Lin Yu murmured under his breath. And I still don't understand the meaning of those words you said to me back then. Lin Yu knew that Uzuki Yui was referring to his statement, I simply didn't want a woman like you to become a sacrifice in this cruel world of shinobi. Very well, look into my eyes. Lin Yu lifted his gaze, and his 3-tomo Sharingan transformed into a Mangekyo. The scene before Uzuki Yui shifted. In the My Cemetery, a woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to Uzuki Yui was paying respects before a tombstone. Captain Uzuki, the 5th Hokage, summons us. A masked Umbu man called out from behind. Understood. Uzuki donned her animal-masked Umbu gear and vanished from the spot. Is that Uzuki? She joined the Umbu. Standing nearby as an observer, Uzuki Yui's expression flickered with shock and suspicion. Go and see what's written on the tombstone, Lin Yu said beside her. Uzuki Yui walked over to the grave. The inscription read, Grave of Uegwang Jifeng, erected by his beloved Uzuki. Uzuki, my year 61. Uzuki's lover died. My year 61. That's 14 years from now. Take a look at this one. Lin Yu pointed to a recently tended grave nearby, still adorned with flowers. Uzuki Yui followed his gaze and froze abruptly. The tombstone read, Grave of Uzuki Yui, erected by her sister, Uzuki, my year 48. The vision ended, returning to reality. My year 48. I died. Uzuki Yui's face was etched with astonishment. That's right. Next year you will sacrifice yourself on an Umbu mission. You die and your sister vows to join the Umbu. Lin Yu declared. How do you know all this? Uzuki Yui asked, bewildered. When the ocular power of the Sharingan reaches a certain level, one can even glimpse the future. Lin Yu, of course, wouldn't reveal that he was an otherworldly traveler, so he offered a convenient excuse. So you took me away to change my fate of dying. You're a ruthless shinobi who doesn't hesitate to kill. Would you really do such a thing? Uzuki Yui found it hard to believe. You can think of it as my whim. But honestly, when I saw that you actually tried to strike me down, I was furious and didn't quite know what to do. Lin Yu pinched Yuzuki Yui's delicate chin, tilting her face upward as he had during their first encounter. His gaze carried an astonishing intensity, an aura far more fearsome than even Orochimaru's. Lin Yu scrutinized Yui and said, "Your parents died for my, didn't they? Leaving you and your younger sister behind. You joined the Umbu, died young, and your sister followed the same path. Your entire family threw themselves into the fire like moths, all for an illusory will of fire. Do you think it was worth it?" Yuzuki Yui found herself at a loss for words. Lin Yu continued, "What I despise most is this kind of grandiose brainwashing. The Mai bathed in sunlight. Is everything truly above board? Even the third Hokage renowned for his benevolence. Answer me." Yuzuki Yui closed her eyes, for she had no strength to refute Lin Yu's words. As an Umbu, she had naturally been exposed to the village's dark side, but she had been too caught up in the relentless tasks to ponder whether it was right or wrong. Lin Yu said, "Right or wrong are just irrelevant propositions. Yui, I ask you, were the days you spent by my side happier than the days you spent in Yui's Umbu, suppressing your true feelings and carrying out missions?" "Such a thing. I don't know." Yuzuki Yui's eyes flickered, but the answer was all too obvious. "You are already a rogue shinobi of Mai. The shackles that bound you no longer exist. Why can't you follow your heart's true desire?" Lin Yu leaned close to Yui and whispered into her ear, "NNGH." Suddenly Yui's body trembled faintly, and 2 rosy patches bloomed on her cheeks. "What's wrong?" Lin Yu asked, puzzled. "Your ear." "Stay away from my ear." Yuzuki Yui murmured, her voice barely audible. "I see. Your ear. Is that your vulnerability as a woman?" Lin Yu gave a mischievous smile, raised his hand, and pinched Yuzuki Yui's earlobe, gently rubbing it. "I see. Your ear. Is that your vulnerability as a woman?" Lin Yu gave a mischievous smile, raised his hand, and pinched Yuzuki Yui's earlobe, gently rubbing it, as if taking revenge for her actions the previous night. "Oh, please. Don't do this to me, I beg you. Just kill me." Tears of shame and humiliation welled in her eyes as Yuzuki Yui pleaded. "Kill you? That would be far too easy." Lin Yu seized her lips in a domineering kiss. Cool, soft, and tender. Lin Yu never imagined that at 17 in the real world his first kiss would be shared with a woman from the second dimension. But the second dimension, wasn't that even better? Lin Yu grew more practiced, kissing with increasing intensity. Under Lin Yu's forceful onslaught, Yuzuki Yui's gaze gradually grew dazed. In her right hand she still clutched the blade she had picked up from the floor. Lin Yu's nape was right before her eyes. A golden opportunity to strike. Her hand, trembling, lifted the blade, but at last it dropped. Clang. The knife fell to the ground as Yui wrapped her arms around Lin Yu's neck, returning his kiss with abandon. Huff. Huff. Huh. Huh. After the long kiss ended, Yuzuki Yui panted, her cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes hazy and intoxicating. Proof that her first kiss had been just as breathtaking for her. That was impressive, but there's even more impressive things. Lin Yu raised his left hand and undid the button on Yuzuki Yui's collar. Yuzuki Yui showed no resistance. She closed her eyes and said, "Can you promise me one thing? Don't attack the village." Lin Yu's hand, which was unbuttoning, came to a halt. Yuzuki Yui opened her eyes and looked at Lin Yu with a pitiful expression. "If you promise me, I will offer you my entire world willingly." Lin Yu raised his left hand, placed it on Yuzuki Yui's cheek, and gently wiped away the tears at the corner of her eye, but said solemnly, "Yui, when I decide to do something, no one can stop me. So I won't make you any false promises. I will go to my sooner or later because there is something there that I want." With that, Lin Yu looked down at the blade at his feet and added, "Also, you didn't make a second mistake just now. That pleases me, Yui." Sizzle. The lightning release chakra that Lin Yu had been gathering in his right hand, the hand he had never lifted, vanished. If Yuzuki Yui had not dropped the blade, his right hand would have pierced her chest without hesitation. Even if Lin Yu cherished Yuzuki Yui, he would never tolerate a second murderous intent from her. Under Yuzuki Yui's stunned gaze, Lin Yu turned and walked away. Watching his retreating back, Yuzuki Yui slid down against the wall and sat on the floor. She knew that from the moment she let go of the blade, she had completely lost the battle against this man. What will become of everything from now on? I don't care anymore. Time passed, and after 2 days Lin Yu had completely recovered from the fatigue of battle. He returned to the Shun. The Shunwei space is immensely vast, and objects transported here are placed in different locations depending on the time point. To illustrate, unless transported in succession at nearby time points, encounters are unlikely in general situations. As the master of this space, Lin Yu can appear anywhere at will. He stood before the 8 tails. "A long time no see," Lin Yu said playfully. "When enemies meet, there's always a spark." Boom. The 8 tails gazed at Lin Yu, who had suddenly appeared, and without hesitation launched a tailed beast ball. In this space, Lin Yu could not activate penetration. Humph. He calmly bit his finger. Ninja art triple Rashomon. Bang. 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 The triple Rashomon rose just to be instantly destroyed, but the tailed beast ball was consequently deflected, exploding in the background behind Lin Yu. Lin Yu ignored the explosion behind him and said to the 8 tails, "You still have the power to launch tailed beast balls. You seem quite spirited." The 8 tails shouted, "What is your intention in imprisoning me in this lightless place? Do you want to become my Jinchuriki? No way. I will never accept someone like you. Only someone better can be my—" Lin Yu chuckled softly. "Jinchuriki, you've misunderstood something. Your power is less than that of the mere 9 tails. How could you be worthy of making me your Jinchuriki? You're more suited to be a pet." "The mere 9 tails, do you mean?" The 8 tails was horrified, having a terrifying realization. Lin Yu declared loudly, "Exactly 8 tails you, and the 9 tails are merely fragments of chakra. All the 9-headed tailed beasts in this world originate from the 10 tails. You want to resurrect the 10 tails? Don't joke with me. Do you want to destroy this world? Even without resurrecting the 10 tails, this world will still perish. One day the heavenly beings will descend, and to counter them the power of the 10 tails is necessary. So 8 tails submit before my gaze." Snap! Lin Yu pressed his palms together, his eyes unleashing astonishing ocular power. Shunwei seal 8 pillars of beast binding. Boom! 8 blocks floated over from the cube in the Shunwei space, transforming into 8 colossal pillars, trapping the 8 tails in the center. Lin Yu changed his hand seal, raising 2-finger seal tail. Crack! 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 From each of the 8 pillars a chakra chain emerged, binding the 8 tails of the 8 tails. "I can't let someone like you succeed." The 8 tails opened its mouth, a massive tailed beast ball swelling above. "Don't rush, let me put a collar on you." As Lin Yu spoke, he changed his seal again, seal head. Crack! A chain suddenly emerged from the cube beneath the 8 tails, wrapping around its neck. Crack! The swelling tailed beast ball halted, cracked, and turned into an empty shell that scattered. The 8 tails' power was thoroughly suppressed. Lin Yu took out the summoning contract scroll and unfolded it. Snap! Lightning chakra covered his palm, transforming into a Chidori sharp spear, slicing a gash across the 8 tails' chest, blood flying and landing on the scroll. Lin Yu bit his palm again, dipped it in blood, and pressed his handprint onto the scroll. With a flourish, the scroll closed, completing the process in one go. With this summoning contract, he could use summoning techniques to call the 8 tails into battle. Coupled with the earlier Shunwei seal, the 8 tails would be confined in this Shunwei space, returning to the sealing array once the summoning ended. Lin Yu turned to leave. "Do you want to throw the ninja world into chaos?" The 8 tails shouted. "And so what?" Lin Yu did not look back. The script written by Kishimoto revolves around love and peace, which Lin Yu greatly appreciates, but that was as an observer. Now he is a participant. His script revolves around war and freedom, with one major prerequisite: power. One day someone who inherits the will of the Sage of 6 Paths will stop you. Then I will surpass the Sage of 6 Paths you speak of. Lin Yu's resolute words echoed as he vanished into the vortex of Shunwei. Back in the outside world. What's the plan? A face sat atop the outer path divine statue. Orochimaru's results are imminent. I'm not going anywhere, just waiting at home. Lin Yu sat on a stone bench. In the open space, Yuzuki Akatsuki was practicing with the white Zetsus, dressed in a tight black outfit. A Fei rested his chin in thought, saying meaningfully, "She seems to have adapted quite a bit these past 2 days. What changes have occurred in her state of mind?" Lin Yu smiled faintly and said nothing. A Fei added, "To be honest, for someone her age to become a squad leader in the Konoha Anbu is impressive. Her strength is above average among Jonin, but she seems to lack any bloodline limits or special talents. Isn't being beautiful with a big chest a bloodline limit?" Lin Yu joked. That is indeed special as a female, but as a ninja it seems hard to command." A Fei replied. Lin Yu said, "The wealthy rely on technology, the poor rely on mutation. There are countless ways to make someone stronger. I don't expect her to fight, but at least I won't let her hold us back." Crackle! Lightning split the ground, forcing back the white Zetsus. Sweating, Yuzuki Akatsuki stood up. She heard Lin Yu and a Fei's conversation. "I also have a bloodline limit." "Oh, what kind of bloodline limit?" Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. Yuzuki Akatsuki looked at Lin Yu for a moment and shook her head, "But it probably won't be useful. By the way," after a brief hesitation she said, "didn't you say you were going to make a hot spring for me? Where is it?" "I completely forgot about that. I will do it as soon as possible," Lin Yu said. She nodded with a blush, preparing to return to her room to bathe and change clothes. Guru. At that moment, white Zetsus emerged from the outer path divine statue. "There's a situation." "Speak," Lin Yu said. "The Konoha people have discovered this place. They are coming, targeting Orochimaru." "Who is leading them?" Lin Yu asked. "The 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi." Lin Yu thought, it seems this is Kabuto's desperate struggle. A Fei, keep an eye on Kabuto. "And you?" Lin Yu stood up and said, The third Hokage is known as the professor of ninjutsu. His strength during his peak was unfathomable. I am about to obtain the true power of Senju Hashirama and step into the next level. Let this battle with him serve as a mirror to bid farewell to the past. Whoosh! Clad in a black robe with a fan on his back, Lin Yu vanished into the vortex of Shenwei. In the forest, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, dashed forward swiftly clad in a black, tight-fitting combat suit, with silver armor pieces on his shoulders connected to the back adorned with the character fire on the back protector. He wore a ninja hat with green layered guards on both sides and an exceptionally long protective band trailing behind, a customary outfit for battle. Unlike the kind-faced, wrinkled old man in the original work, Sarutobi Hiruzen of this era was in his prime at the peak of his strength. For agile ninjas followed closely behind, donning ANBU masks and white robes signifying their rank as ANBU squad leaders. Not long ago, the third Hokage had received a secret letter from Kabuto claiming that Orochimaru had been defeated and imprisoned by a ninja named Uchiha Yu, and that his life was in grave danger. Lord Third Kabuto once served the route and is a multi-layered spy operating across nations. Can his words be trusted? Could this be a trap? The jutsu and knowledge Orochimaru possesses are a great treasure for Konoha. Even if this is a trap, we cannot afford to ignore it. After a moment of contemplation, while running, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, thinking Orochimaru is still my disciple after all, even though he harbors ambitions and thoughts beyond my comprehension. Arriving at the location marked in Kabuto's letter, the group found themselves facing a sheer cliff. Indeed not trustworthy, said an ANBU member. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not rush to judge. He scanned ahead thoughtfully, then raised his hands and performed a complex sequence of hand signs. Ninja art, evil sealing technique. Whoosh. The cliff vanished, revealing a hidden barrier. This is... The 4 ANBU members were astonished. A high-level barrier jutsu capable of disguising terrain and extremely difficult to break, Hiruzen said. The barrier squad didn't accompany us. Should we break through by force? No need for brute force, we just need to see through the technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed intently for a moment, then stepped forward. Whoosh! Flames of 5 different chakra natures flickered on his fingertips as he pressed them against the barrier. Whoosh! A gate materialized on the barrier. The 4 ANBU squad leaders were filled with admiration. Let's go. It seems someone is already waiting for us. The third Hokage said in a deep voice, stepping through the gate. The 4 ANBU squad leaders exchanged glances, nodded, heightened their vigilance, and followed. Wind-blown sand swirled as Lin Yu sat atop a giant beast's spine, his robes fluttering. Behind his mask, his Sharingan eyes gazed at the man emerging from the dust, offering praise, as expected of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. You made it here so easily. Sarutobi Hiruzen halted several dozen meters from Lin Yu, a distance just beyond the maximum range of Sharingan Jinjutsu. The combat experience of an elder was truly unmatched by juniors. Hiruzen looked at Lin Yu from afar. You must be Uchiha Yu. I hear my disciple Orochimaru is in your hands. As his teacher, I've come to apologize, and while I'm at it, take this unworthy disciple back for proper discipline. Lin Yu mused, that Kabuto fellow, so this is his game. Well, no matter. Reasons were irrelevant, no one could take Orochimaru from him. Moreover, Lin Yu wanted to personally test the strength of another titan of the ninja world besides Hanzo of the Salamander, the peak third Hokage. Lin Yu tilted his head and said, Orochimaru is indeed with me, but whether you can take him back depends on how capable his teacher is. How dare you speak to the third Hokage like that? Such arrogance from an Uchiha. Fall back. The third Hokage barked at the ANBU squad leaders as they moved forward. Lord Third. Don't act recklessly. He'll take the front line. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands flew through seals. Ninja art wind released dust. A fierce gale arose, whipping up a powerful sandstorm that blotted out vision. Oh, going straight for the Sharingan, huh? More effective than the hidden mist technique. Seems this fight won't disappoint me. Lin Yu leaped down from the beast bone. Whoosh. A shuriken sliced through the wind. Ninja art 3000 shuriken shadow clone. As Hiruzen completed the seal, the shuriken multiplied into 3000, filling the sky with no blind spots. Thud, thud, thud. But every single shuriken passed straight through Lin Yu, embedding into the ground only to be buried by the sand. Whoosh. Hiruzen's figure appeared midair, hands forming seals rapidly. Fire release, fire dragon, flame bullet. Boom, boom, boom. 3 fiery dragons spewed from his mouth, sweeping in from left, center, and right. They struck the beast bone Lin Yu had been sitting on, erupting into a colossal fireball. Lin Yu emerged completely unscathed. Hiruzen's gaze turned grave. Just as the rumors say, physical attacks and ninjutsu can both pass through him. Though it has a 5-minute limit, he can exploit it to drain the opponent's chakra and launch a counterattack. Lin Yu praised, as expected of the professor of ninjutsu, your understanding of battle is so thorough. far beyond those fools who just recklessly spam jutsus. So the question is, how do you plan to counter my intangibility? Madara, the third Hokage, made a very peculiar hand gesture aiming at Lin Yu. Lin Yu frowned. Could this be? The third Hokage smirked. I possess all 7 chakra natures: wind, lightning, water, earth, fire, yin, and yang. Therefore, as long as it doesn't fall into the category of bloodline limits, I can use every secret technique currently existing in Konoha. The Yamanaka clan's mind-body switch technique, which relies on yin release, is naturally within my repertoire. So the elderly third Hokage in the original work simply couldn't use certain techniques due to severely depleted chakra reserves brought on by old age. But not now. He was at his peak. Secret technique, mind-body switch. Damn. Lin Yu's pupils contracted, and he moved to dodge. Lin Yu's body froze in place. Hiruzen's spirit briefly took the helm. Such formidable mental energy. Even I can only hold on for less than 10 seconds. Mind-body switch succeeded. Shinshu, attack me with your technique. He barked at one of the squad leaders through Uchiha's body. Lord Third. Shinshu hesitated, knowing that damage under the mind-body switch would sink back to Hiruzen. Don't worry, I'll release the technique an instant before your attack lands. Understood. Shinshu drew his ninja sword and leaped. High-frequency thunderblade. The lightning release triggered high-frequency vibrations, granting it penetrative power surpassing even wind release. He swung the blade toward Lin Yu's neck. In the mental realm. Mind-body switch, huh? Third Hokage, the Yamanaka clan will face annihilation because of your actions today. Lin Yu's cold voice echoed. Crack. A massive hand suddenly seized Hiruzen's spiritual form. Behind Lin Yu, a towering azure giant exuded an astonishing aura of malice. This sinister chakra, could it be? Hiruzen's shock was palpable. It was the power of Susanoo. Even without manifesting externally, it could be awakened within, serving as a formidable psychic force. Mind-body switch technique broken. Ugh. Hiruzen opened his eyes, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Naturally losing the mental clash inflicted damage. He looked at Shinshu, who, unaware of the situation, was still closing in on Lin Yu, and urgently shouted, Shinshu, fall back. Too late. Lin Yu ducked under Shinshu's lightning slash, while a Chidori mercilessly pierced through Shinshu's chest. Thud. Staring at Shinshu's falling corpse, Sarutobi Hiruzen wiped the blood from his lips and silently stood up. Lin Yu faced him with an expressionless demeanor. The wind-blown sand grew fiercer, the howling wind seeming to wail under the intertwined killing intent of these two. The duel between Uchiha Yu and the peak third Hokage had only just begun. Bang, bang, bang. Sarutobi Hizashi created 4 shadow clones surrounding Lin Yu from all sides, ready to perform hand seals. His mind raced. The mind-switching technique had already been countered. Using it again would only be self-defeating. However, his penetrating ability was ultimately a great trouble. Continuous saturated attacks, although theoretically feasible, would consume an unimaginable amount of chakra. It was better to use shadow clones to make him hesitant, making it easier to expose flaws when he materialized. Lin Yu gazed at the shadow clones around him, thinking, trying to distract me. He is indeed cunning, but unfortunately, I can also use shadow clones, and with the strength of 1,000 hands, my chakra far exceeds his. Lin Yu performed the hand seals, as well summoning his own shadow clones. Clones restrained clones, while the main body faced the main body. Everything remained unchanged. Sarutobi Hizashi frowned upon seeing this. This truly is a counterattack against me, but fortunately I have prepared a backup. 5 elements, great multiple shuriken technique. Sarutobi Hizashi and the 4 shadow clones coordinated using 5 different elemental ninjutsu: fire, lightning, water, earth, and wind. Lin Yu thought all the attributes are covered, but they are all rank ninjutsu. This level I can replicate instantly. Lin Yu instantly replicated the great multiple shuriken technique, with both the main body and clones performing hand seals, launching their attacks. Boom, boom, boom. The scene of 10 ninjutsu exploding against each other was not just spectacular. The 3 Umbu captains were stunned. What exactly did I just see? To be able to rival the renowned third Hokage in the breadth of ninjutsu, when did the Uchiha produce such a genius? Now I wonder if Danzo's policy towards the Uchiha was correct. Even my former comrade Uchiha Kagami couldn't utilize the Sharingan to such an extent. If only he weren't an enemy. Sarutobi Hizashi maintained his ninjutsu with one hand, and threw a kunai at Lin Yu with the other. Aiming for my materialization was correct, but what can a kunai do? At least adding an explosive tag would make more sense. Lin Yu gently dodged, and the kunai flew past him. Bang, bang. The 4 shadow clones of Sarutobi Hizashi disappeared simultaneously. Whoosh. Then without bang, bang. The 4 shadow clones of Sarutobi Hizashi disappeared simultaneously. Whoosh. Then without warning, the main body appeared behind Lin Yu, the kunai, covered with wind chakra, stabbing towards Lin Yu's back. Whoosh! It instantly pierced through. What a... The third Hokage was startled, abruptly stopping his movements and retreating. Lin Yu turned around, extending his hand towards the third Hokage, the short-range Kamui in his right. I was ready. The Flying Thunder God technique. You can use it to third Hokage. If I hadn't discovered something was off about the kunai in time, it would have been a big problem. Looking at the approaching hand, the third Hokage thought, my mastery of the Flying Thunder God is not as good as the second and fourth at this distance. There's no time. I have no choice but to activate my backup. Swish. The third Hokage began to perform hand seals with both hands. Lin Yu observed the order of the seals in the third Hokage's hands, thinking, is that the earth-style earth wall? Is it a case of desperate measures? Bang. Suddenly the earth shattered. A hand grabbed Lin Yu's ankle, halting his forward-reaching hand. Lin Yu was shocked. There's still a shadow clone underground. When did that happen? Could it be that at the beginning of the battle, when he used the first wave of shuriken shadow clones, he concealed his shadow clone among them under the cover of sand and wind? Earth-style heart decapitation technique. Bang. The hand grabbing Lin Yu's ankle suddenly pulled hard, dragging Lin Yu entirely into the ground, leaving only his head above the surface. Lin Yu's gaze sharpened. The long-range Kamui in his left eye was already aimed at the third Hokage's head. Kamui. Earth-style earth wall. Almost simultaneously, Sarutobi Hizashi's hand slammed onto the ground, causing a wall of earth to rise. Crack. The earth wall was breached by Kamui, but thanks to a delay of less than a second, Sarutobi Hizashi had avoided a fatal blow with a chunk of flesh torn from his shoulder, exposing his bone. Whoosh. Lin Yu emerged from the ground, looking at the third Hokage, who had retreated to a safe distance. He sincerely marveled. To be able to use conventional ninjutsu to such an extraordinary level, third Hokage, you truly deserve the title of ninjutsu professor. He had to admit that his understanding and application of conventional ninjutsu still had a considerable gap compared to the third Hokage. The third Hokage, despite not being a Jinchuriki, lacking the Sharingan, not possessing would release like the first Hokage, nor having the monstrous physical skills of the Raikage, and without the various bloodline limits of other shinobi villages, stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world solely with his solid foundation and exquisite ninjutsu. He proved to the world that even ordinary people can approach the realm of the divine. But ordinary people are ultimately ordinary, and they have their limits. Lin Yu admired him, but would still unhesitatingly defeat him with absolute power. He raised 2 fingers to his chest, forming the opposition seal of ninja etiquette, representing Lin Yu's recognition of the third Hokage's strength. Seeing this, the third Hokage returned the opposition seal. His inner turmoil was no less than Lin Yu's. I originally suspected his true identity was the founder of Konoha, Uchiha Madara, but now it seems he is not Madara, but a unique genius of the Uchiha after Madara. Though his strength is not yet equal to Madara's one day, it's unavoidable. The third Hokage dipped his hands in the blood on his shoulder and performed hand seals. Pig, dog, rooster, monkey, sheep. Summoning technique. Monkey King Saru. Boom. The Monkey King made his appearance. Sarutobi, you haven't summoned me in 10 years, have you? This time it's truly unavoidable. I beg you, Saru. Between us there's no need for so much formalities. Boom. The Monkey King transformed into a diamond-like body, becoming the Rui Bang, while Sarutobi wielded the Rui Bang, creating a tempest. Lin Yu murmured, the summoning beast Monkey King has a diamond-like body with limitless transformations, and his raw strength is not inferior to that of a Hokage. He's quite a troublesome opponent. Should I summon the 8 tails? No, the commotion of the tailed beast bomb is too great. It might even flatten my own lair. At this critical moment, Orochimaru's results cannot afford any mistakes. With his eyes shining with the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, a blue chakra flame rose, transforming directly into the strongest Yatagarasu form of Susanoo. Gazing at the towering behemoth before him, he was secretly terrified. What is that? How will the third Hokage deal with such a thing? Could it be the third Hokage is being forced to use that form? Sarutobi Hizashi said gravely, this terrifying chakra is exactly like when the mind-switching technique was countered. Is this Susanoo? On the Rui Bang, the Monkey King opened one eye. Sarutobi, breaking this is no simple task. You cannot hold back any longer. I understand. Boom. Sarutobi Hizashi's frail form rapidly expanded. At the Umbu side, isn't that the Akimichi clan's multi-size technique? Why is the third Hokage using it? The Akimichi clan's multi-size technique is a secret ninjutsu based on yang release, and the third Hokage is the only one outside the Akimichi clan who can use it. However, lacking the Akimichi clan's corpulent physique, the cost of using it is exhaustion, leaving him bedridden for half a month. That third Hokage was truly forced into a corner. The Rui Bang held by Sarutobi Hizashi also grew immensely. The Monkey King is here. A roar. Boom, boom, boom. The enlarged Sarutobi Hizashi charged towards Lin Yu's Susanoo. The Yatagarasu Susanoo condensed a large sword, not a divine artifact, striking forward. Boom. The collision was like two mountains. In the underground base, stones and rubble were falling in a shower. Oh my, it's a bit noisy outside. Is this a grand tribute to my remarkable work? Orochimaru laughed. Lord Orochimaru, the third Hokage, has already arrived. You know his strength all too well. Even that Uchiha you cannot escape disaster. We should leave here quickly. Toby urged. Hum, Toby, you do not understand Yukin's strength. Before those eyes, even that monstrous old man would not be a match. Orochimaru chuckled. Toby looked at Orochimaru, who was reluctant to leave, and thought, I'm sorry, Lord Orochimaru, please forgive my disrespect. Such a noble sovereign should not be used by others. If it comes to it, I won't hesitate to knock you unconscious and let you decide later. Boom, boom, boom. A thunderous roar erupted across the plain as Susanoo clashed repeatedly with the Rui Bang. Even the supposedly indestructible armor of Susanoo had developed numerous cracks. Yet crimson blood oozed from the Rui Bang, indicating that even the diamond-like body of the ape demon could not withstand the might of Susanoo. Huff huff. Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned on the Rui Bang, gasping heavily, beads of sweat and blood the size of fists sliding down his body, a clear sign of the dehydration and blood loss he was suffering, hinting at the dire consequences this would bring. Within Susanoo, Lin Yu looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, You are the only one apart from the tailed beasts who can confront this Yatagarasu Susanoo Hiden. Even if you die, you can take pride in that third Hokage. The Umbu shouted anxiously, Lord Third, please withdraw. There is still time to escape. The village has the fourth Hokage and many strong ninjas. You don't need to face this monster alone. The ape demon also urged Sarutobi, they are right. If you retreat now, he cannot stop you. But such a retreat would mean losing the chance to eliminate him. Who knows how many ninjas would fall if we have to deal with him again later. For the sake of Konoha, I must give it my all. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised the Rui Bang once more and charged forward. Susanoo met him, Hiden. Boom. The two colossal shadows crossed. Bang. The Rui Bang fell to the ground, transforming back into the bloodied body of the ape demon, which could no longer hold on. Sarutobi, I'm sorry, I can only help you up to this point, the ape demon said painfully. Thank you, my old friend. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied. Bang. The ape demon vanished. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned, and Susanoo followed suit. Third Hokage, how many times do you want to amaze me before you're satisfied? Lin Yu lamented. Suddenly the shadow of Susanoo connected with the shadow of Sarutobi Hiruzen. This was the Nara clan's secret technique, shadow imitation jutsu. After activating the super enlargement technique, the enormous shadow it created was powerful enough to even bind Susanoo, but it was only a binding. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted, Shinin, see, I cannot maintain this for long. Break that Susanoo, please. Understood. The three Umbu squad leaders shouted in unison as they landed on three surrounding rocks. Shin formed hand seals. Lightning release, 4 binding pillars. Boom. From massive stone pillars rose from all sides of Susanoo, unleashing powerful lightning. In formed hand seals. Earth release, mudfall. Boom. A massive crack opened in the air and a huge mass of mud fell down, covering Susanoo. Shin formed hand seals again. Lightning release, 16 binding pillars. Boom. 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 16 more pillars rose in the gaps between the 4 pillars, sealing everything, including the top, with thunder roaring. Shin formed hand seals. Fire release, incineration technique. Boom. Within the sealed confines created by 20 lightning pillars and mud, a powerful fire release erupted and ignited. Under such a fierce combined assault, the Yatagarasu Susanoo, previously struck by the Rui Bang dozens of times and covered in cracks, finally collapsed. Only thin bones remained to protect Lin Yu, clearly unable to hold up for long. This collaborative ninjutsu even took into account the time I could maintain my penetration. I must say the people of Konoha are quite capable. Alright, I will also use my full strength to return the favor. Lin Yu's kaleidoscope eyes filled with blood vessels unleashed their full power. Boom. Boom. Blue flames erupted rapidly, repairing the disintegrating bones of Susanoo, the muscles and veins entwining swiftly until a majestic suit of armor was donned once more. Yatagarasu Susanoo reappeared. But it wasn't over yet. In Susanoo's hand, a gigantic divine shield materialized, radiating an unparalleled vortex of divine might. Susanoo divine artifact, Kyuhushinku. The flames were absorbed, the mud was absorbed, and after the lightning pillars were shattered, the fragments were also absorbed. Even the shadow imitation technique beneath Susanoo was absorbed. Dust to dust, earth to earth, only Susanoo stood tall and unyielding. How can this be? The 3 Umbu squad leaders' voices trembled, still unable to stop it. The third Hokage sighed as he released the super enlargement technique. Having drained his Bodis energy, he now lay on the ground so emaciated that he lacked even the strength to move. Boom. Susanoo dispelled. Lin Yu closed his eyes to adjust his breathing before walking toward the third Hokage. Do not approach the third. The three Umbu squad leaders stood in front of him. Get out of the way. Lin Yu unleashed powerful lightning beneath his feet. The three fell to the ground hit. Lin Yu stepped over them and stopped before the third Hokage. He had defeated the legendary third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen at his peak. This would likely become explosive news throughout the ninja world. Uchiha, you can you spare my disciple Orochimaru? Sarutobi Hiruzen still thought of his disciple. I had no intention of harming him. How could I talk about sparing him? Lin Yu replied, what do you mean? Sarutobi Hiruzen was astonished. He is correct, Teacher Sarutobi, this is my own choice. At this moment a hoarse yet magnetic voice echoed from behind. Lin Yu turned to see Orochimaru approaching accompanied by Kabuto, who cast Lin Yu a glance that signified everything was going smoothly. Lin Yu finally set down the heart he had held for a month. Orochimaru stepped forward standing slightly behind Lin Yu, which represented his respect for Lin Yu. So it is like this. After a moment's hesitation, Sarutobi Hiruzen said dejectedly, Yukuin, for the sake of him being my teacher, spare his life. Orochimaru said to Lin Yu. Lin Yu sighed. The once treacherous disciple Orochimaru would plead for his teacher's life. It seemed he did not originally intend to destroy Konoha. For your hard work, I will let him go, but... Lin Yu's tone shifted. The matter concerning Kabuto has already been dealt with by my own hands. Orochimaru seemed to know what Lin Yu was about to say. Lin Yu glanced at Kabuto, who nodded. Lin Yu said, then there's no problem. The third Hokage asked, Orochimaru, I ask you, is the disappearance of the population around the Land of Fire and the missing ninjas from the villages related to you? Orochimaru candidly replied, yes, I did it. In the past I was always anxious, fearing the matter would be exposed, but now I need not worry. You no longer have the strength to deal with me, do you? Teacher, Orochimaru, do you truly not wish to return to the village? Even if I lift the punishment against you, Sarutobi Hiruzen tried to salvage the situation. I want to approach the truth of this world. A village cannot satisfy my desires, teacher. Sigh. Memories of the times he taught Orochimaru flooded Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. He sighed deeply and closed his eyes. Lord Third, the several Umbu squad leaders exclaimed. Do not worry, he just fainted. If we hurry back and let Tsunade treat him, there may still be hope. Orochimaru said. Bang. The gate of the base slammed shut. Yukuin, what are your thoughts on battling the third? Orochimaru asked. It was perfect to use him as a mirror to bid farewell to the past. He made me realize that I am at this level for now, and it's time to step into the next phase. Lin Yu gazed into the distance. So Yukuin, shall we proceed immediately? Orochimaru inquired. Indeed. I can't wait to obtain the true power of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with determination. Orochimaru smiled. Then please follow me. At this moment it finally arrived. In the deepest chamber of the underground base, Lin Yu sat upright, facing Orochimaru, Fei, and Yuzu. Orochimaru retrieved a glass tube filled with gleaming golden blood. Each drop a masterwork condensed from his tireless efforts. This tiny vial held the path to Lin Yu's luminous future. Kuin Yu, before we begin, is there anything you wish to know? Orochimaru said. How long will the entire process take? Lin Yu asked. It varies by individual, but for the vast majority the process ends in less than a second. The overwhelming vitality of Hashirama's cells upon contact with blood instantly turns into a lethal poison, causing the recipient to drop dead. But that is the most merciful outcome. The pain lasts only an instant. If one doesn't die instantly, then what? Lin Yu asked. Haha. Orochimaru smirked sinisterly. If you don't die upon injection, congratulations. You will experience a joy worse than death. In the next 60 seconds, the blood containing Hashirama's native cells will circulate through your entire vascular system. Your blood will boil, literally boil hotter than scalding water. This will cause your blood pressure to spike, your blood vessels to rupture, and your body temperature to soar beyond imagination. All vital activities will cease. You will hover on the edge between life and death, colloquially a state of suspended animation. During this state, your organs will gradually necrotize due to oxygen deprivation, heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys. None spared. The limit of suspended animation is 15 minutes, the maximum time the brain can endure without oxygen. If you can awaken before brain necrosis and manipulate chakra to guide the spontaneous integration of Hashirama's power for organ repair, you may live. Otherwise, you will sleep forever. Lin Yu said, so if I don't awaken within 15 minutes, I die, correct? Haha, precisely. Then what are the conditions for awakening? Lin Yu asked. Orochimaru shrugged. That I do not know. Thus far my research has been confined to the physical realm. I have yet to delve into the spiritual domain. My experience in this area remains a blank. Assuming I awaken before brain necrosis and successfully guide Hashirama's power to repair my organs, does that mean success? Lin Yu asked. Not exactly. Orochimaru wagged his finger. That merely qualifies you to formally receive the baptism of this power. The real trial begins in the following 24 hours. Hashirama cells will proliferate uncontrollably inside your body, gradually replacing your own cells. In essence, it is the process of Hashirama's cells consuming your body. At this stage, Hashirama cells behave like cancer cells. We call this Hashirama cancer. Unlike any other cancer, its onset cycle lasts only 24 hours. Life or death, the verdict is reached within those 24 hours. Then by what criteria is life or death determined? Yuzuki Yue inquired. An excellent question, young lady. Still using the illness analogy, when a disease ravages the body produces antibodies. Hashirama cancer is no exception. The Botus cells gradually develop antibodies against Hashirama's cells, granting tolerance. These 24 hours are a contest whether Lin Yu's own cells are annihilated by Hashirama's cells first, or whether he can produce sufficient antibodies. In any case, the outcome is decided within 24 hours. Of course, this process is accompanied by unimaginable agony. Every cell in the body wails in torment. Gulp. Yuzuki Yue swallowed hard, her gaze complex and puzzled as she looked at Lin Yu. Lin Yu remained calm, expression unruffled. Go on. If you successfully survive the 24 hours, congratulations. You are halfway there. However, Hashirama's cells are the strongest. Even with antibodies, they can never be killed by your own cells. They will continue to proliferate inside you, but your own cells will no longer be easily slain. Hashirama's cells and your own will coexist within your body, gradually tending towards some equilibrium over time. This can lead to two outcomes: assimilation or fusion. What is the difference between assimilation and fusion? Lin Yu knew the true crux had arrived. Assimilation: Hashirama's cells actively degrade to adapt to your cells, and your cells undergo a degree of optimization to accommodate them. One lowers, the other rises, a compromise in average. Once stabilized, you will possess a semi-finished Hashirama body. Though semi-finished, it will be vastly more powerful than your current form. And fusion? Ha 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 ha. Orochimaru broke into a fervent grin. Fusion: Hashirama's cells and your own cells truly merge, becoming one indivisible whole, as Uchiha Lin Yu. You will gain the complete Hashirama body. Lin Yu clenched his fist. No need to say it, fusion it is. If not fusion, then death. Orochimaru regarded Lin Yu with admiration, finding him more and more agreeable. He chuckled. What a determined resolve, Kuin Yu. Though I have high hopes for you, given the immense risk, you might want to arrange your affairs just in case. What do you think, Kuin Yu? Lin Yu nodded. Orochimaru smiled knowingly, then tactfully excused himself and left the room. Lin Yu gazed at a Fae, reflecting that he had been in the world of Naruto for over half a year. The only one he could truly call a friend was a Fae. Though a Fae was not strictly human, though he had some habits Lin Yu couldn't condone, he had stood by Lin Yu through thick and thin, an irreplaceable comrade. A Fae, we've known each other so long. I won't say anything sappy. Thank you for taking care of me all this time. No. If you die, I won't be sad. Oh, that's a bit blunt. But you're far more interesting alive. Let me tell you a secret: Hashirama Senju himself needed to eat, and also to defecate. How do you know? Lin Yu was astonished. A Fae leaned close to Lin Yu's ear and whispered, Madara said it in his sleep while he was alive. You? Lin Yu shook his head, amused and exasperated. A Fae turned and walked out, thinking you, if you really die one day, they'll have Nagato revive you with the Rinne rebirth technique. Because without you, life would surely become dull. Only Lin Yu and Yuzuki Yue remained in the room. Wah! Yuzuki Yue began to cry. Oh dear, why are you crying? Perhaps contemplating a possible farewell. Lin Yu showed rare tenderness. You won't die, right? Even though I don't understand why, when you're already this strong, you have to endure such risk and cost to become even stronger. But even if I say I don't want you to take that risk, you won't listen, will you? Yuzuki Yue gazed at Lin Yu with pitiful eyes. I'm glad you shed tears for me, Yue. If I go, I hope you. I don't want you to go. Yuzuki Yu's emotions surged. You promised me a hot spring. You can't leave like this. Almighty, you love soaking in hot springs that much. Lin Yu said. Do you have any idea what it's like for a girl not to have a hot bath for a whole month? Fool. Yuzuki Yue stepped forward and embraced Lin Yu. When the hot spring is built, can I bathe with you? Lin Yu's hand rested against her cheek. Yuzuki Yue looked up, her eyes glistening with tears, and countered, bathing together. Would that be enough for you? What else should we do? Lin Yu was taken aback. Finish what we left unfinished that time. This time, not for the sake of Konoha. I'm doing it willingly. Yuzuki Yue said with deep affection. Then how about bearing me a child? Lin Yu smiled. All that. I'm only 17, it's too young. Maybe in a couple of years. Yuzuki Yue bit her red lips, her face flushing as if it would drip blood. Oh my, so you can make such an adorable expression. Lin Yu laughed. So promise me, don't die, okay? Yuzuki Yue pleaded earnestly. Alright, I promise you. Lin Yu nodded solemnly. Before leaving, Yuzuki Yue took the initiative to kiss Lin Yu on the lips. 5 minutes later, Orochimaru entered. Are you ready, Kuin-yu? Let's begin. Life and death are determined by fate, fortune, or misfortune rests with heaven. Lin Yu extended his arm. The glass tube containing golden blood had a tiny needle protruding from its tip, but not a single drop leaked. Each drop was priceless, and waste was forbidden. Orochimaru steadied himself, located a vein, and inserted the needle. After a deep breath, he depressed the plunger, injecting the concentrated blood of Hashirama's perfect native cells into Lin Yu's body. Crack. If it weren't for my timely use, in the first second nothing happened. Lin Yu's expression showed no discomfort. On the contrary, he felt an extraordinary serenity, for before his eyes beyond death there awaited a far more sublime and radiant future. Watching Lin Yu like this, Orochimaru thought this is only natural. Young Master Yu's right half had once been grafted with Hashirama's artificial body, indicating that the first Hokage's power did not reject this youthful Uchiha Obito vessel. The question lies in whether the soul of Yu dwelling within the shell of Obito and lingering at the threshold between life and death can endure the unknown ordeal. Truly worthy of Orochimaru. Relying on his own knowledge within his limited perspective, he had discerned the truth of the existence known as Uchiha Yu. Over the following minute, the primordial Hashirama cells infused into Lin Yu's bloodstream spread throughout his entire vascular system via circulation. His blood boiled, blood pressure skyrocketed, and blood vessels ruptured. Thump! With a heartbeat like a heavy hammer, Lin Yu's eyes abruptly snapped wide open. A bone-chilling scream pierced through the thick walls, echoing throughout the underground base. You. In the corridor, hearing the scream, Yuzuki Yugao rushed toward the room without hesitation, but Uzumaki Zetsu Obito, or rather the entity calling himself a Fae, pressed her shoulder and shook his head. Biting her lip, Yugao clenched her fists and waited in anxiety. Whack! Lin Yu's hands crushed the steel armrests of the chair. His entire skin turned as red as a branding iron. Scalding steam burst from every pore. Everything reflected in his eyes became a sea of crimson. Suddenly, his eyes rolled back, leaving only a fish-belly white. The agonized screams ceased. Thud! The heartbeat in his chest grew fainter and fainter until it finally stopped completely. His eyes slowly closed, his head drooped lifelessly. All vital activities ceased. Lin Yu had entered a state of suspended animation. Has it begun? Orochimaru took out his pocket watch, gazing at the moving hands, waiting with lowered eyes. A vast azure expanse occasionally streaked with shooting stars. This was the sea of spirit, the deepest layer of Lin Yu's subconscious. Lin Yu wandered blindly there. Drip! Suddenly ripples spread across the surface of the water beneath him, revealing a memory from before his transmigration. Night, with lightning flashing outside the window. A pale thin boy hid under his blanket, fiercely covering his ears. It was young Lin Yu, but he wasn't afraid of thunder. In the living room, separated by a door, Lin Yu's parents were quarreling fiercely over trivial household matters. The sound of thermos flasks being thrown, tables being overturned, pots and pans smashing. To a tender heart, these were far more scarring than thunder. A pressing need to urinate tormented Lin Yu. Reluctantly, he threw off the blanket, slipped on his slippers, and reached for the door to go to the bathroom. Crack! The moment his hand touched the doorknob, a glass cup smashed violently against the door panel. That night, Lin Yu stayed in his room and never went out. Scenes like this accompanied Lin Yu's entire childhood. It wasn't until junior high school that his parents found new loves, divorced, and abandoned him. To him, that was actually a relief. But the nightmare didn't end. The scene shifted to his high school years. Lin Yu walked to and from school alone, ate alone in the cafeteria. During PE class, while classmates ran, jumped, and played ball, he sat in a corner of the field, solitary and isolated. He had no friends and didn't interact with anyone. Wherever he went, whatever he did, he was always alone. Alone. What's wrong with being alone? Lin Yu liked quiet. But why, when he simply wanted to be by himself without bothering anyone, did he attract beatings and humiliation? The scene shifted again. The boys in the back row threw leftover chicken bones at the back of his head and tossed fragments of sunflower seed shells into his face. It snowed. A boy he barely knew shoved a large snowball directly down the back of his collar. A soccer ball hit him in the face, and people still made him fetch it. If he fetched, they mocked him. If he didn't, they ganged up on him. Getting beaten was routine. He had tried reporting it to the teacher, who said, "Why do they only pick on you? Look for the reason in yourself." Fine, he was timid and cowardly. Then why not fight back? The first time he fought back, the teacher called him to the office, sternly reprimanded him, and threatened to notify his parents. But his parents were busy and said they wouldn't come, telling the teacher to handle it as he saw fit. Was I never meant to live in this world? Lin Yu fell into depression, growing pessimistic and weary of life. He remembered that time over a week he collected hundreds of sleeping pills from various pharmacies, and in his rented room alone, he swallowed them all. Finally, he could leave. But the landlord found him, called an ambulance, and he was taken to the hospital to have his stomach. His divorced, perpetually busy parents finally came to the hospital, split the medical bills, and then left without entering the ward to say even a single word to him, not even a harsh one. That was utter indifference, fulfilling only the legal obligation devoid of any familial warmth. Perhaps most parents in the world were not like this, but Lin Yu lived in such a cold-blooded family. The warmth of family was a luxury he could never afford. After being discharged and returning to school, his life remained unchanged. Fortunately, no classmates dared to provoke him anymore, perhaps afraid he might commit suicide again and drag them into trouble, but the cold, contemptuous stares were still everywhere. Until one day, he bought a pirated collection of Naruto manga from a street stall. He came into contact with the world of anime, and finally became utterly addicted. He genuinely felt that reality didn't matter anymore. In the eyes of teachers and parents, he was just another hopeless degenerate corrupted by anime, someone doomed to be eliminated by the brutal competition of society. Maybe that was true. Lin Yu didn't want to argue, nor did he care to, because nothing in the three-dimensional world mattered. The reflection on the water vanished because it had frozen. This spiritual world was gradually shrouded in darkness. Lin Yu stopped walking, crouched down, buried his head in his knees, and his consciousness began to blur and fade. He knew he was about to die. Lin Yu murmured, "So this is it. In the end I still failed. Speaking of which, why did I transmigrate here from the real world?" Because for you at that moment the real world was hell, for Uchiha Obito at that moment the shinobi world was hell. At the point where two dimensions intersected, both of you felt yourselves trapped in hell, and your souls resonated. Thus your souls exchanged bodies across dimensions. You became Uchiha Obito of Naruto, and he became Lin Yu of reality. Just then a voice sounded in front of Lin Yu. He looked up. It was another version of himself. Lin Yu didn't care how this version of himself appeared, or how he knew all this. He only asked eagerly, "Then if I die here, what will happen?" The other self looked into the distance, and said, "Probably you'll return to your original body." Because Obito hasn't let go of all his obsessions, he still has his obsession with Rin. Meaning I'll go back to that unbearably boring reality. Yes. There are no Sharingan, no Kamui, no Susanoo, no chakra, no jutsu. Only a reality, so heavy it suffocates, a reality you have no power to break. I will never accept that kind of reality. Then wake up. I am the indomitable will within your heart. The other self extended a fist toward him. Lin Yu smiled and reached out to bump fists with him. Whoosh. The embodiment of Lin Yu's will dissolved into golden light, re-illuminating the dim spiritual world with a radiance more brilliant than before. Outside 15 minutes had passed. Orochimaru closed his pocket watch and gazed at Lin Yu, still motionless with head bowed. His heart darkened as young Master Yu's wind finally reached its end. But my pursuit of truth cannot stop. Your eyes, Yuko, and I shall take. Orochimaru stepped forward, reaching out toward Lin Yu. But at that moment Lin Yu's lowered head lifted, and his Mangekyo Sharingan swirled with a mesmerizing, soul-stirring light. Such power, such unprecedented power in his ocular jutsu. Orochimaru froze in his tracks, drenched in cold sweat. Orochimaru, what are you trying to do? Lin Yu's gaze was profound, his voice calm. Nothing, young Master Yu. Orochimaru lowered his hand and replied respectfully. Just stay aside and watch. Lin Yu lowered his head, manipulating the power of Hashirama's cells to rapidly repair his necrotic internal organs. Scorching steam rose from his skin, but the branding iron redness was gone. Yes. Orochimaru stepped back, sincerely admiring young Master Yu is far more remarkable than I imagined. The transformation continues. 12 hours had elapsed since Lin Yu's consciousness emerged from its feigned death, yet this brief half-day felt as interminable as half a century. At first his limbs twisted uncontrollably, rendering him unable even to sit upright. He thus instructed Orochimaru to procure thick iron chains binding all four limbs firmly in place. Even so, his body trembled ceaselessly, the chains clanking with a metallic screech. Lin Yu, caught between agony and exhilaration, murmured, "I can feel it. The power of Hashirama like a plague. Ravaging my body. This strength makes every cell of mine quiver, cry out in anguish. How formidable. Lord Yu, shall I administer an analgesic? Though it cannot halt the pain, it may alleviate it somewhat," Orochimaru proposed. Lin Yu shook his head, his expression fervent. "No. This pain allows me to truly comprehend the might of Hashirama's power. Once I have fully mastered it, just how strong will I become? The mere thought made my blood boil," he added. Orochimaru mused inwardly. The restless blood of the Uchiha flows thickly within Lord Yu. Crack, crack. Suddenly fissures appeared on Lin Yu's right arm and right cheek. Orochimaru's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly, and with each passing moment his expression grew more grave. "What is it?" Lin Yu noticed Orochimaru's unease. Orochimaru thought Lord Yu himself hasn't noticed, just as I suspected. So he fetched a mirror. When Lin Yu saw his reflection, his pupils involuntarily contracted. The entire right side of his body had nearly turned to wood with twigs and leaves sprouting forth, a horrifying sight. What is happening? Lin Yu asked Orochimaru. Orochimaru, after organizing his thoughts, spoke gravely. The right half of your body was nearly destroyed by severe injuries. The white Zetsu used as a replacement is a degraded product of Hashirama cells having lost most of its flesh and blood properties and becoming more plant-like. This is the very reason you require no metabolism. However, Hashirama himself was a human of flesh and blood with extraordinary vitality and physical energy. The white Zetsu on your right side, catalyzed by the life force of Hashirama's cells, is reverting to its botanical essence. This was my oversight. Despite all my calculations, I failed to foresee this point. Orochimaru confessed with a hint of chagrin and self-reproach. Even the wisest may err, and Orochimaru, despite his brilliance, was no exception. Yet now was not the time to dwell on blame. Lin Yu asked, what will happen if this continues? Orochimaru replied, you might transform into a colossal tree, tearing your body apart. Lin Yu clenched his fists. I will prepare surgery immediately, Orochimaru said, to excise the white Zetsu on your right side before catastrophe strikes. No need for such trouble. This is faster. Kamui. Lin Yes left. I shifted into the Mangekyo, and using the reflection in the mirror, he projected the Kamui onto his own right half. Crack. Crack. All the parts derived from white Zetsu on his right side were stripped away by the spatial vortex, leaving behind a bloody, mangled stump. Off. For Lin Yu, who was already enduring immense pain, this was nothing short of adding insult to injury. He clenched his teeth tightly, activating the healing power within him to regenerate the missing limb. The newly grown flesh was no longer that unnatural white, but bore the true hue of healthy skin. There was an unexpected bonus. The wrinkles that had once marred his right cheek were smoothed away by the regeneration, elevating Lin Yes' appearance to a new level. Orochimaru sighed in genuine admiration, truly extraordinary. After this brief incident, the pain persisted and intensified over time. Several times Lin Yu nearly lost consciousness, but he gritted his teeth and endured. Losing consciousness would mean losing control of the situation, and it might also stir ulterior thoughts in Orochimaru's mind. To secure the complete submission of a man like Orochimaru, one must demonstrate overwhelming potential and power. The waiting was interminable, not only for Lin Yu, but also for Fei and Mao Yuxiang, who had neither eaten nor drunk as they waited in the corridor for an entire day and night. Amidst the anxious anticipation, the 24 hours that would determine life or death finally passed. How do you feel, Lord Yu? Orochimaru inquired. Though my insides are churning, I no longer feel any pain. Lin Yu replied. Orochimaru nodded. It seems your body has successfully developed antibodies gaining tolerance to Hashirama's cells. You have passed through the gates of hell. What remains, assimilation or fusion, depends entirely on your own fortune. But whichever it may be, you will be transformed beyond recognition. I am a perfectionist. It's death or perfection. Assimilation is not an option. I demand fusion, Lin Yu declared without leaving room for compromise. Your resolve is commendable. But what if the outcome is assimilation? Orochimaru asked, unable to suppress his curiosity. Then I will cultivate another perfect Hashirama clone, extract pristine native cells, and redo the entire process. No matter how many times I fail, I will try until I achieve the result I desire, Lin Yu said with unwavering determination. Such admirable persistence, Orochimaru remarked, but inwardly, he thought one attempt determines success or failure. If fusion is impossible, repeated attempts will yield the same result. Knowledge and methods can only remove obstacles. What ultimately decides is capacity. However, he'll refrain from telling Lord Yu this until the outcome is clear. How long until we know the final result? Lin Yu asked a crucial question. There is no precedent for implanting perfect native Hashirama cells. My previous process was built on hypotheses I derived myself, so I cannot give a precise timeline for this final step. But when the result arrives, you should feel it intuitively. Orochimaru answered. I understand. Tell Fei and Xiang that I am out of danger, and they should rest instead of waiting outside. And you, Orochimaru, should also get some rest. Lin Yu said. No, I will witness this to the end. Otherwise I would not be able to sleep or eat in peace. Orochimaru replied with a smile. As you wish. Lin Yu closed his eyes and began to wait in silence. After an immeasurably long wait, the entire underground chamber suddenly trembled violently with a... Lin Yu opened his eyes. I can feel it. Power surging forth from every cell in my body. Finally, the moment has come. It's been half a month since then. I wonder how Yu is doing. Yuzuki Yuhi absently chewed a peanut as she popped it into her mouth. Fei sat on a stone bench not far away, noticeably quieter than usual these days. Rumble. Suddenly the ground began to tremble. An earthquake. Yuzuki Yuhi was taken aback. Fei turned his gaze toward the demonic statue of the outer path. Gurgle. White Zetsu emerged from the statue. Hey. Yes, side is moving. Fei had already risen and walked over. Wait for me. Yuzuki Yuhi. In the corridor, Lin Yu, clad in a loose white robe and wooden clogs, approached. Orochimaru walked beside him, watching Afei and Yuzuki Yuhi as they arrived on hearing the news. Please calm down, both of you. I need to take Yuko in for an examination now. In the equipment room, the lights came on. The artificial body of Hashirama used to extract primordial cells was stored in a corner as a precious specimen. Orochimaru changed into a lab coat and switched on a device. Lin Yu sat down in the device's chair, while Afei and Yuzuki Yuhi stood by. What is this device used for? Lin Yu asked after sitting down. Orochimaru replied, I invented this earlier by studying the Hyuga clan based on the iris imaging principle of the Byakugan. It's a scanning device that can check if your body has any abnormalities. After all, such a massive cell transplantation project warrants caution. Oh, an X-ray machine of the Naruto world invented by Orochimaru. Lin Yu thought. Orochimaru pressed a switch. A hood-like instrument moved above Lin Yu and cast down white light. On the display screen, a full body scan of Lin Yu appeared. After careful observation, Orochimaru nodded. No lesions or side effects. It seems this cell transplantation has been successful. Hearing this, Yuzuki Yuhi let out a sigh of relief. To her, whether Lin Yu was powerful or not was secondary, his health was paramount. So was it assimilation or fusion? Afei asked. I'm about to reveal the answer. Orochimaru smiled, attaching several wired magnetic patches to the main acupuncture points on Lin Yu's body. Then he pressed another switch. The hood above Lin Yu's head rotated away. Yuko, remove your mask, Orochimaru said. Okay. Lin Yu reached up and took off his mask. Seeing Lin Yu's face even more refined than before, Yuzuki Yuhi's eyes lit up. An instrument with electrodes lowered from above and slowly settled onto Lin Yu's head. Orochimaru said, Yuko, a mild electric current will pass through your body to synchronize your bioelectric field and calculate your cellular energy value. It might cause a slight tingling sensation. We'll treat it like an electronic massage. Lin Yu closed his eyes. Orochimaru pressed another switch. On the screen, the numbers rapidly increased, quickly surpassing 1000. What do these numbers represent? Yuzuki Yuhi asked curiously. The BOTA's cellular energy value. It will take some time to complete the calculation. They'll explain the principle to you. The human body is composed of cells, roughly 14 billion in total. Each cell contains a certain amount of energy. The sum of cellular energy is physical energy, which combined with mental energy forms what we know as chakra. Orochimaru turned to look at the device screen. The value had already exceeded 300 and showed no signs of stopping. I quantified the BOTA's energy value and thus developed this cellular energy detection device. You said quantification. Quantification requires a baseline, a basic unit. What is your reference? Yuzuki Yuhi had once been an elite Umbu and had received relevant training. An excellent question. With Kabuto dead, I'm short an assistant. Would you like to consider it? Orochimaru extended an olive branch. I'm not interested. Just thinking about it made Yuzuki Yuhi shudder. To suit all individuals, I took the average physical energy value of a newborn as the baseline, defined as 1 unit. A normal adult has a value of 10, with individual differences negligible. Trained ninjas far exceed this figure. On average, a Genin has 100, a Chunin 200, a Jonin 500, and elite Jonin 1000. Kage who lead villages have values above 3000. Those with extremely rare special constitutions can approach 100. The ceiling for those without Hashirama's power. For those without Hashirama's power. Yuzuki Yuhi narrowed her eyes. Yes, Hashirama's power is a watershed. Just a trace of it causes a qualitative leap in physical energy. Take ordinary white Zetsu for instance. Their physical energy value is 15000. 15000. But they aren't very strong in combat. Yuzuki Yuhi was astonished. He who said physical energy value equals combat strength. Combat involves many factors you can't generalize. Orochimaru laughed. Yuzuki Yuhi fell into thought. Half of Yukin's previous body was composed of white Zetsu. After that white Zetsu body combined with Yukoin, it was enhanced, reaching a physical energy value of nearly 5000. That's even higher than one of my more successful past subjects, Danzo, at 400. Orochimaru said with a smile, then looked sharply at the silent Afei. Afei, you are an anomaly among white Zetsu. Although I haven't conducted precise tests on you, your physical energy value is conservatively estimated at over 5000. Whoosh. Yuzuki Yuhi stared at Afei in utter shock. Even Lin Yu opened his eyes, looking at Afei in surprise. Afei's unfathomable pupils fixed on Orochimaru. Orochimaru, in the past, I underestimated you. At that moment, the jumping numbers on the device had surpassed 5000 and were heading toward 1 million. Likewise, Orochimaru pointed to the specimen of the first Hokage's artificial body in the corner. This perfect replica of the first Hokage, cultivated by the demonic statue of the outer path, has a physical energy value of 136 million. No one was surprised. That was the god of shinobi after all. If anything, the number seemed low. So that was the first Hokage's physical energy value when he was alive. Uzuki Yuhi said. Orochimaru shook his head with a smile. No, this is a lifeless artificial body without training or development. The first Hokage battle-hardened and mastering Sage mode would have a physical energy far higher than the replica, possibly exceeding my device's calculation limit of 2 million. Therefore, Yukuin, if it's assimilation, your physical energy value should stabilize between 8,000 and 1. 2 million. If it's fusion, it could range from 1.5 million to 1.8 million. Now let us eagerly await the impending result. Gulp. Uzuki Yuhi swallowed hard, staring at this. 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 4 million. Still rising, surpassing 1.5 million. Orochimaru exclaimed excitedly, it's certain now. Yukuin, it's fusion. It's fusion. A slight smile curled at the corner of Lin Yu's mouth. The numbers kept changing. 6 million, 7 million, soon reaching the 1.8 million threshold Orochimaru mentioned, but still showing no sign of stopping. Korei wa Masaka. Orochimaru's vertical pupils widened, and his body trembled uncontrollably. 85 million, 9 million, 95 million, 96 million, 98 million, 99 million, 2 million. The green numbers turned into a line of red characters. Beep, beep, beep. The instrument let out a shrill alarm. Along with it came Orochimaru's almost suffocating cry, an incalculable boom. With a deafening explosion, the cellular energy detection device blew up. Several dozen minutes later, the group emerged above ground. The scene of Lin Yu and the third Hokage's clash half a month ago was still vivid in their minds. That battle had turned the surrounding area into a barren plain. Whoosh. Lin Yu, draped in a brand new black cloak, strode forward. Orochimaru, Afei, Uzuki Yuhi, and the White Zetsu all stood at the base entrance looking on expectantly. There was one jutsu Lin Yu was eager to test. Gurgle. A White Zetsu emerged from the ground nearby holding up a pair of black combat gloves. Lin Yu took the gloves, and as if performing a ritual, put them on his hands. Gurgle. The White Zetsu retreated into the ground, reappearing seconds later among the White Zetsu army, and then looked at Lin Yu. Slap. Lin Yu clasped his hands together in front of his chest, forming the snake seal. Wood-style advent of a world of flowering trees. Boom. The earth trembled, the ground cracked, and countless trees were uprooted, rapidly growing into towering giants. This vast plain instantly transformed into an ocean of forest. Upon closer inspection, each majestic tree had flourishing branches and verdant leaves, as if they were absorbing the earth's nutrients, having taken decades, or even centuries to grow. The treetops intertwined, blocking out the sunlight, while the shadows below overlapped without any gaps. The only empty space was where Lin Yu stood. Perhaps it was due to Lin Yu's overwhelming aura that all the trees leaned slightly towards him, as if worshipping the creator who granted them life. How can one describe this scene? After much thought, only 4 words come to mind. Unparalleled in the world. In the distance, those fortunate enough to witness this spectacle felt an inner turmoil. Oh, it has appeared. The miraculous technique of the first Hokage that quelled the chaotic times. The White Zetsu, some standing and some sitting half buried in the soil, whistled and created a ruckus. These beings, born from Kagaya's infinite Tsukuyomi, had lived for nearly 1,000 years under the shade of a fragment of Hashirama's power, yet they could not help but be awed by the grandeur of that power. Is this the level of a sage? They are on an entirely different plane compared to the ninja of later generations. The young kunoichi, Uzuki Yugugo, couldn't help but express her admiration. Long live, long live. Afei danced with joy, seemingly reverting to his playful self, but what he thought deep inside was known to no one. It seems that from this moment on you no longer needs my protection. So beautiful. Orochimaru perhaps felt the deepest emotions among them as tears of sentiment streamed from his eyes. The legend of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, has finally been resurrected through Yu. In the clearing of the forest, Lin Yu lowered his hands after forming seals, gazing at the myriad of wonders he had created, joyfully stating, "My goal has finally taken its first step." Yes, the first step. The dual Rinnegan was merely the initial configuration and does not count. The body of Hashirama and the power of wood release are just the beginning. They are among the essential elements Lin Yu must acquire to unlock the Rinnegan. The next essential element is the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Lin Yu was still uncertain whether acquiring Hashirama's body and the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan would allow him to unlock the Rinnegan, but it was certain that without the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, unlocking the Rinnegan was impossible. In addition, there is the power of sage techniques and the power of the Ten-Tails. He will gradually gather the elements that constitute the power of the Sage of 6 Paths, Ōtsutsuki, and recreate the legend of the progenitor of ninjutsu. But is the power of the 6 paths the end? No. The ancestor of the Hyuga clan, the brother of the Sage of Six Paths, Ōtsutsuki Himura, created the lunar branch of the Ōtsutsuki clan, which possesses the powers of the Byakugan and the Reincarnation Eye. A perfectionist like Lin Yu would never overlook this. He must obtain it. Only thus can he gain the power to challenge the mother of chakra, Ōtsutsuki Kagaya. Yes, Kagaya. From ancient times to the present, she is a deity that can only be sealed and cannot be killed. Sooner or later, Lin Yu will end her existence and become the true Ōtsutsuki. The wedge. This is another mysterious power revealed only in the Boruto era after the events of Naruto, whose existence is not inferior to the Rinnegan. The fact that one who has killed a deity is no longer a mortal refers to the wedge. That is the god-slaying contract obtainable only by killing a member of the celestial Ōtsutsuki clan. Those who possess it will gain all the power of the deity they have slain, transforming into a true Ōtsutsuki. Lin Yu must acquire the wedge from Kagaya Ōtsutsuki. Only then will he be qualified to challenge the Ōtsutsuki clan. Lin Yu's vision is not merely limited to the small ninja world. The home planet of the Ōtsutsuki clan is something he does not even know the location of, let alone how to reach it. Yet someday Lin Yu will rely on his own strength to reach there and challenge the Ōtsutsuki clan. He will defeat those members of the Ōtsutsuki clan who are even stronger than Kagaya, including the one who leads this divine race, the leader of the Ōtsutsuki. The road ahead is long and arduous. With this thought, Lin Yu returned from the joy of acquiring Hashirama's power. He turned and walked out of the forest, approaching Orochimaru. Orochimaru, come with me, the next plan is about to begin. Orochimaru smiled. I am more than willing to accompany you, but can I take a nap first? I have not slept for nearly 2 months. Lin Yu looked at Orochimaru's thick eye bags and heavy dark circles, feeling unusually embarrassed. Indeed, Orochimaru originally had his own career, but he was forcibly recruited to become an employee. Now he has become a rogue ninja of Konoha and even sacrificed the life of his little fanboy Kabuto. It is only reasonable for him to ask for an unpaid leave, right? Thus Lin Yu nodded and said, it's already deep winter and snakes do need to hibernate. Very well, you should take a good nap and regain your strength. But I believe by the time you wake up, this ninja world will have undergone a tremendous change. Oh dear, I am really looking forward to it. Orochimaru said, and as he spoke his eyes closed. He stood there and fell asleep, clearly exhausted. Zetsu, take Mr. Orochimaru to rest. Remember to be gentle and not wake him up. Lin Yu instructed White Zetsu. 2 White Zetsus stepped forward and hoisted Orochimaru's precious body onto their shoulders. Look at this guy sleeping so soundly. I bet even kicking him won't wake him up. That would be disrespectful. To achieve Lin Yu's goals, Orochimaru, who holds the core technology of this Hokage world, is indispensable. Great. Finally completed. I haven't slept well these past few days. In the setting sun, Yuzuki Yugugo snuggled into Lin Yu's embrace. Sorry for worrying you, Lin Yu said, wrapping an arm around Yuzuki Yugugo's shoulders. Suddenly a strange sound echoed. Gurgle. Yuzuki Yugugo's face flushed. Could it be that my stomach is growling? But upon reflection, she had just eaten and was not hungry, so she looked at Lin Yu, who was also looking at his own stomach. That feeling of stomach churn and craving for food was something Lin Yu had not experienced in a long time and felt quite foreign. Hungry. I'm a bit hungry. This body truly feels more like a living person now, Lin Yu replied. Without further ado, Lin Yu took Yuzuki Seiki and, using his divine power, arrived at Konoha in the blink of an eye. Naturally, given their sensitive identities, they could not appear openly, and thus wore masks. The familiar Hokage rocked the familiar buildings, the bustling crowds. Revisiting this place stirred complex emotions within Yuzuki Seiki. After all, this was the hometown where she had grown up. Although she had severed ties with the village because of Lin Yu, her younger sister, Yuzuki Yugao, still lived here. Aware of this, Lin Yu had brought Seiki to Konoha. At a dango shop, after buying some skewers, he asked, would you like to go see your sister? Yuzuki Seiki was startled and looked at Lin Yu. May I? Of course. You gave up the village for me. How could I ask you to forsake your sister as well? Lin Yu said with a faint smile. Thank you, Yuzuki Seiki said, deeply moved. At the Konoha Ninja Academy, 9-year-old Yuzuki Yugao was a student. It was just after school had let out. Lin Yu and Yuzuki Seiki observed from a hidden spot, only to witness a heart-wrenching scene. At the school gate, Yugao was surrounded by a group of male classmates. The ringleader, a boy tossing a stone in his hand, sneered at Yugao. This girl's sister is a rogue ninja, a murderer, who killed her comrades. She's the traitor's sister. Hearing this, young Yugao lowered her head. Killed. Comrades. Yuzuki Seiki turned to Lin Yu in shock. Oh, those 2 subordinates of yours in the Umbu. White Zetsu told me later that soon after we left, Root operatives arrived at the scene, killed them, and pinned the blame on you, Lin Yu said truthfully. Root. Danzo. Yuzuki Seiki gritted her teeth. That's their usual tactic, cloaking it as necessary sacrifices for the village, Lin Yu remarked coldly. I don't get why the academy doesn't expel her. After all, a traitor's sister will surely become a traitor herself. I don't want to be killed by her during a mission someday. The boy hurled the stone at Yugao. She didn't dodge, and a bruise appeared on her forehead. Get out of the academy, traitor's sister. The other children echoed, throwing stones at her. Bastards. Yuzuki Seiki clenched her fists ready to rush over and protect her bullied sister, but Lin Yu placed a hand on her shoulder, signaling her to wait. Stop it. A boy charged in and started brawling with the bullies. Gecko Hyate, why are you meddling? Are you protecting the traitor's sister? It's not Yugeo's fault. Why take it out on her? Gecko Hate defended her, but soon the other boys overwhelmed and knocked him down. No fighting here. Stop immediately. The commotion finally drew out the academy teacher. The instigators slunk away, casting contemptuous glances at Yugao and spitting on the ground before leaving. The academy teachers showed no intention of disciplining them. Even their gazes at Yugao held a hint of. On the way home, Yugao wiped her tears sorrowfully. I don't believe my sister would betray the village or her She must have had her reasons. Gecko Hate handed her a handkerchief and said gently, Yugao, don't listen to them. No matter what happens, they'll protect you. Lin Yu thought to himself, well, I never expected that sickly Gecko Hate was such a smooth-talking charmer, even as a child. No wonder Yugao grows up so devoted to him. Meanwhile, Yuzuki Seiki's expression was agonized. Lin Yu reassured her, don't worry, Seiki. Your sister is family to me now, too. In the near future, I'll find a safe place for her, I promise. Yuzuki Seiki nodded, having no reason to refuse. Konoha's current environment indeed left no room for Yugao. Watching Yugeo's plight, Lin Yu couldn't help but think of Naruto as a child. Naruto grew up to become the hero who saved Konoha, earning recognition from the village's ninja and civilians. But was it really Naruto's ninja way that won everyone over? No, at the core it was because Naruto had power. His predecessors had already paved the way for his growth, and Naruto himself lived up to their expectations, resulting in a happy ending. What did Yugao have? Only Gecko Hyate, and he was short-lived. Let's go somewhere else, Lin Yu said to Seiki. Seiki nodded obediently. Lin Yu led her to the outskirts of Konoha, the district where the Uchiha. When did the Uchiha move to such an isolated area? Seiki asked in surprise. According to Zetsu, about half a month ago, Lin Yu replied. Yuzuki Seiki quickly understood. It seems news of your gravely wounding the third Hokage has spread further, intensifying the village's suspicion of the Uchiha. Lin Yu nodded. Exactly, especially Danzo. He's been fanning the flames. Seiki looked at him. The Uchiha are your clan. Aren't you going to stop it? Lin Yu gave an ambiguous smile and said nothing. At the Konoha Umbu monitoring room, an Umbu operative was keeping watch on the Uchiha district. Two suspicious figures appeared on the surveillance monitor. The Umbu immediately adjusted the camera, zooming in on Lin Yu. But on the screen, Lin Yu suddenly turned his face, and beneath his mask his Sharingan flashed. The Umbu's eyes went wide, then glazed over, and he slumped to the floor with a thud. The monitor flickered a few times before going dark. Time for my shift. Go get some food. At that moment, a ninja with a black mask and eye-patched silver hair and a languid gaze walked in. When he saw the scene in the monitoring room, his half-closed eyes snapped open. He approached cautiously and inspected the area. No signs of intrusion, yet he's under a Jinjutsu. The medium. The monitor. To accomplish such a feat could it be? He dashed out quickly. Captain Kakashi. Notify Squad 6. Follow me. There's trouble in the Uchiha district. What kind of trouble? A formidable presence has likely entered the village. At the entrance to the Uchiha district. What's wrong? Seiki asked. Nothing, just a nuisance. Lin Yu replied, withdrawing his gaze as they walked into the Uchiha compound. It was not yet late, yet the streets were deserted, and even the shops had closed. Yuzuki Seiki looked around in confusion. Not a single person. This shouldn't be at this hour. Lin Yu understood. They're probably holding a meeting at the Naka Shrine. Come, let's go listen in. In the woods, near the Naka Shrine, Lin Yu produced a crystal ball. Remember that orb the third Hokage used for spying early in the original story. Using a crystal as a medium, one could observe distant scenery. The technique allowed one to find anyone anywhere, provided the user knew the target's chakra type or was nearby. This way surveillance could be conducted without detection. The third Hokage once used this jutsu to maintain order in the village. The method for employing this technique was also recorded in the scroll left by Madara. Why would Madara have needed such a jutsu during his lifetime? It probably had something to do with Hashirama, whom he even mentioned in his dreams. But that wasn't Lin Yu's concern. Ninja art telescope technique. With a whisper, Lin Yu activated the jutsu, and on the crystal ball appeared the scene inside the Naka Shrine. In front of the clan's heirloom stone tablet, clan leader Uchiha Fugaku stood with his arms crossed, eyes closed in deep thought, facing a crowd of agitated clansmen. Captain, let's do it. The third Hokage is gravely wounded, and the fourth Hokage is at the 5 Kage summit in the Land of Iron. This is the perfect opportunity to strike. That's right. We've had enough of this treatment. Let them witness the pride of the Uchiha clan. Lin Yu set the crystal ball on the grass, sat down with Yuzuki Seiki, and took out the dango he had bought earlier. He handed a skewer to Seiki and they ate, while watching the live broadcast from the Naka Shrine. Meanwhile, Kakashi and his Umbu squad were also heading toward that location. At the Uchiha Nanga Shrine, listening to the indignant voices of the crowd, Uchiha Fugaku opened his eyes and cast his gaze toward his wife Uchiha Mikoto, who stood at the back. Mikoto's expression carried a hint of worry as she gently placed a hand on her slightly swollen belly. She had been pregnant for several months. Beside her, the 5-year-old Uchiha Itachi, seeming to read his mother's concerns, tenderly grasped her hand. Itachi. Mikoto looked at her son. Mother, no matter what happens, I will definitely protect Sasuke. Itachi spoke solemnly. A look of relief spread across Mikoto's face. We don't know if it's a boy or a girl yet. How do you know? Itachi smiled gently and did not answer. Mikoto thought to herself, Itachi, you are such a sensible child. Uchiha Fugaku averted his gaze, looked around at those present, and raised his voice. Everyone listen to me. The crowd gradually fell silent. Fugaku continued, the village is in crisis right now. If we take any drastic actions, it will only deepen the village's dissatisfaction with us and put the Uchiha clan in an even more disadvantageous position. Captain, we have no way out now. Is there any room for things to get worse? Exactly. Continuing to swallow our pride will only make the village's upper echelons think we are easy to bully. That would be a real disaster. Uchiha Fugaku spoke with authority. Then let me ask you. If we go to war now, what are the Uchiha clan's chances of victory? The crowd fell silent again, and many lowered their heads. Indeed, the reason the Uchiha had the confidence to rebel later was that the clan was teeming with powerful They had Uchiha Itachi, who had gained the trust of the upper echelons, and whose own strength was among the top tier, as well as sure sway of the body flicker, a super elite, whose prowess was not inferior to the Hokage. They had Uchiha Itachi, who had gained the trust of the upper echelons, and whose own strength was among the top tier, as well as sure sway of the body flicker, a super elite. Uchiha Fugaku cut him off. I know what you want to say. The third Hokage is gravely wounded, but don't forget that because of this, Lady Tsunade has also returned to the village. She is the granddaughter of the first Hokage, one of the legendary Sannin. How could her strength be any less? But the fourth. Have you forgotten the title of the fourth Hokage? Uchiha Fugaku's words jolted everyone awake. Yellow. Flash. That man. Even if he is thousands of miles away, if he wills it, he can appear in any corner of Konoha in the next instant. Moreover, as the Hokage, he oversees all village affairs. Would he leave without making preparations at such a critical juncture? Every corner of the village is probably already planted with his informants. Uchiha Fugaku's speech crushed the rising fervor of the crowd. There was no choice. Everything he said was the blunt truth. Damn it. Must we proud Uchiha bow to the rule of the Senju? Captain, there is still Uchiha Yu. That Uchiha Yu who fought Hanzo to a standstill, defeated the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, and the Mizukage, crushed the 8-Tails Jinchuriki, and even bested the 3rd Hokage. He is a member of our Uchiha clan. Why don't you invite him back? If he joins us, great things can be accomplished. One Uchiha clansman suddenly exclaimed with fervor. Hearing this, the other clansmen began to echo his words. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? If that Uchiha Yu returns, what do we have to fear from the Sannin or the... On the grass, Lin Yu placed a dumpling in his mouth, chewing, while murmuring, a leaf can block the view of Mount Tai. The Uchiha truly are a narrow-minded clan. Their Sharingan can only see the trivial matters of their own clan. Only Itachi and Shursui have truly won my admiration. Itachi and Shursui. Beside him, Mao Yuxiang asked curiously, Itachi and Shursui. Lin Yu slightly shifted the view of the crystal ball to reveal the scene behind the crowd, and said, see those 2 children sitting at the back. That's them. But they're just children, Xiang remarked. These 2 children will eventually bring great change to the ninja world. If you ask why I know. Is it another future seen by your overpowering Sharingan? Mao Yuxiang teased Lin Yu. Ah, you're so smart. You already know what I'm going to say, Lin Yu laughed. Inside the Nanga Shrine, are you all blind? Uchiha Fugaku's voice thundered with anger. Captain, let's leave aside the question of whether Uchiha Yu is truly a member of our clan. Are you all clear about his background, his strength, his thoughts, and his objectives? We know nothing about him, yet he understands us completely. Cooperating with such a dangerous man is like seeking skin from a tiger or playing with fire. It will push the Uchiha into the abyss of destruction. Therefore, we must not only refuse to cooperate with him, but also do our utmost to sever any ties with him. I have stated to the upper echelons more than once that the name Yu has never appeared in our clan's genealogy, not in the past, not now, and never in the future. I forbid anyone present from uttering that name again. Anyone who disobeys will face severe punishment. Then, Captain, please tell us, what is the Uchiha clan to do? Must we continue to swallow our pride like this? After a moment of deliberation, Uchiha Fugaku said, I will find a way to negotiate. The 3rd Hokage is a reasonable man. The fourth was personally promoted by the third and has inherited his will and style. It is the other village elders who have truly cornered the Uchiha clan. In short, as long as we earn the trust of these two Hokages, there is still room for a turnaround. That's all. Meeting adjourned. The doors of the Nanga shrine opened and Uchiha members with varied expressions filed out. Is Captain Fugaku being too cautious? I think he's just worried about the unborn child. If that child died, the captain would no longer hesitate, said one Uchiha member. Hearing this, some of the more radical Uchiha clansmen's eyes flickered. In the woods, Lin Yu observed with a penetrating gaze, it's that man again. He was the one stirring up trouble with my name earlier, and now he's agitating again. That man must be a spy planted by Danzo inside the Uchiha clan. He can't wait for them to rebel immediately. Why would Danzo do that? Mao Yuxiang asked. Lin Yu gave a faint smile, but did not answer. Wasn't it because Danzo had been frightened by Lin Yu last time, and now desperately wanted to replenish the Sharingan in his right arm? But none of that mattered to Lin Yu. He needed Danzo to stay alive for now to facilitate certain events. Otherwise, if the environment were too safe and stable, when would Shursui and Itachi's Mangekyo ever awaken? Suddenly, a boy walking at the back of the crowd stopped and cast a glance toward the shadows in the woods. Shursui, what's wrong? Itachi asked. It's nothing, probably just my imagination, Shursui said. And Itachi, you need to tell your father to protect Aunt Mikoto. The way the clansmen are feeling, something is off. Some might even harm her unborn child to force a coup. I've sensed it too. I won't let Sasuke come to any harm. Itachi's eyes sharpened. Itachi, your eyes. Shursui stared in astonishment at the single tomo swirling in Itachi's pupil. Lin Yu smirked. Indeed, adversity makes one grow. Leaving the Uchiha residential district, a squad suddenly appeared before Lin Yu and Xiang. You're the famous Uchiha, you aren't you? Boldly walking into the village like this. Kakashi stepped forward. Gazing at Kakashi who appeared before him, Lin Yu felt a flicker of surprise, his eyes deepening. Kakashi, fortunate. It's you who came. Had it been anyone else, what should have been a peaceful meal would have turned into a bloodbath. Lin Yu asked nonchalantly. Oh, you can sense my arrival. It seems that among Konoha's root there are a few with keen senses. Kakashi frowned coldly. Root? You seem to be mistaken. I'm not from root, I'm from Konoha's ANBU. Lin Yu thought, indeed, after I intimidated Danzo last time, he dared not openly target the fourth and Kushina anymore. So Kakashi didn't risk joining root, but instead joined the ANBU directly under the fourth Hokage. But Kakashi, you can keenly detect my arrival, yet you fail to recognize the disparity in strength between enemy and self. What blinds your eyes? It seems I must teach you a proper lesson. Whether you're from root or ANBU, you will die here. The cold voice rang out, and Lin Yu's figure appeared behind Kakashi without warning. What? Crack. By the time Kakashi realized a kunai had pierced through his chest and back, Kakashi spat out a mouthful of blood, crackling. Then his body dissipated into a powerful lightning strike. Bathed in the lightning release, Lin Yu thought as expected, a lightning shadow clone. Swoosh. Kakashi's real body hidden in the shadows rushed out, his mind racing to be cautious. I used a lightning shadow clone from the start, but I didn't expect it to be neutralized so quickly. Still, it's under control. According to intelligence, Uchiha Yu inevitably materializes at the moment of attack, so the lightning release triggered by my clone's disappearance must have hit. His body must be paralyzed. To finish him now. Swoosh. Kakashi's short sword enveloped in intense lightning release chakra, slashed toward Lin Yu's neck. Clang. Yet Lin Yu effortlessly caught the lightning-wreathed blade between two fingers. How is this possible? He should be immobilized by my lightning. Cold sweat drenched Kakashi's back. Indeed, the lightning had struck Lin Yu, but such a level of lightning release was nothing more than a gentle breeze to him now. He could stand still and let it strike for years without so much as a frown. Bang! Lin Yu kicked Kakashi flying, sending him crashing through a wall. Every bone in his body felt like it was breaking, and he couldn't move. Lin Yu looked at the short sword in his hand and murmured, "Oh, the white fang blade. Your father's heirloom destroyed at the Canopy Bridge. It seems it has been reforged. Having lost your Sharingan, do you intend to inherit the will of the white fang? But you seem to have forgotten one thing, Kakashi." Lin Yu walked toward Kakashi holding the blade. "This is bad. Captain Kakashi is in danger." At that moment, two Yanbiyu lurking nearby saw the situation turn dire and charged at Yugao Yuzuki, intending to take her hostage to make Lin Yu hesitate. Lightning blade technique, thunderclap. Yugao Yuzuki instantly drew her sword, unleashing a fierce lightning strike. Off. The two Yanbiyu were struck and fell to the ground immobilized. Jing Tong. Shangtiao. Kakashi shouted. Yugao Yuzuki sheathed her dual blades, movements swift as lightning. Lin Yu walked up to Kakashi, thrust the white fang blade into the wall beside him, and said, "Reckless actions will only bring death to you and those around you. The lessons of the past have taught you nothing, Kakashi." Kakashi's eyes widened, his voice trembling. "You who are you? Who I am is not important. What matters, Kakashi, is that you see yourself clearly. Lin Yu's Sharingan met Kakashi's eyes. Jinjutsu Sharingan. In Kakashi's mind, the deaths of Rin and Obito surged forth again and again. Aya. No, don't show me this. Kakashi sat up abruptly, finding himself in a Konoha hospital bed drenched in sweat. His abdomen was wrapped in bandages. Huff, huff, huff. He panted, still shaken. Kakashi, you're awake. Beside the bed sat a female ninja with flowing blonde hair, a diamond-shaped mark on her forehead, a heroic and imposing aura, and a voluptuous figure. She crossed her long, shapely legs, her brown eyes fixed on Kakashi. Kakashi was startled. Lady Tsunade, what happened? Tsunade said, you were caught in an enemy's Jinjutsu which overstimulated your mind. Patrol A and B found you unconscious. How are Jing Tong and Shang Tiao? Kakashi asked urgently. They're both fine, just some injuries. I've already heard the story from them. Tsunade replied. Phew. Kakashi let out a long breath, holding his aching head. Tsunade said seriously, Kakashi, you possess keen observational skills, a valuable talent for a ninja and an ANBU. But remember, never misjudge the difference in strength between yourself and your enemy. I find it a miracle you survived. I'm sorry, Lady Tsunade. I arrogantly thought I could eliminate the enemy by surprise and didn't want to miss the opportunity, so I didn't report. Kakashi paused, then continued. No, that's just an excuse. I was simply eager to prove myself, to atone for my past mistakes and the half-year gap. To recognize your mistakes and correct them. Kakashi, you will become an excellent ninja. At that moment, the third Hokage entered. Lord Third, you're recovered. Kakashi exclaimed happily. Oh ho ho, all thanks to Tsunade. The third smiled. He looked thinner than before, but his complexion seemed fine. Shojiji, old man, don't just lecture Kakashi. You should reflect too. If you had been injured any more severely, even I couldn't have saved you. Tsunade sternly admonished her teacher. Tsunade is as strict as always. The third chuckled, then his expression turned grave. But I never expected that Uchiha you could come and go freely within Konoha. If Kakashi hadn't discovered him, we would have remained completely in the dark. We must change the barrier's formula, though it might not stop him. A foe even Lord Third finds helpless. How arrogant of me to think I could take him down alone. What a disgrace. Kakashi's eyes lowered, his fists clenched in frustration. Then he thought, but why didn't he kill me? Did he deem me too weak to bother? Or was there another meaning behind his words? Why does he know so much about me? Who exactly is he? You, the way you treated Kakashi so differently. Are you really Obito, Uchiha? On the rooftop next to the hospital wing, Yugao asked Lin Yu, who had been staring at the window. Well, who knows? Time to go. With a space-time vortex, Lin Yu and Yugao Yuzuki returned to their base. What's next? Yugao asked. The 5 Kage summit called by the 4th Raikage specifically to target me. It will be held in the neutral samurai nation, the Land of Iron. The Kage have just set out. Timeways, I can just make it. It saves me the trouble of summoning them individually. I have something to announce. What? The establishment of the 6th Great Ninja Village, the Dark Hidden Village. Upon hearing this, Maua Xiang exclaimed in surprise, Onin Village. Isn't that still just an idea of yours? Lin Yu replied. That's right, it's merely a concept, but power can swiftly turn concepts into reality. Call a fae and follow me. The room they once lived in had transformed into a strategic command center. Under the bright lights, a map of the ninja world hung on the southern wall, showcasing the 5 great nations, 5 great ninja villages, and the surrounding small countries and minor ninja villages. Lin Yu approached the map using a small wooden stick to point at a small country nestled between the land of fire and the land of earth, surrounded by 4 nations. That was the land of waterfalls, composed of numerous waterfalls that prevented invasions from other countries. One of the great waterfalls concealed the village of the waterfall ninjas. Lin Yu said, soon Longyin village will vanish from the map, and our Yin village will rise from the ruins of Longyin village. Why have you focused solely on the land of Longyin village when there are so many other countries to choose from? Could it be due to its advantageous geographical location, making it easy to defend, while also being scenic? Lin Yu sat on the table crossing his legs, and replied, thoughtfully, geography is one aspect, but it is not the primary reason. Longyin village is the only small village outside the 5 great ninja villages that possesses a tailed beast. Yes, the 7 tails belongs to Longyin village, and so far there has been no Jinchuriki for the 7 tails. The original Jinchuriki, Fu, has yet to be born. Lin Yu continued, as a small nation, Longyin village possesses a tailed beast that only great nations typically have. Capturing Longyin village will not only grant me a tailed beast for free, but will also maintain the balance of power among the 5 great nations. He pointed his wooden stick at the national map bordering the land of waterfalls. Moreover, look, the land of waterfalls borders the land of iron, so we won't waste too much time on the road. Afterward, we can conveniently visit the 5 Kage in the land of iron. A fae nodded. Indeed, that sounds like a good plan. Are you planning to go directly and wipe out Longyin village? Maua Xiang asked. Lin Yu pondered deeply. No, my intention is certainly not to make a big fuss. Traveling from the border of the Land of Fire to Longyin Village will take a day. I plan to send an envoy first in the name of Uchiha Yu to inquire if Longyin Village is willing to surrender. If they are willing to surrender, that would be wonderful. If not, they should quickly evacuate the civilians in the village, seek external assistance, if necessary, and prepare for battle. In any case, by this time tomorrow, Uchiha Yu will arrive on schedule to clear the area. Maiyue Ziyang's bright eyes sparkled. Indeed, you would not harm innocent civilians. Lin Yu jumped off the table. Additionally, have everyone move all the portable items from our stronghold. This underground base will become history from today onwards. Okay, I'll arrange it now, the representative of White Absolute at the meeting said, retreating underground, and then the White Absolutes began to act in an orderly manner. In the underground base, there was a secret chamber that no one could enter except Lin Yu, where Rin's body was stored. In a large glass vessel, Rin lay bare, her delicate and charming young body submerged in green liquid. Her eyelids were gently closed as if she were in a deep sleep, if not for the fist-sized hole in her left chest. That was the handiwork of Kakashi. This body originally belonged to Uchiha Obito, and it retained a deep affection for Rin, a sentiment 100 times stronger than that for the village hidden in the leaves or Kakashi. Furthermore, Rin was a character Lin Yu had particularly liked before his transmigration, so he had never given up on the idea of resurrecting her. Rin, sleep a little longer. One day I will restore your beauty and smile. Lin Yu put on gloves and gently placed his hand on the vessel. Whoosh! Accompanied by the swirling powers of Kamui, the device and Rin's corpse were transported to a space-time realm deposited in a place that only Lin Yu could reach. Next, how should I arrange the big fellow? Lin Yu murmured, disappearing into the vortex. In the main room of the base, Lin Yu lifted his gaze to the outer path deity statue bound by chains, sitting cross-legged, towering dozens of meters high. The outer path deity, the shell of the Ten-Tails. While keeping it in Inen village would be nice, the growth of Nagato is also crucial in my plan. Right now he is incredibly weak. Lin Yu placed his hand upon the statue. The massive vortex emitted from his right eye began to absorb the statue. After acquiring the body of Senju Hashirama, Lin Yu's chakra had become immeasurable, making it a trivial task to transfer such a colossal entity as the outer path deity. Outside the village, hidden in the rain on top of a high tower. Whoosh! Accompanied by the vortex, Lin Yu appeared before Nagato and Konan. Mr. Yu, long time no see, Nagato greeted. It hasn't been long, just a little over a month, Lin Yu replied. But Mr. Yes, name has already resounded throughout the ninja world. Lin Yu took a seat beside them and asked, how's the recruitment of members for the Ōtsutsuki organization going? We are still in the process of scouting. After all, our influence is still quite limited, but I believe we will have progress soon. Lin Yu said, oh, slower than I imagined, but that's fine since the resurrection of the Three Tails will still take a long time, no need to rush. By the way, I will soon establish my own hidden village. Where will it be located? Nagato and Konan exchanged glances, both showing surprise. In Longyin Village in the Land of Waterfalls, soon the 7 tails will be mine as well. As for the 9 tails of the village hidden in the leaves, I'll personally take action when the time is right. This way the Ōtsutsuki's targets will be reduced to the 1 tails through 6 tails, significantly relieving the pressure. I see, Mr. Yu is indeed very thoughtful, Nagato remarked. Moreover, I came here to grant you power. I want to seal the outer path deity within your body, Lin Yu said with a deep gaze. Nagato was taken aback. Konan furrowed her brow and said, why would you do such a reckless thing? That power does not belong to this world. How can you seal such a dangerous thing inside Nagato's body? You should know that Nagato's current state is due to the deity's influence. Lin Yu assessed the emaciated Nagato and said solemnly, precisely because of that we must proceed. The outer path deity is the shell of the Ten-Tails, containing immense life force. It can precisely compensate for Nagato's greatest flaw. But can you guarantee there will be no risk? Konan asked. Nagato is a distant relative of the Senju clan, inheriting the vast life force of the Uzumaki clan. I guarantee he will be fine, Lin Yu assured. Konan clenched her delicate fists, her gaze filled with worry. At this moment, Nagato said, Mr. Yu, I have one question. You once mentioned that the outer path deity is a necessary tool to seal the chakra of tailed beasts. If it is sealed inside me, Lin Yu replied, don't worry, I won't completely seal it, I will only partially seal it. This way you can gain the life force of the deity, and when needed you can summon the outer path deity to seal the chakra of the tailed beasts. Mr. Yu, should I summon the Geto statue first? Asked Nagato. Lin Yu thought to himself, though it's unnecessary to be cautious, I'll put on a performance. Oh, that's right. Since it will cause quite a stir, let's conduct both the summoning and sealing rituals within my time space. Whoosh! Lin, yes, right, I unleashed a Kamui vortex, drawing Nagato and Konan into the time space. Ugh, hi. Summoning technique, Geto statue. Nagato formed hand seals, and after a deeply agonizing preparation bang. Amidst a puff of smoke, the Geto statue emerged behind him. In truth, the statue had already been stored by Lin Yu within this time-space. Otherwise, with Nagato's current strength, he could never have achieved a cross-space summoning. Huff, puff, huff, puff. Mr. Yu, I leave the rest to you. After completing the summoning Nagato Lin Yu addressed the uneasy Conan beside him. Conan, stay far away. If you get caught up in this, you'll sure. Understood. Conan hesitated for a moment, then retreated to a distance, though chakra was gathering beneath her feet, as if ready to respond to any sudden developments. Heh. Lin Yu chuckled, inwardly unconcerned. After forming the seals, he placed his hand on Nagato's abdomen. Sealing technique: 6 paths, Ten-Tails coffin seal, vessel seal. Roar. The Geto statue howled as it morphed and surged into Nagato's body. Eh-ha. Nagato let out a piercing scream. Nagato. Conan was about to rush forward, but suddenly stopped, stunned. This is. She saw with her own eyes that Nagato's emaciated body was recovering at a visible rate. When the Geto statue fully entered Nagato's body, an extremely terrifying storm of chakra swept through the time-space. Conan was blasted far away. Lin Yu, however, felt as if bathed in a spring breeze, thinking indeed the vitality and physical energy of the Uzumaki clan are second only to the Senju. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Lin Yu twisted his palm, and a half-open sealing formula was etched onto Nagato's abdomen, emitting hot smoke. Nagato stared at his own hands in disbelief. How do you feel? Lin Yu asked. I feel like I can do so many things now. Nagato's Rinnegan shimmered. You'll come to realize, it's not like, but a matter of course. Lin Yu smiled. Moi. Nagato raised his head, his gaze piercing into the endless distance. I sense an immense chakra source far away in this space. Nagato said. Lin Yu was slightly surprised. So having acquired the power of the statue, he can detect the homologous 8-tails chakra. Never mind the, alright. Whoosh. The Kamui vortex spun, and Lin Yu brought Nagato and Conan back to the tower outside the Hidden Rain village. Lin Yu instructed Nagato. Nagato, though your legs have recovered somewhat, and you can move, simply your mobility is still far from sufficient. In future battles, you'll still have to rely on the 6 paths of pain. Nagato said with deep gratitude, Mr. Yu, you are my great benefactor. I don't know how to repay you. Lin Yu replied with honeyed words, repay. You are the reincarnation of the Sage of 6 Paths. My mission is to guide the Sage's reincarnation, fulfill the Sage's last wish, and bring true peace to this ninja world. We are comrades with a common purpose, marching toward a shared goal. How can we speak of repayment? Mr. Yu. Nagato's inner emotion was beyond measure. Carry out the tasks I've entrusted to you. Build the Ōtsutsuki into the strongest mercenary group in the ninja world. Then, after the 3 tails revives, commenced the tailed beast collection operations. As Lin Yu spoke, he pulled his hood over his head. Understood, Mr. Yu, Nagato replied respectfully. The Sharingan beneath Lin Yu's mask cast a deep sidelong glance at Nagato and the silent Conan in the corner. Very well. They'll come back to you when the time is right. Farewell. Whoosh. With the Kamui vortex, Lin Yu vanished amidst the lightning and thunder of the Hidden Rain village. When he returned to the base, Yuzuki Yugao and Afei were already ready to depart. Let's go. Time for our new home. Lin Yu slung the Uchiha fan over his back and strode out of the cave's entrance. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Then with a thunderous roar, the base crumbled into ruins along with every trace of its existence. At this moment in the land of waterfalls, the hidden waterfall village. Ladies and gentlemen, I am here to deliver a message from Uchiha Yu. He will arrive at this time tomorrow. We await your answer. After speaking, White Zetsu, as if fearing assassination, immediately burrowed into the ground, leaving the hidden waterfall village elders stunned. Chief, he must be bluffing. We haven't offended him in any way. The crowd turned to the old man on the throne, leaning on his staff. He was the chief of the hidden waterfall village, Shimushion. Though unqualified to inherit the title of Kage, he was rumored to be extremely powerful. I'm afraid it's true. His tracks have appeared in the land of fire, land of rain, land of water, and land of lightning. No one understands his code of conduct. Even if he attacks the 5 Kage summit, I wouldn't be surprised. Shimushion's words made every ninja present change expression. Then what should we do? Do we have to give up your position as chief just because of one sentence from Uchiha Yu? My position as chief is unimportant. What matters is that Uchiha Yu has become the target of all 5 great ninja nations. This 5 Kage summit revolves around how to deal with him. No matter how powerful he is, under the combined siege of the 5 Kage, there's absolutely no chance of survival. If we ally with him, we'll be enemies of the 5 great nations. Therefore, we must never surrender. Shimushion's staff struck the ground with a thud. The chief is right. Our hidden waterfall village has been a force that even the 5 great nations dare not easily provoke since ancient times. How can we bow our heads to just one Uchiha Yu? If he dares come, let him taste the power of our land of waterfalls. That's right. We have the power of the tailed beasts. But Shimu Xiong's aged eyes held deep concern. To be safe, let all the villagers take shelter. Chief, this. Do as I say. Yes. Chief, should we seek outside aid? The Kage of the 5 great nations are not in their villages now, and no one can make such a decision. Then what should we do? Shimu Xiong gripped his staff tightly, seemingly taking a long time to resolve. Sigh. Go and bring back Kakazu, but because of what happened back then, he has defected from the village, and we've broken ties with him. Shimu Xiong's old eyes flickered. I know that man. He's someone who can set aside hatred feelings and everything for money. No matter the cost, we must bring him back. We cannot do without his power. He was once chosen by the village to carry out the mission to assassinate the first Hokage. Near the border of the land of Long, adjacent to the land of grass, a tall man in black emerged from a bounty exchange carrying a chest of money in his hand. The man possessed cold dark green pupils, wore a dark gray hat that covered his hair and cheeks extending to his shoulders, with a black mask concealing his nose and mouth. Stitches ran across his arms and wrists. He was Jiaodu, the man whom Naruto fans teased, allegedly throwing a shuriken at the first Hokage from 800 li away, then turning and fleeing thereafter, declaring that he had fought the first Hokage. Of course, that was merely a jest. A Jiao Dus Real story was not so frivolous. The beginning of his long journey through time traced back to the earliest days when the ninja villages were first established. As an elite of the Hidden Waterfall village, he accepted a mission from the higher-ups to assassinate the first Hokage. After infiltrating the land of fire, Jiaodu engaged Hashirama, the first Hokage, in battle. Ultimately defeated by Hashirama's would release secret technique, facing mortal danger. Later, Jiaodu escaped and returned to the village, only to be met with the charge of mission failure and severe punishment. A cruel treatment for a ninja who had risked his life for the village. Thus, with intense hatred, Jiaodu broke out of prison, seized the secret technique cherished as a treasure by the village, and used it to take the hearts of all the high-ranking officials. That technique was the vascular tendrils he wielded, Duan. Having left the bounty exchange, Jiaodu had not walked far before a group of ninjas blocked his path. Jiaodu's dark green pupils coldly swept over the headbands of the group, and he said in a low voice, "Men of the Hidden Waterfall, what business do you have with me?" Jiaodu, on the orders of village chief Shimu, we have come to invite you back to the village, the leading ninja of the Hidden Waterfall declared in a rather discourteous tone. Huh? Jiaodu tilted his head, his voice devoid of emotion beneath the black mask. So, is that your last words? Crack, crack, crack. Aya. Dark tendrils shot out from Jiaodu's body, instantly skewering the Hidden Waterfall ninjas on the spot, like locusts. Swish. The tendrils swayed, laden with corpses. Jiaodu stepped forward, coldly carrying the chest, and said to the leader, who was already paralyzed with fear on the ground, "What is Shimu's scheme? Confess honestly, or your heart will become my spare part." The ninja trembled. "Lord Jiaodu, that Uchiha Yu has threatened to attack the Hidden Waterfall village. Our village lacks sufficient combat strength now, so village chief Shimu wishes to request your assistance." Tap. Jiaodu halted, his dark green eyes shifting. "Uchiha Yu, the head worth 100 million Ryo on the current bounty list." I believe so," the ninja answered cautiously. "You want to drag me into death with you? Ridiculous." Jiaodu hoisted him into the air, with one hand about to seize his heart. The ninja hurriedly said, "Lord Jiaodu, the chief knows you still bear resentment for what happened back then. He said that if you return to the village, he will give you generous compensation, an amount that will not disappoint you." "Oh." Jiaodu's eyes brightened noticeably. "How much?" 100 million Ryo, the man said. "Have some limits when looking down on someone." Jiaodu fumed. "That 100 million is extra. If you take down Uchiha Yu, you can exchange his head for another 100 million. That's 200 million, the man quickly added. "That does sound promising." Jiaodu's attitude shifted. Then, the ninja rejoiced. But I refuse. This? Do you think I haven't heard of that man? He is the most vicious and ruthless ninja of the Uchiha since Uchiha ban. Fighting someone like that would cost more lives than any number can afford. So, SSO. The ninja swallowed, hearing Jiaodu's tone. Even money couldn't solve the problem. "So 100 million is not enough? Add another 100 million. Jiaodu declared, shattering expectations. It was still a matter of money. "If you agree, we'll set off now. If you don't." I agree, the ninja quickly replied. Bang. Jiaodu threw him to the ground. "Where's the money?" The ninja hastily picked up a chest from among the corpses and handed it to Jiaodu. That chest was clearly not big enough to hold 200 million Ryo. "Are you joking?" Jiaodu frowned. "The chief said these 20 million are a deposit to show his sincerity. The rest will be paid upon arrival." The ninja finished, looking nervously at Jiaodu. Jiaodu's dark green eyes stared at the ninja for a long moment, Before he set down his own chest, took the offered one, sat down on the ground, opened it, grabbed a stack of bills, licked his finger, and began counting with professional skill. Lord Jiao Du. Shut up. Don't disturb me while I'm counting money. 2 hours later, Jiao Du placed the last stack back, closed the chest, and stood up. He swept his gaze over the long cold corpses, saw no valuable heads, then said to the hidden waterfall ninja, whose mouth was sewn shut and eyes filled with terror, "Let's go. Don't dawdle, or I'll blast you to pieces." The sun had set and Lin Yu's group was resting temporarily near the border between the land of fire and the land of long. Gurgle. Baiju, serving as a messenger, emerged from the ground behind Lin Yu. "How is it?" Lin Yu stared ahead, asking behind him. "Those hidden waterfall guys planned to resist to the end. They even spent a fortune to bring back a rogue ninja named Jiao Du. What are you going to do?" Baiju reported truthfully. "I gave them a chance. Since they refused to appreciate it, don't blame me for being ruthless." Lin Yu stood up holding a fan. Then erased the hidden waterfall village from the ninja world map forever. Half a day later, deep in the night, atop the cliff where the great waterfall of the land of Long hung, Lin Yu, A Fei, and Mao Yushiyang stood high above. Below, at the entrance of the hidden waterfall village, thousands of ninjas in uniform attire and headbands had gathered. Even Jinin had been deployed, with Chunin in the middle and Jonin at the front. Standing at the forefront were two men, the village chief, Shimu Xiong, and that man named Jiao Du. Such was the might of a ninja village. Even a small village in a small nation was not something a single individual could rival. "Quite a grand welcome," A Fei said in a slouching, flippant tone. Mao Yushiyang withdrew her gaze, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lin Yu's profile. "The two of you stay here and support me. I alone am enough. The two of you stay here and support me. I alone am enough." With that, Lin Yu leaped from the cliff, landing against the waterfall, stepping on the rushing current as he advanced. One man and one fan radiated a pressure that surpassed an army of thousands. Gulp. Many in the hidden waterfall army swallowed dryly. Some even placed protective charms on their chests in prayer, enveloped by an atmosphere begging for tomorrow to dawn. Shimu Xiong, his old eyes bloodshot, gripped his walking cane tightly, staring at the man strolling leisurely from the edge of sight. Lin Yu's pace quickened. He began to run toward the hidden waterfall army. No retreat remained. Shimu Xiong waved his cane and roared, "Engage!" Roar. The hidden waterfall army let out a thunderous battle cry, surging forward like a swarm of locusts. Uchiha Yu versus the entire hidden waterfall village. The battle had begun. The ninja of the hidden waterfall rushed wildly, hurling kunai and shuriken at Lin Yu. He ignored them, passing through the sea of projectiles to close in on the enemy's front line. With a single leap, his knee struck the chest of the foremost hidden waterfall ninja firmly. Crack! Ribs shattered, and the contents within the chest cavity were smashed into a pulp. The man's eyes rolled back, and he died instantly. Boom. His corpse, like a cannonball, shot backward, knocking the charging ninjas behind him off balance, only to be trampled to death by those surging forward. Such was the brutality of a battlefield with over 1,000 troops. For the hidden waterfall, which had been far from the flames of war due to its geographical advantage since the Warring States period, this was especially true. Yet they were ninjas after all, stepping over their comrades' corpses to surround him. Lin Yu's gaze swept across. In an instant, rows of ninjas collapsed mid-run, some frozen in place before falling after a struggle. Do not misunderstand. This was not the so-called conqueror's haki, but an ordinary Sharingan Jinjutsu. In the instant of eye contact, the weak lost their ability to move. Among these dozens, only 3 managed to close in. Thus, the battle-frenzied Uchiha Yu would grant them a death, symbolizing honor. Wind release, wind cutter technique. With a flash, a white wind blade swept across. 2 heads fell to the ground instantly, and one quick-reacting ninja managed to block with his blade, but the result was merely his weapon and head falling together. In the blink of an eye, 50 ninjas had fallen, including several elite jonin. Such sacrifices might have been trivial for the 5 great hidden villages, but for a small village like Hidden Waterfall, it was a grievous loss. Thousands, as if by silent agreement, halted their charge, their hands trembling so violently they could barely hold their weapons. Lin Yu took a step forward. In unison, thousands of men stepped back. If such a thing were spoken of, it would surely cause ridicule. Only those present could comprehend that terror. Seeing their morale crushed at the very start of battle, the hidden waterfall village elder struck his staff on the ground and shouted, "Do not retreat. He is only one man. Do not be intimidated by his legend. He too has been wounded, has bled, and even lost an arm." Hearing this, the hidden waterfall ninjas no longer shrank back. "Shibuki, you are as skilled as ever at stirring hearts. You should know the price paid by those who wounded him. Even that Rakage traded his own arm for it," said Kakuzu beside Shibuki. "As things stand, we have no retreat. Even if we must pay a great price, we shall stop him outside the hidden waterfall village." Shibuki grasped his staff and shouted again, "Do not recklessly engage in close combat. Use ninjutsu. We hold an absolute numerical advantage. Use group ninjutsu against him. Yes. Use ninjutsu. With so many of us, why charge foolishly? Even a single spit from each of us could drown him. At the front of the formation, dozens of hidden waterfall ninjas skilled in water release formed hand seals simultaneously and unleashed a massive group water release ninjutsu. Water release river technique. Boom. Streams of water gushed from their mouths, converging into a rushing river that surged toward Lin Yu. He could have let the river pass through him, but there was no need. He raised his hand and formed the ram seal. That is a fire release seal. Even yes, fire release is too weak to counter such a massive group water release technique, remarked Yuzuki Yugao, judging based on her experience of Lin Yu's past fire release power. Beside her, Obito said meaningfully, times have changed. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Lin Yu opened his mouth and spat a thin stream of fire which after spreading a few meters suddenly erupted into a sea of flames. Yes, in the past Lin Yu's great fire annihilation had also produced a sea of flames, but without comparison there was no disparity. Compared to this sea of flames, that one was merely a stream. The sea of flames collided with the river. The flames showed no sign of diminishing while the river was instantly boiled into vapor. Thick steam spread, reducing visibility across the entire battlefield to almost zero. Before the hidden waterfall ninjas realized what was happening, flashes of fire emerged from the steam ahead. Hundreds of fireballs howled and exploding among the crowd. Explosions roared. With each blast, several, or even a dozen hidden waterfall ninjas were blown to pieces. Do readers feel a strong sense of déjà vu recalling the scene of Uchiha Madara confronting the allied shinobi forces? Perhaps so, but the scene before them was even more overwhelming than Madara's back then. Because Lin Yu, having obtained Hashirama's power, now wielded fire release on par with Madara in his prime, while the hidden waterfall ninjas were far weaker than the allied shinobi forces of that time. Once again, the hidden waterfall ninjas fell into despair. Our group water release technique was suppressed by a single person's fire release. Is that even possible? As despair spread through the ranks, Lin Yu emerged from the sea of flames clad in the Tengu Susanoo. Men of Hidden Waterfall, I ask once more, do you surrender? Lin Yu called out. Shibuki Yu gripped his staff tightly, thinking that perhaps they could still fight. Hidden Waterfall will never surrender. Foolish. Lin Yu shook his head as if beyond saving. The Tengu Susanoo raised its giant blade and struck downward. Boom. The slash split the ground, leaving no survivors along its path. The dispersing blast lifted nearby ninjas into the air. Thus the battlefield descended into chaos. Do not panic. Earth release ninjas change the terrain first and restrict that thing's movement. Shibuki Yu hastily commanded. Nearly 100 Earth release ninjas knelt and formed seals, slapping the ground. Earth release, boom. A vast area turned into a quagmire, and the Susanoo sank into the swamp. Water release ninjas further restrict the giant, especially its weapons. Shibuki Yu barked. A large number of water release ninjas rushed forward, forming seals as they ran. Water release, water whip. Flash. Flash. Water whips coiled around, binding the Susanoo's body and weapons. Lightning release ninjas cooperate with water release to destroy the giant's defenses. The lightning release ninjas advanced. Lightning release ground strike technique. Crackling intense lightning coursed along the water whips, striking the Susanoo. Crack. Crack. Many fissures appeared on the hard armor of the Tengu Susanoo. This was not surprising. The group ninjutsu of hundreds of ninjas, even Genin, far exceeded the power of a cage-level individual. Now everyone, unleash your most powerful attacks. Do not spare your chakra. Bombard continuously until that colossus and that invader are reduced to nothing. Boom. 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 In an instant, fire, water, earth, wind, and lightning release combined, striking the already battered Tengu Susanoo. This group technique of thousands likely surpassed the power of a tailed beast bomb. Boom. 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 For a moment, explosions, fire waves, and shock waves consumed everything. Thunderous roars echoed, and the ground trembled ceaselessly. Uchiha Yu, do you see now? This is the confidence behind our refusal to surrender. Shibuki Yu shouted arrogantly. That confidence of yours is nothing but foolish, futile, and useless struggle. Would release birth of trees. With a majestic proclamation amid the torrent of explosions, hundreds of trees sprang from the earth. What a... Kakuzu's eyes widened as if recalling a nightmare. Impossible, absolutely impossible. In this era, how could there still be a shinobi capable of wielding such majestic power? Kakuzu muttered to himself as if possessed by a demon. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The rolling forest flattened hundreds of stunned Takigakure shinobi in an instant and continued to advance across the land ahead. Would release, it would release. Run, run now. Terrified out of their wits, the Takigakure shinobi scattered in all directions. Yet every tree within that forest, every branch upon every tree, seemed to possess its own will entangling the fleeing soldiers. Some were coiled and strangled by the trunks, others impaled by branches and left dangling in midair. Rivers of blood spread beneath the trees, a hellish pool of gore. No power could withstand that burgeoning force. Witnessing the carnage, Shibuki's hands trembled. To think he is this strong. Have my decisions truly doomed everyone? Regardless, Shibuki knew he must step forward to steady the troops. A look of resolute defiance rose on his face. He cast aside his cane and charged against the tide to the very front. The fleeing Takigakure shinobi, seeing their village chief risk his life, all halted in their tracks. Warriors, behind you lies Takigakure, our ancestral home. Even if we must build a wall with our flesh and blood, we shall stop this cursed forest. Shibuki bellowed and unleashed his ninjutsu, even though it was insignificant before the power of would release. Forget it, all in, even if it means death. His actions rekindled the fighting spirit of the Takigakure shinobi. Though their numbers had been halved, they unleashed a torrent of ninjutsu, even more formidable than before, so powerful that even the rampaging forest was halted. Huff, huff, huff. Yet that was their limit. Many collapsed from exhaustion. Lin Yu stood atop the giant tree, arms folded, gazing at Shibuki. Behind his mask, the Sharingan showed a hint of emotion, for this old man reminded him of the third Uchiha of Iwagakure Inoki. In the battle of the 5 Kage against Madara, even when they were repeatedly pushed to the brink by Madara's overwhelming power, Inoki never abandoned his conviction. He became the backbone among the Kage, and even caused Madara no small trouble. Indeed, in this shinobi world, old veterans are always a banner. Lin Yu genuinely admired the old man, but he would not cease his advance. Just as he began forming hand seals, boom! A fist shot forward. Lin Yu abandoned his seals, the fist passed through his body. Kakuzu stood on the ground formed by piled trees, using black tendrils to retrieve the fist back to the connection point on his arm. Kakuzu. Shibuki looked up at him with a complicated expression. Don't misunderstand. I have zero interest in protecting this village. But I've taken someone's money, so I must do the job. That's my code, Kakuzu replied coldly. But there was another reason Kakuzu did not voice that man was the shadow of his entire life. Decades ago, after that hopeless defeat and his ignominious escape, Kakuzu had always feared the man named Hashirama Senju. Yet he had also always dreamed of challenging that man again someday. Unfortunately, until that man died, Kakuzu never mustered the courage. That had always been a regret Kakuzu never shared with anyone. When he saw Lin Yu replicate the first Hokage's ultimate technique, what stirred within him was not only fear and shadow, but also fighting spirit and lingering obsession. Since a battle with the departed first Hokage was impossible then, perhaps a fight with the man who inherited his power could somewhat ease that regret. Uchiha Yu, I've heard much about you. Could you spare me a little time? Kakuzu, arrogant toward others, was surprisingly polite to Lin Yu. Lin Yu turned to look at Kakuzu. What is it? Fight me, said Kakuzu. I don't mind, but just you alone, Lin Yu said. Kakuzu glanced down at the Takigakure shinobi and said coldly, none of you are to intervene. This is my fight. Are you insane? So many of our comrades have died by his hands, and now you, a rogue ninja, dare to order us around. The Takigakure shinobi cried out emotionally. Enough. Listen to him. Shibuki silenced them and said, everyone fall back. Medical and tend to the wounded immediately. The village chief had spoken. The Takigakure shinobi obeyed. Kakuzu withdrew his gaze and said solemnly to Lin Yu, I have one more request. No, a plea. Lin Yu said, go on. Kakuzu's words were startling. Please face me using only wood release techniques. Lin Yu paused slightly. It was the first time he had heard such an unusual request. Kakuzu, are you seeking death? Perhaps. But even in hell, money is a pass, Kakuzu said. Lin Yu gazed deeply at him. I don't dislike that about you. He lowered his folded arms and raised 2 fingers, forming the seal of confrontation, a sign of ninja etiquette. Kakuzu also donned his Takigakure rogue ninja headband with solemnity and returned the seal of confrontation. The ceremony complete. Whoosh. Kakuzu tore off his cloak and cast it into the wind, beginning to form hand seals. Earth Grudge Fear Mode. Gurgle snap. Gurgle snap. His back bulged like a camel's hump as 2 black monsters wearing different masks emerged and attached themselves to his shoulders. Kakuzu possessed 5 hearts, all stolen via Earth Grudge Fear. Each heart held the original owner's chakra nature. Thus he could wield all 5 chakra natures. The 2 black monsters on his shoulders represented 2 of those hearts. Swish, swish, swish. Kakuzu's hands blurred as he weaved seals. Lightning style, false darkness. Wind style, pressure damage. Fire style, head hardening. Boom, boom, boom. He unleashed 3 extremely powerful techniques simultaneously. Lin Yu also formed seals. Wood release, wood locking wall. Boom, boom. Thick wooden shields rose from 8 directions, and swiftly closed together, blocking the bombardment of the three techniques. Swish! Kakuzu charged forward, his entire arm turning pitch black mid-stride. This was Earth-style Earth Spear, Kakuzu's body-hardening technique of devastating power. Boom! His hardened fist struck the wood-locking wall, already weakened from the prior assault, and shattered it. Boom! Another monster bearing an Earth Grudge Fear mask emerged, joining the two on his shoulders, all writhing and converging onto Kakuzu's right arm. Earth Grudge Fear final shot. Boom! After a brief charge, a terrifying beam of chakra blasted from his right arm, exploding within the cramped confines of the wood-locking wall. Boom! Rumble rumble. The wood-locking wall shattered into pieces. Seeing Lin Yu lying not far away, his chest pierced, Kakuzu panted and laughed, "I win." Crack! 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 Suddenly Kakuzu's eyes flew wide open, because 4 enormous wooden stakes had pierced his 4 hearts simultaneously. Lin Yu's real body appeared behind Kakuzu. The Lin Yu on the ground had long since turned into a piece of wood. Kakuzu's voice trembled. "Is this the first Hokage's would clone?" "Kakuzu, you have lost." Lin Yu placed a hand on his shoulder. Whoosh! Accompanied by a Kamui vortex, he was drawn into the space-time void. Lin Yu had other plans for him. He turned, folded his arms, and looked down at Shibuki. "Where is the tailed beast? Release it." "Where's the tailed beast? Release it." Lin Yu's commanding voice rang out, but Shimushion clenched his fists and fell into silence. Though the longing village was weak, it possessed the 7 tails, ranked 3rd in power among the 9-tailed beasts. This forbidden power had repeatedly attracted the covetousness of ninja from other nations. The 5 great ninja nations had repeatedly resorted to threats and bribes attempting to claim this power, and had even sent spies who nearly succeeded on several occasions. To prevent accidents, the longing village sealed the 7 tails in a jar imbued with the sealing technique. Only when the village faced a crisis would they release the 7 tails, and once the danger passed, they would seal it again. That jar was a precious artifact gifted by the Uzumaki clan of Uchiha village as a gesture of friendship when the Long country and the Whirlpool country established diplomatic relations. Every year, members of the Uzumaki clan would come to reinforce the jar's seals. Unfortunately, after the fall of Uchiha village, the Uzumaki clan members went into hiding to save their lives, living in anonymity, and naturally no one came to reinforce the jar seals anymore. Thus, the sealing formula within the jar gradually weakened, especially each time the tailed beast was released and resealed. The seal's strength would be greatly diminished. Until a few years ago, when the jar sealed the 7 tails once more, the sealing technique was on the verge of collapse. If the seal were to be undone again, the sealing technique would completely fail, making it impossible to seal the 7 tails. Therefore, the longing village dared not use it lightly, and only employed it as a strategic deterrent. Even facing an unprecedented powerful enemy, this time, Shimushion had not resolved to release the 7 tails. Village chief, released the tailed beast. Since he wants to see the power of the tailed beast, let him regret it in despair. We don't want future peace, we only want to crush the enemy before us. The longing ninja were fervently agitated. Shimushion knew that the village was on the brink of life and death. The so-called strategic deterrence presupposed that the village must not perish. Having made up his mind, he took out a scroll and unrolled it. Bang! The ancient jar appeared at the center of the scroll. The longing ninja all stepped back. Shimushion formed a complex sequence of hand seals with both hands, murmuring in his heart, "Release." The sealing formula on the jar flickered rapidly and began to fade. Shwa! Lin Yu quickly retreated backward. Boom! A crimson light burst from the jar, shooting straight into the sky. A black vortex appeared in the night sky, crackling with electricity. Red lightning rolled among the clouds. This phenomenon was no different from when the 8-tails seal was broken. Lin Yu gazed at the sky, murmuring, "The 7 tails power is not much inferior to the 8 tails. Indeed, only the 9 tails represents a qualitative leap." Crack! Crack! As the 7 tails chakra was released, cracks continuously appeared on the jar. Finally, as the red light departed, the jar shattered into a pile of fragments. Rumble! A massive amount of chakra accumulated in the sky and quickly coalesced into a form manifesting the true body of the 7 tails. It was a giant flying insect with 6 wings and 1 tail. On the mountain peak, Mao Xiang said, "So ugly." Lin Yu looked at the 7 tails coiling in the sky and laughed. Although its power is not the strongest, it is certainly the ugliest. At that moment, Shimushion took out a talisman paper and pressed it to his forehead. This was a treasure passed down through generations of longing village chiefs, capable of communicating with the 7 tails. For these hundreds of years, you have been the guardian deity of longing village. We sealed you out of necessity to protect you. I hope you can resolve this crisis, and then we will grant you your freedom. This thought seemed to be received by the 7 tails, its insect eyes locking onto Lin Yu on top of the giant tree. Shoo! Massive tailed beast chakra gathered in its mouth. It's a tailed beast ball, everyone fall back. Shimushion shouted loudly. The Longi ninja scrambled backward even more urgently than when they saw Lin Yu perform would release. Perhaps in their minds the tailed beast ball represented the pinnacle of power. This again. For the tailed beast ball, Mao Yuxiang had some unpleasant memories. It's fine, leave it to you. Fei was quite calm. As for Lin Yu, far from being flustered, he was even a bit excited. Boom. The seven-tails tailed beast ball hurtled toward Lin Yu. Even the leading wave of wind was enough to make one breathless. Welcome. Lin Yu smirked, and the Crow Tengu Susanoo instantly manifested. A Kamui shuriken flew into the sky. The Kamui shuriken collided with the tailed beast ball, and the tailed beast ball vanished into a temporal spatial vortex. How can this be? Watching Lin Yu casually dispel what they considered the strongest tailed beast ball, the Longi ninja, who had just glimpsed hope, were thrown into panic. Don't panic. The Seven Tails is the only tailed beast that soars through the sky. Even if he can defend against its attacks, he can't strike the Seven Tails. Shimushion tried to calm the crowd, but could not calm himself. Evidence was the sweat covering his tightly clenched old hands. Boom. The Crow Tengu Susanoo leaped up. Though it had no wings, it jumped dozens of meters into the air. Lin Yu's Mangekyo shone brightly, and he had already marked the Seven Tails' 6 wings. The Susanoo began to fall. Excellent. Serves you right, can't reach us. Ha ha. The Longi ninja cheered and mocked. Shoo. Another tailed beast ball gathered in the Seven Tails' mouth. That's it. Blast him, the Longi ninja shouted. Clang. The Susanoo landed on the ground. Lin Yu's lips curled coldly. Seven Tails, your wings are too eye-catching. Let me tear them off for you. Shoo. The Susanoo condensed a pitch-black Magatama in its right hand and hurled it toward the sky. Susanoo Divine Tool 9000 Kamui Magatama. Boom. Meanwhile, the tailed beast ball shot heading toward them. The Magatama pierced through the tailed beast ball, and the tailed beast ball exploded upon the Susanoo, while the Magatama flew toward the Seven Tails. Seeing the approaching Magatama, the Seven Tails suddenly panicked, flapped its wings, and flew away with the Magatama in hot pursuit, closing the distance rapidly. Boom. 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 Seeing that it couldn't shake off the Magatama, the Seven Tails frantically fired tailed beast balls, causing a series of explosions in the sky. However, the Magatama remained unaffected. Upon closing in, it split into 6 and struck the Seven Tails' 6 wings. Roar! With a scream of agony, the Seven Tails' 6 wings were torn apart by Kamui's power and transported to another dimension. Clang! The wingless Seven Tails crashed to the ground, glaring fiercely at Lin Yu as it began gathering another tailed beast ball. Lin Yu curled his lips in a contemptuous smile and formed hand seals. Would release wood dragon technique. Boom. At the Seven Tails' feet, a wooden dragon erupted from the ground and bound its body. Struggling to break free but failing, the Seven Tails tried to blast the wooden dragon with a tailed beast ball, but the wooden dragon opened its huge mouth and bit into the Seven Tails' body. Roar! The Seven Tails screamed again, and the tailed beast ball that had yet to fully form dissipated at its mouth. The wooden dragon absorbed the Seven Tails' chakra, rapidly growing stronger, and its binding force became even more powerful. The great tree carried Lin Yu closer to the Seven Tails. Lin Yu formed hand seals. Would release wood human technique. The tree beneath his feet rapidly grew, transforming into a gigantic wood human. The wood human looked rather formidable, for coiled around its shoulder was a wooden dragon. A character 4 seat appeared in Lin Yu's palm, aimed from afar at the struggling Seven Tails. Quan entering the alley hand. Boom. Simultaneously, a giant hand with the seat character extended from the wood human's palm and pressed down on the Seven Tails' head. The Seven Tails' chakra was completely suppressed, and it fell into a deep slumber. Shoo! Lin Yu's left eye took in the Seven Tails' massive form, and he activated an ultra-large-scale long-range Kamui, directly transporting it into another dimension, making it his prize. Shoo! Lin Yu's left eye took in the Seven Tails' massive form, and he activated an ultra-large-scale long-range Kamui, directly transporting it into another. He bit his fingers, smeared blood to form the summoning seal, and slammed his palm onto the ground. Summoning technique 8 Tails. Boom. Accompanied by the white smoke characteristic of summoning jutsu, the 8 Tails descended upon this land, its eyes bearing the pattern of the Sharingan. From the moment it was summoned, it had fallen under the control of Lin Yu's ocular powers. What is that monster? The ninjas of Takigakure exclaimed in shock. A bull-headed octopus with 8 tails. Could it be? The 8 Tails. Shimushion, a man of vast experience, collapsed to the ground the moment he recognized the 8 Tails. He knew that no matter how hard he tried to rally morale, it was futile. He was filled with utmost regret. If only he had heeded the advice to surrender to Uchiha, you wouldn't Takigakure have avoided this catastrophic doom. Moreover, with a powerhouse of this caliber guarding the village and the addition of the 8 Tails, wouldn't their combat strength rival that of the 5 great shinobi countries, rendering them immune to their threats. But no matter how deeply he regretted it, it was too late. He had not only squandered Takagekyou's chance to rise, but also pushed the village to the brink of annihilation. I am sorry. My foolish decision has doomed everyone. Shimushion confessed his guilt. Yet the ninjas of Takagekyou did not blame him. Village chief, please do not blame yourself. You will always be our hero of Takagekyou. We are proud to have followed you, and no matter which world we go to, we will continue to follow you. You? Sob. Shimushion wept bitterly. Indeed, the shinobi world is bound by bonds. Bonds between people, and their villages, bonds between villages themselves. Even justice and evil have their own bonds. Different beliefs and pursuits lead to different paths, thus breeding conflict. And only those with power can protect their bonds. Lin Yu watched this scene, and for the first time in a long time his hardened heart softened. Boom. The 8 tails gathered a massive tailed beast ball in its mouth and fired it, which flew over the heads of the Takagekyou ninjas. It destroyed the village behind them, but spared their lives. Watching the stunned Takagekyou ninjas, Lin Yu said, Shimushion, you may leave. You are willing to spare us. Shimushion's voice trembled. Yes, he spared them, but only spared them. He could no longer use them, for these people, having lost their loved ones, friends and lovers, would never sincerely submit to Lin Yu. Lin Yu was not afraid of their revenge, he simply had no use for those he could not command. Lin Yu warned, leave now before I change my mind. Remember to change your names and disappear. Do not attempt anything foolish or else. I understand. I have made a foolish decision once, and I will not make it again. That was what Shimushion said, and that was exactly what he did thereafter. He led the Takagekyou survivors into seclusion, and from then on they lived in peace and never spoke of it again. The Takagekyou ninjas turned around, casting one last lingering glance at the village engulfed in flames, and carrying the bodies of their comrades they left the land they had inhabited for generations. Boom. The 8 tails vanished, returning to Lin Yu's dimensional space. And Takagekyou was forever erased from the ninja world map, leaving only a blank stretch of land where a new village and a new order would rise. Obito and Yuzuki Xiang descended from the mountain peak and walked up behind Lin Yu. Xiang looked at this man with complex emotions, thinking he showed mercy. After all, he truly isn't hard-hearted. Obito, how does the power I just displayed compare to the Madara you knew? Lin Yu asked Obito. Do you want the truth? Obito replied. Of course. If it were Madara, he would have finished the battle in half the time you took. Obito said. Lin Yu nodded. His conclusion was the same as Obito's. Obito then shifted the topic. However, purely in terms of wood style mastery, you are undoubtedly far above Madara. After all, even that Madara never obtained the full power of the first Hokage. Lin Yu did not become complacent. Competing with Uchiha Madara in wood style was akin to competing with Senju Hashirama in dojutsu. Both had reached the pinnacle in their respective fields. It was merely Madara's greater ambition, his dissatisfaction with existing power, that led him to dabble in wood style. Only by surpassing both at their peak in dojutsu and wood style would Lin Yu feel a sense of achievement. Now possessing both powers, Lin Yu set Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara as his temporary goals and strived to climb higher. Guru. At that moment, the white Zetsus emerged from the ground, bringing their families with them. Hey, I heard there's a new home. We're not sleeping on the floor, are we? The demonic statue of the outer path is gone. That was our lair. Where did you put it? The white Zetsus chattered noisily. Stop your nonsense, you lot. Building a ninja village is a matter of minutes for you. Whoosh. Lin Yu took out a scroll from the Kamui dimension and unrolled it. The scroll depicted designs and layouts of houses. Lin Yu's Sharingan spun rapidly, scanning the contents and replicating them entirely in his mind. He closed his eyes for about 20 seconds, then opened them again. Stowing the scroll away, Lin Yu stepped forward, formed hand seals, and pressed his palm against the ground. Wood-style multiple connected houses technique. Rumble. Buildings rose from the earth, crisscrossing and neatly arranged, every detail reproduced with remarkable precision. A ninja village was thus completed. Amazing. Yuzuki Xiang covered her lips, her beautiful eyes sparkling. This is the prototype of our village. I'll add more details when I return. Are you going to the land of iron? Yuzuki Xiang asked. Yes, let me go alone. Settle down here for now, Lin Yu said to Xiang, then turned to the white Zetsus. Also go find the daimyo of the land of waterfalls and handle the necessary paperwork. One country, one village. This was the system established by the first Hokage after pacifying the chaotic era, and still in use today. The country provides funds and resources to the ninja village, while the village carries out commissions and provides military protection for the country. Are you so sure the daimyo of the land of waterfalls will recognize this village? A white Zetsu asked. How does he have a choice? Takagekyou has fallen. The land of waterfalls has lost its military protection. His only option is to side with us, who are far stronger. Otherwise, the land of waterfalls will surely become prey for the great nations. Lin Yu said with clarity. You be extremely cautious in the Land of Iron. In today's ninja world, the 5 chosen ones bearing the title of Kage, the strongest ninjas, are all gathered there. Uzuki Xiang cautioned with concern. Lin Yu smiled gently and said, rest assured soon there will be another ninja bearing the title of Kage. And so Lin Yu set off for the Land of Iron. Next stop, the 5 Kage Summit. In the Land of Iron, heavy snow filled the sky. On the only road leading to the venue of the 5 Kage Summit stood a towering mountain. Upon the summit, dozens of ninja wearing demonic masks stood. Their leader before the cliff watched 3 figures approaching along the snowy path below. Among them, the one at the front wore a white cloak and a conical hat. The target has appeared. Move. With the command, the dozens of ninja behind him simultaneously formed hand signs, unleashing a combined ninja technique, Earth Release Rock Avalanche. A deafening rumble echoed as boulders cascaded downward. The trio below halted, gazing at the impending rocks. From under the leading man's conical hat came a calm voice, do not intervene. In a flash, he formed hand signs. Wind Release Net. A net of hundreds of wind blades streaked through the air, and with a crack the massive rocks were instantly carved into countless tiny fragments stripped of their lethality. A kunai wreathed in lightning pierced through the dust, leaving a scratch on the demonic mask of the man by the cliff. Humph, just a kunai? Continue the attack, he ordered. But then the agonized cries of dozens of men rang out at once. He spun around to see that his dozens of subordinates who moments ago were full of vigor had fallen dead. Beside their bodies stood the man in the white cloak and conical hat, holding the very same kunai. Cold sweat drenched his back. Even the demonic mask could not hide his terror. What just happened? With a flash of light, the kunai was already pressed against his neck. Anything that comes into contact with my chakra leaves an indelible mark. From your masks, you are the Hanya of the Land of Forests. Our nations share friendly relations. Why unilaterally break them? Came the composed voice from under the conical hat. The man's eyes slanted downward, catching sight of the mark beside the crack in his mask. He clenched his fists. Friendly. Unilateral. Fine words. You simply say one thing and do another. Your Ambu have killed many of our kin. After a moment of hesitation, the face hidden beneath the conical hat replied, I have never issued such orders. There may be some misunderstanding. Then why did they wear your Ambu gear and claim to act on your orders? I have sought revenge for my clansmen more than once, but never found an opportunity. Finally, this 5 Kage Summit provided a golden chance. We laid this ambush awaiting your arrival. I carry the will of my people, so I cannot fail. Let me tell you, a high-ranking figure from your Leaf Village revealed your route to me. He also gave me one ultimate trump card. With these words, the Hanya leader tore open his gray cloak. Numerous talismans materialized on his chest. That is, the 4 symbols seal, came a slightly startled voice from under the conical hat. A black light burst forth in all directions, expanding into a pitch-black sphere hundreds of meters in diameter. When the sphere vanished, the great mountain bore a gap, like a missing bowl. In a flash, the figure reappeared beside the kunai on the ground. His white cloak fluttered as he adjusted his conical hat, and murmured, I see. Danzo then. Nearly 10 seconds later, the body of the Hanya leader crashed onto the snow. Alarmed by the commotion, a large contingent of Iron Country samurai surrounded them, drawing their blades. Who goes there? State your identity. The man in the cloak gently raised his hand, removing his conical hat to reveal a head of short blonde hair and a young handsome face. With dignified courtesy, he said, My name is Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage of Konohagakure in the Land of Fire. I am here for the 5 Kage Summit. The samurai exchanged glances, their iron helmets hiding astonishment. Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage of the Leaf. The legendary Yellow Flash. So young, Minato introduced. Behind me are Tadua Kimichi and Inuzuka, 2 my personal guards. The samurai sheathed their blades and knelt on one knee. Lord Minato, welcome to the Land of Iron. For protocol, may we ask what happened here? Minato replied, a group of ninja ambushed us from the mountain. A group? The samurai stared at the lone corpse of the Hanya leader in the snow, puzzled. Tadua Kimichi, his voice as deep as his build, stepped forward. Those dozens of enemies were killed by the Hokage in an instant. The samurai gasped, killed? Instantly. Then where are their bodies? We need to report to General Mifune. Inuzuka, 2 riding a large yellow ninja dog, explained, this man was the attacker's leader. The 4th Hokage had him subdued. Realizing his doom, he used a forbidden suicide technique that seals everything within hundreds of meters into the user's corpse. His dozens of comrades are now inside his body. The samurai broke into a sweat, unable to help, glancing at Minato. Investigate it. Yes. A samurai examined the corpse and reported, there is indeed a sealing technique pattern on the chest. The lead samurai nodded. Understood. Lord 4th, we deeply apologize for this incident in our country. Allow us to escort you to the summit venue. Minato said, no need. Please proceed with your official duties. As you wish. The samurai departed with the Hanya leader's body. Minato exhaled in relief. Thank you both. I'm really not good at handling such situations. Don't be so formal, little brother. You haven't changed at all, Minato, even as Hokage. Both Tadou Akimichi and Inuzuka too were former members of Minato's squad older than him and had treated him like a younger brother since their mission days. Now that Minato was Hokage, they served as his guards, but privately, he still regarded them as elder brothers. Let's hurry. I have a feeling this 5 Kage summit will be turbulent. Donning his Hokage hat, Minato's azure eyes gleamed with sharp light. In the land of iron at the 5 Kage summit venue, the banners of the 5 great nations, wind, fire, earth, lightning, water, stood on the walls. On the massive ring-shaped table oriented east-west, all 4 Kage, except the Leaf's Hokage, had already arrived. The initiator of the summit, the 4th Raikage, sat at the eastern head. His left arm was missing, sleeve empty, but his imposing demeanor remained undiminished. The Raikage slammed his right fist on the table, staring at the empty seat to his left, and roared angrily, "Damn, how dare he keep so many of us waiting for him alone, acting so high and mighty. If he doesn't have a convincing reason, I will never forgive him." Lord Raikage, Lord Hokage, encountered an unexpected situation on the way and was slightly delayed. He should arrive very soon. Please be patient. Seated opposite on the west side, the Iron Country, General Mifune spoke up. As the representative of the neutral nation, he was responsible for hosting this 5 Kage summit and maintaining order. Unexpected situations. It's always Konoha that has the most problems. The Raikage snorted impatiently. That brat from back, then his temper hasn't changed a bit. Perhaps that's why you lost an arm so young, Sai. On the seat of a Wagakure to the right of the Raikage, the 3rd Tsuchikage Onaji of the 2 scales spoke in a tone of an experienced elder. Huh, what did you say? Mind your own old waist, you dwarf old man, the Raikage barked. Lord Raikage, watch your language. From behind Onaji, a Wagakure elite Jonin Kitsuchi and Wenya stepped forward. Behind the Raikage, Kumogakure elite Jonin Dodai and Toroi also stepped forward, and the scene was on the verge of breaking out. Kitsuchi, Wenya, stand down. This old man isn't about to bicker with a child over such a trivial matter, Onaji said with a light laugh. At this time, he was a notorious militant faction possessing both cunning and skill, having done many things akin to Danzo in secret. Yes. Kitsuchi and Wenya withdrew. The Raikage snorted coldly as well. At the Kirigakure seat next to Konoha's, the 4th Mizukage Yagura sat with his legs crossed. Like the Raikage, he also lacked an arm. Interestingly, the person who took both their arms was the same individual. The guards accompanying Yagura were familiar to all. The remaining 2 of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Kisame Hashigaki and Mangetsu Hozuki, who had recently been granted the title 2 Demons of the Mist by Lin Yu. Across from Yagura sat the 4th Kazekage Raza with his guards Sunagakure elite Jonin Baki and Yura. Raza folded his arms across his chest, head lowered, wearing an aloof expression as if the matter didn't concern him. It was only when a yellow figure appeared at the door that he raised his head and gazed deeply in that direction. Sorry for being late, making everyone wait so long. Minato Namikaze strode in briskly. Behind Onaji, guard Kitsuchi clenched his fists, and Wenya even cast a hateful glare without any pretense. At the end of the 3rd Shinobi World War, the famous battle of the Kanobi Bridge was actually a clash between 2 elite squads from Konoha and Iwagakure. The Iwagakure squad consisted of 5 of the most outstanding elite jonin at that time: Emoji Huoguang, Dashur Su Emoji, and Dong Si Ren. Even the less remarkable among them, Huoguang and Dashur, once pushed Kakashi, Hatake Obito, Uchiha, and Rin Noira into a desperate situation. Yet all 5 were annihilated thanks to the yellow flash alone. The loss of this battle wiped out the advantages Iwagakure had built in the early stages of the 3rd War, ultimately forcing them to sign a peace treaty with Konoha. This excruciating pain made the entire village hate the yellow flash to the utmost. A saying even circulated within Iwagakure: whoever eliminates Konoha's yellow flash shall become the next Tsuchikage of Iwagakure. Yet no one dared to try. After all, one must stay alive to become Tsuchikage. Minato ignored those hateful glances, placed his Hokage hat on the table, and sat down calmly, with Chozo Akimichi and Kiba Inuzuka standing guard behind him. Now that Lord Hokage has arrived, I declare the 4th 5 Kage summit open. Please speak freely. As the mediator, I shall witness all your words and actions during this summit. Mifune said. Bang. The Raikage's fist slammed the table again. Hokage, my brother Killer Bee was attacked by your rogue ninja. He was seriously injured, and the 8 Tails was taken. Konoha must give me an explanation. Faced with the Raikage's aggressiveness, Choza and Kiba frowned, but Minato gestured for them not to act rash. Then he said slowly and calmly, Lord Raikage, I understand your feelings. However, rogue ninja are a problem every nation and village faces. We cannot fully control their actions. I can apologize on my personal behalf to you and your brother Killer Bee, but if you demand that Konoha give you an explanation for this, that is not possible. What did you say? The Raikage stood up directly. Onaji said, Hey, you look rather unsightly. You lost because you were outmatched, losing both your brother and the beast. What can't handle the game? The Raikage retorted angrily, Onaji, this didn't happen to you in IWA. It's easy to be glib when it's not your problem. Mifune mediated, everyone, the purpose of this summit is to seek common solutions to problems. If it were about fighting, we would have sent armies directly and wouldn't need to sit here. Since we are here, please discuss properly. Quarreling won't solve anything. The Raikage sat back down. At this point, Onaji spoke up, Hokage, although I don't approve of the Raikage attitude, the Uchiha clan of Konoha has always been an unstable element in the ninja world. Madara Uchiha in the past, now Lin Yu Uchiha. The Uchiha clan will eventually become a cancer of the ninja world. Therefore, for Konoha's sake, for the ninja world sake, I hope Konoha can be decisive and nip evil in the bud. What do you think, Hokage? Old man Onaji, you finally said something agreeable. Lin Yu Uchiha must be killed, and the Uchiha clan cannot be let off either, the Raikage responded. My view is the same, said the Mizukage Yagura Karatachi. Only the Kazekage Raza remained silent. Minato Namikaze saw through it clearly, using the incident of Lin Yu Uchiha to push the Uchiha clan to the brink of destruction, thereby weakening Konoha's combat power. This was probably the true purpose of the Five Kage Summit. He would not let them succeed. Minato said without compromise, punishing an entire clan for one person is not my way, nor is it Konoha's way. The Uchiha clan has made many contributions to Konoha. They are our comrades and fellow villagers. Therefore, I cannot agree to this decision. Then let me say this, if you disagree, we will unite and launch a punitive campaign against Konoha. As the Raikage said this, the entire summit atmosphere became tense. Both Onaji and Yagura stared intently at Minato. Minato lowered his head, hands supporting his chin. After a long moment, he raised his head, and in his blue eyes emerged a calm and unyielding strength. That's perfect. It's time to settle old scores. When the first Hokage passed away and the first Shinobi World War broke out, the nations of lightning, earth, and water targeted the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan of Yuzushiobikure to create Jinchuriki. While Konoha's combat strength was depleted and unable to assist, they besieged Yuzushiobikure, causing Konoha to lose a precious ally and causing my beloved to lose her home. He paused, then Minato showed his fierce side. Since you want to start another war, be prepared to lose everything, including the tailed beasts that the first Hokage bestowed upon you. Konoha will take them back. In that moment, that Ōtsutsuki, Raikage, and Mizukage all narrowed their eyes. Damn it, he's threatening us with the Uzumaki clan's mastery of sealing techniques. His wife, Kushina Uzumaki, is the strongest inheritor of Uzumaki bloodline and sealing arts. When that happens, Tsunegakure will stand by Konoha as well. Then the fourth Kazekage Raza finally spoke. But Lord Minato, Tsunegakure has conditions. We hope to borrow your sealing techniques. It's time to replace the one-tailed Jinchuriki. The successor has been decided. It will be my yet unborn child. If you are willing to provide technical support, Tsunegakure will stand firmly with Konoha. Minato said, the land of wind and the land of fire are neighbors. Tsunegakure did not attack Yuzushiobikure back then, and Konoha has taken note of that. However, it won't be my beloved who handles it, but me. Raza said in surprise, oh. Could it be that Lord Minato, you have mastered all the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan? Minato humbly replied. Although I cannot match my beloved, Kushina assisting Suna in sealing the one-tail should be sufficient. Raza said, good, it's a deal. Onaji thought to himself, this really turned the tables on us. That man Minato Namikaze appears gentle and refined, harmless, but in truth he's a wolf in sheep's clothing. A formidable character. Yagura thought, if this continues, the initiative will completely fall into the Hokage's hands. The Raikage thought, damn it, if we hadn't lost the Eight Tails, we wouldn't be so passive. He bellowed, the matter of the Uchiha clan can be set aside for now, but Lin Yu Uchiha must die. Hokage Cloud will conduct a punitive operation against your rogue ninja, and Konoha must join forces. If you do not agree to this, Cloud will completely break with Konoha, and you will bear the consequences. Yagura echoed, I also agree with the Raikage's opinion. Lin Yu Uchiha is now the enemy of the entire ninja world. Kirigakure will not stand idly by. That Ōtsutsuki and Kazekage did not express their views because, until now, Lin Yu Uchiha had not offended them directly. They would rather watch the fight between the tiger and the dragon, benefiting as the third party. Regarding this matter, Minato was about to state his position after deliberation. Suddenly, in midair above the summit venue, a Kamui vortex twisted spacetime, and that man descended with overwhelming pressure. He landed at a high point, his voice calm, yet imposing. Your discussion is quite heated. How about letting me join? By the way, I am the one you call the enemy of the ninja world, Lin Yu Uchiha. Whoosh. Just as the five Kage were astonished by Lin Yu's appearance, a figure had already arrived midair. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, and the samurai sword at his waist was drawn with the speed of lightning. Flash. Swoosh. A crescent-shaped blade aura spread passing through Lin Yu's body and slicing the entire wall behind him. As expected of Sanchuan exquisite swordsmanship. However, Lin Yu murmured in admiration, his hand already reaching for Sanchuan's shoulder. Crackle. A flash of lightning. The raikage clad in lightning release armor lunged with a heavy punch. Lin Yu sneered inwardly, trying to catch me the moment I materialize. I knew you'd strike at this timing, you reckless fool. Boom. The raikage passed through Lin Yu's body and crashed entirely through the wall. I think you can do without the other arm too, raikage. Lin Yu aimed his left eye at the raikage's right arm. Kamui ready. Whoosh. A golden flash, and Minato was already right in front, holding a Rasengan aimed at Lin Yu. Lin Yu's arm shot out swiftly, accurately clamping onto Minato Namikaze's wrist. Almost simultaneously, his right eye unleashed a Kamui vortex, pulling Minato Namikaze into the space-time distortion. Whoosh. Another golden flash. Lin Yu lowered his hand and turned around, looking at Minato Namikaze, who had already flickered back to his original spot. He praised, as expected of the yellow flash, truly fast. Even I would be unable to rest easy if you branded me with that troublesome flying thunder god mark, never knowing when you might pop up and hit me with a Rasengan. The exchange between Lin Yu and 3 cage-level masters, including Sanchuan, occurred in the blink of an eye. The other Kage each came to realize the situation. Onoki thought to himself, so that is his space-time dojutsu. Even among the Uchiha's ocular powers it stands out. No wonder he has thrown the ninja world into chaos. Raza thought as troublesome as his ocular power is his predictive ability, as if he sees through everyone's reactions. Lin Yu looked around and said, I came here not to fight you all, who cares? You must die here today. The 4th Mizuki Jigura formed a hand seal with one hand. Water release water dragon vortex. A rapidly spiraling water column, like a tornado, engulfed Lin Yu's figure. The entire wall was destroyed, and even the corridor outside was not spared. The meeting hall was breached from the inside, and the raging snowstorm outside blew in. His intangibility only lasts 5 minutes. Space-time shifting requires materialization. Maintain high-density, high-intensity attacks, and he won't be able to escape. But his Susanoo is extremely troublesome. We must restrain him. Yagura's small face twisted fiercely as he maintained the water dragon vortex. Thin will paralyze his body, so he can't even focus his chakra. The raikage released a surge of powerful lightning release chakra from his palm, merging it into Yagura's water dragon vortex, and transforming it into a spiraling lightning storm field. Thus, once Lin Yu exited his intangible state, his body would be instantly paralyzed, rendering him unable to use chakra, and indeed, even unable to summon Susanoo. Hokage, what are you waiting for? Trying to protect your rogue ninja? The raikage shouted at Minato. Of course not. According to the information I've gathered, he can still move through mediums in this state. The density and intensity of attacks are sufficient, but the breadth is not. It's better to shift the battlefield to a more open area. Shushishu. Minato performed hand seals rapidly with both hands, then gripped the Flying Thunder God Kunai with both hands. Flying Thunder God Space-Time Barrier. Whoosh. The scene shifted. Everyone had arrived on an open snowy plain, and even the ongoing jutsu had been transferred intact. Minato said, he probably won't just walk out in plain sight of us all. It's highly likely he'll phase into the ground. Lord Kazekage, I'll leave it to you to eliminate that possibility. Raza, though reluctant to intervene, had previously sought a favor from Minato Namikaze and could no longer stand idly by. Understood. Leave it to me. Raza bent down and thrust his arm into the ground. ZZT. Dark circles appeared around his eyes, a sign that he was using his Kekiai Gunkai Magnet Release Gold Dust. Magnet Release Gold Dust Great Burial. Boom, boom, boom. The gold dust buried deep underground flowed, and the ground undulated like waves. Swoosh. Minato Namikaze scattered Flying Thunder God, inscribed Kunai in various directions to respond to emergencies. He also said to the guards of the 5 Kage, guards, please prepare your own techniques. Once he is cornered and tries to emerge from the attacks, immediately cooperate with me in supplementary attacks. Be sure not to give him any chance to deactivate his intangibility. Understood. The elite Jonin accompanying the 5 Kage all formed hand seals, entering a state of jutsu readiness. Maintain this for 5 minutes. Boom. A disturbance came from within the water dragon vortex. Yagura said, I sense his chakra appearing in the water. His intangibility has been deactivated. Minato said, Lord Kazekage, use your technique to completely seal his movements. Understood. Raza swiftly formed hand seals. Magnet Release Gold Dust Seal. Boom. Gold dust surged from all sides, covering the water dragon vortex. Then as Raza clenched his hand, it transformed into a golden triangular prism. ZZZT black sealing formulas appeared on the surface of the triangular prism. Lord Ōtsutsuki, please use your technique to finish him off. Minato Namikaze said to Anoki. The instigator of the ninja world turmoil, the one who revived the 5 Kage summit after many years, the target of the allied Kage's crusade, is ending in such a farcical way. It's a bit unsatisfying, but since you didn't hide properly and chose to come out and die, you can't blame this old man. Swoosh. 2 scales, Anoki said as he floated into the air, forming hand seals with both hands. ZZT. A completely transparent white cube with an embedded spherical core appeared between his palms. Farewell, you troublemaking pest. Anoki pushed his hands forward, and the white cube rapidly expanded, enveloping the gold dust triangular prism. Dust release particle style. Swoosh. The cube dispersed, and everything inside was reduced to nothingness. Sanchuan sheathed his samurai sword. As expected of the 5 Kage, the villain had no room to fight back. Finally, some peace and quiet, the Raikage said with satisfaction. Down in the underworld, take your time to repent for throwing your weight around in the Blood Mist Village. The Mizukage Yagura said coldly. Behind him, Hozuki Mangetsu and Hoshigaki Kisame exchanged glances, their eyes filled with doubt and shock. Had that man really been taken down? Since the core figure of the summit discussion, Uchiha Yu, has been brought to justice, then the 4th 5 Kage summit can come to an end. Minato Namikaze said. Hokage, you got off easy this time, the Raikage said arrogantly. How lonely it is. Who knows when the next summit will be? Anoki sighed. The 5 Kage were about to disband. Where are you all going? And so when that familiar voice suddenly rang out in the snowy wasteland, everyone was dumbfounded. What? Swoosh. A Kamui vortex appeared, and that man descended once again. Crack. This time the moment he landed, his hands were already clasped in front of his chest, forming the snake hand seal. Minato Namikaze's pupils contracted. This seal. Could it be? Under his mask, Lin Yu's eyes were fierce. Would release tree world birth. The Raikage tore the trunks from his body with sheer brute strength, but soon more and thicker trunks coiled around him. No mistake, this is the first Hokage's signature technique. Would release deep forest emergence, exclaimed Minato. The Raikage tore the trunks from his body with sheer brute strength, but soon more and thicker trunks coiled around him. No mistake, this is the first Hokage's signature technique. Would release deep forest emergence, exclaimed Minato Namikaze. In a flash, Minato used Flying Thunder God to escape, then helped the Kage and their guards break free. Lin Yu stood atop a tree, watching without intervening. Damn you, Uchiha Yu. You've made me look so pathetic. Why don't you come down and face your death? The Raikage roared, glaring up at the treetop. I've told you I'm not here to fight. If I were, I wouldn't have used Deep Forest Emergence, but Flower Tree World instead. Lin Yu replied with a calm gaze. Bluffing. You just summoned a few trees. If you want, come down, it'll go up and tear you limb from limb, the Raikage said, cracking his neck impatiently. Minato quickly interjected, everyone, he's not exaggerating. The first Hokage's Flower Tree World can release a massive amount of toxic pollen in an instant. No matter how fast you are, you can't escape. Being hit means it's over. The fact that he didn't use it shows he truly has no intention of fighting us to the death. Damn Sharingan. Damn would release. The Raikage gritted his teeth, but he refrained from attacking further. At least the 4th Hokage understands reason. Lin Yu said, sitting down. Exactly. It's the wood release shadow clone capable of using all the dojutsu and ninjutsu of my original body. Even a powerful attack won't make it disappear, unless the— Exactly. It's the wood release shadow clone capable of using all the dojutsu and ninjutsu of my original body. Even a powerful attack won't make it disappear, unless the clone itself is killed. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. Oh, you noticed? That's right, it's the wood release shadow clone, which can use all my original's dojutsu and ninjutsu. It won't disappear even under extreme attacks unless you kill the clone. Minato's eyes grew serious. He thought so, that's it. Not only Flower Tree World, but even the wood clone. He probably can use Wood Dragon and Wood Golem too. Whoosh. Anoki floated into the air with his hands behind his back. According to intelligence, Uchiha Yu does possess some wood release abilities, but even advanced techniques like Flower Tree World and wood release shadow clone. What's going on? I'm afraid. He has already obtained complete cells of the first Hokage. Minato said gravely. What a— exclaimed Anoki. Is that even possible? Konoha tried hundreds of times and failed. This only proves that Uchiha Yu has potential surpassing Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. His strength now is far greater than when he defeated the 3rd Hokage. Perhaps even I— Minato clenched his fist. I acquired this power only recently, otherwise I wouldn't dare appear before the 5 Kage so openly. Lin Yu said, thinking, good thing I chose the wood clone from the start. With Minato's tactical mind and Anoki's particle style, I might have been killed. So what are you here for? Just to show off your power? Anoki demanded. Haha, do I look that boring? Lin Yu chuckled, then turned serious. I'm here to announce something to you all. Something that will change the shinobi world. Arrogant talk. Go ahead, I'll treat it as a joke, the Raikage sneered. I Uchiha Yu hereby declare the official establishment of the 6th Great Ninja Village, the Hidden Dark Village. I am its first Dark Shadow. Lin Yu raised a finger and spoke firmly. What? The 5 Kage were in an uproar. Are you insane? You can't just establish a village whenever you want. What nation would acknowledge a global enemy like you? And you want to stand on equal footing with us? A rogue ninja with delusions of grandeur, the Raikage roared. Raikage, your ears seem as crippled as your arms. I'm announcing an established fact, not a castle in the air. Lin Yu said. A fact? You mean your hidden dark village already exists? Inoki asked. Exactly. About half a day ago, while you were on your way to the 5 Kage summit, I reduced the hidden waterfall village of the waterfall country to rubble and built my ninja village on that very ruin. Lin Yu said casually. Swish. The 5 Kage were shocked again. Impossible. The hidden waterfall village is the most powerful village among the minor nations beneath the 5 great ones. With its tailed beast, its overall strength surpasses even the hidden rain village under Hanzo the salamander. How could it be destroyed just like that? Hard to believe, isn't it? But unfortunately, it's the truth. By now it should be spreading across the 5 great nations and your respective villages. Only you Kage are still in the dark. Lin Yu said. Just then the 4th Kazekage Raza crossed his arms and said, he has no reason to lie about such a matter. At that very time I saw a massive explosion of light from my lodging in the direction of the waterfall country, right where the hidden waterfall village is located. At this the other Kage had no choice but to believe that Lin Yu had indeed destroyed the hidden waterfall village. So what? Even if he builds a village in a minor country like Waterfall, what right does it have to stand alongside the 5 great ninja villages? The Raikage still sneered. That's right. Was Hanzo the salamander weaker than the Kage? Yet he never earned the title of Kage. In the end, Uchiha Yu, you're just fooling yourself, said Inoki. Ha ha ha. But at that moment Lin Yu began to laugh. What's so funny? The Raikage snapped. Well, I knew this would happen, so I brought along something interesting for you to see. With that, Lin Yu bit his finger, smeared blood, and began forming hand seals, boar, dog, rooster, monkey, ram. Summoning technique. Boom. An overwhelmingly terrifying chakra emanated from the white smoke of the summoning. The Raikage's eyes widened. That chakra, it's Gyuki. It's not over yet. Lin Yu formed seals again. Boom. Beside Gyuki's chakra, another colossal chakra of equal magnitude appeared. When the smoke cleared, revealing their true forms, everyone was aghast. That's the hidden waterfall village's Komi-ai. Komi-ai and Gyuki, the two-tailed beasts second only to Kurama in power, were both under Lin Yu's control. You've always liked using tailed beasts to maintain the balance of power, haven't you? You even went to great lengths to find Jinchuriki, but it didn't have to be so troublesome. A fierce light flashed from Lin Yu's Mangekyo under his mask. Both Komi-ai and Gyuki opened their mouths wide. Swoosh. Terrifying tailed beast chakra condensed into tailed beast balls. He can control 2 tailed beasts at once with his dojutsu alone. Boom. Boom. The 2 tailed beast balls were fired simultaneously, streaking over the heads of the 5 Kage toward a distant mountain in the horizon. Rumble. A pillar of light rose hundreds of meters high. The entire mountain was blasted flat, the earth trembling ceaselessly. The proud 5 Kage stood there utterly flabbergasted. Lin Yu looked down from above and asked, now do I Uchiha Yu have the right to the title of Dark Shadow? After a long moment of shock, the first to speak among the 5 Kage was Inoki. Uchiha Yu, who exactly are you, and what is your purpose? Lin Yu replied without hesitation, I Uchiha Yu am no deity, just a mortal who dares to challenge the gods. As for my purpose, if I must put it into words, it is freedom. Inoki questioned, freedom? The freedom you speak of seems more like your own unbridled will, which could bring disaster upon this ninja world. Perhaps. Lin Yu smiled enigmatically, but your vision is too narrow. You cannot see that everything you possess, everything you protect, is utterly insignificant. When the true calamity arrives, none of you shall be spared. The true calamity? Minato Namikaze narrowed his eyes and asked, Uchiha Yu, do you know something? Could you share with us what you know? If we better understand your motives, perhaps our future policies may change as well. Hokage, are you going to listen to his nonsense? The Raikage barked. Lin Yu gazed deeply at Minato Namikaze, then lowered his head in thought. The celestial beings, the Ōtsutsuki clan, would one day descend. Their power was enough to destroy the entire ninja world. To oppose them, he must gather the tailed beasts and become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. But with many elements not yet in place, immediate action was impossible, so he established a ninja village as a buffer and to accumulate combat strength, making it easier to seize the elements from the 5 great nations later. This was Lin Yu's motive and purpose. Should he say it here? No. It was not that he feared them knowing, but what good would it do? Would the Kage of the great villages willingly offer their tailed beasts? Would they believe the words of an enemy of the ninja world? Even if they believed, they would not entrust him. Humans are inherently selfish creatures. Lin Yu was selfish too, so there was no need to condemn anyone nor to explain further. Talk ninjutsu was Naruto's privilege. Lin Yu neither followed that path nor wished to use it. Everyone let power speak. Follow the rules of this ninja world. The victor becomes king, the loser a bandit. Lin Yu lifted his head and said to Minato and the other Kage who awaited him, I have nothing to tell you. Minato's expression shifted slightly as he asked, then will you continue to attack the great nations and villages as before? Lin Yu smiled. There's no need to hide this. For now I have obtained what I could. Until the next item I desire appears, I plan no further actions. After all, false peace is sometimes quite important. Of course, provided you don't come looking for trouble. Indeed, if war erupted and a Jinchuriki died, the tailed beast's resurrection would be delayed again. Who knew how many years it would take for Lin Yu to become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki? The reason he appeared at the Five Kage Summit was twofold. First, to establish the reputation of his hidden shadow village for future development. Second, to inform the Kage that he would not make major moves for a while lest the nations use subjugating him as an excuse to find a pretext for war. Why should we believe what you say? The Raikage roared. Because you have no other choice. Lin Yu said. Uchiha Yu, I am still willing to— In the midst of everyone's astonishment, Minato Namikaze spoke. Oh, is that so? Lin, yes. Minato Namikaze knew full well that it was Uchiha Yu who had intimidated Danzo, causing Danzo to cease his impeachment of Minato and his targeting of Kushina. Though Minato might have resolved it himself with Kushina's safety at stake, he dared not take risks. Therefore Minato knew he had long owed Uchiha Yu a debt of gratitude. Although he did not know why Yu had secretly helped him, at the very least, he wanted to repay that favor. Thus Minato declared solemnly, I, Minato Namikaze, on behalf of Konoha, recognize Uchiha Yu as Hidden Shadow Village and the title of Shadow. Then the Kazekage Raza also said, Tsunagakure also recognizes Uchiha Yu the Hidden Shadow Village and the Shadow title, because Uchiha Yu has never caused trouble on our Wind Country's soil. Then Awagakure recognizes it too for the same reasons as the Kazekage. Onoki spoke thus, though inwardly he was reluctant. But with Lin Yu's strength and his possession of two-tailed beasts as a massive deterrent, and since Lin Yu had never caused trouble in the Earth Country, he found a convenient excuse to step down and also do Lin Yu a favor. Seeing three Kage had voiced their support, the Raikage and Mizukage wore grim expressions. Both had deep grudges against Lin Yu. Each had lost an arm because of him. Lin Yu looked at Yagura, who was caught in a dilemma, and with a slight curl of his lips beneath his mask, he produced an object from his Kamui space, the explosive sword Shibuki. He said to Yagura, Yagura, this Shibuki is a trophy from my visit to the Mist. It means nothing to me, but to you of the Mist, it is a crucial artifact. Yagura raised his eyes and said coldly, what, trying to bribe me? Bribe? You misunderstand. I'm simply offering you an account of choice. One choice gains nothing, and even loses more, the other at least returns a powerful ninja sword. As the Kage of your village, I trust you can make the right decision. Lin Yu smiled. Yagura gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, his expression resentful. But after weighing the pros and cons, he finally relented. Kirigakure recognizes Uchiha Yu recognizes the Hidden Shadow Village and the Shadow title. Wise. That is the bearing befitting a Kage. Lin Yu tossed the explosive sword Shibuki before Yagura. Hozuki Mangetsu stepped forward, stored Shibuki in a scroll, and as he rose he cast a meaningful glance at Lin Yu before returning behind Yagura. For Kage had acknowledged Lin Yu's existence and status, only the Raikage remained. The fourth Raikage clenched his fists. He knew the tide had turned, but he simply couldn't save face. With a whoosh, a sealed glass container appeared in his hand containing his severed arm in preservative fluid. Lin Yu smiled. Raikage, your physical techniques are immensely powerful. Your limbs are your strongest weapons. Losing an arm must affect your strength. You may seem indifferent, but that's not entirely true. The Raikage roared, what are you trying to say? You should thank me. I retrieved your arm from the time-space and specially treated it. Not only has it not rotted, but the nerves haven't completely died. Your medical ninja and Kumogakure can reattach it. What do you think? If you want to kill me, having both hands would certainly increase your success rate. Lin Yu toyed with the glass container in his hand, smiling playfully. Crack, crack. The Raikage clenched his right fist, as if wishing he could kill Lin Yu with his glare. Raikage-sama, consider the greater good and the long term. Raikage-sama, for the sake of the village, you cannot lose your arm. The aides behind him, Darui and Toroi, whispered their persuasions. At last the Raikage released his clenched fist. Fine. I acknowledge you, Uchiha Yu, your Hidden Shadow Village, and the Shadow title. But I will never forgive what you've done. If I ever get the chance, I will surely kill you. How I wish you success. Lin Yu let go, allowing the glass container to fall. Darui behind the Raikage stepped forward. Lava release, protective rubber wall. He caught the glass container with rubber created by his lava release. Unexpectedly, things had turned out this way. Mifune, the general of the Land of Iron and Witness, sighed inwardly, stepped forward, and announced solemnly, Since the summit has reached a conclusion, I hereby declare the conclusion of the 5 Kage. No 6 Kage summit. The 5 Kage departed with varied expressions and their own calculations. But when they returned to their villages, a momentous event would surely shake the entire ninja world. The 6th great ninja village, Hidden Shadow Village, was born. The man bearing the title of First Shadow, his name was Uchiha Yu. The troublesome matters are finally over. Time to fulfill my promise of taking a bath in the hot springs with Xiang. Watching the falling snow, Lin Yu smiled a rare, peaceful smile. When Lin Yu returned to Anin village, the land of Long had also been embraced by the deep winter's heavy snow, presenting a vast expanse of white. At the southernmost part of the village, beside a cascading waterfall, stood a large castle whose architectural style resembled the legendary Tenshikaku. Without exaggeration, this was the highest standard building in the world of Naruto, said to require even the most skilled craftsmen several years to complete from groundbreaking to finishing. Yet Lin Yu constructed it in an instant using the wood release technique, multiple wooden pillars. He named it Tianyu Pavilion and made it his private residence. Surrounded by classical and elegant walls, the Tianyu Pavilion contained vast interior spaces. Lin Yu gathered cherry blossom seeds, planted them in the nursery, and accelerated their growth with the power of wood release. In the blink of an eye, the cherry blossoms matured, and a pink petal rain mingled with the swirling snow, as if one had stepped into a celestial realm. Mao Yuxiang, dressed in a kimono with her hair coiled up, followed beside Lin Yu, who wore a white robe. The two arrived at a large open space in the back courtyard of the Tianyu Pavilion. Lin Yu intended to begin construction here, creating an open-air hot spring for himself and Mao Yuxi. It's said that for centuries the Hidden Waterfall Village has wanted to build an artificial hot spring, but geological conditions have made it impossible. Are you really going to build one here? Mao Yuxiang asked. Ordinary artificial hot springs require drilling through 600 to 200 meters of earth to reach hot spring water. However, the geology of the Hidden Waterfall Village is exceptionally unique. The soil contains vast amounts of hard minerals. Digging less than 100 meters down, one encounters a thick layer of underground rocks so resistant that even ninja find it impossible to penetrate further. Of course it's true, Lin Yu chuckled. But that sounds so arduous. Maybe forget it. Bathing with hot water feels about the same, doesn't it? Mao Yuxiang said considerately. Soaking in a hot spring and taking a hot bath. How can they be the same? Besides, if I can't even fulfill a promise to my own woman, what right do I have to call myself the Shadow? Lin Yu's words filled Mao Yuxiang with deep warmth even amidst the heavy snow. Mao Yuxiang's heart swelled with warmth from Lin Yu's words. He was determined to act immediately. Recalling his battle with the third Hokage, Lin Yu's right arm suddenly expanded to enormous proportions. Ninja Art Partial Expansion Jutsu. Oh, this is the secret ninjutsu of the Chodao clan based on yang release transformations. You've even mastered it. Mao Yuxiang exclaimed in awe. Originally Lin Yu's chakra natures were fire, lightning, wind, earth, water, yin. But after acquiring complete cells from Hashirama, the only nature he lacked, yang, was now his. An explosion of purple chakra enveloped Lin Yu's right arm. This was an ability of the Senju clan, precise control of chakra, concentrating it on any part of the body, then unleashing a powerful gust of wind and boundless monstrous strength. Tsunade's monstrous strength originated from this very principle. But compared to her grandfather Hashirama Senju, Tsunade's strength was but a mere shadow. Haya. The expanded fist, imbued with monstrous strength, slammed into the ground. With a crack, the earth instantly collapsed into a deep crater. This would be the hot spring pool. His arm returned to normal, and his chakra subsided. Lin Yu crouched at the bottom of the pit and knocked on the ground with his fist, producing a dull, muffled thud. Indeed, the underground rock layer was exceptionally hard. Even earth release would struggle to penetrate it to find a spring. But wood release was more than capable, transforming his chakra into the source of life, granting trees nearly limitless growth. No force in the world could stop it. With a roar, Lin Yu thrust his arm into the earth, unleashing the power of wood release. Wood release tree bullet. A hardened tree trunk sprouted from his arm and drilled deep into the earth. A rumbling thunder echoed from the depths. Even from a distance, Mao Yuxiang felt the ground beneath her feet tremble, the sound of wood release clashing with the underground rock layer. But clearly this was no easy contest. The deeper the drill went, the resistance multiplied exponentially, a feat that would take decades or centuries of human labor to accomplish. Only wood release could achieve it in such a short time. But make no mistake, wood release varies greatly. If it were Yamato instead, he would likely collapse after drilling less than 100 meters. 10 minutes passed. The tree trunk had already reached nearly 2 kilometers underground. Sweat beaded on Lin Yu's face, but he did not rest. Instead, he mustered even more powerful chakra, manipulating the wood release to bore deeper into the earth. Watching all this, Mao Yuxiang was deeply moved. After half an hour, the tree retracted. Lin Yu withdrew his arm from the soil and stood up, leaving a bottomless spring hole on the ground. But to their dismay, no hot spring water bubbled forth. Mao Yuxiang hurried over, took out a handkerchief, and wiped the sweat from Lin Yu's face, gently scolding, "Why do you have to be so reckless?" "Because I want to soak in a hot spring with you too," Lin Yu replied with a smile. A faint blush crept onto Mao Yuxiang's cheeks. She shyly suggested, "Then let's find another hot spring outside the village. With your eye technique, it's just a blink to go there and back. But if we're in our own village, in our own private residence, admiring this cherry blossom rain, listening to this waterfall, and then soaking in a hot spring, doing happy things together, would the feeling be the same?" Lin Yu said tenderly. Just imagining the scene filled Mao Yuxiang's heart with boundless sweetness. "You're right, of course it's different. So blissful it's beyond words. It's just a pity," she sighed with a touch of disappointment, as the hot spring seemed to have failed. Suddenly a gurgling sound came from the spring hole. Mao Yuxiang froze and looked toward it. With the sound growing louder, white steam began to rise from the hole. Mao Yuxiang stared in disbelief. Could it be? A warm smile curled at the corner of Lin Yu's silent lips. "Here it comes. I didn't drill 3,000 meters for nothing." 3,000 meters was only half as much again as 2,000, but the difficulty of drilling was more than tenfold. With a gush, hot spring water from deep in the earth surged out of the hole, the water level rising until it filled the entire pit. Mao Yuxiang covered her mouth in joyful surprise, tears trembling in her eyes. Lin Yu laughed and pulled her into his embrace, kissing her passionately amid the heavy snow and cherry blossom rain. Mao Yuxiang wrapped her arms around his neck, returning his kiss with fervor and devotion. Then Lin Yu slipped his hand into her kimono, wondering. Since it was a kimono, there was nothing beneath. With a soft moan, her face flushed crimson as she murmured in his ear, breath quickening and warm sighs escaping her lips. The hot spring water had already risen to their knees, soaking the hems of their clothes, but neither paid it any heed. Lin Yu reluctantly withdrew his hand from her kimono, gently parted the collar over her shoulders, and slid it down along both shoulders, revealing her flawless white skin inch by inch. The kimono slipped into the hot spring and drifted away. Mao Yuxiang's untouched body was thus completely bared before Lin Yu, her eyes shy and coquettish, her hands covering here and there, exuding a myriad of allure. Lin Yu tore off his own robe, embraced her form, and the two of them tumbled together into the warm waters of the spring. Lin Yu raised his eyes, his gaze burning as he stared at the blushing face of the setting sun. "No, don't look at me like that. How embarrassing." Xiang bit her lip and gently turned her face away. "Then let's converse with each other's bodies," Lin Yu smiled. This was Lin Yu and Xiang's first time, a boy and a girl. Then under the night sky, amid the steaming mist, a face sat on the wall, propping his cheek, with one hand watching the two in the spring water. Gurgle. The white Zetsu also poked their heads out. "Oh, so that's human copulation. Doesn't look interesting. I don't get why they're so into it." Speaking of which, Madara was a virgin his whole life. An hour later, when the snow on the ground had thickened another layer, Lin Yu and Xiang's first time ended amidst lingering tenderness. "Huffa huffa. You, I have no strength left. Can you carry me back to the room?" Xiang leaned back against a rock, panting softly, her voice weak. Her originally tied purple hair had loosened from the overly intense pleasure, spreading out in a stunningly beautiful way. Splash. Lin Yu wrapped one arm around Xiang's neck and the other under her knees, lifting her up as he stood from the hot spring pool. He turned his head to look at a Fei and the white Zetsu on the wall. White Zetsu were genderless beings. If placed in an ancient imperial palace, they would be eunuchs. Eunuchs naturally need not avoid such scenes. Being seen was nothing. "Was it good?" Lin Yu asked. "You two really are blazing with passion," a Fei teased. "You stop talking, let's go back." Xiang buried her face in Lin Yu's chest, her voice as faint as a mosquito's. Thus Lin Yu carried Xiang in a bridal hold out of the hot spring, ascended to the top floor of Tianyu Pavilion, gently placed her on the large bed, fetched a towel to dry the water droplets from her skin, carefully covered her with a blanket, then found a set of fresh robes and draped them over himself. Xiang grabbed the blanket with both hands and looked at Lin Yu. "Aren't you going to sleep?" "There's still something to take care of. He'll sleep after I'm done," Lin Yu said. "Will wait for you," Xiang said obediently. Stepping outside, Lin Yu released Kakuzu from the dimensional space. "This is..." Kakuzu surveyed his surroundings after landing. Lin Yu said, "This was originally Takigakure village. Now it's my Onin village." Kakuzu was stunned for a moment, then said, "Oh, so Shibuki and the others in the village have already. Do you hate me, oi?" Lin Yu did not tell Kakuzu that he had spared Shibuki Yu and the vast majority of Takigakure ninja. In fact, this matter had not been made public. Lin Yu wanted to project a more ruthless image to avoid unnecessary trouble. "Hate? Why should I hate? This shinobi world has always respected the strong. Not all shinobi are like the first Hokage, a benevolent one. Actually, compared to the first Hokage, I think Uchiha Madara's philosophy suits the essence of the ninja world better," Kakuzu said. Kakuzu, would you be willing to stay in this village and work for me? Lin Yu asked. Kakuzu had already guessed it. When Lin Yu fought him, he deliberately left him with one heart. That should not be a mistake, but an intentional act. He did not kill him, so he must want to use him. But there was still one thing Kakuzu did not understand. Mr. Uchiha, you with power like yours, what exactly do you need me to do? Can you tell me directly? Kakuzu said. The village needs an accountant. Lin Yu said. Accountant? What's that? Kakuzu was puzzled. In the Naruto world, there didn't seem to be the word accountant. It means someone who manages the books. For a village to develop, it needs financial support. I want to entrust the entire financial authority of the village to you. Lin Yu said. Kakuzu's dark green pupils blazed, entrusting that kind of tempting? No, such an important position to me. Are you serious? Lin Yu said. I believe that under your management the village's finances will be in perfect order. Gulp. Kakuzu swallowed his saliva. Can I make one request? Oh, is it about compensation? Lin Yu said. As everyone knows, when you ask someone to do something you must. Kakuzu said. It's not about such trivial matters. I like to make money snowball, bigger and bigger. So if I'm to manage the finances, every single expenditure in this village must go through my approval. Oh well. Lin Yu stroked his chin. Kakuzu added. Otherwise, how can we save up money? I want to eliminate all waste and write this into the village's laws. Any squandering of money should be criminalized. If you agree, you'll take the job. After speaking, Kakuzu looked at Lin Yu with some nervousness. Logically, facing a powerhouse like Lin Yu, Kakuzu shouldn't make demands. But unfortunately, Kakuzu seemed to have an abnormal obsession and infatuation with money. Lin Yu looked at Kakuzu and thought, unexpected, his love for money even surpasses his own life. In the original story, Kakuzu, as a member of the Ōtsutsuki, also held the financial reins. The wealth of Ōtsutsuki grew abundantly under his management. But if Kakuzu ever learned that the money he had painstakingly saved was all spent by Conan on detonating tags buying a mere 10 minutes of art, he'd probably crawl out of his coffin in fury. Lin Yu nodded. Alright, I agree. Kakuzu, from now on in this village, whenever it concerns money, your say will be even higher than mine as the Kage. Hearing this, Kakuzu, already 75 years old, actually showed a childlike smile. Good. Mr. Yu, for this trust, I am willing to contribute all the property I've saved over the years, 1076534 taels, to the village. Even Lin Yu was taken aback by this number. His own head was worth only 100 million taels on the bounty list, but the money Kakuzu had on hand could buy more than 10 of his heads. How astonishing. Lin Yu said, you don't have to contribute everything. Keep some for yourself. No. Kakuzu said, then on behalf of the village, thank you, Kato. Thus Lin Yu accepted it with peace of mind. Gurgle. The white Zetsu that had been sent to negotiate with the daimyo of the land of Takigakure returned. How did it go? Lin Yu asked. The daimyo of the land of Takigakure granted permission to establish your village, but what? He had an objection to the village's name. He said that one country, one village. The names must correspond. Since this is the land of Takigakure, the village cannot be called Onin Village. He wants it changed to New Takigakure Village. Lin Yu said, oh, he reminded me too. One country, one village. The names do correspond. So, just have him rename the land of Takigakure to the land of An. In the dead of night, within the grand mansion of the Long Country's daimyo, the lord was engaged in a game of shogi with his advisor. My lord, do you think that Uchiha Yu will agree to rename the village the New Long Hidden Village? Inquired the advisor. Even if he doesn't agree, he must. These ninjas with their fire-spitting and water-spewing love to show off. If I don't put them in their place, they'll soon be looking down on me. The daimyo of the Long Country was a man with a prominent beer belly, a small mustache, and a fan-shaped headpiece. But from what I've heard of Uchiha Yu, he doesn't seem the type to cave to pressure. The advisor's eyes were filled with umph. What does a ninja village need to thrive? Funding. Without it, who would risk their lives for him? And where does that funding come from? From the national treasury. How much they get depends on how obedient they are. The daimyo covered half his face with a small fan, gripping a shogi piece, and declared with overbearing confidence, surely those lowly ninjas wouldn't dare attack this mansion. Whether it's the Long Hidden Village or the New Long Hidden Village, they're all just pieces on my board. That's the relationship between all nations and their ninja villages, including the great nations. With a crack, he knocked his advisor's Takio piece off the board with his own king. Indeed, such was the reality of the ninja world. The common populace numbered in the billions, yet the total number of ninjas barely reached 100,000. Such a vast numerical disparity ensured that ninjas could never truly sit at the seat of power. Before the emergence of the ninja clans, each great nation maintained armies of millions, and even small nations had hundreds of thousands. Military expenses were astronomical, the cost of war and casualties immeasurable, the price far too high. Then came the ninja clans, vastly alleviating the demands of warfare. Nations began hiring them as tools of war, replacing conventional armies in conflicts, drastically reducing military expenditures and casualties. Having tasted the benefits, nations placed greater emphasis on ninjas, granting them a precarious foothold. Thus, victory no longer depended solely on whose army was stronger, but on who could hire the most formidable ninja. Yet this employer-employee relationship was fragile. The strongest clans were courted by every nation, putting them in a delicate position. In the Warring States era, for instance, whichever nation hired the Senju, the opposing side would hire the Uchiha. So while nations used ninjas, they never trusted them. Once war ended, ninjas lost their purpose. They knew only combat, not farming or production. In times of peace, they were utterly useless. Until a man appeared who changed everything. That man was Chinsho Jujin, known as the god of shinobi. The one country, one village system was born, establishing trust and long-term cooperation between nations and specific ninja clans beyond mere profit. Ninjas began to be viewed as part of the nation, not temporary weapons. Nations followed suit, and from then on ninjas finally had a true place in the world. To sustain this trust, nations reduced their armies. To provide for ninjas during peacetime, nations assigned them missions in exchange for payment. This system has persisted to this day. But one thing has never changed: ninjas merely bring convenience to a nation. A nation does not depend on them for survival. Consider ninjas are merely humans with formidable strength, flesh and blood as fragile as anyone. A single kunai can take their life. If a nation were willing to suffer casualties and raise hundreds of thousands, even millions of soldiers with superior equipment to attack, could a ninja village resist? One volley of catapults, one rain of arrows, and few would remain. Some nations have already begun to guard against ninjas, slashing their budgets. The Wind Country in the desert is a prime example. Others, to prevent rebellions, have recently strengthened their armies, a precaution and a warning. And so ninjas exist in a precarious middle ground, scraping by in the gaps. 3 days later, the country of Long was renamed the Country of An, once again shaking the ninja world. It was the first time a country's name was drawing closer to that of a ninja village. It turned out that the daimyo of the country of Long had publicly declared that the former hidden Long village had attempted a coup d'etat, nearly succeeding, and it was a ninja named Uchiha Yu who single-handedly suppressed the rebellion. To commend his merits, he decided to rename the country. The populace naturally believed in the daimyo they supported, who not only did they have no objections, but they also considered him a wise leader. And Uchiha Yu, through sheer force, transformed from an invader into a hero and legend of the country of Long, no of the country of An. His hidden village became even more renowned. The ordinary civilians who had originally lived in Hidden Long Village gradually returned to what was now Hidden Village. What else could they do? Hidden Long Village had been branded as rebellious. How would those who came from there be treated otherwise? And Uchiha Yu, through sheer force, transformed from an invader into a hero and legend of the country of Long, no of the country. Thus, commercial activities in Hidden Village began to restore order. This outcome even surprised Lin Yu. He had merely been dissatisfied with the daimyo's attempt to intimidate him and retaliated accordingly. Even he couldn't help but sigh. He had to admit that power at times was swifter than strength. Whether the daimyo acted out of self-preservation or other reasons, he had at least submitted a satisfactory answer. Lin Yu personally wrote a letter to express his gratitude. After all, for Hidden Village to develop in the future, it would inevitably rely on support from the country. And the daimyo, being in a high position, possessed a depth of craftiness beyond ordinary people. He quickly accepted the current situation, acting as if the events of 3 nights ago had never occurred. After all, having witnessed Lin Yu's terrifying power, he had many things to rely on Lin Yu for. Another 2 days passed. The daimyo's mansion sent a construction fund for the village, a full 500 million ryu, half of which was contributed by Kaku, a testament to the daimyo's sincerity. Funding was one thing. In response to the shortage of fresh forces in Hidden Village, the daimyo also sent a batch of orphans. Lin Yu personally screened them, keeping over 100 children with the talent to use chakra, while giving the others a sum of money and sending them back. These orphans were the first fresh blood of Hidden Village. Once they grew up, they would become the backbone of the village. This was revenue from their own territory, but there were also external gains. Because Hidden Village had gained great fame, it also attracted people from other villages and other countries who came drawn by its reputation. A woman with red hair, thin as a stick, holding a baby girl still in swaddling clothes, came to the village and requested specifically to meet Uchiha Yu. As soon as she saw Lin Yu, the woman knelt before him and pleaded, "Please take in my child." Lin Yu said, "Stand up first and speak. What exactly is going on?" The woman remained on her knees. She lifted her clothes, revealing countless hideous bite marks. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. "This is..." The woman said, "I come from Hidden Chao Village. I was born with a special bloodline. Anyone who bites me absorbs my chakra and heals wounds. They killed my husband and took me pregnant as I was. I endured humiliation for the sake of my child, but this child seems to have inherited my damned bloodline. I don't have much longer to live, and now they want this child. I risked my life to escape. Please give this child a place to stay. Lin Yu looked at the red-haired baby girl in the swaddling clothes and asked, what is this child's name? Her name is Xianglin. The woman answered truthfully. So that's it. Lin Yu asked, then why do you trust me? The woman said, after I fled to this country I heard of your heroic deeds, and felt you were someone I could entrust my child to. Actually, I had no other choice. Lin Yu shot a glance to his side, and Mao Yuxiang stepped forward, took the swaddling clothes from the woman's hands, and looked at the woman and the girl with some sympathy. Lin Yu said, you should stay too. I have no attachment to this world anymore. With my child taken care of, I can rest in peace. Blood trickled from the woman's mouth, and she collapsed to the ground. Mao Yuxiang bent down, checked the woman's breath, and shook her head. She took poison. Lin Yu murmured. Bury her properly. Raise this child well. When she grows up, I will personally teach her ninjutsu. A Fei walked over to Lin Yu and said, that ability, that red hair. No mistake. She's from the Uzumaki Xianglin. That girl from the original story who deeply loved Sasuke, unexpectedly through a twist of fate, came to Lin Yu's side. Fate is truly interesting. But the extent of fate's intrigue was far from over. That very night, Gue Deng Manue arrived at the village. You came faster than I expected, Lin Yu said. Gue Deng Manue said, after witnessing your prowess at the 5 Kage summit and comparing it to our own Mizukage, I believe following you is the true way forward. Lin Yu said, a wise choice. Ironically, he had just returned explosive sword Fei Mo to the hidden mist village, and Gue Deng Manue came to pledge allegiance, bringing the 5 ninja swords except Samahata and Thunder Swordya. When Shirtsong finds out, he'll probably spit blood from anger. Where is Gue Jiao? Lin Yu asked. He also left the village, but he said he wants to join Xiao. Gue Deng Manue said. Indeed. Just as I expected, Gue Jiao chose this path, Lin Yu muttered to himself. Gue Deng Manue added. And this is Shui Yu, my younger brother. The one you mentioned last time. I brought him too, because if Shirtsong finds out, he will surely not let him go. Gue Deng Manue pulled out a small figure hiding behind him. Like Manue, he had light blue hair, sharp teeth sucking his finger, and innocent eyes looking at Lin Yu. After Xianglin. Now Shui Yu. By the way, there's a bunch of very troublesome guys who came with me waiting at the village entrance. Gue Deng Manue said, his expression suddenly turning serious. Oh, then we'll have to go take a look. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. Arriving at the village entrance, Lin Yu saw a group of people waiting there. They wore hairstyles passed down from ancient times with 2 red dots above their eyebrows, and their expressions were generally filled with mania. The Kagaya clan of the hidden mist village. Lin Yu's gaze grew deep. Lord Uchiha Yu, after hearing of your deeds, we believe you are the war god sent by heaven to guide us. We are willing to annihilate anyone who stands in your way. Come on, give us a mission, let us fight. The leading man laughed. The clansmen behind him all let out mad laughter. The Kagaya clan, a natural warrior race. Unlike the Uchiha clan's love for battle, the Kagaya clan could only find their existence in combat. They were a group of natural madmen. When their battle lust was not satisfied, they would betray and rebel, even knowing the end would be like a moth flying into the flame. Lin Yu, of course, would not keep this group in the village because Lin Yu did not want to start a war at this stage. So if the Kagaya clan could not get what they wanted, they would inevitably rebel, just as they did in the hidden mist village. You want to fight, don't you? Zap. Under the mask, dual Mangekyo radiated light. Susanoo release. Crack, 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 crack. The great sword swung, flesh and blood flew. This power is truly too strong. The Kagaya clansmen praised power even at the moment of their death. Unfortunately, the combat strength Lin Yu wanted was not these madmen. Truly decisive, Gue Deng Manue showed his sharp teeth and smiled admiringly. Let's go. Lin Yu turned around coldly. Wah, wah. Suddenly a baby's cry came from the pile of corpses. Lin Yu stopped. A tiny life was crying in swaddling clothes with silver-haired, delicate features and the characteristic red spots of the Kagaya clan. Lin Yu opened the swaddling clothes and saw a life tablet hanging at the child's waist which read, Hui Jun Malu. Could this really be fate? Deep beneath the My Village at the headquarters of the Root organization, Tuanzong sat on a chair, his customary cane placed beside him. The rise of the Inen village has become an unstoppable trend. Ujiboy Yu has already become the 6th shadow of the ninja world on par with the 5 Kage. Now they are aggressively recruiting defecting and wandering ninjas from other villages. We must take this opportunity to infiltrate our own wedges. Xian, do you know why you were chosen despite your utter lack of experience? Tuanzong gazed at the 9-year-old, purple-haired girl kneeling before him, Mao Xian. After her older sister became a rogue ninja and was accused of killing comrades, she endured the cold stares and bullying of her fellow villagers, her life growing increasingly difficult. The hands of Tuanzong and the root organization finally reached out to her. Because the essence of the root is darkness. When a once innocent and carefree girl's heart becomes stained with darkness, she possesses the potential to become part of the root. Within the root organization, there were not a few children with such dark potential. Young Shiyin spoke words that starkly contrasted with her childish voice. I know because my older sister was seduced by the shadow Ujibwa, you killed a comrade, and became a rogue ninja of Mai. She paused hesitantly, and said, Lord Tuanzong wants me to persuade my sister to return to Mai. Wrong. Tuanzong interrupted Shiyan's words, emphasizing, your elder sister Mao Yuxiang can never return to the Mai village. From the moment she chose to betray Mai, she has been nailed to the pillar of infamy of Mai. So Shiyin, you have only one mission: to join the Yin village as a rogue ninja of Mai and the younger sister of the Shadow's wife. Mao Yuxiang use all means to gain Ujibwa Yu's trust, eventually find an opportunity to kill him and bring his eyes back to me. So Shiyin, you have only one mission: to join the Yin village as a rogue ninja of Mai and the younger sister of the Shadow's wife. Mao Yuxiang, Tuanzong said, it doesn't matter. Even the mightiest have weaknesses. They tend to let their guard down around those they trust most. At that moment, killing him will be effortless. Shiyin, you need not rush. You can wait until you grow older and use your beauty as a weapon. After all, like your sister, you are a beauty in the making. Though young Shiyin understood Tuanzang's meaning, he wanted her to seduce through physical charms. Female ninjas of the root were all trained for such purposes. Yet for this conservative girl, it was ultimately. But Tuanzong, he understood the human heart. He dangled a bait. Shiyin could not refuse. Shiyin, if the mission succeeds, I will spare your sister. Shiyin was stunned and finally yielded. But won't he suspect me? Tuanzong said, I have arranged everything for you. Mao Yuxian, due to your sister's crimes, you were discriminated against and abused in the village. Unable to endure it any longer, you chose to defect from Mai, and even. His gaze darkened and suddenly sharpened. During your defection, you killed your childhood friend Yueguang Jifeng. Shua? Mao Yuxian's pupils suddenly froze. This is my own affair. It has nothing to do with Jifeng. Tuanzong said unyieldingly, this is not your affair. It is Mui's affair. For my such a trivial sacrifice is necessary. I have already brought the person here. Bang. Several root members threw the bound Yueguang Jifeng onto the ground. For my such a trivial sacrifice is necessary. I have already brought the person here. Bang. Several root members threw the Mao Yuxian's pupils trembled violently, her emotions surging. No, I can't do it. Tuanzong roared. Don't forget, when you had nowhere to turn, the root gave you a place to belong. And to survive in the root, one must possess the potential for darkness. Come, let me see if you have that potential. It will determine the fate of your sister Mao Yuxiang. Huff, huff, huff. Mao Yuxian panted violently. Due to lack of oxygen in her brain, she collapsed in pain on the ground, clutching her heart. Shiyan. The call came from before her. Mao Yuxian raised her head. Jifeng. Shiyan, no. Yueguang Jifeng said. Tears welled in Shiyan's eyes. She gritted her teeth, picked up the ninja sword, rose shakily, tottered to Yueguang Jifeng, and raised the blade. Shiyan, no. Yueguang Jifeng cried out even more fiercely. Tears slipped from Mao Yuxian's eyes. Forgive me, Jifeng. Oh. Crunch. The blade plunged. Blood gushed from beneath Yueguang Jifeng. Don't fall into the boundless darkness alone, ah. Yueguang Jifeng murmured, his glazed pupils losing all color of life completely. In the night where the moonlight hung high, he passed away like a swift wind. Once again, Yueguang Jifeng fulfilled the destiny ordained by his name. Thump. Mao Yuxian collapsed to the ground, staring at her blood-drenched hands, utterly entranced. Hehehe. Tuanzong rose, gripping his cane. From this moment on, you become an external member of the root. To be safe, I will not implant the tongue swirl root severing seal of root members into you. You will maintain a high degree of freedom to complete this mission. But never disappoint me. For the ninja world, Ujibwa, you must die. He pinched Mao Yuxian's chin, gazing at her tear-streaked lackluster eyes. Now take this fellow's head and report to the Inin village. Remember to cover yourself with wounds. The Mai side will also send pursuers to symbolically chase you. And so Mao Yuxian, urged by Tuanzong, set off, carrying Yueguang Jifeng's head. Her silhouette was already engulfed in boundless darkness. After she left, the elite root member Jingxi appeared. Lord Tuanzong, the assassination mission targeting the fetus in Ujibwa Meichin's womb has failed. What happened? You cannot even handle a pregnant woman. No, it was Ujibwa Yu. He awakened the Sharingan at such a young age. He discovered us and stalled us until other members of the Ujibwa clan arrived. Ujibwa Yu, son of Ujibwa Fuyue, already has the Sharingan at the mere age of 5, something unprecedented in the history of the Ujibwa clan. Tuanzang's gaze grew very profound. Lord Tuanzong, although the mission failed, we killed 3 Ujibwa members and excavated their Sharingan. Jingxi presented a vessel containing exactly 6 3-mo Sharingan. Was our identity exposed? Rest assured, Lord Tuanzong, It was foolproof. MM6, just enough to replenish the eyes consumed from my right arm. Tuanzong unwound the iron plates and bandages from his arm and refilled the 6 eyes he had expended using Izanagi during his battle with Lin Yu. Then clutching his gauze-wrapped right eye, his gaze deepened. Only the right eye remains. Ordinary Sharingan no longer suffice. I must obtain a Mangekyo Sharingan. Elder sister, I can't stand that village anymore. They beat and scold me all day. I escaped. I want to be with you. Shien, it's all my fault for letting you suffer. Looking at her younger sister, disheveled with disheveled hair and wounds all over her body, Maiyue Xiang burst into tears and embraced her sister. Lin Yu stood not far behind the Sharingan beneath his mask, gleaming with sharp light. How are the leaf ninjas who were chasing her? A Fei replied, before they fell into our hands they all committed suicide. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. So we can't verify it through interrogation either. A Fei said, what? Do you think something's fishy? Yes, I feel something is off somewhere. Lin Yu stared at the head of Yueguang Jifeng lying on the ground, his eyes wide open in death. This dark and bloodthirsty style instinctively reminded Lin Yu of one person, the spokesperson of the ninja world's darkness, Danzo. Lin Yu stepped forward. This is Xian, my sister, as you know. Xiang introduced happily. When she saw Lin Yu, Mao Yu Xian's face instinctively showed a timid expression. Don't be afraid, Xian. He is now your brother-in-law. Xiang brushed a strand of hair from her temple a little. Xian stared at Lin Yu for a few seconds. Then on her expressionless face her eyes suddenly narrowed into crescent moons, and a radiant smile bloomed at the corners of her mouth. Hello, brother-in-law. Lin Yu looked straight at her. Make a funny face. Let me see. Hearing this strange request, Maiyue Xiang, Lu. After a moment of deliberation, Mao Yu Xian actually pulled down her eyelids, stuck out her tongue, and made a funny face. Lin Yu's Sharingan fixed on the base of her tongue. He found no sign of the tongue repellent seal implanted by Root to prevent its members from leaking information. Why did you kill him? Lin Yu pointed to the head of Yueguang Jifeng on the ground. Mao Yu Xian dropped her funny face. Xiang grew anxious. He stopped me from leaving the village. If I hadn't done that, unnecessary ties would only form later. I no longer want any ties with Konoha. Brother-in-law, do you think what I did was right? Mao Yu Xian tilted her face slightly. 2 completely different moods, innocence and morbidity, appeared simultaneously on her face. Adults would see it as the twisted personality of a child severely traumatized. Lin Yu gazed deeply at her for a moment, then reached out his hand and smiled. Xian, welcome to the Hidden Shadow Village. Xian extended her small hand, but withdrew it halfway. My hands are dirty. I'm afraid of soiling brother-in-law's hands. Your brother-in-law doesn't mind such things, Xiang said. Changed, the gentle and strong Mao Yu Xian had fallen into darkness. Lin Yu hadn't deliberately done anything or thought much about it. He had impulsively altered Mao Yu Xiang's fate leading to this outcome. He hadn't anticipated it. After all, he was just a youth. But he had no regrets about taking Mao Yu Xiang away. In worldly affairs, how could everything go as one wishes? In life, there were always many things beyond one's control, even for the strong. When you meet a problem, just solve it right. But to be honest, if Lin Yu hadn't witnessed the world of Naruto from an outsider's perspective and hadn't known the real Xian, a female ninja full of loyalty and devotion to the village, he might have been fooled by Danzo's grand-scale espionage scheme. Lin Yu firmly believed that a person's character could never be twisted to such an extent in such a short time. Thus he had seen through Danzo's conspiracy. He saw through it, but said nothing. He had indeed forced Xiang to betray Konoha, which was already intolerable for Xian, who deeply loved her village. Danzo simply exploited that and magnified it. If Xian hadn't killed Yueguang Jifeng, perhaps the misunderstanding could have been resolved with an explanation. But watching Xian's current words and actions, she had clearly fallen into darkness. That couldn't be resolved with just a few words. If Xian realized she had been exposed, she might even take. He should have forcibly brought Mao Yu Xian back during his last visit to Konoha. Lin Yu felt some regret. But upon second thought he understood. He hadn't taken Xian last time because the timing truly wasn't right. The Hidden Shadow Village hadn't been established yet, and having a clueless little girl by his side seemed unwise. Besides, who would have thought Danzo would act so quickly? Ever since that night when Lin Yu intimidated Danzo, he dared not leave Konoha even an inch, even doubling his guards for fear of being caught by Lin Yu outside the village. With only 4 minutes of his Izanagi left, it wasn't even enough for escape. Thus Lin Yu was slightly caught off guard. Even an upright official can't settle family troubles. Danzo, I must admit you've made a brilliant move. Well, I have plenty of time now. Let me play with you. In the evening, Xiang was showing her sister around the village. The people residing here were each doing what they needed to do. Everything was orderly and thriving. On the cliff beside the Hidden Shadow Village, the rock sculpture of the first shadow was also under construction. Although Lin Yu could easily build it instantly himself, the shadow sculpture represented the villagers' faith and the leader's dignity. How improper would it be to do it himself? Lin Yu leaned against a pillar gazing at the moon in the night sky. Nearly a year had passed since he crossed over. During this year he had experienced dozens of battles large and small, and had yet to taste defeat. In the current ninja world, was there still anyone who could threaten him? The answer was unequivocal, yes. After all, in the Warring States era, even the strongest Senju clan only achieved absolute dominance, and ended the chaos after joining forces with the Uchiha clan. Lin Yu was well aware that his strength was still far from that of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. Moreover, he had no backing. The Hidden Shadow Village was still developing. Even if the current generation of ninja fell short of their ancestors, Lin Yu did not think he could dominate the ninja world. Not to mention the two living on the moon, Ōtsutsuki Tonari and Kaguya. The Ten-Tails Jinchuriki would have to wait at least 10 years, and Shizui's I was still incubating. So at this stage there must be things to do. Yukuin, just as you said, when I woke up this ninja world had already turned upside down. At that moment a hoarse voice came from the shadow behind. Oh, you're awake. Lin Yu turned his head, glancing sideways. Then let's start our next plan. Tap. From the shadow, Orochimaru walked out gracefully in a spotless white robe. In the secret meeting room, Lin Yu and Orochimaru sat facing each other. Lin Yu crossed his legs, propping his face with one hand, adopting a boss manner. As for Orochimaru, he sat in a proper posture. On the table before them, a candle burned. You ask why they didn't turn on the lights. Because the village had no electricity yet. Lin Yu said, I have already obtained Hashirama Sunja's complete cells, so the next target is the pinnacle of Uchiha ocular power. Orochimaru's slitted pupils gleamed the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Oh, you know about it too. Lin Yu said. Machiron, of course, the body of the Senju, the eyes of the Uchiha, the legendary sage of 6 paths, the power handed down to later generations. As someone interested in the truth of the world, how could I not study it? However, although the Mangekyo Sharingan is rare in the long history of the Uchiha, there have been occasional tales of its awakening. An outrageous dojutsu and the curse of blindness from which no awakener escaped, until that Uchiha Madara, before his eyes were on the verge of blindness, transplanted his younger brother Izuna's Mangekyo, thus accidentally uncovering another great secret of Uchiha's ocular evolution. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. That's right, only Madara alone awakened those eyes. Whoosh. The candle flame flickered much like Orochimaru's fervent gaze. Lin Yu said, indeed, even though countless Uchiha clansmen in later generations in pursuit of this forbidden power turned brothers against each other and fathers against sons, no second person ever awakened those eyes because they lacked Madara's talent. Even if they tried to imitate, it was just awkward mimicry. Awkward mimicry. The erudite Orochimaru showed a confused expression. It means trying to imitate something you cannot emulate, resulting in an embarrassing display. Lin Yu explained. Yukuin occasionally comes out with new words that don't seem to belong to this world, Orochimaru said, with a meaningful smile. Alright, don't mind such trivial matters. Let's get back to the topic. Lin Yu changed his posture, crossing his legs the other way, and supported the other side of his chin with his other hand. Yukin's potential is no less than Madara's. I have always believed that. Therefore, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Yukuin has the aptitude to awaken it, however. Orochimaru paused. Lin Yu hit the nail on the head. However, my father died on the battlefield long ago, and I have no brothers, right? Yes. Even if one's own qualifications are met to awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, 2 conditions must still be satisfied. First, transplanting another pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. Second, that pair of Mangekyo must come from one's own brother or father. Lin Yu, Uchiha Obito, is an only child with no siblings. This means Obito can never awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. These eyes require not only talent, but also fortune. Whoosh. The candle flame flickered a few times, and Orochimaru's expression sank into thought. Lin Yu made a surprising statement. Orochimaru, this is the second plan I want to discuss with you. Can you make 2 Uchiha without direct blood relation become brothers? Orochimaru's slitted pupils suddenly stiffened. The candle flame went out. Lin Yu snapped his fingers, and the candle reignited. Orochimaru burst into unrestrained laughter. Lin Yu showed no surprise. A scientific maniac always has an eccentric side. That was sentiment. After laughing, Orochimaru spread his hands and said, Yukuin, you've led me into a brand new field again. Being with you, I'll never feel bored. So tell me, which outstanding Uchiha have you taken a fancy to the point of wanting to turn him into your brother? Lin Yu's eyes grew deep. Uchiha Shursui. Orochimaru's pupils flashed. Shursui. That prodigy of the Uchiha clan. Opened his Sharingan at 7, trained to 3 Tomo at 8. But he seems not to have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan yet. Yukuin, I don't doubt your certainty that he has the aptitude to awaken it, but Mangekyo dojutsu are varied with superior and inferior ones. How can you be sure that Shizui's future Mangekyo ability will match you? Of course, Lin, you could be sure. Shizui's ocular ability was Kodo Ōtsutsuki, the ultimate Jinjutsu. It was no exaggeration to say that if Shisui already possessed a pair of Kodo Ōtsutsuki Mangekyo, even Lin Yu would not dare to approach Shisui carelessly without thorough preparation. Even with Hashirama Sunjust power, and a pair of Kamui Mangekyo once hit by Kodo Ōtsutsuki, all would be lost. Shizui's ocular power was that terrifying. If anyone could counter Kodo Ōtsutsuki, it would probably be someone of the Six Paths level. Lin Yu said casually, Shisui, such an outstanding genius among the Uchiha. His ocular power naturally won't be poor. He is my first candidate, IO. And who is the second candidate? Orochimaru asked curiously. The second candidate was Uchiha Itachi. Of course that situation would occur only if obtaining Shizui's eyes was impossible due to force majeure. Only then would Lin Yu settle for Itachi's eyes as a backup. The Kamui ability was not flawless either. When encountering a superior Jinjutsu user, it was possible to be caught. Therefore, choosing a pair of eyes good at Jinjutsu would grant resistance to Jinjutsu and increase the margin for error. Kodo Ōtsutsuki was the first choice, Tsukuyami was the backup. This had been Lin Yu's plan from the start. When the time comes, I'll tell you. Orochimaru, tell me, can your technique achieve this? Lin Yu asked. Orochimaru said theoretically it is feasible, but the specific operation method requires research to determine. How long will it take to find a method? Lin Yu asked. Orochimaru thought for a moment. With enough experimental subjects, 1 month. You mean living subjects, don't you? Lin Yu squinted. Haha, exactly. Great achievements always come with sacrifices. In the past, there was Kabuto, a genius in medical ninjutsu, who allowed me to reuse my experimental subjects. Unfortunately, he is no longer here. Orochimaru said with a sigh. Lin Yu fell silent. Orochimaru's experiments were bloody and cruel, yet necessary. So should he capture innocent people as Orochimaru's guinea pigs for the sake of experimental progress? Although Lin Yu adhered to a cold philosophy of life, he could not bring himself to do something so heinous. So if you find a medical ninja who can replace Kabuto as an assistant, you wouldn't need too many experimental subjects, right? Lin Yu asked from a different angle. One could say that, but finding such a medical ninja is not easy, Orochimaru said. Lin Yu stood up, and with a swoosh, he released 2 people from the Kamui dimension. They were Aburame Toryun from Konoha's root, and Pipa Shirzan from the 7 Ninja Swordsmen. In previous battles, Lin Yu had sucked them into the dimensional space, and kept them under Jinjutsu control, feeding them daily, to keep them alive with the intent of using them someday. Use these 2 experimental subjects for now. They'll find a medical ninja, Lin Yu said. Hahaha, this scene gives a strong sense of deja vu. Orochimaru couldn't help recalling the incident with Yamato. Lin Yu walked out of the meeting room thinking. The strongest medical ninja at present was Tsunade without a doubt. But taking too big a step could cause trouble. So the medical ninja whose skill was not inferior to Kabuto's, and who was practical. Only one came to Lin Yu's mind. Tsunade's senior disciple and assistant, Shizen. Alright, I'll capture Shizen then, Lin Yu decided. After the 4th Hokage Bo-Fong Shui men returned to Mai from the Iron Country, Gang Shou once again left the village, taking her beloved disciple Jing-in on a journey. At this moment, in a gambling house within the Huaji country, Gang Shou was having a riotous time. Lady Gang Shou, it's about time to leave, Jing-in urged from the side. No, at least until I've lost all this money. Gang Shou rolled up her sleeves, her gambling fervor at its peak. How could she let go? Exactly, this is an adult's affair, little girl, mind your own business. The gamblers at the table, unwilling to let their golden goose slip away, all berated Jing-in. Indeed, at this moment, Jing-in was truly a mere 16-year-old girl. Watching Gang Shou engrossed in gambling, Jing-in sighed inwardly. No matter how much royalty Lord Zlai's novels earned, there probably wasn't much left. Then Lady Gang Shou, may I go soak in the hot spring next door? Jing-in said. Oh, go ahead, Gang Shou replied without turning her head. So Jing-in went to soak in the hot spring alone. Some might ask, where was the adorable pig Tunton that Gang Shou always kept by her side? At this time it had, wrapped in a white bath towel. Jing-in arrived at the hot spring pool. Lord Zlai is frantic after hearing that Orochimaru has defected to the Onin village, yet Lady Gang Shou comes here to gamble lavishly. The relationship among these 3 lords is truly baffling. Jing-in murmured to herself, then prepared to remove her towel and step into the steaming hot spring. Yo, Miss Jing-in, considering what's about to happen, you'd better not remove that cloth. A faint male voice suddenly sounded from behind. Shua? Jing-in spun around and retreated, stepping onto the surface of the hot spring water, warily gazing at the long-haired masked man sitting atop the wall. She was alarmed. When did he arrive? I didn't sense any presence at all. Who are you? Jing-in barked. I am someone who needs you. Come work under me, Lin Yu said, jumping down from the wall and walking toward Jing-in with unhurried steps. Shua? Jing-in was on high alert. She rolled up her sleeve, revealing her unique hidden weapon designed as a wrist guard. The hidden needle dart. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Poisonous Sunban shot toward Lin Yu. Clang, clang, clang. but they all embedded into the wall behind. Jing Yin was startled. They passed through. Wait. This ability, could it be? Impossible. But without time to think, Jing Yin formed hand seals and opened her mouth. Ninja art poison fog. Thick poisonous mist shot from her mouth, spreading rapidly. Oh, poison. For a ninja, that is indeed a very troublesome ability. Lin Yu walked out of the poison mist. Sweat of tension trickled down Jing Yin's face. Damn, so he is indeed. Are you Uchiha Yu? She probed. Haha. Konoha people are always sharp. By saying this, Lin Yu essentially admitted his. Didn't you promise the 5 Kages that you would stop running amok? Now that you've just become the Shadow Kage, are you going to break your promise? Jing Yin questioned him unflinchingly, but the water surface beneath her feet rippled unevenly, clearly indicating that her chakra was becoming disordered from tension. Baga Baga 11 utter nonsense. Jing Yin fumed. Even if you can make attacks pass through as long as this poison mist, things only become real the moment they are observed. In other words, if not observed, they do not exist. The same applies to my actions against you. If not discovered, it never happened. Lin Yu said. Baga Baga 11 utter nonsense. Jing Yin fumed. Even if you can make attacks pass through as long as this poison mist is here, you can't easily cancel the intangibility. Oh, you've analyzed that conclusion so quickly. As expected of the beloved disciple of the Princess Gangsho. Not to mention medical ninjutsu, your overall strength is at the level of a jonin. Lin Yu praised. Jing Yin maintained the concentration of the poison mist, but inwardly, she prayed, Lady Gangsho, please quickly notice this situation. Pity this poison mist isn't enough to harm me, who possesses Chincho cells. Lin Yu charged out of the mist, reaching his hand toward Jing Yin's arm. In desperation, Jing Yin opened her mouth. Ninja art tongue needle. This was Jing Yin's unique hidden weapon, spitting poisonous needles directly from her mouth, making them impossible to defend against. However, was the Sharingan for nothing? Lin Yu's current perception could even see through Chi La Bis swordplay, let alone a few hidden weapons. Shua. In an instant, he perfectly dodged all the poison needles, and his hand successfully touched Jing Yin's shoulder. It's over. Kamui. Whoosh. The Kamui vortex released from his right eye instantly sucked Jing Yin into the time-space void. Wah. The white bath towel wrapped around Jing Yin dropped onto the water. In the gambling house, Gangsho had only the last ones of Vizuro Rio left in front of her. As expected, I always lose when I gamble. Gangsho thought as she flipped her cards. The surrounding gamblers looked at her, as if she were a fat lamb to be slaughtered. But the moment Gangsho revealed her cards, all the gamblers were dumbfounded, and even Gangsho herself was stunned. How is it possible? That eternal loser, the fat lamb Gangsho, actually won. Winning money, but Gangsho's brows deeply furrowed. She always lost when gambling, but when she started winning, it meant something bad was about to happen. How bizarre. The gamblers dejectedly pushed large stacks of bills in front of Gangsho and urged, Gangsho, keep playing. But Gangsho was distracted. Suddenly her gaze turned serious and she stood up. Where are you going? I'm done playing. What about the money? You take it. Consider it for repairing this wall. Gangsho's robe hem swayed as she strode forward and punched a hole through the gambling house wall with a booming crash. Jing Yin, I hope I'm overthinking. When Gangsho arrived at the adjacent hot spring pool, she only saw a man in black standing on the water surface holding a bath towel, lost in thought. The thing Gangsho didn't want to see had indeed happened. Where did Jing Yin go? She shouted at the black-clad figure's back. The man in black did not respond. I'm asking you, where did you take Jing Yin? Gangsho roared, leaping into the air and bringing down a monstrously powerful fist. Umph. Lin Yu snorted, coldly tossing the towel behind him to block Gangsho's view. The monstrous fist landed on the water a moment later. Boom. The entire hot spring's water was overturned by the monstrous strength, exploding into scattered droplets. The cobblestone bottom of the pool was blasted into pieces. Princess Gangsho, gambling is a bad habit that harms both yourself and others. You'd better quit it early. Lin Yu, leaping into midair, said faintly. What nonsense. Give Jing Yin back to me. On Gangsho's fair lard-like face, veins bulged continuously, and even the 100 healings mark on her forehead seemed ready to release. Gazing at Gangsho, trapped in remorse and rage, Lin Yu said gravely, Princess Gangsho, I Uchiha Yu have one more piece of advice for you. One day when your white-haired comrade intends to infiltrate the Rain Village alone, you must stop him, or you will regret it for the rest of your life. Whoosh. Accompanied by a Kamui vortex, Lin Yu vanished in midair, leaving Gangsho alone in her fury. Bang. A venting punch slammed heavily into the ground. Gangsho's gaze was sharp as lightning. I Chincho. Gangsho staked the name of the 3 ninja. I will never let you go, Uchiha Yu. After escorting Jing Yin away, Lin Yu returned to his Tianyu pavilion. Mao Yu Xiang had been waiting in the empty room for a long time. Where is Xian? Lin Yu took off his coat and hung it on the rack. I settled her in the next room. That child has suffered a lot in Muyi. She doesn't even want to sleep too far away from me. Xiang arranged the bedding, saying with some distress. I see. Lin Yu mused for a moment, then put on a loose robe. Did you have fun tonight? I took her to the village market. She seemed very interested. I even bought her a cloth doll, Xiang said with a smile. That's good, Lin Yu nodded. Hey you, I think that child's mind must be troubled. When I heard that she killed her childhood friend, I got goosebumps all over. This child used to be so kind-hearted as she couldn't bear to hurt even small animals. But, at this point Mao Yu Xiang choked up. Don't be sad, time will heal everything. Lin Yu sat down on the bed and pulled Xiang into his arms. Xiang nestled against Lin Yu. In the tender gaze they naturally undressed and enjoyed the beautiful night on the moonlit large bed. On the other side of the wall, Mao Yu Xian withdrew her ear from the wall. Her numb, lifeless pupils stared at the doll, with its head cut off on the floor. Then she picked up a knife and one cut after another dug out the cotton from the cloth doll. While digging she muttered, Nana Wunchin, big sister, shall I cut off brother-in-law's head? Then big sister will surely wake up right. Early the next morning Lin Yu brought Xiang to a soundproof room. After closing the door he said to Xiang, Xiang, I now need to persuade a person, a female ninja from Muyi. You, who have you kidnapped now? Xiang asked in surprise. Tsunade's disciple Jingyin. Orochimaru's experiment needs her. With her medical ninjutsu, we can reduce innocent test subjects. Lin Yu answered truthfully. You? Xiang sighed helplessly. By the way, find me a set of your clothes. Well, something came up. She's probably in the nude right now. Mao Yu Xiang exclaimed in shock and disbelief. With a whoosh Lin Yu released Jingyin from the time-space. True enough, Jingyin was completely naked, but her eyes were vacant, trapped in an illusion. Lin Yu had been maintaining the illusion on her to prevent her from killing herself. Lin Yu dispelled the illusion. Jingyin hastily covered herself, glaring fiercely at Lin Yu. Lin Yu placed a set of clothes before her. Put on the clothes, and then speak. With that Lin Yu turned around, allowing Jingyin to change on her own. Jingyin, with a face full of humiliation, put on the clothes. I don't care what your intentions are, but I advise you to give up. Jingyin said, clutching her collar decisively. Lin Yu turned around and said in a low voice, I could use the Sharingan's illusion to control you into doing anything, but I am temporarily refraining from doing so, because I sincerely hope you will join my banner. Join your banner. Don't daydream. Jingyin remained resistant. No, you have a reason that compels you to join me, Lin Yu. Then tell me. Jingyin sneered. If you don't join me, the esteemed Lady Gang Shou you cherish will die, and the Muyi you swear loyalty to will fall. Isn't that reason enough? Lin Yu said darkly. Jingyin was startled, then retorted, Lady Gang Shou is not such a weak woman, and Muyi is more than 10 times stronger than Long Yin. How could you possibly succeed? Stop scaremongering. Lin Yu's gaze deepened. Well, I don't deny what you said, but when did I ever say I would do that? Then what do you mean? The one who will do that is not me, but someone else. One day everything in the ninja world will be destroyed. Lin Yu said with utmost seriousness. Jingyin's pupils contracted. He doesn't seem to be exaggerating. What exactly are you trying to say? Well, it's a long story. Let's start from the divine tree, the chakra fruit, and Datong Mu Hui Yi. Lin Yu had originally planned to tell the secret of the ninja world's origin to his bedmate Mao Yu Xiang. Now, it was a good opportunity to persuade Jingyin and let Xiang listen in. Thus Lin Yu spoke eloquently from the divine tree to Hui Yi, from the 6 paths immortal to the 10 tails, then the origin of the 9-tailed beasts, and the curse that has continued to this day. After hearing it, Xiang and Jingyin were both stunned. Lin Yu struck while the iron was hot. That's it. One day enemies that even Datong Mu Hui Yi fears will descend upon this planet. Without sufficient power, we simply cannot contend with them. Such things. It's a lie. Jingyin could hardly believe it. Lin Yu said, You may suspect me of fabricating stories, but if it were true, what would the consequences be? Following that gambling-addicted Lady Gang Shou, you should know well the consequences of losing a bet. And this time the stake is not money but the safety of the entire ninja world. Miss Jingyin, what do you think? Even if there are such enemies, if all ninjas unite, we can certainly defeat them. Jingyin said no. Ha. Lin Yu laughed, instead his voice thunderous. Don't be naive. Just one of me has nearly turned the 5 great nations upside down. Do you know how strong Datong Mu Hui Yi is? She is 10 times 100 times stronger than I am now. And if even she fears those enemies, how do you intend to fight them? Hearing this, Jingyin's eyes widened, and cold sweat unconsciously soaked her back. She clenched her fists and said through gritted teeth, Then how can I trust that after gaining power you won't do the same as that Hui Yi? Lin Yu spread his hands. Because I have no interest in conquest. What I have pursued from the start is freedom. In prosperity, I wish to benefit all. In adversity, I cultivate myself. Currently my strength is insufficient, so I pursue personal freedom. When I am powerful enough, I will pursue freedom for the world. Miss Jingyin, you are facing a decision that can change the world. Will you lend me your strength for the future of the ninja world, or will you offer your ignorant loyalty solely for the sake of Mu Yi? Answer me. Based on your answer, I will decide whether you are worthy to be my companion or merely a puppet controlled by illusion. Lin Yu, after explaining everything, issued an ultimatum to Jing Yin. Regardless of Jing Yin's personal choice, Lin Yu's steps toward his goal would never stop. The time she had was running out. Tick-tock, tick-tock, the clock hand moved. Jing Yin curled up on the bed, hugging her knees, burying her head, sinking into a long contemplation. The fabric at her knees was wrinkled from her gripping hands. After a long while, she lifted her head and asked, "What do you want me to do?" Under his mask, the corners of Lin Yu's mouth lifted in a smile. "It seems you've made your decision. Follow me." Thus Lin Yu led Jing Yin and Shiyong to De Shiwan's laboratory. Dita Shiwan. Seeing the familiar back before her, Jing Yin was stunned. "Ayukwin, you constantly give me such great surprises," De Shiwan said in a hoarse, seductive tone. Dita Shiwan. Seeing the familiar back before her, Jing Yin was stunned. "Ayukwin, you constantly give me such great surprises," De Shiwan said in a hoarse. Lin Yu said to Jing Yin. Gazing at De Shiwan, who was manipulating the experiment scalpel, Jing Yin clenched her fists, her thoughts tangled. "Forgive me, Lady Gang, Shou, forgive me, everyone in Muyi. I don't know if my choice is right, but bearing sin and toiling in obscurity in the darkness, that is what a ninja is. If I am wrong, I will atone with my death. I understand." Jing Yin decided to assist De Shiwan and Lin Yu. With the arrival of the elite medical ninja, Shizun, Orochimaru's research progress got on track. Now they only needed to wait a month for Orochimaru to produce results. After water and electricity supply were established, the construction of various facilities in the Hidden Shadow Village was put on the agenda. As a ninja village, the three most important institutions were: first, the Umbu, responsible for intelligence gathering, executing classified missions, and assassinating hostile targets. Second, the hospital, providing medical care for both ninja and civilians. Third, the Ninja Academy, which was crucial for training ninja and the future of the village. A ninja village without an infusion of fresh blood was hopeless. To establish these three facilities, two things were indispensable: funds and talent. The initial funds of Hidden Shadow Village were 1.5 billion Ryo, which was no small amount and entirely sufficient. In this regard, Kakazu was truly indispensable. As for the second point, talent, it was a major problem for Hidden Shadow Village at present. Apart from Lin Yu, the Dark Shadow, and the cage-level accountant Kakazu, the cage-level research expert Orochimaru, the elite medical jonin Shizun, who assisted Orochimaru, and elite jonin Hozuki Mangetsu, and Yuzuki Yui. The high-caliber talent was extremely limited. The intelligence-gathering function of the Umbu could have been well handled by the White Zetsu, but Lin Yu had other plans for them. Thus Lin Yu assigned this arduous task to Hozuki Mangetsu. "Mangetsu, you are the strongest ninja in this village besides me and Kakazu, but Kakazu is entirely focused on money. The arduous role of Umbu captain has to fall to you," Lin Yu said. "Well, I am mentally prepared. After all, I didn't come to your side to freeload," Hozuki Mangetsu said reliably. "Yes, for now I cannot give you any capable subordinates. It will take time for the village's new generation to grow. So for a long time to come you will be a commander with no troops. Indeed, somewhat shabby compared to the Umbu captains of other villages," Lin Yu said apologetically. "Don't say that. Every ninja village at its beginning faces such a situation. Take the Hidden Mist Village for example. Their Umbu didn't truly take shape until the time of the second Mizukage. However, in today's ninja world where the Umbu system is already well established, starting late does put us at a disadvantage. But with you, the strongest Kage of our time, at the helm, I believe everything will be resolved smoothly." The strongest Kage of this era. Lin Yu neither confirmed nor denied this. In terms of raw power, the one who could threaten him in the current ninja world was none other than the third Tsuchikage Inoki of the two scales. No matter how strong the vitality of Hashirama cells, if struck directly by dust release, one would likely not escape the fate of being reduced to molecules. But in terms of potential, Minato Namikaze was the one among the current Kage who could most threaten him. When the Flying Thunder God was used to its utmost, in some aspects it was even superior to Kamui. What was most terrifying was that Minato's combat intellect, even surpassing the Nara clan, allowed him to always turn the mundane into the miraculous. If one also considered the unparalleled sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan that Minato had mastered, the threat level increased once more. Most importantly, Minato was still young. In the original story, Minato died at only 24 years old. That period was the fastest for a ninja's growth, let alone for a prodigy like Minato, whose talent and insight were both at the peak. Not to mention, a decade from now, who knew how strong Minato would become? He would probably be a formidable rival, even for Lin Yu. You might say that Minato Namikaze's strength was exaggerated. After all, he had no bloodline limit. Yet, Minato Namikaze, that man, was the only one whose genes had replaced even the iconic red hair of the Uzumaki clan. You say he is strong or not? The matter of the Umbu is tentatively settled for now. As for the hospital, Hidden Shadow Village had not yet officially begun carrying out missions assigned by the Land of Darkness, so there would be no injured ninja for now. However, the common civilians living here eating grains would inevitably suffer illnesses and disasters, which had to be taken seriously. Regarding the shortage of medical ninja, Lin Yu was quite troubled. I know medical ninjutsu, Yuzuki Yuhi volunteered upon seeing Lin Yu's distress. Oh. Lin Yu looked up from his desk, surprised at Yuhi. During the Fourth Shinobi World War, in the original, her younger sister, Yuzuki Yugao, was a member of the Allied Forces Medical Unit skilled in advanced medical ninjutsu. Though not comparable to Tsunade or Shizune, her level far exceeded ordinary medical ninja. As Yugao's older sister, it was not surprising that Yuhi had talent in medical ninjutsu. Let me serve as the temporary head of the hospital. As long as there isn't a massive influx of patients, I believe my skills are sufficient. Moreover, my status should have a positive effect on your image. Yuzuki Yuhi said with thorough consideration. Indeed, although they had not held a formal wedding, it was widely known that Yuzuki Yuhi was the Dark Shadow's wife. If she, as the Dark Shadow's wife, also played the role of saving lives and healing the wounded, it would surely elevate Lin Yu's standing among the villagers. Lin Yu said with relief. Yuhi stepping forward at this moment is truly a great help to me. Yuhi replied. Not at all, I was just worrying that my strength wasn't enough to be of much help to you. This was precisely the point. The world never lacked powerful people, what it lacked was those who could support each other through thick and thin. Lin Yu said, I will quickly select promising children with talent in medical ninjutsu from among the village's children and train them, forming a medical squad to ease your burden. Our village will surely get better and better. Yuhi said with hope. Thus the hospital issue was temporarily settled. Finally, the most crucial issue, education, the Ninja Academy. How to provide quality education as early as possible would determine when Hidden Shadow Village could step onto the stage and truly become an organization equal to the 5 great ninja villages. Understand that no ninja village in the world faced catastrophe just because it lost its leader. Only Hidden Shadow Village at its current stage would probably be destroyed in minutes without Lin Yu, let alone expecting the village to become a strong fighting force behind him. Therefore, the education issue must be addressed immediately. The first thing to establish was the teachers of the Ninja Academy. Unlike the squad leaders who guided Genin and needed to be Jonin-level teachers at the Ninja Academy, only needed to be Chunin or above. Lin Yu summoned all the White Zetsu, including Tobi, totaling 47. Lord Shadow Yu, what business do you have summoning us? Lord Yu, instead of cuddling with a beauty and sleeping, why think of us? I thought now that Lord Yu has become the Dark Shadow, he had long forgotten us. The White Zetsu, as usual, blabbered on, teasing Lin Yu. Lin Yu sat on the flying eaves of the attic and laughed. How could I forget you? I remember when I had just sent off Madara, it was you who instructed me daily in training, teaching me how to control chakra, walk on water, leap across roofs, how to proficiently form hand seals, use various elemental techniques, and even chakra nature transformation and shape transformation, a whole series of ninja basics. Without that half year of hard training, I wouldn't be who I am today. It's no exaggeration to say you were my first teachers. Oh, you have a conscience. Did you summon us to reward merits and distribute important positions? The White Zetsu showed delight. Lin Yu looked up at the moon and said, yes, it is indeed a very important position. I want you to take up the teaching baton and become teachers at the Ninja Academy to educate the future flowers of our Hidden Shadow Village. Huh. I give you the time to use the divine might. Say it again. What are we going to do? The Baiju were filled with fervor. Whoosh. Amidst the vortex of divine might, Lin Yu descended from the eaves to the ground. I want you to bear the future of the Nin village. This is a sacred and significant mission entrusted only to those I trust the most. I trust you like I trust a ghost. Do you think we are those female ninjas you abducted, each brainwashed by you? In front of us, Ban is merely a descendant, cough cough. I mean in terms of age. Indeed, this is no exaggeration. The Baiju are the evolved forms of those who fell into Kagaya's infinite Tsukuyami thousands of years ago, all of them sleeping within the outer path golem. It was not until decades ago, during the battle between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, that he bit off a piece of Hashirama's flesh and transplanted it into his own body, awakening the Rinnegan in his later years to summon the Outer Path Golem. Then he used the Outer Path Golem as a medium to cultivate Hashirama's cells, awakening a part of the Baiju that shared the same origin as Hashirama's power. In fact, the vast majority of the Baiju still slumber within the Outer Path Golem. Their number is no less than 100,000. Each of them has lived for thousands of years, making them practically ancestors. As for their strength, let's just discuss lineage. Faced with the protests of the Baiju, Lin Yu actually showed a look of grievance, lowering his head to cover his face with his hand. You, what's wrong with you? Lin Yu said, Ju, you are the companions I have spent the longest time with since coming to this world, even if I occasionally make you run here and there. Not occasionally, but frequently. Baiju retorted. but I truly consider you as friends, even family. Lin Yu said emotionally. Even if you say that although you all share the same code name, have the same faces, and your temperaments are all like they were carved from the same mold, your individual presence is not strong. Hey, what you just said is quite rude. There are subtle differences between each of us, you know. For instance, it has a huge reverse thorn under its hips, and it has more wrinkles on its face. What do you know? This thorn can be used as a weapon of attack. The wrinkles on my face are referred to as growth rings in botany. As they spoke, the Baiju began to argue amongst themselves. Then don't you all want unique names for yourselves? Hey. Lin Yu's sudden words plunged all the Baiju into silence. This kind of thing. We have never thought about it, Ju. This is a code name given to us by Ban. The only one among us with a name is a Fei. A Fei dressed in a black robe sat silently on the wall. Lin Yu said seriously, I have actually considered this for quite some time. I want to give each of you present a unique name. From now on, your existence will be as unique as your names. Those who wish to be named, please line up here. The Baiju exchanged glances, then all at once crawled out of the ground, lining up in front of Lin Yu. Lin Yu looked at the Baiju at the front. He was the one with the huge reverse thorn, and originally fused with Heiju. Hiss! A wisp of chakra flame appeared at Lin Yu's fingertips, and he wrote the character 1 on the shoulder of the Baiju in front of him. Lin Yu said, your name is 1. 1. So cool. You are truly a genius at naming. 1 gave Lin Yu a thumbs up. Lin Yu walked to the second Baiju, who was covered in wrinkles. He had previously served as an envoy to the Takigakure and the daimyo's capital. Lin Yu wrote the character 2 on his shoulder and said, your name is 2. 2. I have a name now, haha. I also have my own name now. 2, how nice. What a great name. 2 raised his long arms high, bouncing and keeping the beat. Lin Yu walked past each Baiju from 1 to 47, giving them all unique names. The Baiju chanted their names, linking arms and dancing joyfully, creating a lively scene. Even the most emotionally expressive 33 shed tears of excitement. Phew. Giving out so many names is quite taxing on the brain. Lin Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead and approached a Fei, saying, a Fei, I actually gave you a name as well as 0, but you are already used to being called a Fei. A Fei thought you possess Madara's coldness as well as Obito's earnestness. You are a soul from another world that is cold on the outside but warm on the inside, and one of the few who is as agreeable to me as feces. Whoosh. A Fei jumped down from the wall and addressed the jubilant Baiju. Everyone, the ninja school is crucial for the future of an Yin village. You entrusting this important position to us signifies his trust in us. Since we are idle anyway, why not lend him a hand? A Fei jumped down from the wall and addressed the jubilant Baiju. Everyone, the ninja school is crucial for the future of it. Lin Yu patted a Fei's shoulder and said, a Fei, I want to entrust you with the position of principal of the ninja school. I have no issue with that, but aren't you afraid? A Fei said hesitantly. Afraid of what? Lin Yu asked in confusion. Well, it's nothing. They'll take on this task. A Fei thought starting from a young age seems quite interesting. Thus, the most important construction of the ninja school was entrusted to a Fei and the Baiju through coaxing and deception by Lin Yu. At night, the official tailor of the daimyo of the Land of Darkness delivered samples of the headband and ninja outfit. These 2 items were personally designed by Lin Yu. The design of the headband for an Yin village turned out to be identical to the pattern of Lin Yu's divine might Sharingan. This signifies that no matter how high Lin Yu reaches in the future, he will never forget that this pair of eyes is his starting point. The color of the ninja outfit uses a dark tone of black and purple, symbolizing the name Dark. The character Yu on the back represents that every ninja wearing this outfit from the Yin village will be shielded by Lin Yu, who is also Uchiha Yu. For the ninjas from other villages, the consequence of attacking them is death. Lin Yu said, very well, let's measure the sizes for all the children in the village and then custom make according to this sample. The tailor said, do we measure the sizes now? Isn't it too early? It takes a long time from ninja school to becoming a genin. Lin Yu, however, had his own considerations. Everyone harbors immense potential. You can never determine when they will reach the heights we expect of them. If that day comes sooner and we haven't prepared for them, wouldn't that be quite rude? Opportunities must be seized by oneself, but as leaders we must also fulfill our responsibilities and lay the groundwork for those children who are adept at seizing opportunities. 3 days later, the Hidden Shadow Village Ninja School was officially established. On this day, a Fei and his companions donned the attire of the Hidden Shadow Village ninjas and arrived at the training grounds of the ninja school. 564 children sat on the ground. They were selected by Lin Yu from among the thousands of orphans sent by the Land of Darkness, possessing the talent to utilize chakra. The number of 564 was roughly balanced between boys and girls. Although it was slightly less than other ninja villages, it was believed that their numbers would double in the future. These children had lost their parents too early for various reasons, or had even been abandoned by them. Having tasted loneliness, they were inevitably different from normal children, often silent and introverted. This was the first session of the ninja school, marking a significant historical moment for the Hidden Shadow Village. As the Shadow Lin Yu had to personally attend and say something to these children. Draped in the cloak of the first-generation Shadow, and wearing the Hidden Shadow Village ninja uniform underneath adorned with the emblem of the Land of Darkness at his waist, he wore a hat inscribed with the character Dark. Under the cloud-covered sky, he stood on the high platform and proclaimed loudly to the crowd, "I am Uchiha Yu. As the Shadow, I am your village chief. From today you will receive 3 years of foundational ninja education at the Hidden Shadow Village Ninja School. The 564 of you will be divided into 47 classes of 12 students each. Your teachers will be right in front of you." The children looked towards the companions standing before them. "I don't want these white guys, I want the Shadow to personally teach me." Suddenly a discordant voice rang out from the crowd. "White guys." The companions frowned, looking at the boy who spoke, named Yamashiro Ryufing. "Ryufing, that's very rude," said a girl next to him timidly. "Yumir, you know I'm not like these useless ones." Yamashiro Ryufing stood up, looking disdainfully at the children of his age. "What did you say, you brat? Do you believe I would twist your head off and kick it like a ball?" At that moment a tall boy with a dark complexion stood up, rolling up his sleeves, ready to confront Yamashiro Ryufing. "Forget it, Myrijin, don't stoop to his level." The surrounding children hurriedly restrained Myrijin. "You better watch out, useless ones." Yamashiro Ryufing boasted, forming hand seals in front of his chest. Boom. From the white smoke a clone identical to him appeared. "Ninjutsu, ninjutsu." The children who had never seen ninjutsu were all astonished. On the high platform, Lin Yu murmured, "Oh, he has already mastered the shadow clone technique. No wonder he feels superior. But it's just a basic illusionary clone. Xiangyan learned it before attending the ninja school." Next to him, Yuzuki Xiaoyang said. Yamashiro Ryufing shouted, "Lord Shadow, did you see? I am different from these people. I possess the talent to become the strongest ninja. To be accepted as your disciple would be an honor." Beside him, Yumir covered her face, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Tch." Myrijin spat on the ground, then reluctantly sat down. Lin Yu said, "Your talent as a ninja may indeed be outstanding." "That goes without saying," Yamashiro Ryufing replied, smugly pinching his nose. "However, your qualities as a person leave much to be desired. First, let him understand the importance of respecting teachers and valuing education." Lin Yu instructed the first white companion. "Okay, leave it to me." The first white companion stepped forward. "What do you want to do?" "Let you understand the world is vast. You brat, don't underestimate me." Yamashiro Ryufing charged forward, fists clenched. Slap. With a light gesture, he caught Yamashiro Ryufing's fist, tripped him, and delivered a chop to the back of his head, causing the latter to fall to the ground, unable to get up. "Off. It hurts. You prickly guy." Yamashiro Ryufing rolled on the ground, holding his head, and, "Hey, you little brat, do you believe I'll crush your little brother?" One of them was somewhat annoyed. "First, that's enough." Lin Yu stopped him, saving Yamashiro Ryufing from further punishment. Lin Yu then stepped down from the platform, walked up to Yamashiro Ryufing, and looked at him, saying, "Wanting to become my disciple shows you have ambition and the unwillingness to fall behind, but everything must be grounded in reality. First graduate from the ninja school. Woo, but I want to avenge my parents. The guys from Awagakure killed my mom and dad and Yumir's sister. I'm too weak, I want to become stronger." Yamashiro Ryufing began to cry. Yumir also wiped her tears. After a moment of silence, Lin Yu reached out and pulled Yamashiro Ryufing up, asking, "How old are you this year?" 10 years old, Yamashiro Ryufing replied. Lin Yu said, "How about this? Within 3 years, if you Yumir and Myrijin all advance to Chunin, I will personally teach you all ninjutsu." Off. Yamashiro Ryufing was stunned. Edge. Yumir was stunned. "WWW, did I hear that correctly?" Myrijin pointed to his face, filled with disbelief. Lin Yu said, "You heard correctly, it is the 3 of you. Once you graduate from the ninja school, you will be placed in the same class. Only if all 3 of you advance to Chunin within 3 years will you be able to receive my guidance." Yamashiro Ryufing said, "I don't need to say anything, but those 2. Lin Yu replied, "Rather than individual combat, I value teamwork more. Starting today, the 3 of you will progress together. If anyone falls behind, the others must help. This is my test for you." Upon hearing this, Yamashiro Ryufing, Yumir, and Myrijin looked at each other, then stepped forward and stacked their palms together. "You better not hold me back, or I won't forgive you," Yamashiro Ryufing said, staring fiercely at Myrijin, a band-aid on his nose. "Don't think just because you can do the clone technique you're impressive. I will surpass you in no time." Myrijin retorted defiantly. "You too. Don't argue," Yumir gently persuaded. Watching this scene, other children felt a mix of envy, emotion, and a bit of inferiority. Lin Yu surveyed all the children and said, "Opportunities are equal for everyone. I will closely monitor your growth. As long as you work hard, there will always be a chance to rise. The Hidden Shadow Village will never bury an outstanding ninja. Soon you will be assigned to your respective classes. From the same starting line, how high you can reach in the future depends entirely on yourselves. I have high hopes for you." After the ninja school establishment ceremony ended, Lin Yu and Xiaoyang strolled under the light ring. "You, it seems that Xianjian's name is not in the class assignments for the ninja school." Xiaoyang raised her head proudly with 2 fingers hooked on her waist. "Well, that child has long surpassed the level of the ninja school. Keeping her there would hinder the growth of other children and her own growth as well." Lin Yu nodded. "Then how do you plan to arrange Xiangyan?" Xiaoyang asked. Lin Yu gazed into the distance and said, "From today on, I will personally guide Xiangyan in her training." Late at night, behind the Anin village before the great waterfall, Lin Yu and Mao Yuxiyin stood facing each other on the water surface. Xiyin wore a purple top and shorts, her slender legs wrapped in white cloth, a small shinobi sword at her waist. Her brown pupils gazed innocently at the man before her. "Xiyin, from this moment on, I will formally guide you in the practice of ninja skills," Lin Yu said. "Understood, brother-in-law." Xiyin nodded. "During training, you should not call me brother-in-law." "Understood, master." Hearing her utter those 2 words, a complex feeling stirred within Lin Yu. He nodded. "Then let us begin. Show me the skills you learned at the Ninja Academy, or I shall assess your strength." Swish, swish. Xiyin drew 2 kunai from her pouches and hurled them at Lin Yu. His Sharingan traced their trajectories, simultaneous throw, precise flight paths converging at my brow. Her shuriken jutsu is quite refined. Clang, clang. Lin Yu casually tossed a shuriken, striking both kunai down. Splash. Xiyin drew her sword and dashed across the water, reaching him in a flash. Leaping, she swung down at his shoulder. Lin Yu remained rooted, merely tilting his body to evade. Whoosh. Xiyin slashed horizontally. Lin Yu leaned back, dodging again. Eek. Ya. Hep. Huh. Gritting her teeth, Xiyin swung furiously, yet Lin Yu moved like a willow reed, effortlessly evading. "Your blade is fast, but your movements are too wide. In the time you recover your stance, an enemy could take your life." As they passed each other, Lin Yu lightly tapped her shoulder, causing her to stumble forward, kicking up a spray of water. Huff, huff, huff. Struggling to stop, Xiyin gripped her sword, breathing heavily. Crackle. Lin Yu glanced at her back, deactivated his Sharingan, and hung a bell on his waist. "Again. Until you can touch this bell," he declared. Huh. Xiyin spun and launched another whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. "Aim for the bell, but don't fixate on it. Watch my footwork. Narrow your movements. A blade is lethal, precision outweighs force. Your steps are chaotic, don't hesitate." Splash. Huff. Huff. 10 minutes later, Xiyin collapsed onto the water, utterly exhausted. A downpour drenched her, purple hair ripples spreading across the surface. Gazing at her reflection, she saw Lin Yu approaching, hand extended to help her. Whoosh. Her eyes changed abruptly as she thrust her sword at his face. Ding. Lin Yu caught the blade between 2 fingers. In that moment, even the rain seemed to freeze. Mao Yuxiyan's trembling eyes betrayed her panic. "What, you want to slice off my mask and see what I look like?" Lin Yu chuckled, releasing his fingers. Mao Yuxiyan lowered her sword and sat weakly on the water. As the rain returned, she looked up. "Why do you wear a mask? Aren't you a shadow? Shouldn't a shadow show their true face?" Lin Yu replied, "I am the dark shadow. My true visage and strength remain hidden in the shadows. My face is only for my closest comrades, my power only for my strongest foes. Xiyin, if you wish to see my real face, I can remove the mask now." He reached for his mask. "No." Xiyin stopped him, her small face filled with a stubbornness beyond her years. "I will remove Master's mask with my own hands. One day, he'll be waiting." Lin Yu lowered his hand. "Can you still move?" Mao Yuxiyan rose, using her sword for support. "Shall I keep striking at the bell?" Lin Yu said, "That last slash of yours was fast, fierce, and precise. If aimed at the bell instead of the mask, it would surely have hit. So I deem you pass. But next time won't be so easy, for I will activate my Sharingan. Now I'll teach you a jutsu." "Jutsu?" Mao Yuxiyan tilted her head. "If it's basic techniques like transformation, substitution, or clone, there's no need. I've mastered them at the academy." Lin Yu smiled. "Not such simple jutsu. I will teach you a lightning release technique, rank to rank, incorporating advanced shape transformation." Lightning release, a rank. Xian's eyes lit up. A rank jutsu. Forbidden arts, ultra-high-level techniques, often wielded only by elite jonin or even cage-level shinobi. Lin Yu chuckled. "Indeed. Your sister possesses lightning nature chakra. As her sibling, you should be able to use lightning release." "Then, did you teach this to my sister?" Mao Yuxiyan asked unexpectedly. "Your sister specializes in lightning sword art with the lightning blade kiba. She's already formidable and has no need for this particular technique. But my teacher at the academy said all jutsu must be mastered from the basics. That applies to mediocre shinobi. The gifted need not follow conventions. If you fully master this move, all other lightning release techniques will be at your fingertips." Saying this, Lin Yu approached the waterfall to demonstrate. Mao Shiyin watched with wide eyes. Lin Yu slowly formed hand signs for Shiyin to see clearly rat horse rat monkey. After completing the seal, he placed his right palm upward and gripped his right wrist with his left hand. SSSSSSS. Intense lightning chakra gathered in his palm, coalescing into a sphere of lightning with a sharp screech. Crackle, crackle. Wild arcs erupted from the center, revealing the terrifying energy contained within. Whoosh! He lightly swung his hand, and the falling waterfall was severed, only fully restoring after several seconds. Mao Shiyin covered her mouth, her eyes trembling. So powerful. Is this an ranked jutsu? What is its name? Lin Yu said this technique is called Chidori. The principle is to concentrate massive lightning chakra in the palm and deliver a thrust at extreme speed, instantly destroying the enemy's defense. But it requires exceptional control over lightning's shape transformation. The pinnacle of Chidori is lightning cutter and strength jutsu that can even split falling thunderbolts. For now, mastering Chidori will suffice. As Lin Yu spoke, the lightning vanished from his palm. Thud! Mao Shiyin set down her sword, her small face taut, and formed hand seals meticulously before her chest. Flap! A flash of lightning in her palm. Off! Her small body was suddenly flung backward, a scorch mark on her numbed palm. Lin Yu explained, when performing a jutsu, the hand seal is like winding a spring. Once the seal is complete, the spring is fully wound, and the force is difficult to contain. So when first learning, do not condense too much chakra during the sealing process. Shiyin pondered thoughtfully. Then concentrating, she formed the seals again. SSS. Crack. The lightning dissipated once more, but this time she was not thrown back. Correct. Keep trying, hundreds, thousands of times. The day you master it, I shall give you a gift. Lin Yu said lightly. Oh, he really treats me like a child. Probably the so-called gift is just a lollipop to motivate me to study. But even without his words, he'll practice relentlessly, for my sister. Shiyin grumbled inwardly, never imagining that the gift would change her life forever. You mean Inoki of the Stone Village wants to hire the Ōtsutsuki to deal with me? Lin Yu gazed at the Phantom of Pain's Tendo. The phantom projection technique was an advanced jutsu that transmitted chakra for long-distance communication. Yes, Master Yu, the Phantom of Pain's Tendo said respectfully. So after the 5 Kages summit, the Kages had publicly acknowledged the existence of the Hidden Shadow Village, yet none of them wished for its smooth development. Thus they secretly placed obstacles in its path. Due to the verbal non-aggression pact among the 5 Kage, the 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki approached the rising Ōtsutsuki organization to deal with Lin Yu on his behalf. Hehehe. That old fool Inoki, just as expected. Lin Yu chuckled. Master Yu, what should the Ōtsutsuki do next? Should we attack the Stone Village? Pain's Tendo sought instructions. Lin Yu tapped the table rhythmically. No, there's no need for that. The Ōtsutsuki is a mercenary organization. We get paid for our work. Our credibility is paramount. We must never kick someone when they're down. If we tarnish our reputation, the loss would outweigh the gain. Moreover, it's no secret in the ninja world that Uchiha Yu once saved the Ōtsutsuki leader from Hanzo of the Salamander. That old fool Inoki couldn't possibly be unaware of that. Yet he hires the Ōtsutsuki to kill me. This likely carries a hint of testing. Pain's Tendo realized he wants to use this to ascertain the true relationship between Master Yu and the Ōtsutsuki. Lin Yu nodded indeed. If I'm not mistaken, Hanzo of the Salamander and even Danzo are in the shadows trying to uncover all our secrets. Pain's Tendo asked gravely, what does Master Yu suggest we do about this? Should I reject this commission? Lin Yu smiled, no need. Why turn down business? Besides, this is a golden opportunity to make a name for the Ōtsutsuki. Nagato, let's have a duel. Put on a show for the 5 great nations. Pain's Tendo was taken aback. A show? Master, you mean? You intend to lose to me on purpose? Lin Yu shook his head and said firmly, no. The blood of the Uchiha forbids me from going easy in battle. Nagato, it's time to show the world your true power. Even if you fall to me, Uchiha Yu defeat is a kind of glory. Pain's Tendo was silent for a long moment before asking then. Where should we choose as the battlefield? One could only imagine the devastation Lin Yu and Nagato would wreak upon the land if they fought without restraint. Thus the battlefield had to be chosen with great care. So Lin Yu turned and studied the map of the ninja world behind him intently, finally making his decision. 2 days from now at the Grass Country, the borderland where the 4 nations of Hidden Shadow, Rain, Fire, and Earth converge. Let our battle take place there. By then the 5 great ninja villages will surely be watching this fight. Nagato, I don't expect you to defeat me. All you need to do is fight with everything you have and force out as much of my power as possible. Only then can we convince the 5 great nations that there is no connection between the Ōtsutsuki and me. And only then could he satisfy the dormant battle lust of his Uchiha blood. The latter part of the thought Lin Yu kept to himself. Master Yu, I will treat this battle as a life-or-death duel. I won't let you down. Whoosh. Pain's Tendo flickered and vanished. Don't forget to make Inoki pay. Lin Yu reminded. Truth be told, Lin Yu's arrangement was partly a performance for the five great nations, but he also had his own selfish motives. During the idle days since founding the Hidden Shadow Village, his craving for battle had been stirring restlessly. It demanded to be quenched by a thrilling, all-out fight. Upon reflection, he had partially sealed the demonic statue of the Outer Path within Nagato precisely to groom him as a worthy opponent. Uchiha Yu, this battle maniac. From the land of shadow to the grass village, I haven't marked a Kamui point along the way. ITLL, take a day. Best settle the village affairs first. Lin Yu summoned the captain of the Hidden Shadow Village's Ōtsutsuki Mangetsu. What are your orders? Mangetsu asked. Lin Yu informed him of the upcoming battle with Nagato. That Ōtsutsuki is truly devious. Though Yagura's no saint either, Mangetsu remarked. It's fine. The ninja world has never known absolute peace. Everyone schemes behind the scenes. Inoki's methods, well, they're par for the course. Lin Yu was philosophical. But then his gaze sharpened, however. Since they've made a move, we can't just pretend it didn't happen. The explosion core of the Stone Village is famous across the ninja world. Its members wield the devastating explosion release jutsu. Mangetsu, I want you to capture one of their explosion release ninjas and bring him back to the village. Oh, you're interested in explosion release? Mangetsu was surprised. Lin Yu said yes. The Hidden Shadow Village must collect every bloodline limit in this world to strengthen our combat power. Mangetsu, this is your first classified mission as the Umbu captain. Don't disappoint me. Understood. If I fail, I'll bring you my head. Hozuki, Mangetsu vowed. At the Ninja Academy training ground, the white Zetsu clones were drilling with the children. Obito sat alone in an empty space using a twig to draw poop-shaped patterns in the rain-softened soil. Obito, I'm leaving the village for a while. Going to war. Obito continued drawing a second pile as he asked. Yeah, my hands are itching. Lin Yu said solemnly. While I'm away, other villages might try to take advantage. Can I kill a? Obito paused. Slay any who dare intrude. Spare none, wipe them out. Lin Yu's eyes were cold. Throwing them into a cesspool doesn't sound too bad. Obito said, resuming his drawing. I'm counting on you. Lin Yu vanished into a Kamui vortex. At the Hidden Shadow Village Hospital, Yuzuki Yuhi was focused on treating an elderly patient with medical ninjutsu. Lin Yu did not disturb her, but quietly left something behind. There, sir. Yuzuki Yuhi wiped her sweat, a smile like an angel on her face. Oh, thank you so much. The old man prepared to pay. Medical treatment is free in the Hidden Shadow Village, Yuhi said with a smile. Lord Shadow is truly wise. The old man sighed and left. After washing her hands, Yuhi noticed a lunchbox that had appeared on the table with a note underneath. I'm leaving the village for a few days. Eat on time, don't overwork. A blush crept onto her cheeks, and she felt sweet warmth, murmuring, honestly, I'm not a child. At the top floor of the Heavenly Feather Pavilion, Lin Yu looked toward the great waterfall, where Yugao was still training her Chidori tirelessly. He withdrew his gaze, closed the window, took out an ancient-style armor from the wardrobe, put it on, donned a hard, durable mask, and slung the Uchiha war fan across his back. The Kamui Mangekyo beneath the mask. Thirsted for war. Nagato, let me see what level your Rinnegan has reached. Whoosh. Lin Yu, no Uchiha Yu, disappeared into the Kamui vortex. A cataclysmic battle was about to shake the heavens. Within the grass country on an open plateau, surrounded by mountains, Lin Yu sat on a stone, having waited for a long time. Whoosh. A figure descended, a man in a fire cloud robe with orange hair. Upon landing, he swiftly formed hand, summoning jutsu. Boom, 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 boom. What was summoned were 5 men in fire cloud robes. The 6 paths of pain made their entrance. The leader Pain of the Deva path stepped forward, his cold and commanding voice ringing out. Uchiha Yu, I am Pain, leader of the Akatsuki. I have received a commission to take your life. Do you have any last words? Indeed, one must immerse fully in the act. Lin Yu had already sensed the chakra of those watching. Lin Yu said coldly, Pain, it seems I was wrong to save your leader Nagato from Hanzo. Nagato is dead. The one standing here is Pain. Lin Yu said coldly, Pain, it seems I was wrong to save your leader Nagato from Hanzo. Oh, the black rod from the 6 paths technique can now be freely generated. With the power of the demonic statue of the outer path, his growth has been accelerated across the board. This battle should be worth anticipating, shouldn't it? Lin Yu rose and said, who hired you to kill me? Speak, and I might grant you a whole corpse. Foolish question. Accept the judgment of God. Creak, creak. Pain of the Azura path extended his arm, summoning mechanism cannonballs that flew forth trailing flames. Boom, 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 boom. The flames of the explosion cleared, but Lin Yu was nowhere to be seen. Crack. An arm emerged from underground, grabbing the ankle of Pain of the Hell Path. Earth release head under jutsu. Crack. The Hell Path was pulled into the earth, leaving only its head outside. Lin Yu's hands reached out from both sides, seized the Hell Path's neck, and delivered a neck snap. Crack. The flames of the explosion cleared, but Lin Yu was nowhere to be seen. Crack. An arm emerged from underground, grabbing the would release tree world. Boom. Boom. The open ground erupted with a forest frenzy. Scatter. The Deva path commanded, and the five scattered. The land was swiftly covered by a forest tangled trunks and branches entwining toward the panes. The human path was caught and crushed into minced flesh. Almighty push. The Deva path extended his hand, unleashing a powerful repulsive force that temporarily halted the forest's advance. The mighty Ashura path hoisted the animal path and hurled it skyward. The animal path swiftly formed seals. Summoning jutsu. Boom. 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 The Deva path, Ashura path, and hungry ghost path were summoned into the sky. Also summoned was a gigantic monstrous bird. The four panes stood on the bird's back, gazing down at the dense forest below. The hell path was taken down first. It doesn't seem like a coincidence. Master Yu indeed knows the abilities of the six paths of pain, and he's not holding back, said the Deva path grimly. Lin Yu stood atop a great tree gazing at the monstrous bird in the sky. A smirk curled beneath his mask as he formed the horse seal. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Whoosh. A towering wave of flames swept across the heavens. I've never seen such an exaggerated fire release. Not even in the sky can one escape it, but the Deva path remarked. Then the hungry ghost path stepped forward. Hungry ghost path, sealing technique absorption. Whoosh. A translucent barrier appeared before the hungry ghost path's hands. The towering flame wave of the great fire annihilation was sucked into a bottomless void, rapidly dissipating. Ho ho. So all ninjutsu is futile before the Rinnegan, is that it? Then what about this? Boom. The Susanoo of the Tengu form was unleashed. Lin Yu's eyes now Mangekyo marked the monstrous bird in the sky since the panes were too small as target's far-range precision marking was difficult. Whoosh. A pitch-black Magatama condensed in the left hand of the Susanoo. Susanoo Divine Artifact 9 Holy Spirit Magatama. This is troublesome. The Deva path was solemn. Whoosh. The Magatama shot skyward. The monstrous bird flew swiftly the Magatama in hot pursuit. The Deva path extended his hand. Almighty push. Whoosh. A powerful repulsive field erupted. But it had no effect on the 9 Holy Spirit Magatama. I see. Attacks can pass through non-targets. Scatter. The four panes leaped off the monstrous bird's back. Boom. Screech. The bird struck by the divine Magatama vanished into a powerful vortex of space. The Deva path could control his gravity to hover in the sky, but the other three fell under gravity. Lin Yu's Mangekyo caught them. Whoosh. 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 The 9 Holy Spirit Magatama shot upward again, splitting into three. The animal path, hungry ghost path, and Ashura path were all taken down at once. High in the sky, the Deva path could hardly conceal his astonishment. Unbelievable. 5 of the 6 paths of pain taken down in such a short time. But this Deva path is different. Different how? Whoosh. A space vortex appeared behind the Deva path. Lin Yu had flanked him. What? The Deva path whirled around. Kamui. Lin Yu focused his left eye's Kamui on the Deva path's head. Crack. The headless corpse of the Deva path plummeted from the sky. Northern Mountain. A small figure floated in midair, Anoki of the two scales. He murmured, it seems. Uchiha Yu and the Ōtsutsuki are not allied. Is the leader of the Ōtsutsuki Pain really taken down just like that? Said Kuratsuchi. It's not that Pain is weak. It's that Uchiha Yu is too strong, Anoki replied. Western Mountain. Hanzo of the Salamander was also observing Uchiha Yu. His strength has increased by leagues compared to when he fought me. Has he truly been reborn after obtaining the complete cells of the first Hokage? Eastern Mountain. Danzo leaned on his staff. It seems it's over. Retrieve the Rinnegan and make sure Uchiha Yu doesn't notice. Yes. Beside him, a root member spoke respectfully, then submerged into the earth, quietly approaching the hell path of pain, whose body was still embedded in the ground. Southern Mountain, inside a tree disguised with paper, Konan and Kisame stood side by side. Before them, Nagato sat upright, his back connected to black rods transmitting chakra. Yet his expression showed no fatigue, only heartfelt admiration and a sincere smile. As expected of Master Yu, he took down the 6 paths of pain. But this time I will be careful. Slap. Nagato formed hand seals. Animal path. Boom. 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 The corpses of the 6 paths of pain were all summoned back. Nanny. That root member had just been about to dig out the hell path's Rinnegan when it suddenly vanished. Then a tree trunk stabbed down from above. Oh, a scream. No matter, just one more dead man. Inside the tree shelter, Nagato changed his hand seal. Hell path. Boom. A purplish-flamed king of hell rose, devouring the corpses of the 6 paths of pain. Crunch, crunch. After a chewing sound, the 6 were revived as good as new. Boom. The animal path descended upon the battlefield once more. Summoning jutsu. Boom. 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 The 6 paths of pain made their reappearance. What? How is this possible? Inoki, Hanzo, and Danzo were all stunned by the sudden turn of events. Pain of the Deva path rose Uchiha Yu. This time, I will not make the same mistake. Swoosh. The six pains formed their formation: the hungry ghost path and Azura path in front, the animal path and human path behind, the hell path in the center guarded by pain of the Deva path. Humph. That's more like it, Lin Yu said with a smile, thinking otherwise I might have to go after your real body, Naga. What had happened was merely a minor trial. The true battle had only just begun. The Deva path surveyed the surrounding trees, thinking this forest is too obstructive. Let me clear it. Slap. Slap. The hungry ghost path pressed both hands against the ground. Hungry ghost path devour. The devour and sealing technique absorption are both abilities of the hungry ghost path, yet their principles and effects differ. Sealing technique absorption reverses the chakra circulation within the body, absorbing the opponent's ninjutsu in front and nullifying it. The absorbed chakra dissipates within the body like sinking into a bottomless swamp regardless of chakra nature. As a sealing technique, chakra absorbed through this method imposes neither positive nor negative effects. Devour, on the other hand, reverses the chakra circulation to draw the opponent's chakra into one's own body. The chakra absorbed this way can be used by oneself, e.g. Nagato in his impure world reincarnation form used this to absorb all of Killer BS, Tailed Beast Chakra in version 2, restoring his body to normal levels. Unlike sealing technique absorption, the chakra absorbed via devour can have either beneficial or detrimental effects on oneself. For instance, the hungry ghost path was turned into a stone toad due to the properties of sage chakra. Boom. A massive amount of chakra surged into the hungry ghost path's body through the earth as a medium. At the same time, the forest created by the earlier wood release advent of a world of flowering trees withered and the terrain reverted to a plain. This scene was utterly breathtaking. Even Lin Yu was startled. Did he absorb all the wood release chakra from the advent of a world of flowering trees? This is no joke. Swish. The animal path rapidly formed hand seals. Summoning technique. Poof. Poof. Two colossal rhinoceroses were summoned, charging toward Lin Yu with earth-shaking strides. Slap. Lin Yu formed seals, and two giant trees rose from the ground, firmly binding the rhinoceroses before suddenly constricting. Roar. Poof. The two rhinoceroses, amplified by the summoning, vanished amidst their screams. Meanwhile, Lin Yu reclaimed the trees. Since he knew the hungry ghost path could absorb wood release chakra, he naturally retracted it after the technique took effect, lest he waste chakra needlessly. Summoning technique. Summoning technique. Summoning technique. The animal path summoned consecutively, and in an instant creatures from the sky, the land, and even the sea all emerged. A colossal crab spewed a corrosive foam sea that rapidly rose to Lin Yu's knees, forcing him to enter an intangible state. A giant lobster continuously spat foam jets, sealing off Lin Yu's movement space. Rumble. The enormous bizarre bird from before reappeared, dropping explosive eggs from the sky. Three three-headed hellhounds encircled Lin Yu, glaring menacingly. Hey, is this a zoo? The face beneath Lin Yu's mask was bittersweet, but soon replaced by soaring battle spirit. But this is just right. Roar. Susanoo rose, resisting the corrosive foam as Lin Yu rapidly formed hand seals. Summoning technique. Poof. In the massive plume of smoke, the eight tails descended. Then let monsters fight monsters. Lin Yu's Rinnegan eyes blazed with ocular power as he controlled the eight tails to unleash successive tailed beast balls. Boom, 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 boom. The bizarre bird in the sky, the lobster and crab on the ground, all were blasted to shreds by the tailed beast balls. But the hellhounds were different. They possessed the ability to infinitely split, surviving the explosion of the tailed beast ball and leaping forward to bite the eight tails. Roar. The eight tails bellowed furiously, its 8 octopus tails tightly entangling the 3 hounds while spewing copious black ink that drenched their bodies. Sealing technique, billowing rage, servant of a raging god. Clack, clack. Within seconds, the 3 hounds were sealed by the solidified ink, unable to move. Lin Yu gazed at the distant 6 paths of pain and murmured, "Let's fire one." Whoosh. The 8 tails opened its massive maw, forming a colossal tailed beast ball of fearsome tailed beast chakra, and launched it toward the 6 paths of pain in the distance. Boom. The tailed beast ball hurtled through the air, its shockwave leaving terrible scars on the ground below. The 6 paths of pain watched the approaching tailed beast ball, and the Deva path couldn't help but remark, "So this is the power of a tailed beast." Such might. Even dodging would be futile. However, the hungry ghost path can absorb it just as well. Whoosh. The hungry ghost path dashed forward, deploying the barrier of sealing technique absorption. The tailed beast ball, with its world-shattering power, struck the barrier, but instead of exploding, it rapidly shrank and vanished completely. Onlookers perched on the surrounding mountains gaped in shock at the spectacle of their battle. Monsters. Both of them are monsters. Huang Tu's voice trembled. Onoki clenched his fists. If these two were to join forces, even all 5 Kage together might not be able to withstand them. Hanzo of the Salamander narrowed his eyes baffled. So this is the true power of the Rinnegan. But why does the Rinnegan, which belongs to Nagato, appear on 6 individuals? Why is the deceased Yahiko standing there, as if alive? And where is Nagato? Danzo gripped his staff. Akatsuki. Another uncontrollable variable. If I had known, I would have eradicated them at all costs that day. Poof. The 8 tails vanished in a plume of white smoke. Lin Yu looked at the 6 paths of pain, a smirk curling beneath his mask. You've grown stronger. Then he'll get a little serious too. Swish. Lin Yu formed hand seals. Would release advent of a world of flowering trees. Boom. Boom. A violent forest sprouted again, even grander than the previous advent of a world of flowering trees. Hungry Ghost Path devour. Poof. The Hungry Ghost Path attempted the same tactic, absorbing the wood release chakra through the earth. But after absorbing it, he realized no. This chakra is too vast. The trees are growing faster than I can absorb them. The Deva Path said, but the Hungry Ghost Path's absorption will inevitably hinder the growth of these trees. We have ample time to respond. Whoosh. Whoosh. Yet no sooner had he spoken than flower buds suddenly sprouted on the trees. Upon blooming, a massive amount of toxic pollen spread out. This is... Damn, I'm absorbing the chakra of these trees. I can't absorb the pollen in time. Cried the Hungry Ghost Path in alarm. Whoosh. Whoosh. Yet no sooner had he spoken than flower buds suddenly sprouted on the trees. Upon blooming, a massive amount of toxic pollen spread out. This is... The Deva Path extended both hands. Almighty push. Whoosh. A powerful field of repulsion erupted. The pollen was temporarily unable to approach. Then the Deva Path activated the protective barrier of the Rinnegan, shielding himself. Boom. The Hell Path summoned the King of Hell, which swallowed the 4 paths that had been killed by the toxic pollen. The resurrected animal path was hoisted onto the shoulder of the revived Azura Path. The Azura Path's arm transformed, its elbow forming a space shuttle-like structure. Boom. With a burst of fiery exhaust, the animal path shot out like a rocket, escaping the pollen zone, and swiftly formed hand seals. Summoning technique. Poof, 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 poof. The remaining 5 paths appeared on a patch of open ground. The protective barrier dissipated, and the Deva Path looked at the Hell Path, which had inhaled the pollen at the last moment, and collapsed. He sighed, still a step too late. The Deva Path was the strongest among the 6, but the Hell Path was the most crucial. Boom, boom. At the edge of sight, a colossal wood human entwined with a shoulder-coiling wood dragon emerged from the pollen. On top of the wood human stood Lin Yu, clad in the Susanoo of the Tengu armor, arms crossed over his chest. Pain, use all your strength to entertain me. Would release wood golem. This is a jutsu that rivals the complete form of Susanoo, a super wood release technique. Senju Hashirama has used wood release more than once to confront Uchiha Madara, who wields the complete Susanoo without losing any ground. The wood golem clenched its fist and swung down heavily. Boom. The punch shook the ground, causing the earth to crack and the air to surge. Pain's 5 bodies quickly retreated, even ignoring the corpse of the Hell Path. The Deva Path of Pain even unleashed Shinra Tensei to counter the incoming force. Even from several miles away, the tremors could be clearly felt. The wood golem technique of the first Hokage, truly remarkable. The old Onoki finally broke into a sweat. He was a witness and participant of that era. This immense power reminded him of the fear he felt as a child when facing overwhelming strength. Hanzo of the Salamander's expression turned solemn. Is this the awe-inspiring technique of the legendary ninja god? Truly fearsome. Danzo muttered, the birth of the tree world, the flower tree world, even the wood golem. He must have mastered all wood release techniques under the wood sage art, just like the youthful Lord Hashirama. With those eyes of the Mangekyo Sharingan comparable to Madara before his blindness, whether it be wood release or the Sharingan, if he ascends to the next stage, no one will be able to stop him. Muttering, Danzo clenched his fist. As long as the plan with Yuzuki Yugao succeeds, I must also prepare for the next step. The Deva Path of Pain gazed at the approaching wood golem, certain of one thing in his heart. Before this power, all is futile. Only overwhelming power can contend against overwhelming power. Thud, thud, thud. The Hell Path, the Animal Path, the Human Path, and the Hungry Ghost Path all fell to the ground. Nagato concentrated all his power on the Deva Path. Oh, have they finally arrived? Lin Yu's eyes brightened, and he shouted, come on. Whoosh. His robe fluttered as the Deva Path floated into the air. Nagato, must you really use that technique? Isn't it just for show to those people? Why go all out like this? Conan looked at Nagato, who was closing his eyes to gather chakra. The show may be fake, but the battle is real. If not, the name of Akatsuki cannot rise in the ninja world. Nagato suddenly opened his Rinnegan. The Deva Path of Pain thrust his palms forward. Super Shinra Tensei. Zzz. The white light overshadowed everything. Boom. Then, a force like a raging sea swept across the 8 directions. Crack. The wood golem's advance halted abruptly, and the ocean of the flower tree world behind it was instantly flattened. Boom. 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 The plane rapidly sank, transforming into a basin. Trees, earth, and dust all rolled and crashed against the mountain walls under the overwhelming repulsive force. Boom. Yet, the force did not cease upon crashing into the mountain walls. The rolling stones were sent flying out, towards the northern mountains. Lord Ōtsutsuki. Snap. Anoki struck the ground with his hand. Earth released the great earthquake. Boom. A large area of land rose up, creating a massive trench to block the falling rocks. Towards the western mountains. Lord Hanzo. Hanzo of the Salamander ignited chakra flames at his fingertips, leaning forward to strike the ground. 4 red mansion formation, 1 red sun barrier. Boom. A red barrier rose up, blocking the torrent of rocks. Towards the eastern mountains. Lord Danzo. Crack. Danzo bit his finger. Summoning technique, Dream Baku. Boom. The Dream Baku appeared, opening its wide mouth to unleash a powerful wind release, sucking the incoming flying rocks into its mouth. Towards the southern mountains. Conan felt the tremors of the earth and said, "It seems that this place cannot escape being affected. Leave it to me." Kisame Hoshigaki slung his samahata over his shoulder and stepped outside. Water release, great water shockwave. Boom. The vast torrent of water rose from the ground, enveloping like a hemisphere, swirling under Kisame's control. As the rocks grazed the edges, they shattered into dust. The surrounding residual waves alone require a cage-level ninja to contain. Boom. 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 Meanwhile, at the core of the battlefield, the force of Super Shinra Tensei continued to surge. Above the wood golem, Lin Yu's Yata Mirror Susanoo was already covered in cracks, and the wood golem it stood upon was continuously retreating, each step further devastating the scarred earth. Snap. Lin Yu formed hand seals. Would release great wood pillar technique. Boom. 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 Towering wooden pillars rose from behind the wood golem, propping it up and slightly alleviating its retreat. Crack. Crack. The Yata Mirror Susanoo further cracked, reaching the brink of collapse. Should I give up on defense and directly activate the penetrating mode? Lin Yu's expression turned grave, but then he thought, no. If the wood golem and Susanoo are destroyed by Pain's technique, where will I put my face in the future? Lin Yu's forehead bulged with veins as he clasped his hands tightly against his chest. Would release Infinite Tree World. Infinite Tree World means the continuous birth of trees, maintaining the tree world without concern for chakra consumption. In theory, as long as chakra does not run out, the tree world will never stop growing. Boom. 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 In the vacuum created by the wood golem's block, endless trees burst forth from the earth, forming a buffer zone. The back of the wood golem crashed into that expanse of trees and finally came to a stop. Zzz. Lin Yu's eyes shone brightly with the Mangekyo blood vessels bursting, his ocular powers surging. The nearly disintegrated Yata Mirror Susanoo once again forged its proud armor. Boom. 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 Thus, after 1 minute, Super Shinra Tensei finally subsided completely. As the dust settled, gazing at the wood golem just a few hundred meters away, the Deva Path of Pain exclaimed, "It actually endured." Indeed, the Super Shinra Tensei, powerful enough to destroy Konoha in one strike, was fully endured by Lin Yu using the power of wood release combined with Susanoo. Boom. The wood golem completed its mission, kneeling on one knee while maintaining its proud posture. Whoosh. The Yata Mirror Susanoo dissipated. "Come on, let's do this for real." Lin Yu smirked, drawing the Uchiha fan from his back and leaping down from the top of the wood golem, charging towards the Deva Path of Pain. The animal path, the Asura path, the hungry ghost path, and the human path all stood up and moved forward. The animal path quickly formed hand seals. The animal path, the Asura path, the hungry ghost path, and the human path all stood up and moved forward. The animal path quickly formed hand seals. Summoning. No way. Lin Yu ran forward, his left eye sharply focusing on the animal path's head. Kamui. Whoosh. The space twisted and the headless corpse of the animal path fell down. Ugh. After vanquishing the beast path with divine might, a sharp pain shot through his eyes. Blood trickled from the corner of his eye, and his vision blurred momentarily. Lin Yu covered his eyes, and after a brief adjustment, his sight gradually returned to clarity. Lin Yu murmured, "My ocular power is drained. The kaleidoscope can no longer keep up with the body's pace." The Asura path manifested 3 heads and 6 arms, revealing a fully mechanized body as it thrust its fist towards Lin Yu, who was dozens of meters away. Rocket of the monster arm. Boom. 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 Lin Yu did not activate penetration. Instead, he maneuvered while running, evading the trajectory of the rocket traps. Whoosh. 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 The rocket traps adjusted their trajectory, closely pursuing Lin Yu. A smirk appeared on Lin Yu's lips as he suddenly changed direction towards the Azura path, then activated the penetration mode just before the rocket struck his back. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The rockets passed through him and struck the Azura path itself. Boom, boom, boom. In the explosion's fiery chaos, the severely damaged Azura path crashed heavily to the ground. Crackle. The Raikiri gathered in Lin Yu's right hand, turning pitch black due to the infusion of divine might. Die freak. Lin Yu charged forward. Divine might Raikiri. Crack. Whoosh. At the instant Raikiri struck, a vortex of divine might appeared, burying the Azura path in the space-time continuum. Almost simultaneously, the human path launched a surprise attack on Lin Yu. Its method of attack simple, just reaching for Lin Yu's shoulder, but the effect of the technique was extremely terrifying. The soul extraction technique of Pain's human path could extract the soul from the body in an instant upon grasping the target. If no external force intervened, the victim was doomed. Having an intimate understanding of Pain's 6 paths abilities, Lin Yu was well prepared. When he unleashed the divine might Raikiri on the Azura path, his peripheral vision had already been monitoring the movements of the human path. Whoosh. He suddenly swung the Uchiha fan behind him. Clang. The human path's palm struck the fan. Lin Yu stomped down, causing a tree trunk to rise up from beside the human path, binding him, while Lin Yu jumped back. Fire release, great fireball technique. As he jumped back, he unleashed a fireball from his mouth, hitting the human path with the trees, enhancing the flames. The basic wood release and basic fire release could be used by Lin Yu without hand seals, skillfully combining them to eliminate the human path. The beast path, Azura path, and human path all perished. Only the hungry ghost path remained before the Deva path. This hungry ghost, capable of absorbing all ninjutsu, was not easy to deal with. My ocular power is exhausted. I must reserve my divine might for now. If I want to defeat him, it will have to rely on physical techniques, but the visual sharing between the Rinnegan is also a hassle. Then it shall be as such. Lin Yu calculated in his mind, stowing the fan and forming seals with his hands in front of his chest. Ninjutsu would release shadow clone. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 4 would release shadow clones emerged surrounding the hungry ghost path. You have 2 pairs of eyes, so I'll use 4 would release clones to deal with you. Boom, 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 boom. The 4 would release clones launched an assault on the hungry ghost path. However, the hungry ghost path quickly began forming seals. This seal? Lin Yu frowned. The hungry ghost path completed the seal and suddenly thrust both hands out. Wind release, gale palm. Bang. 1 would release clone was heavily blasted away. Pain's Deva path also formed seals. Water release, water shockwave. Whoosh. A high-pressure water column severed another would release clone that was caught off guard. Indeed, it was caught off guard. Lin Yu had not anticipated that Pain would suddenly use a conventional ninjutsu. But Lin Yu then thought I had been overly cautious regarding the Rinnegan's 6 paths abilities. I almost forgot that Nagato, even at 10 years old, had mastered 6 chakra nature transformations, including the Yang release, and could utilize thousands of ninjutsu of the 6 major elemental transformations, as well as all mainstream ninjutsu. Pain's 6 paths are not merely puppets controlled by Nagato, they are also ninjas capable of using all ninjutsu. They can use ninjutsu and absorb ninjutsu. In such situations, one must think strategically. Lin Yu calmly analyzed. First, I need to block their line of sight, but since the hungry ghost path can absorb all ninjutsu, and chakra, the mist concealment technique, would probably also be absorbed. Therefore, non-chakra and non-ninjutsu should work. Lin Yu rummaged through his ninja tool pouch and pulled out a smoke bomb. If shurikens can increase their numbers with shadow clones, then similarly other ninja tools should be able to as well. Lin Yu threw the smoke bomb. Pain thought, a smoke bomb. Is he trying to block vision with non-chakra means? But with just 1 bomb. Yet Lin Yu began forming seals. Ninjutsu smoke bomb shadow clone. Bang, bang, bang. The smoke bombs in midair suddenly multiplied, producing a full 100. Pain gasped. What? Bang. The smoke exploded, filling the air with thick smoke. The hungry ghost path formed seals, preparing to disperse the smoke with wind ninjutsu, but Lin Yu would release shadow clones, seize the opportunity to launch an attack. Bang, bang. The sounds of fist and foot collisions echoed through the smoke. Lin Yu recalled how Naruto had once used the Sage Mode's Frog Kata to defeat the hungry ghost path. The principle of the Frog Kata was to use invisible natural energy to launch physical attacks. But even if it's a physical attack, natural energy itself is a form of chakra. Why does it work against the hungry ghost path? Lin Yu's thoughts raced, because even if it's a chakra attack, as long as the hungry ghost path has not yet opened its absorption barrier, it will be effective. Buzz. Purple chakra enveloped Lin Yu's arm as he charged into the smoke, closing his eyes and using his hearing to detect the sounds of battle from his clones. Found you. Lin Yu suddenly leaped, delivering a heavy punch. Boom. He struck the hungry ghost path in the chest, forcefully driving it down into the ground, causing the earth to cave in. Would release diamond light would. A tree trunk burst forth from the hungry ghost path's chest, tearing its body apart and transforming into a towering tree. First heavily damaging it with brute force, then injecting the wood release power into its body, causing roots to grow internally and tear its body apart. This was an incredibly brutal form of wood release taijutsu. Even Pain, who felt no pain, let out a chilling scream. Whoosh. The smoke dispersed, and Lin Yu charged towards the isolated Pain of the Deva path, extending his hand. It's over. Zing. A black rod suddenly sprouted from the Deva path's sleeve, stabbing towards Lin Yu's shoulder. Humph. A smirk appeared at the corner of Lin Yu's mouth as he did not dodge and allowed the black rod to pierce his shoulder. Bang. Nagato's chakra surged in through the black rod, causing Lin Yu's body to stiffen, but that was all. Though your chakra is strong, you cannot interfere with me. You're still too weak. Lin Yu pressed through the interference of the black rod, continuing to reach for the Deva path. Whoosh! Just then the Deva path's eyes snapped open, and a powerful repulsive force exploded. Shinra Tensei. Lin Yu was blasted away. My power has finally returned. After several rolls, Lin Yu sat up and murmured, the Deva path's power has recovered faster than I expected. It makes sense considering it has the outer path's golem power, which is incomparable. However, Lin Yu pulled the black rod from his shoulder and tossed it aside, the wound healing automatically. Crackle. Standing up, Lin Yu stretched his neck joints, gazing at the contemplative Deva path, and meaningfully said, if you do not unleash a more powerful technique, nothing will change. The Deva path glanced at Lin Yu, seemingly resolute, before turning and running south. A deep smile crept across Lin Yu's lips beneath his mask as he pursued. High Mountain Tree Cave. Nagato, stop. That technique you've just grasped not long ago has not been put into practice. It's too risky. Shaonin anxiously urged Nagato, who was tightly closing his eyes, gathering chakra and ocular power. Shaonin, even facing someone as powerful as Uchiha Yu, I still refuse to concede. I want to truly defeat him. Nagato exclaimed with effort, suddenly bringing his hands together, his palms slightly open. Shaonin clenched her tiny fists, her palms sweating with urgency, and ultimately, she acquiesced, no longer advising against it. Kisame, as a witness, fully understood everything, sighing in his heart. Yes, influence is indeed everywhere. Akatsuki is way more interesting than I imagined. Zzz. A dim light radiated from the empty space in Nagato's palms. Swish. A thumb-sized dim gravitational orb rose from the southern high mountain, halting hundreds of meters in the air. Zing. The light suddenly darkened under the dark gravity. Even light could not escape. Payan Tiandao controlled the gravitational field and soared into the sky, clasping his hands together. Dibao Tian Xing. Rumble. The earth cracked and shattered, surging toward the source of gravity in the sky. Lin Yu naturally was not spared. Standing on a rising boulder, his Xiaolinian beneath the mask remained calm. Changmin Dibao Tian Xing is indeed unparalleled, but to me, who possesses the power of Shenwei, breaking it is all too easy. Boom. Shuzu Nunghu was unleashed, opening only half of its second form. In its half-skeletal palm, a jet-black shuriken formed. Leveraging this immense gravity, there was no need to aim deliberately. Merely evading the stones in its flight path was sufficient. After roughly aiming, Shuzu Nunghu hurled the Shenwei shuriken into the sky. Under the influence of the dark gravity, the Shenwei shuriken struck the central black sphere. Accompanied by a Shenwei vortex, the core of Dibao Tian Xing was transported into time-space, and the rocks that had risen into the air crashed down in a tree hollow on the high mountain. Huff, huff, unbelievable. Dibao Tian Xing was dispelled so childishly. Changmin panted slightly, his expression unable to conceal his astonishment. Changmin, that's enough, you've consumed too much chakra. Shaonin dissuaded him. In that case, I can only create a larger Dibao Tian Xing, launched to an even higher position, a height that even Shenwei cannot reach. Slap. Changmin ignored Shaonin, clasping his hands together again. His pair of Luanhui eyes trembled as he desperately squeezed out his dojutsu power. His hands parted, revealing a fist-sized gravitational orb. Its scale 3 times that of before. The gravitational orb rose to several thousand meters in altitude, erupting an infinite gravitational field between heaven and earth. Boom. This time not only the flatlands, but even the great mountains could not escape. The onlookers, who had already sensed something amiss, had long evacuated. Crack. Crack. Countless rocks were drawn up and adhered to the black sphere. In an instant, it became a celestial orb several kilometers in diameter. Lin Yu, rising in the air, murmured, at this rate, not even the Shenwei shuriken nor the Kyushin Shenwei Magatama would be of use. However, there's no need for such trouble. Lin Yu's right eye in Mangekyo form released a shunwei vortex preparing to suck himself into time-space to take shelter until Di Bao Tianxing completed before emerging. Huh. Pain Tendo waved his hand, who under the manipulation of the force field nearby rocks passed through Lin Yu's body, and the spatial movement was interrupted. And knowing that my self-transfer is slower than transferring external objects while time-space transfer failed. So what should I do next? And knowing that my self-transfer is slower than transferring external objects while time-space transfer failed. The Yatagarasu Shuzu Nunghu slammed heavily into Di Bao Tianxing and was rapidly buried by subsequent rocks. The dense solid pressure brought the Yatagarasu Shuzu Nunghu to the brink of collapse. Ayo! Pain Tendo let out a ferocious roar, clasping his hands fiercely before his chest. Boom! Countless rocks surged forward one after another, crashing into the outer edge of Di Bao Tianxing. In just over 10 seconds, they forcibly doubled the volume of Di Bao Tianxing. The scale of this Di Bao Tianxing evidently surpassed the one Changmen used when capturing the tailed beast transformed Naruto. It could not be said to trap the full 9 tails, but trapping half of the 9 tails was more than enough. It could be said that almost no entity could escape from this Di Bao Tianxing. Far in the distance, Oanoki floated midair, speaking confidently. I never expected that the Akatsuki I hired on a whim could actually kill that Uchiha Yu. This way the one who threatens our interests no longer exists, and there will never be a second Madara. Let's go back and clean up. The Anin village is in the way. Hanzo of the Salamander clenched his fist, speaking with worried foresight. The Akatsuki has become this troublesome. Danzo, gripping his cane, said cunningly, so this is the power of the Rinnegan. Incredible. If we could obtain this power, what worry would there be about unifying the ninja world? The Akatsuki could also be taken over and used. Tap. Pain Tendo landed on the ground, which had sunk hundreds of meters, gazing at the Di Bao Tianxing hanging overhead, muttering to himself, Mr. Yu, I know you are currently in intangibility mode and temporarily safe. Rest assured, I will release the Di Bao Tianxing before your intangibility mode's 5-minute limit is reached. Although this outcome is somewhat regrettable to you, unfortunately, I have won. Crack. A crisp sound came from the sky. Pain Tendo's eyes suddenly narrowed. The onlookers who were about to leave halted and looked back. Masaka. Impossible. A crack split open on Di Bao Tianxing, and the Yatagarasu Shuzu Nunghu broke free, wielding in its right hand a large sword of a dark gray luster with a texture that seemed to flow. Clearly that was no ordinary weapon of Shuzu Nunghu. Zing! The great sword extended to an exaggerated length, likely more than twice as long as the Yatagarasu Shuzu Nunghu itself. Shwa, 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 shwa. With each swing it sliced through Di Bao Tianxing like tofu. Rumble. Di Bao Tianxing disintegrated into countless fragments, scattering. In the void, however, mirror-like cracks remained left behind by the sword's passage, only gradually fading after several seconds. It was less that the great sword cut through Di Bao Tianxing, but rather, it cut through space itself. Shuzu Nunghu, third deity weapon, 10 directions, divine void sword. The shunwei power contained within the sword reached its peak. Wherever the blade touched, space would be severed, naturally including all things within that space, and Di Bao Tianxing was no exception. Pain Tendo gazed at the sky. After a long silence, he let out a sigh. Mister, you to think you are this strong. Rumble. Rocks crashed to the earth with deafening roars. Inside the Yatagarasu Shuzu Nunghu, Lin Yu's eyes bled profusely. This power I have never shown anyone before. Pain Changman, you have done well. Worthy of praise. Rocks crashed to the earth with deafening roars. Inside the Yatagarasu Shuzu Nunghu, Lin Yu's eyes bled profusely. The sword waves surged overwhelmingly. Each slash contained the power to break armies, destroying all obstacles with irresistible force. If by chance it was actually blocked, the shunwei power residing within would trigger, transporting the obstruction to another dimension. This is the strongest Shuzu using the strongest divine artifact, executing the strongest sword technique. 10 directions, divine void slash. Perish. Rumble. A vast surging wave of sword energy descended upon him. Pain's Deva path had no intention of waiting for death. He immediately manipulated the gravitational field, shifting the countless boulders scattered from the shattered Chibaku Tensei to meet the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Yet all the boulders were pulverized, and the sword wave advanced undiminished. The Deva path clasped his hands together, determined to gamble everything. Shinra Tensei. A blinding white light illuminated everything as the earth collapsed once more. The mighty sword wave collided with the immense repulsive force of the Shinra Tensei, finally halted, and then triggered the power of Kamui. Swish, 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 swish. In the sky, dozens of Kamui vortices interlinked, resonating with each other and distorting the repulsive field of the Shinra Tensei. It was no longer mere repulsion, but a chaotic force field without any pattern detonating in all directions. Boom. In midair, the Karasu Tengu Susanoo instantly vanished, and Lin Yu was forced into his intangibility mode. Pain's Deva path fared worse. His body was torn apart at the molecular level by the force field, as if struck by the dust release. Yet the chaotic force field did not dissipate with the Deva path's demise, like a runaway stallion, it had long slipped from control. Boom, boom, boom. Beneath this chaotic field the earth twisted and writhed, constantly changing its shape, like a child kneading Play-Doh. Thunder and lightning rent the sky as the distorted field affected even the climate. Boom, boom. Lightning bolts scoured the land, hurricanes howled in the heavens. This scene of devastation lasted a full 5 minutes before subsiding. Precisely the critical threshold of Lin Yu's intangibility mode. Had it lasted a moment longer, even Lin Yu himself could not have survived. Phew. He regulated his breath, surveying the battlefield that resembled a Picasso masterpiece. Withdrawing his gaze, he looked toward the southern mountain. The southern mountain was the least damaged among the 4 peaks, but even it was nearly leveled by half, leaving only a solitary spire standing. When the black rod had pierced him earlier, Lin Yu had roughly determined Nagato's location through the chakra transmitted into his body. Though not as precise as the reverse tracking of Sage Mode combining the terrain analysis Nagato's true body, Lin Yu murmured, "Nagato, you forced me to use 80% of my full strength. You truly have potential worth nurturing. When I obtain the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, your Rinnegan should have reached another realm by then. Let us fight again then. Not against the 6 paths of pain, but against your true self." Swish. Lin Yu vanished into a Kamui vortex. He did not return to Onin village immediately, for this battle had drained his ocular power immensely. He needed to rest in the dimensional space and soothe his aching, splitting eyes. Inside a tree hollow. Huff, huff, huff. Nagato breathed heavily, sweat beads the size of soybeans rolling down his cheeks and spine. In this battle he had used the Rinnegan's 6 paths techniques countless times, even resummoning the 6 paths of pain along with 2 Chibaku Tensei and 2 Shinra Tensei. Even Nagato, with the Uzumaki clan's vast chakra reserves and the demonic statue of the outer path within him, had reached his limit. "Nagato, you've tried your best," Conan said with concern. Nagato replied, "Huff, huff. I lost. In the application of techniques, combat experience, and even the contest of chakra quantity. I lost completely, mister. Yes, strength is unfathomable, far beyond what I can overcome now. But next time I will not lose." Nagato. Conan's expression was somewhat complex. "Huff, huff. Let's go back. This battle has opened a path for me. Skilled warriors will surely come flocking. I must adjust to my peak state to overawe them." Nagato said. "Understood." Somewhere in the land of Earth, the 13th detachment of Iwagakure's Explosion Corps had just completed a base demolition mission and was running back to the village. Yet a silver-haired young man carrying a scroll blocked their path. "Who are you?" demanded the IWA Explosion Corps leader. "The explosion-released genius Kari of Iwagakure. I've been waiting for you." With that, Hozuki Mangetsu drew from his scroll a massive blade with explosive scrolls attached to its tip. "That's the blast sword flycutter. You are Hozuki Mangetsu of Kirigakure's 7 Ninja Swordsmen." Kari exclaimed in shock. "Correction, former 7 Ninja Swordsmen." Hozuki Mangetsu said with pride, charging forward with his blade. Rumble. After a fierce clash, the ground was scarred by explosions. D-damn. Thud. The battered Kari collapsed. Gurgle. Multiple pools of water scattered on the ground flowed together and coalesced into human form. Hozuki Mangetsu wiped the sweat from his body and murmured, "Tough one, but that should complete Lord Shadow's mission." Splash. Suddenly rain began to fall from a clear sky. Sensing the raindrops, Hozuki Mangetsu's expression turned serious. "That's the Kirigakure's secret technique, raining cut. Those troublesome fellows have come." Raindrops, a secret art that weakens all ninjutsu and chakra. Within this rain, even the unique hydration ability of the Hozuki clan cannot function. This technique has always been mastered by Kirigakure's renowned pursuit division. Sure enough, before long, figures clad in Kirigakure Yenbyu attire, wearing masks and wielding ninja blades, surrounded Hozuki Mangetsu. "Hozuki Mangetsu, we're here on Lord Yagura's orders to reclaim your ninja blade. Why come for me first instead of retrieving Samahata from Kisame? Sooner or later, betraying the blood mist village leads only to death." In the land of shadow, before the gates of Onin village, a large assembly of masked ninja gathered. News of Uchiha's battle with the Akatsuki leader Pain in the land of grass had already spread. Some people with ulterior motives wanted to take the chance to launch a surprise attack on Onin village and destroy it once and for all. Who were these people? They might belong to no hidden village, or they might belong to any. It didn't matter. To Onin village they were in. Shadow Uchiha is away. This is the perfect chance to annihilate Onin village. Our orders are to kill everyone, ninja and civilian, young and old, male and female, to teach the entire shinobi world what happens to those who join Onin village, the leading masked ninja said coldly. Yes, if that happened, Onin village would be finished. No one would dare join. Yet a bizarre-looking figure appeared before these invaders. Who was that? A mere underling of Onin village. They stopped looking at the person before them with contempt in their voices. But at that moment the bizarre figure raised an odd question. Defecation? Yes, defecation. Do you know what defecation feels like? I suppose. It's probably similar to the thrill of killing. You insignificant underlings, stop spouting nonsense here. Take him down. The masked ninjas hurled their kunai. Well, if you were throwing feces at me, I might be a bit more amused. Clang, clang, clang. Then all the kunai stopped right before Afei. But this was not the repulsive force of Shinra Tensei. Guh. Those kunai melted into molten iron before Afei. How did he do that? What kind of jutsu? He didn't do anything. The masked ninjas were stupefied. Afei muttered. It's simple, release chakra to stop the kunai, then use the heat of the chakra to melt them. Even such a basic principle eludes you. Impossible. Not even a Kage could accomplish that. He's charging. Boom. Afei's fist pierced through a masked ninja's chest, his hand expanding inside the body, and bam. The man burst into a spray of blood, drenching the ground. Afei stepped through the blood toward the next man. Don't come near me. The man collapsed, scrambling backward on hands and feet. Afei approached him, grabbed his head, and muttered, I've often heard people say your head is full of shit. I'm curious. Are human heads really made of feces? Afei's fingertips grew barbs that pierced the skull, then expanded. Boom. The scene resembled an exploding watermelon, blood splattering across Afei's face. Monster. He's a monster. The masked ninjas who had sworn to destroy Onin village were terrified, and Afei formed hand seals. Wood-style mechanical bird. A strange mechanical bird crafted from wood-style took flight. Afei leaped onto its back, standing upright with arms crossed, unhurriedly pursuing the fleeing ninjas. So what exactly does the urge to defecate feel like? No one dared to answer. They only ran for their lives with greater desperation. Afei said, honestly, is that question so hard to answer? Whistling sounds came as a row of sharpened wooden projectiles shot from holes beneath the bird's wings. Off. Several ninjas in the rear were struck and fell. Afei formed seals. Wood-style insertion technique. Wooden branches sprouted inward, growing from within the bodies. A gruesome sight. The mechanical bird continued its pursuit. Afei asked, then let me ask another question. Who sent you? It is Tuan Song, a trembling voice replied. Tuan Song. His subordinates shouldn't be this spineless. Well, never mind. They're dead men anyway. They'll just put the blame on him. Afei spoke nonchalantly. The mechanical bird's beak opened wide and a crossbow bolt made of wood-style. Afei said, this is my invention, the wood-style laxative technique. It might sting a bit, but relief will come soon. Boom. The bolt flew, but mid-flight its tip split apart, the outer shell disintegrated, and fell to the ground. 8 secondary bolts continued forward, then split again into 64 tiny tertiary bolts, accurately striking the posterior of the 64 ninjas ahead. Oh, it hurts so much. Every one of them collapsed, screaming in agony, trying to pull out the wooden branches. But the tips rooted themselves, impossible to remove. Afei raised 2 fingers to his chest. Wood-style flower tree realm. Then, the rooted wooden branches sprouted rapidly, growing vigorously. The parts exposed outside actually carried buds. As they bloomed, a foul odor spread. Hi. Ghastly screams echoed under the sky, but within seconds silence fell. Afei jumped off the mechanical bird and stood among the corpses as if waiting. Swoosh. A Kamui vortex appeared. As soon as Lin Yu landed, he frowned deeply. What a stench. Oh, you're back. Afei said. What's all this? Lin Yu asked, surveying the gruesome scene. As you can see, these fellows tried to cause trouble in the village while you were away, but I've dealt with them on the spot. Afei replied. Did you find out who's behind it? Lin Yu asked. Afei answered casually. They said Tuan Song. Not sure if that's true. Deep in thought, Lin Yu walked to a corpse and removed its mask, revealing a face contorted with indescribable pain. Clearly his death was far from easy. Lin Yu paid no attention to the deathly expression. Instead, he looked at the headband. It was a Mu Yi headband. Too obvious. They clearly intended to frame Mu Yi if they failed. Lin Yu stroked his chin, muttering. Who would hate both us and Mu Yi? Could it be those guys from Yunin? But that doesn't match the fourth Reikage style, though his simple-mindedness fits. After a while, still clueless, Lin Yu shook his head. Forget it, they're mere ants' dust. It's coming. A face. Who's coming? Lin Yu was puzzled. Then, the flower buds fully bloomed. They were giant rafflesia. At the center of the rafflesia blooms, a mysterious power was converging. The urge to defecate. I feel it. That bursting sensation. Afei suddenly grew excited. Emisaka, in no way. Lin Yu panicked. Boom. A loud noise and foul gas dispersed. Success! Hooray hooray! A Fae's triumphant cheers came from within. A Fae'll fuck your ancestors. You got me covered in shit. And Lin Yu's angry curses followed. After bathing, Lin Yu sprayed deodorant all over himself 8 times before changing into clean clothes. He tried to contact Ōtsutsuki Manue, but there was no response. Lin Yu sat on the chair, his gaze deep and unreadable. Late at night, a blood-soaked man collapsed outside Onin village dragging a barely alive prisoner. After Yuzuki Yuhi performed emergency treatment, the man finally woke up. Manue, you're awake. What happened? Lin Yu asked from beside the bed. Manue said, I just captured the explosion release user Carry from Yanin, and then Kirigakure's pursuit squad arrived. I barely fought my way back to the village. Oh, that explosion release ninja. Don't worry, he's still alive. Your mission was successful. Get some rest. Leave the rest to me. Lin Yu stood up, left the room, and stood by the window in the corridor, gazing at the bright moonlight, his eyes profound. Yagura, while having another puppet isn't a bad thing. Swoosh. Lin Yu vanished into the Kamui. Whoosh. Lin Yu, using divine might, instantly traveled from the hidden village to the land of water. As long as he had previously been to a place, he would mark it with his eyes, making his next arrival merely a blink away. This time his purpose was simple: to turn Shikura into his puppet, just like Obito had done before. However, his motives were somewhat different. Obito harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Mist Village, which caused Rin's death. Even those Mist Umbu on that day were merely puppets controlled by Madara. Thus, in the future, Obito manipulated Shikura with the Sharingan, transforming the already brutal blood mist into a true hell on earth. Lin Yu's motives were straightforward. Shikura was in his way. In the style of Mist, as long as the rogue ninja lived, the pursuing forces would never cease their hunt. Lin Yu was protective. He cherished his subordinates. Unless he intended to use them from the start, like Nagato Gazuki Mangetsu was an exception. If his younger brother was wronged, Lin Yu, as the elder brother, would step in to resolve the issue. It was that simple. For this reason he came. The thick mist surrounding the Mist Village was said to contain the unique dissolution of the mist, which would dissolve any intruders into blood if they forced their way in. This was also the reason why the Mist Village did not deploy a sensing barrier, confident that it could not be invaded. But unfortunately, this was ineffective against Lin Yu. It only took 4 minutes to pass through the thick mist, even less than Lin Yu's maximum penetration mode of 5 minutes. After 4 minutes, Lin Yu passed through the mist and successfully infiltrated the Mist Village. He ignored everything and gazed at the deep blue high-rise building at the end of his sight. That was the Water Shadow Residence. Marking complete divine might activated, Lin Yu arrived beneath the Water Shadow Residence and confidently entered through the entrance. For some reason, there was no sign of guards. Lin Yu ascended the steps, the light growing dimmer and the air increasingly damp. He arrived at a long dark corridor at the end of which stood a tightly shut stone door where Shikura was located. Reaching the stone door, Lin Yu was about to extend his hand. Yes, just like this, power is continuous. Suddenly, Shikura's eerie laughter echoed from the other side of the stone door. Lin Yu's palm hesitated slightly before he pushed against the stone door. Boom! The stone door swung open, and upon seeing the scene inside, Lin Yu couldn't help but frown. Shikura sat on a stone chair, his head bowed, utterly unaware of Lin Yu's arrival. At the severed point of his left arm, a giant arm covered in spikes connected, and one thing was certain: it was definitely not a human arm. From that arm emanated an incredibly terrifying chakra. It was the chakra of the Three Tails. Lin Yu thought to himself, what on earth is happening? The Three Tails resurrected? No, it wasn't like that. He quickly organized his thoughts. Yes, the chakra of tailed beasts often remains in scattered forms in the world. The horns of the 8 tails, the tentacles of the 8 tails. Also the silver and gold horns of the Cloud Village, which stayed in the belly of the 9 tails, thus also acquiring some chakra from the 9 tails. The 3 tails lived in the lakes of the land of water for a long time, so it was no surprise that the Mist Village had dealings with the 3 tails. In the course of these dealings, obtaining an arm from the 3 tails was also within reason. The tailed beast's incomplete body can regenerate, but the lost parts also contain substantial tailed beast. Lin Yu said, I see, having lost an arm, you used the body of a tailed beast as compensation to gain power similar to a Jinchuriki. Although it's disgusting, it indeed is a viable method. Upon hearing this, Shikura raised his head. The left side of his face bore spikes similar to those on his arm, and his left pupil had transformed into a red hue resembling the 3 tails eye. Seeing Lin Yu standing at the door, Shikura sneered, Uchiha Yu. It seems you are still quite clear-headed. You should know why I am here, right? Shikura coldly replied, Gazuki Mangetsu Kasame Hashigaki, the rogue ninjas of the mist, they betrayed the mist and took away its treasured sword. As the creator of the blood mist, I will never allow such things to happen. Traitors shall face the cruelest punishment. That's right, if I were in your position, I would certainly be even harsher. But unfortunately, they are now my people, and you cannot touch them. Lin Yu was quite domineering and unreasonable. Uchiha, do you think you can leave here alive today? Shikura's chest suddenly swelled as he unleashed water-release water doku. Lin Yu countered Shikura's attack with an equally scaled water doku technique. Since I know you have the chakra of a tailed beast in you, I cannot kill you. After all, I am a perfectionist, Lin Yu said calmly. Damn, Shikura roared. Gurgling, the red, semi-transparent chakra of the tailed beast overflowed from his body, suddenly compressing into a crimson garb of the tailed beast, three tails swaying resembling a small three tails. With such a commotion, the water shadow residents only trembled slightly, not even a tile fell. Lin Yu pondered, oh, is there a room that has been reinforced with seals? Half-tailed beast Shikura opened his mouth and hot steam erupted. Indeed, in this small and enclosed space, I will launch relentless artillery attacks. Your fate is death. Whoosh. The chakra of the tailed beast gathered in Shikura's mouth, transforming into a small tailed beast ball. Boom. The tailed beast ball was fired at a very short distance instantaneously. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions filled this confined space. As the explosions receded, Shikura protected himself with the three tails arm withstanding the blast. Lin Yu, draped in half a Susanu's skeletal frame, quickly repaired and perfected the other half that had been destroyed. Coral palm. Shikura violently attacked his arm, smashing down on the Susanu. Crack, crack. Where the force landed, coral grew and quickly spread across the entire Susanu. With a single shock from Shikura's palm, it shattered into pieces. Snap. Lin Yu clasped his hands in front of his chest. Wood release, thorn killing technique. Several vine-like wooden tendrils emerged from Shikura's feet, binding him tightly. Damn it. Damn wood release. Shikura was extremely agitated. Lin Yu, unhurried, changed his hand seals, and a character seat appeared in his palm. He rushed forward and slapped Shikura's chest, pulling out a chakra thread as he retreated. Would release, ear-crossing binding hand. Shikura let out a scream. The tailed beast chakra within him rapidly suppressed by the wood release, and the tailed beast garb peeled away, revealing skin burned by the tailed beast garb underneath. Illusion technique Sharingan, all open. Become my captive, fourth Mizukage Shikura. With that, Lin Yu focused all his ocular power into the illusion technique. Boom. Shikura's eyes widened suddenly, then showed signs of intense struggle, ultimately losing. Thus, the fourth Mizukage Yagura fell under Lin Yu's powerful Genjutsu control. Although this illusion was not as potent as Kotoamatsukami or Tsukuyami, it was not something that could be dispelled by ordinary means. It would continuously compel Yagura to make decisions favorable to Lin Yu. Before the vacanted Yagura, Lin Yu rubbed his slightly swollen Sharingan. Imposing a long-lasting Genjutsu control on a master like Yagura was no easy task. It required a vast amount of ocular power. Lin Yu noticed that as the power of this Mangekyo increased, the side effects also grew more severe. Even with the cells of Hashirama Senju, it was no longer effective. After all, the Mangekyo Sharingan carried the curse of gradually heading toward blindness. After lowering his hand, Lin Yu muttered to himself. Once Obito only had one eye, which turned out to be a blessing in disguise. The side effects were almost nullified by Hashirama's cells. If he had both eyes, he would probably have gone blind long ago. Swoosh. Lin Yu vanished into the vortex of Kamui, leaving behind Yagura, who had been reduced to a puppet. For a while afterward, everything in the Hidden Mist Village remained as usual, seemingly no different from the earlier Blood Mist Village, except that the Hunter Nin stopped pursuing their own rogue ninja. On a pier in the Hidden Mist Village, a girl in a blue robe stood by the railing, her emerald eyes gazing at the Mizukage's residence through the mist, carrying a depth of foresight beyond her years. Her right eye was partially hidden by her bangs appearing and disappearing. Her enchanting long hair reached her back, but alas, when her hair grew to her waist, she was still unmarried. This was the 16-year-old Terumi, May, the most prodigious young woman in the history of the Hidden Mist Village, possessing chakra of four natures: fire, lightning, earth, and water, as well as 2 Kekkai Genkai, lava release and boil release. Young as she was already a strong candidate for the next Mizukage, enjoying high prestige and influence among the younger generation of the Hidden Mist Village. The Ao behind her was one of her loyal followers. Ao, don't you think the Mizukage's behavior has been somewhat unusual lately? Terumi Mai's melodious voice drifted toward Ao behind her. It is a bit, but it must be because Lord Yagura transplanted the arm of the three tails. I've heard that tailed beast chakra has a certain berserking side effect. Ao said matter-of-factly. No. Terumi Mai shook her head. Just one arm of the three tails shouldn't affect a master like the Mizukage. I think there's something else going on. Ao, use your Byakugan to examine the Mizukage's chakra network. Ao's right, I housed a Byakugan obtained by the mist from a member of the Hyuga clan during the Great Ninja War. Ao hesitated. Such a rude act. If Lord Yagura notices. It's fine. He'll use a barrier to conceal it. Terumi Mai said. Understood. Byakugan. Veins bulged around Ao's right eye as he activated the Byakugan, allowing him to see inside the Mizukage's residence, including the flow of chakra within Yagura's chakra network. Suddenly Ao exclaimed this. This is, Lord Yagura's cerebral chakra network is abnormally disturbed. He seems to be under Jinjutsu control. Yari, as I thought. Terumi Mai's delicate hand gripped the railing tightly, as her beautiful eyes sank into deep thought. In any case, let's dispel the Mizukage's Jinjutsu first. Ao, this will rely on your Byakugan. Terumi Mai said. I understand. Ao said without hesitation. However, what a powerful Jinjutsu. I can't dispel it at all. Facing the Mizukage, Ao was drenched in sweat, powerless against the illusion. After all, Lin Yu's ocular power had long surpassed Obito's. Can't we forcibly remove it? Terumi Mai frowned slightly. If we do that, Lord Yagura's cerebral chakra network will be destroyed in an instant. He would die. Ao said gravely. Terumi Mai quietly clenched her fist. As far as I know, no one in the Hidden Mist Village has such Jinjutsu talent. Is it someone from another village? To pass through the lava-release mist surrounding the village and scathed invade the Hidden Mist Village, reach the Mizukage without being noticed, defeat him, who controlled part of a tailed beast's power, and then place such a powerful illusion on him. Such a being in the current ninja world. Could it be him? Terumi Mai instinctively thought of a name. A person she had heard of, but never met. What should we do now? Ao asked. For now, let's report this to the elders. Terumi Mai released her hand, and walked away, her posture enchanting, yet her steps exuding valiance. Yagura is under Jinjutsu control, and can no longer serve as Mizukage to lead the village. In that case, in terms of strength, who could inherit the name of the fifth Mizukage? Ao looked at Terumi Mai's back, saying meaningfully, Yes, I have already prepared myself. The era of the Blood Mist Village should be ended. Terumi Mai said with firm eyes. In the Hidden Shadow Village, Tianyu Pavilion. Oh, discovered so soon. The people of the Hidden Mist Village are surprisingly capable. Lin Yu sat up from, What's wrong, you? Mao Yuxiang also got up, her smooth upper body fully exposed. Nothing. Another era may be passing. After all, this world belongs to the young. Lin Yu smiled enigmatically. Mao Yuxiang supported her chin with one arm, her beautiful eyes gazing at Lin Yu. That tone sounds so old, like an old uncle. Not at all. Am I not young? Lin Yu's hand under the covers reached for a certain place. Ah, how annoying. Mao Yuxiang's face instantly flushed red as her small hands beat Lin Yu's shoulders. He flipped over and pinned her down. Let me grant you eternal youth too. Ah, you villain. Mao Yuxiang couldn't help but wrap her legs around Lin Yu's waist. Then, needless to say, a frenzy of activity. At dawn, under the great waterfall of Tianyu Pavilion. Crack. A powerful bolt of lightning exploded, cutting off the cascading waterfall. Splash. After a few seconds it resumed. Huff, huff, huff. Mao Yuxian hunched over, panting heavily, looking at her right hand wrapped in bandages covered in scars. Finally. I've learned it. Yes, after over half a month of relentless practice, she had finally learned the rank ninjutsu known as Chidori. For a mere 9-year-old girl, this was nothing short of a miracle. Yin, this child is truly remarkable. Not far away, watching her capable younger sister, Mao Yuxiang's eyes showed no concealment of her pride and admiration. Then I should fulfill my promise and give her a gift. Lin Yu murmured, turning to walk toward Tianyu Pavilion. Lin Yu arrived at a room in Tianyu Pavilion and reached out to the wall. With a whoosh, the wall rolled open to reveal an entrance. Lin Yu walked straight in and came before a box. It was a box sealed with a sealing technique that no one but Lin Yu could open. Release. Lin Yu undid the seal, opened the box, took out a glass container from inside, and returned to the great waterfall. Shiyen, as I said before, when you master the Chidori, I will give you a gift. This is that gift. Lin Yu said, letting the glass container slide from his sleeve and handing it forward. This is... Mao Yuxiang was shocked. Inside the container, a Sharingan eye was steeped in green liquid. This was the replacement left eye after Ban transplanted his Rinnegan eyes to Chongmen. After Ban's death, Lin Yu kept this eye preserved. According to a faith, this eye came from the disciple of the second Hokage, the comrade in arms of the third Hokage, in Tuansong, and the ancestor of Uchiha Jishui, Uchiha Jing. The whereabouts of the other right eye were unknown. Yes, when Lin Yu taught the Chidori to Mao Yuxian, he already had the intention of giving her the Sharingan, because when using the Chidori, one might be unable to see the enemy clearly due to excessive speed and suffer a counterattack. It needs to be combined with the Sharingan to maximize its effectiveness. Logically speaking, Lin Yu would not teach a flawed technique to his sister-in-law, even if that sister-in-law seemed to be scheming to kill her brother-in-law. Is this appropriate? Mao Yuxiang's expression was complicated. Lin Yu said, Xian, the choice to accept or not is in your hands. Xiang turned to look at her younger sister, only to see her gazing intently at the container before her. Though there was surprise in her eyes, she was calmer than expected. I want it. After a moment, Yin said, taking the container from Lin Yu. Lin Yu said, but we need to replace your left eye. It doesn't matter. With a crack, Shiyin directly gouged out her own left eye, her closed eyelids covered in blood. She said, "Transplant it for me, brother-in-law." Mao Yuxiang looked at her younger sister in disbelief, suddenly realizing something. She seemed to have been immersed in the joy of reunion and overlooked the changes in her sister. That cold-bloodedness seemed directed not only at outsiders, but also at herself. Xiang felt uneasy. Had Shiyin truly become like this just from being bullied in Muyi? Has nothing else happened? Lin Yu cast a deep look at Shiyin, then turned and said, "Come with me. I'll transplant it right away. Xiang, you come too. I'll need your medical ninjutsu." On the bed in the room. After being anesthetized, Mao Yuxian lay quietly on the bed. Uchiha Jing's left eye had been placed into Shiyan's left eye socket. Mao Yuxiang was performing follow-up treatment with medical ninjutsu, a hint of worry in her eyes. Is it really okay? Shiyan doesn't have an Uchiha body, yet she will use the Sharingan. Lin Yu said, "It's fine. I've modified this Sharingan using Hashirama's cells. Once the transplant succeeds, these cells will be absorbed by her, and she will adapt to this eye even better than the Uchiha clan." Hearing this, Mao Yuxiang breathed a slight sigh of relief and voiced another concern. Yuxian sometimes does things that send chills down one's spine. Her mindset is nothing like that of a 9-year-old child. I'm worried that if this continues, she might go astray. Lin Yu had his own thoughts. Everyone has their own path of growth. Experiencing some things early may not be a bad thing. Don't worry. With me here, I'll bring her back on track. That's good, said Xiang. Late at night, Shiyin woke up, sat up, and clutched her left eye wrapped in bandages. How do you feel? Lin Yu sat on a chair by the bed and asked. I can't describe it, but it feels like a special chakra is drilling into my head. Shiyin sensed. Indeed, the process of awakening the Sharingan involves the surge of special chakra in the brain acting on the optic nerves to stimulate the awakening. Conversely, transplanting the Sharingan reverses this process. The brain must adapt to the eye. That special chakra is the spiritual energy inherited by the Uchiha clan. When the bandages are removed, the world in your eyes will be very different. Rest well, Shiyin. Lin Yu stood up and left the room. What I especially want to see is your death, brother-in-law. Shiyin murmured, holding the bandage over her left eye. Over the land of darkness, the sky was covered with oppressive clouds. Lightning flashed and thunder roared as a torrential downpour arrived. Lin Yu waited before a door to a dark chamber. Orochimaru's experiment had been going on for a month. Today was the day to review the results. The first to come out was Shizune. Deep exhaustion was evident in her eyes. As she passed Lin Yu, who was leaning against the wall, her gaze was indifferent, yet she couldn't help quickening her steps. Take an umbrella. The rain is heavy. Lin Yu handed her an umbrella. Shizune paused, hesitated for a moment, then took it, opened it, and quickly ran into the heavy rain. Although she loathes my experiments from the bottom of her heart, she is exceptionally dedicated. Once she decides to do something, she puts her whole heart into it. That's her earnest personality. Orochimaru, clad in pristine white robes, emerged from the darkness and said, looking at Shizune's retreating figure, "That's the spirit a ninja should have. Since I promised her, I will keep my word." But more importantly, did the experiment yield results? That was what Lin Yu cared most about. Hee. Orochimaru laughed seductively. Everything is perfect. He took out a data report from his chest. This is the genetic comparison result of the 2 test subjects after the experiment. Lin Yu scanned it. Although he couldn't understand some professional terms, he realized. This data report stated a fact: genetically speaking, Yunv Chu Jin and Pipa Shirzong, 2 people with no blood relation, had become brothers. If unrelated people could become brothers like this, then all the more so for him and Jishui, who both share the blood of the Uchiha clan. Very good. Then let's turn this result into reality soon. What do I need to prepare? Lin Yu asked. Very simple, just a drop of blood. Orochimaru said. That's simple. Lin Yu looked at Orochimaru in surprise. That's simple. The forbidden technique I developed can convert the target's genes into the same structure as this blood. However, it must be performed under conditions where the target has no resistance at all. That part is still somewhat tricky. Orochimaru laughed. Then what are we waiting for? Take the blood immediately. Oh, take one more portion, Lin Yu said. It's fine, but why? Orochimaru asked. Since the conditions are so simple, I might as well modify my second candidate too. Uchiha Jishui and Uchiha Yu, both are worthy. Ayukuin really likes to give me difficult problems. After taking the blood, Orochimaru prepared to set off with 2 vials of Lin Yu's blood. Are you sure you don't need my Kamui to send you to Muyi? It would be faster, Lin Yu said. No, I prefer to pursue the truth on my own feet. Orochimaru's hoarse voice was filled with intellectual charm. Lin Yu chose to respect him. All right. If anything comes up, I'll support you. Then I'm off, Yukuin. Orochimaru turned and with the standard ninja run posture advanced into the rain. 2 nights later, in the forest outside Konoha, Orochimaru peeled off the face of a leaf ninja he had killed, pressed it onto his own, and began forming hand seals. Ninja art, face copy technique. Whoosh. his appearance completely transformed into that of the slain ninja. Konoha enforced a curfew. After midnight, no ninja could enter or leave without a mission. Orochimaru quickened his pace and managed to slip into Konoha before the gates closed at midnight. A sense of nostalgia washed over him as he revisited old grounds, but he remained focused on his true purpose. After thorough reconnaissance, he discovered that the Uchiha district was heavily patrolled by ANBU operatives. Ever since Kakashi had spotted Hei lurking nearby, surveillance around the Uchiha compound had been intensified. Day and night, ANBU rotated in vigilance, barring all unauthorized personnel. The air reeks of conflict. How much longer can this clan's fortune hold out? Now then. Orochimaru stood atop a tall building, gazing down at the bustling crowd below and clasped his hands, forming seals. Group Jinjutsu Delusive Malevolence. Whoosh. A ripple emanated from Orochimaru's brow, spreading across the entire street. This technique disrupted people's minds, stirring suspicion and hostility among them. While ineffective against Chunin or higher, its impact on ordinary civilians was devastating. You bastard, you've been staring at me all along. You must be plotting against me. They'll kill you. Pedestrians suddenly halted, then erupted into a frenzied brawl. Move quickly, this is an emergency. 10 minutes later, the Konoha military police force received reports of a massive brawl and mobilized in full strength. The ANBU tasked with monitoring the Uchiha also followed to oversee law enforcement, leaving only a sparse patrol outside the Uchiha district. After all, the Uchiha were a clan of prodigies. Only by luring away the elite police forces could Orochimaru seize his chance. With the police and most ANBU occupied elsewhere, Orochimaru leaped down from the rooftop and headed toward the Uchiha compound. Yet scattered patrols remained. An ANBU member spotted a suspicious man approaching and demanded, "Who goes there?" "I just got dumped. Just taking a walk to clear my head." The man replied dejectedly. The ANBU scrutinized him. His crestfallen expression indeed resembled heartbreak. "Go somewhere else. This area is off limits." The ANBU dismissed him. "Wakura Mashita, I understand," the man said. "Huh." As they passed each other, the ANBU suddenly halted and questioned, "You reek of leaves and dirt. And blood. Where have you been, and what have you done?" The man stopped, slowly turned, and opened his mouth. A long tongue lolled out, and his serpentine pupils erupted with terrifying killing intent. The ANBU's pupils shrank as he reached for his blade. Hidden shadow snake hands. Whoosh. A snake-like hand from beneath Orochimaru's sleeve coiled around the ANBU's face until he choked and collapsed. His sharp senses aren't always a blessing. Orochimaru discarded the human mask, canceling the face copy technique, and strode boldly into the Uchiha district. Under the moonlight, he stood atop a high utility pole, his long hair flowing in the wind. When he spotted a young boy walking alone after training at the end of the street, a smirk curled on his lips, and he vanished. A gust of wind stirred fallen leaves. Uchiha Shursui stopped, sensing the change in the air. He grasped the short sword at his back, activated his 3-mo Sharingan, and assumed a combat stance. "Come out. I know you're nearby. At such a young age you possess the insight of an elite jonin, and those eyes brimming with potential. I understand why Hei chose you, Shisuikin." A hoarse voice came from behind. Whoosh. Shursui spun around, leaping backward while drawing his blade. His eyes widened at the sight, the aura of the vertical pupils. "Are you the legendary Sannin Orochimaru?" Shursui asked gravely. Orochimaru's expression grew even more admiring. "Since you understand, don't bother resisting. Sorry, I can't oblige." Whoosh. Whoosh. Shizui's figure suddenly multiplied into dozens, lining the street walls and rooftops, encircling Orochimaru completely. Both illusion and substance. There's no finer body flicker technique. "Subarashi wonderful," Orochimaru exclaimed in awe. Body flicker 32 slashes. Slash. 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 32 phantom bodies charged simultaneously, and 32 blades pierced Orochimaru's body almost at once. Ugh! Orochimaru became a bloody mess, but he shrugged his shoulders, opened his mouth wide, and spat out a sticky, wet yet unscathed version of himself. What a... Shizui's 32 phantoms merged back into one, revealing that the young prodigy could not yet sustain such a powerful technique consecutively. Whoosh. Orochimaru's neck stretched grotesquely, lashing towards Shursui. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. Shursui formed seals rapidly and expelled a blazing fireball, using the recoil to retreat. Yet Orochimaru's head pressed through the flames, charging onward. Shizui's Sharingan flashed. When Orochimaru closed to within 2 meters, Shursui hurled his blade like lightning. Crack! It pierced through Orochimaru's throat. Simultaneously, Shursui formed seals. Crackle! Lightning-natured chakra erupted from the blade, paralyzing Orochimaru's body. His head and neck collapsed to the ground. Swoosh! From his open mouth, a small white snake shot out, aiming for Shursui. Shursui saw it clearly. "At this distance I can make it." Snap! Snap! Two pitch-black crows materialized midair, clamping onto the snake just a meter away. In the distance, Orochimaru clasped his hands. Kusanagi, sword blade of the sky. Crack! The snake opened its mouth, and the Kusanagi blade shot out. Not good. The attack was utterly unexpected. When Shursui realized the danger, it was too late. The Kusanagi pierced his shoulder, pinning him to the wall. The crows dissipated, and the snake fell to the ground with a thud. Orochimaru's neck retracted. He pulled the blade from his throat and walked over to Shursui. Shisuikin, if hate hadn't already chosen you, I would have loved to make you mine. Alas, that man was more prescient than I. Orochimaru withdrew a syringe filled with Hayat's blood, stabbed it into Shizui's vein, and injected it. Thud. He cast the syringe aside, formed a rapid series of hand seals, his long hair billowing without wind. His husky voice intoned, "Thank me, Shursui. With this drop of blood you too shall receive a portion of Lord Hashirama's power. Forbidden technique, kin inheritance blood transfer." Dong. Shizui's eyes bulged, his heart seemed to skip a beat in his chest, then a scorching heat surged through his entire body. He couldn't help but cry out in pain. Orochimaru stepped forward and pulled the Kusanagi's sword from Shizui's shoulder. Thud. Shursui fell heavily to his knees, sweating profusely. "What have you done to me?" Orochimaru raised his head, opened his mouth, and placed the Kusanagi's sword into the protruding snake's mouth. The snake retracted. Orochimaru closed his mouth, wiped the mucus from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, and turned to leave. "Stop! Stop!" Shursui struggled to crawl forward, but due to his condition, he eventually fell into unconsciousness. Chi. Shortly after Shursui fell unconscious, the wound on his shoulder from the Kusanagi sword healed with hot smoke. "Time is running out. I need to find the next one quickly. It should be easier than the first, right?" Orochimaru muttered to himself matter-of-factly. A house on the south side of the Uchiha residential district. Uchiha Mikoto leaned back in a lounge chair, caressing her visibly pregnant belly with a weary, yet gentle gaze. "Itachi, am a little tired, and want to sleep first. You should rest early." On the tatami nearby, the 5-year-old Itachi sat upright and said understandingly, "Okay, you'll sleep in a while." Uchiha Mikoto soon fell into even breathing. Itachi got up, found a blanket, and covered his mother. Looking at Mikoto's belly, he smiled. "Be good, Sasuke." But Itachi did not go to sleep. Instead, he took a kunai and sat down, activating his still young Totemo Sharingan, guarding his mother like a little guardian god. Not long ago, a group of mysterious assailants attacked Mikoto while she was out for a walk, targeting the child in her womb. Itachi stepped forward to protect his mother, delaying until clan members arrived, then collapsed from exhaustion. In that battle, Itachi's single Tomo Sharingan evolved into double Tomo. After waking up, he learned that 3 of his clansmen had died and was deeply saddened, but fortunately his mother was safe. From then on, he stuck to his mother's side, even more, remaining on full alert at the slightest disturbance. Itachi gripped his kunai tightly. The sudden mass brawl. Father and everyone rushed over. But it's too unnatural, as if someone deliberately orchestrated it. I must protect mother and Sasuke. Swoosh. Suddenly, on the paper sliding door, a long-haired shadow, surrounded by serpents, was reflected. Almost simultaneously, Itachi's shuriken flew out, piercing the door paper. "This is..." Orochimaru stared at the kunai between his 2 fingers, its tip mere millimeters from his forehead, his vertical pupils unable to conceal shock. "Humph." Then Orochimaru smiled, reached out, and slid the door open. Boom. A powerful fireball shot forward, slamming into Orochimaru with a boom, sending him back. Itachi had already rushed outside with the kunai, his Sharingan spinning and locking onto Orochimaru, standing on the eaves. His mind raced. If those people wanted to harm Sasuke, challenge father's bottom line, and thus trigger a civil war, they would have disguised themselves or worn masks. But this man did not. Could his purpose be? "Did you come for my father?" Itachi asked tentatively. Wrong. My target is you, Itachi," Orochimaru said. Itachi was startled, then inwardly relieved. With his strength, there was no need to lie to a child like me. Fortunately, he wasn't targeting mother and Sasuke. "I understand. Can we change locations?" "There's someone in the room who must not be disturbed," Itachi said half-pleadingly. Orochimaru looked at Itachi with bright eyes. "Sure." He flickered and leaped into the distance. Itachi took a deep look at Orochimaru's back, then formed hand seals. Ninja art shadow clone technique. Poof. He left the shadow clone in place, and his real body pursued. On an open ground, Orochimaru stopped, and said to Itachi, who followed, "At such a young age you've mastered shadow clone. Truly astonishing. You left a shadow clone behind, because you feared I might go back on my word." Itachi said, "No. It's also possible that you are not the only enemy, and I can't be sure my intuition is correct. Better to be safe." Orochimaru praised, "What an outstanding child. Those chosen by Yukoin are indeed no mediocrities." Yukoin. Itachi narrowed his eyes. "However, no matter what you do, you cannot resist what is about to happen." Orochimaru licked his tongue. Itachi retorted, perhaps, but I have at least confirmed one thing. Your target is indeed me. Shwa? Itachi twisted the kunai in his hand and pressed it against his own neck. If I kill myself, you would certainly be troubled. Or rather, troubled would be that Yukuin behind you. Wind blew and the air fell silent in an instant. Orochimaru stared at the small figure before him in shock. Is this the mentality a 5-year-old boy should have? Judging by your reaction, I'm probably right, Uchiha Itachi said. Truly, I must not let my guard down even a bit. Go on, what are your terms? Orochimaru knew that a boy with Itachi's mentality would certainly understand the consequences of suicide. It might endanger his family. Therefore, he only wanted to gain some initiative in front of a far superior enemy. Itachi said, my brother still in the womb is being targeted. With my current power, it's difficult to protect him until his safe birth. So I want you and the person behind you to ensure his safety. That might not be easy after all. The one who wants your brother dead is the embodiment of darkness in this ninja world. Orochimaru smiled meaningfully. No, if it's that Uchiha Yu, he has the ability to protect. Itachi's eyes were clear, and his next words shocked Orochimaru once again. It seems I guessed right again. Legendary Sannin Mr. Orochimaru, you betrayed Konoha and joined the hidden shadow village. The person you serve is that shadow Uchiha Yu. Also, you haven't forcibly killed me yet, because you need me alive. As he spoke, Uchiha Itachi lowered his kunai, closed his eyes, and said, remember to tell Uchiha Yu if Sasuke meets with misfortune before birth, I will immediately kill myself. If you understand my terms, please do as you wish. Uchiha Itachi, I'll admit it, besides you are the most astonishing Uchiha I Orochimaru have ever met in my life. Fine, I accept your terms. Orochimaru spoke solemnly, then took out the second prepared syringe and walked to Uchiha Itachi. Itachi's expression was calm without any struggle or resistance because his eyes could not only see through things, but also read people's hearts. Orochimaru inserted the syringe into Itachi's vein and injected Lin Yu's blood. Discarding the syringe, Orochimaru formed hand seals and once again performed the forbidden technique, blood transfer of kinship. Poof! The shadow clone Itachi had left to guard the house disappeared. Ugh! Itachi himself fell to the ground in agony. Just before losing consciousness, his Sharingan locked onto Orochimaru. A third tomo actually spun and appeared in both pupils. Under Orochimaru's trembling vertical pupils, Itachi did not forget to instruct, remember my words. The tomo disappeared, the Sharingan deactivated, and Itachi fell unconscious. After a long while. Drip. Sweat. I actually broke into a sweat because of a 5-year-old Uchiha. Orochimaru stared at the sweat on his palm, lost in thought. Having successfully completed his mission, Orochimaru now needed to consider his escape. As Konoha's most wanted rogue ninja, should he be discovered amidst this village teeming with formidable experts, there would be no chance of leaving alive. Thus he must retreat immediately, no time to lose. Whisk! He transformed into a fleeting shadow, leaping and bounding between buildings. But as his gaze inadvertently swept downward, he suddenly halted. A girl was walking along the street below, her short hair with angular edges casually tied back, savoring a dango with evident delight. Orochimaru jumped down from the eaves and stopped right before her. The girl looked up at the figure before her, her reaction innocent and surprised. Orochimaru Sensei. Anko. Orochimaru gazed at the girl before him, his sole disciple Mitarashi Anko, with an unusually complex expression. Whisk! Suddenly Orochimaru's neck elongated and fangs protruded as he bit fiercely into Anko's delicate nape. Thud! The skewered dango fell from her hand as Anko dropped to her knees, clutching the bleeding fang marks on her neck, and cried in anguish, Orochimaru Sensei, what? What have you done? Anko, time is short, I can give you no more. May fate guide you. After one last glance at Anko, Orochimaru vanished in a flash. A curse mark began to manifest on the back of Anko's neck. Racked with excruciating pain, Anko was drenched in sweat and screamed as she lost consciousness. This commotion drew the attention of passers-by and shinobi alike. News that Orochimaru had set foot in Konoha and committed an assault spread rapidly. In a warmly lit residence, the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze had finished his day's work and returned home. He was in the kitchen preparing a meal for his pregnant wife, Uzumaki Kushina. Suddenly, yandere, a major incident. Orochimaru has been spotted in the village and attacked his former student Mitarashi Anko. Inoichi Yamanaka of the Konoha Intelligence Division relayed the message via a secret technique. Is that true? He'll head there immediately. Minato, gripping a spatula, wore a conflicted expression as he pondered how to apologize to Kushina. At that moment, Kushina, with her flowing red hair and a slight baby bump, appeared at the kitchen doorway and said gently, Minato, go ahead. They'll be fine here. Minato apologized. Kushina, I'm sorry. For once I came home early, but I can't be with you. Kushina replied understandingly, it's all right. After all, we both bear the responsibility for the greater family of the entire village. I'm off. Minato grabbed his Hokage cloak and prepared to leave using the Flying Thunder God technique. But at that moment a deep male voice rang out, "Minato, leave this to me." The door opened, and a tall man strode in. He wore a forehead protector adorned with a character for oil, his white hair cascading to his neck, and had red markings beneath his eyes. "Jiraiya-sensei, you're back," Minato exclaimed in surprise. "Yeah, I returned to the village because of Orochimaru. Let me handle this. I'm counting on you," Jiraiya said. Minato saw his teacher's resolute determination and understood the bond he had been chasing all these years. Thus he said solemnly, "I understand, Jiraiya-sensei. Please be careful. Stay home and take care of Kushina. And keep this safe for me." Jiraiya placed a telescope on the table before turning and walking out the door. Kushina picked up the telescope and asked curiously, "What does Jiraiya-sensei need a telescope for at this hour?" "Well, maybe sensei has recently taken an interest in astronomy." Minato scratched the back of his head, his smile somewhat forced. In his mind, he thought, "I can hardly say that sensei is probably up to his old tricks of peeping into the women's bathhouse." At the Konoha women's bathhouse. Bang! The door swung open and Tsunade emerged, her clothes slightly damp, radiating fierce determination. "Tsunade, why bother? Leave this to the Sandame and Yondame," said a Kunoichi of the same generation. "Shut up. I need to confront that bastard Orochimaru and ask where his master Uchiha Yu has taken Shizen." Tsunade's eyes blazed with sharp, killing intent. At this moment Orochimaru was very close to the Konoha main gate, wondering Minato still hasn't appeared. Could it be that he's unable to come himself? HM'd. Suddenly Orochimaru stopped in his tracks. On the roof of a building ahead stood Sarutobi Hiruzen, clad in redand white ninja attire and a conical hat, his cloak billowing in the wind. What an unexpected reunion of master and disciple Sarutobi Sensei. Orochimaru's tone was casual, but his expression was highly vigilant. For the strength of his teacher was truly terrifying. But he was not wearing his usual black combat outfit, which left Orochimaru wondering. Sigh. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at Orochimaru with a complex look for a long moment before letting out a long sigh. "Orochimaru, leave now. That way. We'll be even." What he referred to was the time Orochimaru had pleaded for him before Lin Yu. Such a boring old man. Still remembering that trivial matter, Orochimaru murmured as he dashed toward the village gate now within sight. As he passed by, Hiruzen lowered his Hokage hat seemingly to hide the sorrow in his eyes. Bang! With the thunderous collapse of Konoha's main gate, Hiruzen knew he had failed as a Hokage. But he also understood that if he had made a move here today, Orochimaru would have had no chance of leaving alive. He couldn't bring himself to do it. Such is the sentiment of a teacher, isn't it? Whisk. Soon after Jiraiya passed by, "Old man, leave it to me. I'm counting on you," Hiruzen said. A dozen seconds later Tsunade also passed by and quickly caught up with Jiraiya ahead. Orochimaru, stop right there. Having left Konoha, Orochimaru was racing onward when he heard Jiraiya's call from behind. He turned and said, "First Sarutobi Sensei, then you Jiraiya, and even Tsunade. Are we having a teacher-student reunion today?" But he showed no sign of stopping. "I told you to stop, didn't you hear me? Fire release, great fireball." Jiraiya formed hand seals and expelled a massive dragon of flame. Feeling the heat wave closing in, Orochimaru quickly formed hand seals and spun around. Water release, water wall. Boom. Water and fire clashed, spreading a veil of mist. Tsunade burst through the mist, her fist imbued with monstrous strength, smashing into the ground before Orochimaru. Boom. Earth and rock split apart. Orochimaru leaped back, rapidly creating distance, realizing that at this point, he couldn't shake these two off. Jiraiya and Tsunade flanked him from front and back, cutting off his escape. Orochimaru's heart grew heavy with my current chakra facing these two simultaneously. He had been awake without rest for 32 days and had used forbidden techniques twice in quick succession. "Orochimaru, explain yourself. Why did you follow such a dangerous man?" Jiraiya demanded. "Orochimaru, what about Shizen? Answer me." Tsunade pressed. "That who knows?" Orochimaru spread his hands, clearly not intending to answer. "It seems you won't talk willingly. Then don't blame me for using force." Tsunade cracked her knuckles. "Orochimaru, as your former friend, I'll break your arms and legs if I must to stop you from straying down this path." Jiraiya too readied for battle. No choice. Just as Orochimaru prepared to form hand seals and counter swish, the familiar vortex churned through time and space, and a commanding voice echoed as if from the underworld, "Sorry to interrupt your class reunion, but Orochimaru is an important subordinate of mine, Uchiha Yu." Amidst the imposing proclamation, Lin Yu emerged from the spatial vortex, bearing the sunset of Yuzuki Shion. "Lord Yu, I never imagined you would still be the one to clean up my mess. Seeing my former disciple unsettled me, and I lost my composure. It seems my mental fortitude still wavers." Orochimaru chuckled. "No matter. It is only human nature," Lin Yu said nonchalantly. "Uchiha Yu, where is Shizen?" Tsunade demanded, her eyes blazing with rage. "Shizen, Shizen. Lady Tsunade, can't you just shake and ring? Lin Yu tilted his head and glanced at Tsunade with a playful smirk. Huh, you bastard, what nonsensical cold joke are you spouting? Tsunade rolled up her sleeves ready to charge. In a flash, Jiraiya darted behind her, placing a firm hand on her shoulder and cautioning Tsunade, don't act rashly. Even the old man fell to this guy. We must formulate a battle plan based on the intelligence we have, only then can we stand a chance. Humph. Tsunade shook off Jiraiya's arm and said, you don't need to tell me that. I'm well aware. Lin Yu said flatly, may I interpret that you two intend to fight me? That's right, but it would be a different case if you were to flee using your trademark space-time ninjutsu, Jiraiya remarked with intrigue. For crude provocation though it may be, I have nothing better to do. I suppose I'll humor you too. A deep laugh resonated from beneath Lin Yu's mask. Turning to Yuzuki Shion, he said, Shion, go to Orochimaru's side. Please be careful. I grew up hearing stories about the two of them. She retreated to Orochimaru's side as she spoke. Arms crossed, Orochimaru inquired, young lady, I am also one of the legendary three, are you deliberately ignoring me? Yuzuki Shion replied, without looking at him, no, the adults always told me your stories as cautionary tales warning me to take heed. Orochimaru chuckled, oh dear, that's that, my apologies. Jiraiya withdrew his gaze from Yuzuki Shion and said gravely, Orochimaru has always been crooked, so it's no surprise. But Yuzuki Shion, an elite of the Umbu who once revered the will of fire and earned great merits, has fallen to this level. Tsunade, forgive my bluntness, but I worry about Shizune as well. Don't underestimate my disciple. She would rather die than betray Konoha. Tsunade declared with unwavering faith, biting her finger to form hand seals. Summoning technique slug. With a loud bang and a massive white smoke, a portion of the body of the slug sage of Shikatsu Forest, a colossal slug that had lived for over 1,000 years since the era of Kagaya, was summoned forth. Lady Tsunade and Lord Jiraiya, it's been a long time. The slug greeted Tsunade warmly as Tsunade rose and asserted, I'll catch up later. Right now I have a score to settle with that masked man. So that is Uchiha Yu, the one who took Shizune. The slug's tiny eyes fixed on Lin Yu. Then you two come out. Boss Toad of Mount Myaboku, Great Toad Gamabunta. Jiraiya bit his finger and formed the summoning seal. With a bang and another great white smoke screen, the magnificent and stalwart Great Toad Gamabunta of Mount Myaboku appeared. He clutched a giant pipe in his mouth, wore bandages wrapped around his waist, and carried a short sword. After arriving, Gamabunta surveyed the surroundings, exhaled a thick plume of smoke, and said with streetwise swagger, where's that bastard Manda? I could use a new snakeskin wallet. Jiraiya replied, regrettably our opponent, this time, isn't Orochimaru. Huh. Gamabunta grunted in surprise, slanting his eyes down at Jiraiya. Then why summon me? Isn't the slug enough? Jiraiya said solemnly, because the enemy is a more troublesome existence than Orochimaru. Following Jiraiya's gaze, Gamabunta eyed Lin Yu. After a long stare, he took a deep drag from his pipe, and said, indeed, he radiates a most ominous aura. So these are the legendary summoned creatures of Lords Jiraiya and Tsunade, the three-way deadlock. Yuzuki Shion looked solemn. Though she had betrayed Konoha, she still held due reverence for the legends of her homeland. Humph. With Manda, it would be the complete set of three. But with Lord Yu here, Manda probably won't have a role to play. Orochimaru smirked, but Yuzuki Shion ignored him. Lin Yu's eyes swept beneath the mask. It seems everyone is here. Let us begin. With a swift motion, he clasped his hands together. Huh, that hand seal. Boss used water bullet barrage. Jiraiya acted decisively. Great Toad Gamabunta formed hand seals. Water release, water bullet barrage. Fire release, great fire annihilation. The dense water sphere expelled by Gamabunta collided with the vast sea of fire from Lin Yu. The water sphere erupted into a watery expanse, extinguishing more than half of the flames. Jiraiya made hand seals leap atop Gamabunta's head in his wooden clogs. Water release, great waterfall technique. A cascading waterfall from his mouth doused the remaining flames, hissing and sizzling. The steam vaporized by the flames blanketed the battlefield, obscuring visibility, rivaling the mist concealment technique. As expected of the third Hokage's disciples, their basic ninja skills are so solid. Lin Yu muttered, looking up at the acid curtain descending from above. This time the slug's acid. I could phase through it with intangibility, but if the acidic mist spreads, I might inhale it when I materialize. With a sharp sound, his three-tomo Sharingan shifted into the Mangekyo. Susanu's second form erupted from the ground. The acid poured over it, partially melting the outer coat of Susanu's second form and exposing the skeletal structure beneath. Some acidic mist seeped through the gaps into the interior of Susanu. Lin Yu's gaze sharpened, and with a rumble, the outer coat regenerated, armor materialized. The acid's corrosion could no longer affect it at all. By then the steam had dissipated. Jiraiya and Tsunade stared at the towering Tengu-like Susanu before them, both with grave expressions. They exchanged a glance, instantly settling on a strategy through their years of cultivated synergy. Jiraiya leaped from Gamabunta's head, making hand seals in midair. Upon landing, he slammed both palms onto the ground. Earth released swamp of the underworld. The ground beneath the Tengu Susanoo suddenly turned into a nightmarish swamp. In the moment before the marsh formed, Lin Yu had already driven Susanoo skyward. Sink down quietly. Almost simultaneously, Lady Tsunade descended from the sky, her rage-infused fist packed with monstrous strength, slamming onto the crown of Susanoo. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had once barely managed to grapple with the Tengu Susanoo using the super multi-size technique, but Lady Tsunade, using sheer monstrous strength, had smashed the ascending Susanoo straight into the swamp. Once submerged in the swamp of the underworld, Susanoo had no way to escape, only sinking deeper and deeper. To counterattack, so precisely the caliber of this battle was exceedingly high. With a clap, Lin Yu pressed his palms together. Would release, tree world. Boom. The forest grew wildly, instantly tearing through the swamp and spreading across the vast land with such ferocity that its end was nowhere in sight. Countless trunks and vines lashed out at Zillai and Gongsho, entangling them. Any who were caught would be instantly crushed. The two stood atop their respective summoned beasts, retreating swiftly. Winta the Toad drew his massive blade and slashed wildly, his arm blurring as swordlight wove, scattering broken wood and splinters. Yet for every branch severed, 10 more coiled around. Winta's greatsword grew heavy and stiff until the thick trunks firmly ensnared it, impossible to pull free. Damn it, what is this? Winta raged. The trunk crept up the blade, about to seize his arm. Boss, forget the sword. Retreat, shouted Zillai from atop Winta. What a disgrace. Winta abandoned the blade, using the Toad's superb jumping power to leap back several times, barely escaping the forest's grasp. But Gangsho and Kuayu the slug struggled more, as Kuayu was a crawler unable to leap like the Toad. Her slick body secreted acid constantly, making it harder for the trunks to hold her, but it was only a matter of time. Even grandfather's would release power has been taken by him. This must be Deshuin's doing. Gangsho fumed. Lady Gangsho, quick, hide inside my body, urged Kuayu, spewing acid forward to slow the forest's advance. What nonsense. I am Gangsho, she declared boldly, leaping from Kuyu's head, executing a graceful backflip, then lifting her long leg high to strike the ground below. Taijutsu ultimate heaven-piercing kick. Boom, boom. Her foot came down, and the earth before her for dozens of meters collapsed like a spiderweb, halting the onrushing forest for several seconds. Gangsho twisted back atop Kuayu, who slithered frantically away from the forest's embrace. A single technique, birth of the tree realm, had turned the flatland into a dense forest. To precisely carve out a clearing within such a vast forest, Master Yu, your control over wood release grows ever more refined. On the nearby clearing, Dashuin folded his arms, admiring the sight. Maiyue Xiang, standing beside him, also felt uplifted. As the saying goes, felling trees is easy, needlework is hard. To wield such vast wood release power and still rein it in with precision spoke far louder than unleashing it on a grand scale. Lin Yu replied matter-of-factly, of course. If I couldn't even do this much, how could I ever approach that Senju Hashirama? At that moment, a shadow loomed over them. Looking up, they saw Winta the Toad leaping directly above them, dozens of meters high. On Winta's head, Zillai formed hand seals and puffed out his chest. Toad oil. Splat. Deep yellow toad oil cascaded down like a waterfall. Lin Yu's expression turned slightly serious. Oh, they're using the forest against us. Splash. The toad oil engulfed them, splashing countless droplets and spreading through the entire forest. Zillai formed seals again. Fire release toad oil flame bullet. Whooshed. Flames shot forth, and upon contacting the toad oil, instantly raged into a sea of fire no less fierce than a great fire annihilation. With the trees as fuel, the entire forest born from the tree realm was consumed by flames. Thick smoke billowed, even the moisture in the soil was scorched dry. Without exaggeration, it was the most powerful fire release ever seen. Clang. Winta the Toad landed beside Kuayu the slug. Gazing at the roaring blaze, Gangsho asked, can it kill him? It'll take at least 5 minutes to burn all these trees, longer than his ability to phase through. Theoretically, there's a chance, replied Zillai. Theoretically, huh? Gangsho's eyes flickered with firelight. She clenched her fists. Suddenly, a massive spatial vortex appeared within the flames, spinning and drawing the raging inferno into itself. When it dissipated, the Tengu Susanoo stood tall, shielding Dashuin and Maiyue Xiang within. The mirror in its right hand had emitted the spatial vortex and absorbed the flames. This was the Susanoo's divine artifact, Yada Mirror. Zillai's gaze hardened. If he used that earlier, the swamp of the underworld would have been no problem at all. Lin Yu grinned, but that won't do, Zillai. How can a queen of diamonds trade for my ace of spades? Zillai clenched his fist. Merely an ace of spades. In the left hand of the Tengu Susanoo, a pitch-black Magatama formed. Lin Yu's Mangekyo locked onto Winta the Toad, and Kwayu the slug who stood behind Zilai and Gangsho. Susanu's divine artifact Yada Magatama. The Magatama was hurled. Such a thing. Wenta defiantly spat out a cannonball, but it passed right through the Magatama. This is bad. Zilai's eyes shot wide. Lady Gangsho retreat, cried Kwayu. Gangsho gritted her teeth and leaped back. The Magatama split in two, flying at Wenta and Kwayu. It's targeting the boss. No choice. Zilai acted instantly, canceling the summoning jutsu. With a puff, Wenta vanished and returned to Mount Mayaboku. The Yada Magatama, having lost its target, paused midair, then flew back into the Susanu's hand. As I thought, space-time ninjutsu can still counter this technique. Lin Yu murmured, turning his gaze to Kwayu, who had been struck by the Magatama. A spinning vortex began to distort Kuyu's massive body. Suddenly, Kuyu's body exploded into thousands of tiny slugs. Several hundred survived the spatial distortion, landed and recombined, but the new form was several times smaller than before. I used emergency splitting to preserve a small part of myself. My lady, in this battle, I'm afraid I can be of little use. Kwayu apologized. It's all right, you've done well. Return, said Gangsho. Please be careful, Lady Gangsho, Lord Zilai. With a puff, Kwayu disappeared in white smoke. Zilai and Gangsho stared at the formidable youth, their expressions grave. It seems capturing Dashuin today is nearly impossible. Gangsho, if I may be frank, retreat would be the wisest choice, said Zilai. If we miss this chance, there may never be another to get so close to this man. For Shizun Sake, for the Leaf's sake, we cannot retreat. Gangsho declared firmly. Zilai closed his eyes, a faint smile on his lips. He thought, well, Gangsho, I suppose that's why I love you. He bit his thumb and drew mystical lines on his face. When he finished, he pressed his palms together and spoke solemnly. I'm counting on you, Gangsho. I need to enter sage mode. Buy me time. Hearing Jiraiya's words, even Tsunade couldn't help but show astonishment. Sage mode. Haven't you been unable to master it for years? Finally making progress. Jiraiya chuckled. I only just mastered it recently, but it's not perfect. With the help of the two great sages, I can barely enter. I thought even if I mastered it, it would be hard to find a use. Never expected it would come in handy so soon. If it's sage mode, then good. He'll go all out and buy you time. Tsunade, utterly resolved and valiant, declared as she formed hand seals, the two locks of hair at the back of her neck, swaying her gaze fierce. In seal release ninja art 100 healings technique. SSSS on Tsunade's forehead, the mark of 100 healings blossomed, two black lines spreading down her beautiful face to her neck, then disappearing into her collar, eventually extending to her slender arms. Jiraiya stared at Tsunade in shock. This chakra, Tsunade you. Tsunade turned her heroic, beautiful profile to Jiraiya, a smile tugging at her lips. You're not the only one who's been improving, Jiraiya. Jiraiya said, well done, Tsunade, but remember, don't go overboard. Don't worry, the current me. Even if I go wild, the god of death wouldn't dare claim me. Boom. With those words, Tsunade dashed toward the Susanoo. Lin Yu tried to lock onto her running figure. Tsunade's heavy fist struck the earth, shattering it, and lifting boulders to serve as cover, blocking Lin Yu's view and preventing him from locking on precisely. Not bad, Lin Yu smiled faintly. Whoosh. Tsunade ran around the boulders, her mind racing. The mirror on the front of Susanoo absorbed Jiraiya's fire release. That might absorb me too. Can't approach recklessly. Then ill strike from behind Susanoo. She quickly found the breach in the Susanoo's divine artifact and circled behind the Tengu Susanoo, clenching her fist. Dream on. Lin Yu clenched his hand. Crack. From the wrist of Susanoo's mirror-holding left arm, a third arm sprouted, materializing a great sword in its hand. Not a divine artifact, merely an ordinary Susanoo weapon. Swish. The greatsword swung horizontally, slashing at Tsunade from behind. Slice. The blade cut halfway into Tsunade's abdomen, blood gushing. She grabbed the blade tightly with a fierce glare and snapped it abruptly. Crack. The greatsword snapped. HSSSSS. The severed abdomen healed quickly. Huh. Tsunade lifted the broken sword high and slammed it forcefully onto the back of the Tengu Susanoo. Boom. 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 With that monstrous strength, cracks appeared in the armor on Susanoo's back. Crack. Finally, the broken sword shattered into fragments. Tsunade paid no heed and, gathering herself, punched the cracked Susanoo armor with a fist infused with 100 healings power. Crack. After breaking the armor, the Susanoo's second stage outer coat was revealed. Rara. Tsunade lunged forward, forcing her hands into the coat and tearing it apart. Crack. The Susanoo outer coat was indeed torn open by her bare hands, revealing the innermost skeleton. That skeleton was almost negligible, and Tsunade smashed it to pieces with a single punch. She, with her flesh and blood, forcefully broke into Susanoo's interior and charged toward Lin Yu against the enormous resistance of the chakra stream. Admittedly, Lin Yu was genuinely astonished. The 100 healings power was strong, but not to this extent, unless... He suddenly thought of something. Indeed, Tsunade was still young. She didn't need to waste chakra to maintain her youthful appearance year-round, which meant her 100 healings power was at its peak. Tsunade rushed up close, clenching her left fist, and with a flicker in her eyes suddenly targeted Uchiha Yui. Huh. Sensing danger, Lin Yu's left eye instantly erupted with Kamui. Crack. Tsunade's left arm was twisted off by Kamui. The reason Lin Yu didn't aim for Tsunade's head was not chivalry. If her head were twisted off, her body would continue to charge by inertia, and her fist would still hit Uchiha Yui. But the moment her left arm was twisted off, Tsunade, almost without pause, swung her right fist at Lin Yu's abdomen. Lin Yu realized, I see. She deliberately attacked Yuhi to force me to act, so she could catch me when I materialized. Boom. Tsunade's right fist struck Lin Yu's abdomen solidly. Ugh. Lin Yu's abdomen caved in, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out. Crack. Crack. Cracks appeared on the front of Susanoo, which ultimately collapsed. Rara. With her fist still pressed into Lin Yu's abdomen, Tsunade burst through the scattered fragments of Susanoo, and with residual force Lin Yu shot out like a cannonball. Thud. Thud. After landing, he bounced again. After a dozen times, he came to a stop hundreds of meters away, a pool of blood forming beneath him. Uzuki Yuhi snapped out of shock, cried out, and was about to rush over. It's fine, Yukuin has Lord Hashirama's cells. Orochimaru held his shoulder. Ugh. Hundreds of meters away, Lin Yu struggled to his feet, blood seeping from his mouth and abdomen. He looked down at the gaping hole in his belly where even shattered organs were clearly visible. This was likely the most severe injury he had ever sustained. Ha 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 ha, without Hashirama's cells this punch would have sent me to Yama. Well done, Tsunade. Lin Yu praised her sincerely. The healing power of Hashirama's cells activated fully, and the fatal wound healed within seconds. Huff, huff, huff. Tsunade gasped heavily, her expression grave. This is the true power of grandfather's cells. Healing without need for hand seals. Superior to the 100 healings. Huff, huff. HSSSSS. A dozen seconds later, her severed left arm regrew, but clearly Tsunade's condition had weakened significantly. Seeing Lin Yu unharmed, Uzuki Yuhi let out a long sigh of relief, yet still said guiltily, "It's my fault. If not for me, you wouldn't have been hurt." Orochimaru said, "Don't be sad. Even if you weren't here, Tsunade would have chosen me as her target. Yukuin would have acted all the same, the outcome wouldn't change." At this moment, Lin Yu's peripheral vision glanced toward Jiraiya, who was focused on entering sage mode. Tsunade's pupils contracted. No good, Jiraiya still needs time. I can't let him be interrupted. She gritted her teeth and was about to charge. Crack. Suddenly, a Susanoo blade rose from the ground, piercing through Tsunade's abdomen, lifting her entire body into the air. This scene seemed familiar, didn't it? Boom. Then a skeletal Susanoo rose from beneath the ground. Suspended midair, Tsunade looked at Lin Yu in the distance, then at the Lin Yu within the Susanoo, before her expression incredulous. This? How can this be? Tsunade, this is a wood clone of mine. I buried it beneath my feet from the start. The wood clone of Lin Yu inside the Susanoo said. Wood clone. No wonder, even the Susanoo. Zzz. Tsunade's voice was extremely weak, and the 100 healings patterns on her face were already fading. Swish. The Susanoo's greatsword swung, flinging Tsunade far away. HSSSS, the residual 100 healings power took effect, healing the fatal wound in her abdomen, but the mark of the 100 healings on her forehead also disappeared. I never thought the 100 healings technique would come to an end so soon. Tsunade lay on the ground, unable to move as endless weakness washed over her. Her heavy eyelids slowly closed in her blurring vision. She saw a tall figure walking toward her, 2 other figures on his shoulders. Tsunade smiled. She knew her task was done. She closed her eyes and lost consciousness. From here on, it's up to you, my comrade, said Jiraiya. Little Jiraiya, didn't you say this form doesn't appeal to girls, so you'd rather not take it? Asked Fukasaku Sage from Jiraiya's right shoulder. Now is not the time for such trivialities. Our enemy is the one called the living Madara, that Uchiha Yu. Jiraiya said gravely. Oh, that little Uchiha brat who stirred up the entire shinobi world, crashed the 5 Kage summit, and established himself in the shadows, said Shima Sage from Jiraiya's left shoulder. Not just established, now the whole shinobi world is forced to acknowledge his position. Jiraiya stopped, lowered his head, and looked at the unconscious Tsunade before him. Tsunade, you've worked hard. He crouched down, bit his thumb, and without forming hand seals, slapped his palm directly onto the ground. With a puff of white smoke, a medium-sized, powerful toad appeared. Jiraiya lifted Tsunade in his arms, princess style, and placed her on the back of the powerful toad. Powerful toad, take Tsunade back to the village. I'm counting on you. Croak. The powerful toad puffed its cheeks, replied, then turned and leaped away into the distance. Lin Yu did not intervene, his eyes fixed on Jiraiya's sage markings. His eyes were the opposite of vertical slits, frog-like pupils. Above a slightly swollen nose there were frog-like bumps. It was said that the more perfect the sage mode, the less pronounced the frog-like features. Jiraiya's sage mode was not perfect, but the two great sages on his shoulders could continuously absorb natural energy for him during battle. Thus, Jiraiya's sage mode had no time limit. That was the most terrifying aspect. Moreover, the two great sages themselves were powers rivaling cage-level beings. Lin Yu murmured, if only Jiraiya's battle with pain hadn't been disadvantaged by a lack of information, the outcome would have been vastly different. Be careful, Yukuin. This sage mode is no ordinary one. Orochimaru warned seriously from behind Lin Yu. Yes, I know, Lin Yu replied. He was not facing just one sage, but three. Jiraiya looked around, his gaze settling on Lin Yu's wood clone cloaked in Susanoo. First, let me clear out leave the ones on the ground to me. Fukasaku sage on Jiraiya's right shoulder formed hand seals, opened his mouth, and unleashed a water-severing wave technique, far more powerful than that of Mizuka Jigura. The high-pressure water blade sliced through. With a crack, the skeletal Susanoo, along with the wood clone it protected, was severed into two halves of wood. It was true that Lin Yu's wood clone could utilize his original powers, but only a single one. If Susanoo was activated, the ability to phase through attacks could not be used. The original body, however, had no such limitation. Jiraiya crouched down, placed his hand on the ground, and closed his eyes to sense. Underground there are still 1, 2, 3, 5 in total. In Sage mode, the wood clones could not hide. Jiraiya began forming hand seals. Sage Art Earth Release, Earth Tomb Rising. Under the pull of Sage Chakra, the underground soil became incredibly dense, unleashing an extremely terrifying crushing force. Boom, boom, boom. Seconds later, 5 sharp stone pillars lifted the 5 destroyed wood clones to the surface. Lin Yu sighed. That's just unreasonable. Jiraiya stood up, looking at Lin Yu's original body 100 meters away, and spoke to the 2 sages on his shoulders. Both of you the enemy possesses would release rivaling the first Hokage and the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. He can unleash an unblockable spatial dojutsu effective at both close and long range, but the long-range version likely has a distance limit. Distance limit? About how far? Asked Fukasaku Sage. Based on my earlier observations, the maximum range of his left eye's dojutsu is around 50 meters. Jiraiya replied. So that means we should avoid getting within 50 meters of him if possible, said Fukasaku Sage. But when he activates Susanoo, that distance becomes even more dangerous. Better not get within 100 meters. Jiraiya added. So troublesome. And that's not all. He can make all physical attacks and ninjutsu pass through his body with a critical state lasting up to 5 minutes. He only materializes when he actively attacks. So if we can't force him to cancel through saturation attacks, we must seize the moment when we both attack simultaneously, said Jiraiya. Fukasaku Sage said cautiously. Then let's create an opportunity and strike cautiously. At that moment, Shima Sage on Jiraiya's left shoulder grew impatient. You're being annoyingly fussy. I still have to go home and prepare dinner for the kids. No time for these mind games here. Saturation attack, you say? Let's use that technique. With that, Shima Sage began forming hand seals. Hey, that technique will cause environmental damage, said Fukasaku. Shut up. Who cares about that? Shima Sage finished her hand seals and spat out a green light that shot into the sky. Then a dark cloud covered the area above and scattered raindrops began to fall. Lin Yu squinted his eyes and reached out to catch a drop. With a sizzling sound and thick smoke, the flesh on his palm melted, revealing the white bone beneath. His pupils contracted. This is acid rain, a powerful acid rain created with Sage Chakra. And then it poured. Torrential acid rain followed immediately. Without a second thought, Lin Yu activated the Tengarmored Susanoo, protecting Orochimaru and Yuzuki Yugogo inside. The wound on his palm healed with a sizzle. Lin Yu said grimly, it seems I can't dispel Susanoo until the battle ends. This acid rain is a true saturation attack. The acid rain covered a vast area, but the raindrops actively avoided falling within a few meters of Jiraiya and the 2 sages. Truly worthy of the big sister, merging Sage Chakra with the atmosphere to create this large-scale, natural acid rain. In this rain, none who don't use Sage Chakra can survive. We've already taken the home field advantage. His words paused, and Jiraiya extended 5 fingers, making his signature gesture. Well, then it's about time I made my entrance. Now replacing ninjutsu with Sage Jutsu, the shining bald head raising the eyes to the sky, the heroic Jiraiya. Clang. Stop screaming in our ears. From both shoulders, Fukasaku and Shima each delivered a friendly punch to the face, swelling Jiraiya's cheeks. This entrance performance was mercilessly interrupted again. Jiraiya thought wryly. Hurry up and finish this fight. I need to go home and make dinner, said Shima Sage. Mother, compared to dinner, we should prioritize the opponent, said Fukasaku Sage. He possesses the wood release of the first Hokage and the Uchiha's dojutsu. That technique, called Susanoo, looks exceedingly troublesome. I don't care. Don't underestimate a housewife who racks her brains over meal preparations every day, you old fool. How dare you speak to me like that? I'm only saying this out of concern for you. What did you say? Hey, who's the one shouting here? Listening to the incessant bickering, Jiraiya inwardly complained, then turned serious. All right, enough with the marital quarrel. Let's take care of that guy quickly. Shima Sage said coldly. Tonight maybe we'll have fried dishes, you boy prepare the oil, and father use wind release. Got it. At that moment the three sages formed hand seals simultaneously. Here it comes. Lin Yu's Mangekyo, eyes behind the mask fixed on the enemy, fully alert. The three sages completed the seals and their chests swelled together, combining wind release, toad, oil, and fire release. Sage Art Gomen. Sage Art Gomen. This is the only truly shrank fire release technique in the world of Naruto. Yet fire release, great fire annihilation, is merely a brank jutsu. The reason it astonished the world was entirely because its users, Uchiha Madara Uchiha Yu, elevated it to a power rivaling shrank. But now, this is a true shrank fire release technique unleashed by three sages in unison. Torrents of surging oil, roaring gales of wind, and blazing flames, merged with the vast natural sage energy, transformed into the ultimate fire release sage art. Blazing, roaring flames. Before that majestic sea of fire, a man was as insignificant as an ant. This fire release. It's even bigger than Yu's. Within the Susanoo, Yuzuki Yuhi stared in shock. Hey, after all, it's a sage art fire release. Yukuin, to be safe, you should use water release. Orochimaru smirked as he watched Lin Yu, then fell silent upon seeing the latter form the boar hand seal. Sage art fire release, so what? I insist on matching it with ordinary fire release. With a flourish, Lin Yu spoke with heroic passion, puffed out his chest, and for the first time in battle shouted the name of his jutsu. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Ablaze with fury, Lin Yu unleashed the largest great fire annihilation he had ever cast, determined to rival the legendary fire release sage art. Rumble. The two seas of flame collided, turning the battlefield into an inferno. Scorching air currents rose instantly, evaporating the falling acid rain. Crackle and pop. Booming thunderous roars. In the zone where flames intertwined, heart-stopping explosions echoed like two-tailed beasts tearing into each other. After 10 seconds the stalemate broke. Gomen ultimately overwhelmed the great fire annihilation, surging toward the Susanoo. As expected. Though defeated in the contest of fire release, Lin Yu's spirit remained unbroken. What first drowned the Susanoo was an ocean of toad oil. Then raging winds swept over, and the Susanoo's massive form, which only increased its exposure to the wind, became immobilized. Blazing. The moment flames touched the outer armor of the Tenga-form, Susanoo began to show signs of melting. I must absorb it with the Kuji Divine Sky Mirror. Blood vessels burst in Lin Yu's Mangekyo eyes. The Susanoo artifact, Kuji Divine Sky Mirror, materialized in the Susanoo's right hand and released a vast vortex of divine might. Whoosh. The flames of Gomen were sucked into the Kamui space as they spiraled. Yet due to the immense scale of the sea of fire, the Kuji Divine Sky Mirror could not absorb it all at once if flames still acted upon the Susanoo. Though they didn't dismantle it, the incredible heat penetrated the shell, reaching the interior. So hot, my skin is melting. Yuzuki Yuhi was drenched in sweat, his face contorted in pain. Orochimaru stared at the blazing storm surrounding them, his serpentine eyes complex. Jiraiya, who would have thought that you, once the dead last among the three of us, are now the first to truly surpass Master Sarutobi. Swoosh swoosh. Lin Yu clapped his hands together, forming seals. Water release, water formation wall. A wall of water surged inside the Susanoo, acting as a coolant to cool it down, and only then did it truly withstand the heat of the flames. After such great effort, Gomen was finally fully absorbed by the Kuji Divine Sky Mirror as it spun with the Kamui vortex. Splash. In the sky, the acid rain that had paused for a moment once again baptized the land. That shield in the Susanoo's hand, troublesome. It absorbed my toad oil flame bullet before, and now I've seen its limit is so high that even Gomen. Jiraiya gazed at the Susanoo, still standing after devouring Gomen, his expression turning solemn. But little Jiraiya, did you notice? Before that shield appeared, the Susanoo seemed on the verge of collapse. That suggests the shield itself is superior to the Susanoo. Fukasaku observed keenly. I see. In common understanding, higher-level techniques come with greater risk and cost. Jiraiya nodded. Exactly. As long as we maintain a high-intensity offensive, forcing him to use that shield to absorb attacks, he'll eventually— Okay, get ready for the next sage art. Smack. Don't get carried away. Lin Yu crossed his arms over his chest, forming the snake, seal his gaze cold. Would release advent of a world of flowering trees. Boom. The trees erupted into frenzy, the forest spread. That would release has an enormous range. We must get away. Jiraiya interrupted. His jutsu dropped to the ground and transformed his legs into frog-like forms. Leveraging his enhanced jumping power, he shot backward. But fast as he moved, the forest spread faster. Soon the trees caught up trunks and vines entangling toward him. Jiraiya, relying on his Sage Mode's excellent danger perception, leaped and dodged, and despite the peril, he truly evaded every single tree. Until the forest matured, flower buds sprouted from the branches, blossomed, and released toxic pollen that filled the air. Cough. Fukasaku inhaled a trace of pollen and coughed incessantly. This pollen is poisonous. Hold your breath, Jiraiya shouted. Shima clasped her hands together and took a deep breath. Sage Art Wind released sandstorm. Whoosh! The sandstorm swept across the ground, dispersing the pollen. Fortunately, Jiraiya had retreated swiftly earlier. By the time the pollen was released, he was already at the edge of the forest. Otherwise, no wind release, however powerful, could have saved him from that sea of pollen. Cough, cough, cough. This damn pollen. It's choking me to death. Shima clutched her throat, coughing violently. Big sister, are you alright? When you used that wind release, you breathed in a huge mouthful of pollen. Jiraiya asked with concern. Little Jiraiya, don't worry. To guard against the White Snake Sage and Ryuchi Cave, we toads of Mount Myaboku trained to resist poisons. As long as we don't inhale continuously, it's not life-threatening. Fukasaku said. Jiraiya sighed in relief. Thank goodness you two are here. On my own, I could never have escaped that would release tech. We were so focused on guarding against his dojutsu and Susanoo that we overlooked his ability to use such powerful wood release. Getting close to him is indeed no easy task. But after seeing Gomen earlier, he should be wary of getting near us too. Whoosh. While the three were deep in conversation, a Kamui vortex unexpectedly appeared above their heads. Lin Yu had transferred the entire Susanoo here. Huh. Jiraiya sensed it and immediately leaped backward. Passively taking a beating isn't my style. In midair, Lin Yu's left eye locked onto Jiraiya's head. No good. Mother blocked the line of sight. Fukasaku cried out. Shima made hand seals. Sage Art Wind released sandstorm. Kamui. Crack. Amidst the sandstorm, blood splattered. Just as I predicted. I missed. Lin Yu muttered. Little Jiraiya, your arm. Fukasaku exclaimed. Ah, it's been twisted off. Clutching his severed arm, Jiraiya was drenched in sweat, but relieved still. Compared to having my head twisted off, this is fortunate. Against this enemy, even Sage Mode, one misstep and you die? Damn it. Shima clenched her frog fist. Boom. The Susanoo landed and Lin Yu showed his fangs. I've experienced the power of Sage Art. Well then, it's time to end this battle. Wood release, wood golem technique. Rumble. The wooden giant rises, its top alone sufficient for the Tengu Susanoo to stand. Boom. A colossal palm descends, leaving no escape for those beneath. That's bad. Jiraiya exclaimed in shock. Fukasaku formed hand seals. Sage Art water style water, severing 3,000. Whoosh. 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 3 ultra-high pressure water blades shot through the air and struck the wooden giant's palm. Though they failed to cut through as intended, they splashed in all directions, generating powerful resistance. The wooden giant's massive palm pressed on against the water pressure, continuing its descent. Mother. Shima swung her frog palm from a distance. Sage Art Wind style vacuum, continuous palm. Boom. 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 Palm winds infused with natural energy formed air cannons that collided with the wooden giant's palm. With each collision, the giant's palm paused for a moment. Little Jiraiya. Got it. Jiraiya launched himself forward, propelling with his single arm, releasing spinning and compressing vast chakra before his palm. Boom. 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 Palm winds infused with natural energy formed air cannons that collided with the wooden giant's palm. Jiraiya crashed to the ground, rolling far away. He crawled up with a bloody hand supporting him, blood seeping from his mouth. The 2 sages on his shoulders were also panting heavily. The combined sage arts of the 3 barely managed to block one strike of the wooden giant. Lin Yu looked at the wooden giant's severed arm. Impressive, but this is as far as it goes. Boom. The wooden giant raised a massive leg and stomped toward the ground. Seeing this, Jiraiya sighed. Master and mistress, please leave my shoulders. It was my miscalculation. I completely misjudged his combat power. Little Jiraiya, don't talk defeatist at this point. Fukasaku encouraged. That's right, don't give up until the... Shima said. Masters, I am deeply grateful. Jiraiya bit his finger. On his shoulders, both Fukasaku and Shima simultaneously formed the summoning jutsu hand seals. Summoning jutsu, 3 generals of Mount Myaboku. Clang. The wooden giant's foot was forcibly blocked by a fierce brute strength. Huh. Lin Yu looked down in surprise. Beneath the wooden giant's foot, the 3 great toads of Mount Myaboku, Gamabunta, Gamaken, and Gamahiro, were struggling with all their might, supporting the giant's foot with their weapons. Gamabunta, sorry for summoning you at a time like this. Jiraiya apologized. Gamabunta, drenched in sweat, and having no mind to get angry, said, Never mind that, retreat now. We can't hold on long. Thanks. Jiraiya quickly retreated. Poof, poof, poof. The three giant toads vanished into white smoke and the wooden giant's foot slammed onto the ground. Rumble, rumble. The entire land collapsed as if struck by an earthquake. As Jiraiya fled, he looked back at the devastation. With such power that can crush all creation at a mere gesture, I have to admit that neither my sage ninjutsu nor taijutsu can match this guy. If we keep fighting, we'll be killed sooner or later. At this point, we have no choice but to retreat. If ninjutsu and taijutsu won't work, then we'll have to rely on jinjutsu. Fukasaku suddenly said. But I don't know jinjutsu. Huh. Speaking of which, both of you. Jiraiya suddenly realized something. No, I won't do that. Wah. What is it? Jiraiya looked at Shima on his left shoulder. Mother, this battle is about the future of the ninja world. This is no time to be stubborn. Fukasaku urged. I don't care. At our age, performing the duet with that old man. How could I possibly do that? It's too embarrassing. Shima's old face flushed. Huh, duet. That's right, our strongest jinjutsu uses singing to disrupt the enemy's hearing and trap them. Auditory, I see. This jinjutsu is powerful, but it requires some time to chant beforehand, and the notes must be harmonized. Meaning the target must hear the melody to fall under it, and even after that it takes a little time to take effect. Little Jiraiya, before we finish chanting, don't let him catch you. That would be the end of us. But if we succeed in trapping him in the jinjutsu, we're sure to win. Fukasaku instructed. I understand. That wooden giant is certainly powerful, but I doubt he can use space-time ninjutsu with that huge thing. Masters, please begin chanting. Jiraiya said. No choice. Shima muttered, brought her palms together, puffed her cheeks, and began chanting alongside. Lord Yu, it seems they are trying to escape. Should we give up the pursuit? Orochimaru, looking at Jiraiya's back, Lin Yu, looking down from above, narrowed his eyes at the two sages moving in unison on Jiraiya's shoulders. That movement. No mistake. The auditory jinjutsu that once fooled Pain's sage, Art Toad's song. In his mind, that was one of the few techniques that could threaten him. Lin Yu said coldly, if they were truly trying to run away, that would be one thing, but it seems they are thinking of a counterkill. Crack. Lin Yu bit his finger. Summoning Jutsu Seven Tails. Roar. In a massive puff of smoke, the flying giant insect, the Seven Tails, descended. Chase. Lin Yu's eyes glowed with his Mangekyo as he drove the Seven Tails to pursue Jiraiya. Hearing the commotion behind him, Jiraiya looked up and saw the huge creature above. His pupil shrank. No mistake, that's the Seven Tails. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. In the sky, the Seven Tails condensed a massive tailed beast ball and fired it downward. Both Fukasaku and Shima noticed the danger above, but remained focused on their chanting, entrusting their lives to Jiraiya. How can I be killed just when I see a glimmer of hope? Jiraiya gritted his teeth and stopped his wild hair, suddenly growing and hardening to the toughness of steel. Sage Art, infinite hair needle barrage. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The hardened hair shot into the sky like a torrential rain. He wasn't trying to block the tailed beast ball with this technique, but intended to divert its trajectory with sustained attacks. At this height, even a slight deviation will send it far off course. I must make it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The hair needle barrage intensified. In the end, he succeeded. The tailed beast ball deviated from its intended path and exploded tens of meters away. In the moment of the explosion, Jiraiya rolled on the ground, formed hand seals with his foot, and slammed his single hand onto the earth. Sage Art, Earth-style, 5-layered, earth flow wall. Boom, boom, boom. 5 massive earth walls rose in front, blocking the residual blast of the tailed beast ball. Poof! The Seven Tails vanished in midair. Lin Yu covered his bleeding eyes and gritted his teeth. My ocular control technique was broken after such a short time. These eyes are increasingly heading toward darkness. He uncovered his eyes. Through blurred vision, he saw a figure on the ground below, turning back. Undoubtedly, it was Jiraiya. Maybe we should retreat first. Mao Yuxiang beside him said with a worried face. On Jiraiya's shoulders, the two sages were ready. Sage Art Toad song. Ribbit, 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 ribbit. A bizarre sound wave swept over. At least send Orochimaru and Xiang away. Whooshed. Lin, yes, right. I unleashed a Kamui vortex, sucking in Orochimaru. But just as he was about to absorb Xiang. Thud. Suddenly, an unprecedented hallucinatory feeling began to flood Lin Yu's consciousness. Damn it. Lin Yu covered his ears tightly, but couldn't stop the cursed sound from drilling into them. He realized a catastrophic fact: he was about to fall into this strongest auditory jinjutsu. I never thought that Uchiha Yu, so wise and glorious, would stumble here. No choice but to sacrifice one eye and activate Izanagi before I fully fall into this jinjutsu and face eternal doom. Lin Yu's heart bled. Both Kamui were about to end here and now. But rather than losing everything, he had to sacrifice the horse to save the chariot. His left eye's pupil trembled. Izanagi was about to be activated. Lin Yu decided to abandon his left eye's long-range Kamui Mangekyo. Whoosh. But at that moment Mao Yuxiang beside him suddenly stepped forward to shield him, formed a series of hand seals before her chest, and thrust her hands forward. Whoosh. A ripple spread, and the noisy croaking melody that had nearly driven Lin Yu's senses into chaos suddenly became inaudible. Xiangyu. Lin Yu looked up astonished at the Mao Yuxiang before him. Mao Yuxiang turned back, smiled charmingly, and said, "You remember earlier when I said I also have a Kekei Genkai? My Kekei Genkai is called Sound Release, a technique that can amplify or block sound. It's usually only useful for reconnaissance and stealth. A quite useless Kekei Genkai. I thought it would never come in handy, so I never told you." Swish. Above the wooden man, the Tengu Susanoo began to disintegrate, transforming into its second form, and then collapsing into a skeletal state. "Good, it seems he has fallen under the Jinjutsu." Fukasaku spoke with renewed vigor. Tap tap. Jiraiya climbed the wooden man. "Then let us end the legend of Shadow with this technique." Swish. Vast Senjutsu chakra swirled, spun, and compressed in Jiraiya's hand. Swish. He leaped atop the wooden man, charging toward the skeletal Susanoo and delivering a strike. Sage Art Massive Rasengan. Mao Yuxiang was intently watching Lin Yu, unaware of the danger approaching from behind. Suddenly she was pulled into Lin Yu's embrace by his left hand. How can he still move? Seeing this, Jiraiya was astonished, but he was already committed to the move and had no choice but to press on. He braced himself and slammed the massive Rasengan onto the Susanoo's skeletal frame. Crack! Crack! The Susanoo's skeleton swiftly split apart. Though Lin Yu, saved by Xiang, had not fully succumbed to the Toad's song, he was already affected. Now every muscle in his body convulsed. He could barely muster any dojutsu, let alone gather chakra. Feeling her beloved's distress in his arms, Xiang grew anxious. "You don't be afraid," Lin Yu said reassuringly. In his right hand a ball of chakra was spreading, spinning, and compressing. It was a Rasengan. Did he copy it on the spot with his Sharingan? Jiraiya was stunned again, but quickly thought, but an ordinary Rasengan cannot withstand this massive Rasengan infused with Senjutsu chakra. Crack! The Susanoo's skeleton shattered completely as Jiraiya descended from above his Sage Art Massive Rasengan, bearing down. "I win." Lin Yu's gaze turned cold. Swish! Suddenly the Rasengan in his right hand underwent a qualitative change in its spin, its hue shifting to pitch black. A Rasengan is the ultimate expression of chakra's form manipulation after all. In such haste, is this the best I can manage? I had intended to throw it, but no matter. This is sufficient. Lin Yu murmured, raising the pitch-black Rasengan upward. Kamui Rasengan. Crack! One miniature, one majestic. Two Rasengan of incomparable scale collided. Yet the outcome was utterly astonishing. The miniature one, as it spun, suddenly unleashed an intensely violent Kamui vortex. Indeed, the strength and velocity of that Kamui vortex were several times greater than when triggered by the eye alone. It was the result of the fierce rotation inherent in the Rasengan coinciding with the Kamui's spin. The outcome was a greatly enhanced efficiency of Kamui. Swish! The Sage Art Massive Rasengan twisted and shrank at a torrential pace, completely absorbed by Kamui in less than 2 seconds. Jiraiya was utterly stunned. What? He fused space-time power into a Rasengan in such a short time. Even Minato couldn't do that. Crack! The Susanoo's skeletal arm clenched into a massive fist, paused to gather force, then hammered down. "Little Jiraiya, watch out above!" Fukasaku cried out. But Jiraiya midair had no time to dodge. In the final moment, he forcefully expelled chakra to shake the two sages off his shoulders. "Little Jiraiya!" Fukasaku and Shima called out together. Boom! The Susanoo's skeletal fist slammed heavily into Jiraiya. Crack! Crack! Jiraiya heard the sound of his own bones breaking. Swish! Accompanied by a spray of blood, he plummeted from atop the wooden man. In midair, Jiraiya stared dazedly at the spinning sky, mocking himself. If Tsunade had caught me peeping on her bath tonight, this would probably be the outcome. I thought I had escaped my comeuppance, but surely retribution always arrives. If given the chance, I wish I could confess to Tsunade. Boom! Jiraiya turned into a white streak, crashing diagonally into the earth. Rustle! Without the protection of Senjutsu chakra, the falling acid rain drenched him. "Mother! Cancel the acid rain immediately," Fukasaku commanded. Wah! Shima, tears in her eyes, formed hand seals, and the acid rain in the sky ceased. They rushed to Jiraiya, who was drenched in blood, but barely clinging to life. "Little Jiraiya. You two please flee quickly." Jiraiya said, his consciousness fading. Lin Yu looked down from on high at this scene. After a moment, he released Orochimaru from the time-space dimension. Upon seeing Jiraiya's wretched state, a rare flicker of complexity crossed Orochimaru's slitted pupils. "Yuko, and are you not going to finish him off?" Orochimaru asked. "I escaped that Jinjutsu only because Xiang helped me." This is not the victory I desire. Lin Yu replied. Orochimaru. Jiraiya glimpsed Orochimaru. Orochimaru said, Jiraiya, following Yukuin is the path I have chosen. Do not concern yourself with me anymore. Also go back and tell Tsunade that Shizune has become an indispensable new assistant of mine. That girl is not controlled by any dojutsu, she is willing. Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru with a pained heart, unable to speak. Wah. After a while he suddenly spat out blood. Little Jiraiya, hold on. I'll take you back to Konoha immediately, and let Tsunade treat you. The two sages summoned assisting toads carrying the grievously wounded Jiraiya and hastened toward the village of Konoha. Lin Yu watched the three disappear from sight, when suddenly a violent spasm seized his chest. Ugh! He bent over, retching painfully. You, what's wrong? Xiang gently patted Lin Yu's back, her expression frantic. Nothing. Just the side effect of that toad Jinjutsu. Ugh! As he spoke, Lin Yu retched a few more times, and only then did the intense discomfort subside slightly. His eyes were bloodshot. He thought, Nagato, now I finally understand why you had to kill that frog back then. Even without fully succumbing, it was already this. This nauseating Jinjutsu. Once is more than enough for me. Lin Yu shook off Xiang's supporting hand, and stood up on his own. Orochimaru asked curiously, speaking of which, I wasn't here just now. Little girl, how exactly did you break that Jinjutsu? He admitted that even he would have fallen for it. Xiang explained the reason to Orochimaru. After listening, Orochimaru fell into deep thought. Suddenly his slitted pupils turned to Mao Yu. Xiang, sound release. Where did you hear that name? Mao Yu. Xiang answered without hesitation. I came up with it myself. Since I can control the volume, I named it sound release. But because its effect is too underwhelming, it never caught the attention of the Umbu. Suddenly Orochimaru let out an eerie laugh, gazing at Mao Yu. Xiang, as if he had discovered a treasure. What are you laughing at? SSO creepy. Mao Yu. Xiang shuddered with goosebumps. Little girl, you're mistaken. That probably isn't sound release. Orochimaru said. If it's not sound release, then what is it? Well, I'll have to consult that document again to confirm my hypothesis. If it proves correct, Orochimaru's laugh grew even more unsettling. You protect me. He must want to experiment on me. Mao Yu. Xiang hid fearfully behind Lin Yu. Lin Yu smiled. Don't worry, he won't. Let's head back first. Swish! The three vanished into the Kamui vortex, leaving only the scarred earth to bear witness to the brutality of this battle. It was said that for the next decade, not a single blade of grass would grow on this land. Returning to the hidden shadow village, the night was already deep. So that's how it is. Is that what Itachi said? Lin Yu murmured while adjusting his appearance before the mirror after listening to Orochimaru's detailed report on his actions within the Hidden Leaf Village. Lord Yu, how do you plan to handle this? Will you disregard his words, or? Orochimaru inquired. Lin Yu said thoughtfully, although Itachi is merely the second candidate for evolving my eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the child in Uchiha Mikoto's womb cannot simply be allowed to disappear. He did not elaborate on the specific reasons. Because Sasuke, that child who lacks the harsh lessons of society, is after all the reincarnation of Indra, the eldest son of the Sage of Six Paths. If evolving the Rinnegan requires not merely the union of the Senju and Uchiha, but also the chakra of Ashura and Indra, Hashirama Senju was the previous reincarnation of Ashura, so his chakra is already available. But Indra's chakra is not yet obtained. Therefore Sasuke is indispensable. After all, although Obito Uchiha possesses formidable ocular power, he is not a reincarnation of Indra like Madara Uchiha and Sasuke Uchiha. Then let's give Danzo another warning. After finishing his grooming before the mirror, Lin Yu put on his mask and turned around. Oh, Lord Yu, are you going to the Hidden Leaf again? Orochimaru said. No, there's no need for such trouble. I just need to send him something. Beneath the mask, Lin Yu's gaze was profound. At Danzo's residence in the Hidden Leaf Village, a root member knelt on one knee and reported, Lord Danzo, following Tsunade Jiraiya, returned gravely wounded. Orochimaru could not be detained. As expected, even those two working together could not defeat Uchiha Yu. Danzo said in a deep voice before the candlelight. Have you investigated what Orochimaru did after infiltrating the village aside from leaving that curse mark for his disciple? The root member replied, it has been investigated. He orchestrated the mass brawl in the back street, and while the security forces were occupied, he infiltrated the Uchiha clan grounds and injected some suspicious unknown substance in Shursui Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha. Danzo covered his right eye wrapped in bandages and said gravely, risking his life to sneak back into the village and target the two fledglings of the Uchiha clan. There must be some secret hidden within them. Then, should we abduct the two of them? The root member said solemnly. Who? The candle flame flickered a few times, and the air suddenly grew. After pondering for a moment, Danzo said, no need. The third and fourth Hokage must have taken notice of this matter. Just keep a close watch on those two fledglings for now. More importantly, the child in Uchiha Mikoto's womb cannot be allowed to survive. No matter how we pressure Fugaku Uchiha unilaterally, as long as that child lies, he cannot resolve to stage an uprising, and we cannot eradicate the Uchiha clan. The fuse that will lead that clan to its destruction lies in that child. Organize our forces. The next strike must succeed. Understood, Lord Danzo. Is there anything else? I received a scroll from an unidentified person addressed specifically for Lord Danzo's perusal. It claimed to be related to your future and destiny. I dared not take it lightly, so I brought it back. The root member said hesitantly. Oh, have you examined it? Danzo asked. Yes, I've examined it. There's nothing suspicious. Present it, Danzo said. The root member took out the scroll and offered it with both hands. After receiving it, Danzo spread it open on the table. The root member was about to withdraw, but Danzo stopped him. No need to leave. Stay. Yes. The root member was thrilled inside, believing he had gained the trust of the Lord Danzo he respected. On the scroll, there were some mysterious patterns pointing toward the blank center of the scroll. Before the candlelight, Danzo was thoughtful. He untied the bandage wrapped around his right eye, revealing a new, unidentified Sharingan beneath, and looked again at the blank area of the scroll. ZZT. Patterns began to emerge in the blank space. Before the candlelight, Danzo was thoughtful. He untied the bandage wrapped around his right eye, revealing a new, unidentified Sharingan beneath, and looked again at the blank area of the scroll. The eye pattern on the scroll seemed to possess a certain spirit. ZZT. And there were vein-like lines appearing in the whites of the eyes. It is said that the Mangekyo Sharingan can seal its ocular techniques and other media to be triggered under specific circumstances, for example in resonance with someone's Sharingan. Could it be? Danzo's eyes flew open. The next instant he desperately grabbed his kneeling subordinate and pulled him in front of himself. Whoosh. Transcription seal Kamui. Crack. A Kamui vortex was released from the eye in the middle of the scroll. Off. The subordinate screamed as he was sucked into the Kamui vortex. Bang. The table overturned. Huff huff. Danzo staggered back, staring at the distant table with lingering fear. Whoosh. The scroll ignited, sizzling. A line of indelible writing appeared on the floor. Do not lay a hand on Uchiha Mikoto and the child in her womb, or else death. Uchiha. You. The furious roar of Shimura Danzo echoed under the night sky. Meanwhile, in the backyard of Tianyu Pavilion, Lin Yu and Mao Yuxiang were enjoying an open-air hot spring bath under the moonlight. The steaming mist obscured their naked bodies. Xiang was behind Lin Yu, gently massaging his shoulders with tender hands, whispering, even the legendary Sannin were defeated by you. Now the Hidden Leaf Village will regard you as an even greater enemy, won't they? Xiang's address for the village had changed from the village to the Hidden Leaf Village. Lin Yu closed his eyes, enjoying Xiang's gentle finger technique, and said lazily, not necessarily. Compared to the power I've temporarily granted them, this is utterly insignificant. In time they will be too grateful to even thank me properly. Indeed, Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi, these two outstanding members of the Uchiha clan, would also obtain a small portion of Hashirama Sunja's power through Lin Yu's blood. This small portion would greatly elevate the upper limit of their abilities. These two had never been bound by the shackles of their clan. They stood on the side of the Hidden Leaf. Their increased combat strength would also mean a significant boost to the Hidden Leaf's overall power. You always appear so composed, as if everything is under your control, as if. Mao Yuxiang hesitated. As if what? Splash. Lin Yu smiled, turned over, and pressed Mao Yuxiang into the water. Oh, it's not as if. You are the big villain, the bad guy. You're annoying him. Xiang patted Lin Yu's chest, and after being unable to resist, she bit her own finger, enjoying the blissful night. In a secret chamber of the Hidden Shadow Village, amidst a chaotic pile of books, Orochimaru clutched an ancient document with both hands. The flickering candlelight mirrored the emotion in his slit pupils. And no mistake, this is indeed it. The truth of that little girl, Mao Yuxiang's ability. After bathing by the hot spring pool, Lin Yu donned a loose white robe, while Yuzuki Yu, clad in a kimono, still bore a moist blush on her delicate face. Yukuin, are you busy? Orochimaru approached. Not busy, Lin Yu replied. I've figured out the truth behind Yu's ability. Orochimaru said. Oh. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, and Yuzuki Yu also grew intrigued. Thus the three found a room. Lin Yu and Yu sat on the same sofa, with Yu clinging to Lin Yu's arm, as if taunting Orochimaru. With you protecting me, don't even think about using me for human experiments. A candle was lit. Living in the ninja world, Lin Yu still preferred this vintage form of illumination. Spill it, Lin Yu said. Orochimaru spoke seriously. Yu's ability is a Kekii Genkai, but in a sense it is even rarer than Kekii Toda. Oh. Lin Yu crossed his legs and said, a Kekii Genkai rarer than Kekii Toda, meaning it's like my wood release. Orochimaru said, comparable to wood release. Not quite, but the principle is somewhat similar. People think wood release is a combination of earth and water natures, but according to my research it also involves yang release. Not fusion, but participation. There's a difference. Wind nature is not wind release. Yang release is not yang nature. Natures are fundamentals, releases are applications. Yang release is the release that governs the source of life force standing alongside yin release, which governs imagination and form at the pinnacle of the 7 releases. Fire, lightning, earth, water, and wind, the 5 major natures, are conventional while yin and yang are rare. The foundation of the Ino Shikicho secret techniques in Konoha lies in the manipulation of yin and yang natures. Lin Yu said, so does Yu Yu's Kekkai Jinkai also involve yin release or yang release? Orochimaru said yes. The essence of her ability is the fusion of wind release chi and flow and lightning release light and particles with the involvement of yin release, which governs imagination and form, creating the void release that can interfere with atmospheric phenomena. Atmospheric phenomena. Yuzuki Yu looked bewildered. Orochimaru said indeed. Cold, heat, dryness, humidity, wind, rain, thunder, lightning, clouds, mist, sound, even light. As long as it exists in the air, in theory you can interfere with, or even control it. The reason you previously blocked Jiraiya's auditory genjutsu was because you used void release to cut off sound propagation. In fact, such crude application doesn't even scratch the surface of void release. Void release has an extremely low floor, but a sky-high ceiling. When developed and applied to its fullest, it should be second only to wood release. Well, that's what the documents say. Lin Yu said, since it's recorded in the documents that proves the void release Kekkai Jinkai has appeared before. Orochimaru said yes. It dates back to the Warring States period. It was the Kekkai Jinkai of the first Kazekage, Reto, one of the 4 Kage who could contend with the first Hokage Hashirama. The first Kazekage. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, recalling the short-haired man who during the first 5 Kage summit used shikoku to extort land from the other nations in exchange for the Wind Country. People say the 3rd Kazekage was the strongest, but this generation has long forgotten the glory of their ancestors. Orochimaru looked at Yuzuki Yu. Little girl, you must keep your void release a secret. Otherwise those from Sunagakure won't sit still. They've done countless experiments trying to restore their ancestors' power, but all failed. Yuzuki Yu wasn't worried about that. The strongest village Konoha couldn't handle Lin Yu, let alone the weakest Sunagakure. But she hadn't fully come to terms with it yet. Do I really possess such immense power? Before the ANBU in Konoha sneered at my Kekkai Gunkai, calling it worthless. Yuzuki Yu stared at her own hands, lost in bewilderment and disbelief. Orochimaru chuckled. Ironic, isn't it? You possess such a remarkable talent, yet it was buried by Konoha's ignorance. That's why I had to leave that place. A place far from war and turmoil only causes shinobi to degenerate. Orochimaru's words, though extreme, held some truth. In the Boruto era, after the 4th Shinobi World War, the ninja world had truly degenerated into a child's playhouse. Not to mention the fledglings of the new generation, even the old era warriors who had survived wars became pitifully weak, making fools of themselves like a farce. Lin Yu said gravely, Orochimaru, do your documents contain any methods for utilizing the void release? Orochimaru nodded yes. Though not everything, some principles and hand seals of the techniques are recorded. But it's too soon for Yu Yu. Her strength and chakra reserves can't keep up. Even if she knows the seals, she can't unleash the true power of void release. At this, Yu Yu said unwillingly, then how can I increase my strength and chakra reserves? In the ANBU I tried all the training methods available, but there's a limit to improvement. Orochimaru said, human strength has limits. In such cases we need to borrow the power of non-human entities. The simplest and most brutal method is to transplant Hashirama's cells. That's too dangerous. I won't allow it, Lin Yu said without negotiation. He knew the risks of Hashirama's cells well. Yuzuki Yu's heart burned with passion. Lin Yu said gently, Yu, to me having you safe and sound is enough. You don't need overwhelming power. Yuzuki Yu's heart melted. She said plaintively, but I want to help you too. Beyond safety, pursuing value was a measure of a woman's worth. Lin Yu looked at Orochimaru, something other than Hashirama's cells. Orochimaru said, yes, Hashirama's cells are powerful indeed, but coincidentally the most suitable for Yu's void release is someone else. Oh, who? Lin Yu asked. The first Hokage's wife, the first Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, the princess of the Uzumaki clan. Mito Uzumaki. Orochimaru said solemnly. Hearing the name Mito Uzumaki, even Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Orochimaru praised. She possessed a life force no less than the Senju clan, an unparalleled yin release chakra. The yin seal on Tsunade's forehead originally belonged to Lady Mito. Lin Yu's gaze deepened. Orochimaru, since you mentioned it, have you already obtained Mito Uzumaki's cells? Don't tell me you dug them up from a grave. Dig a grave. Hearing this, Yuzuki Yu's small hand tightened noticeably on Lin Yu's arm. Orochimaru laughed. No? Unless necessary, I don't usually obtain cells by grave robbery. Aged or diseased cells can't restore true power. Hearing it wasn't from a grave, Uchiha Yu finally relaxed as the thought was creepy. Then how did you acquire them? Lin Yu asked. I must thank our illustrious second Hokage Tobarama Senju. He was a zealous developer of forbidden jutsu. Many of my current experiments build on his theories. I consider him my second teacher. And that second Hokage, when developing forbidden techniques, collected cells of many powerhouses. Though unlike me, he obtained them voluntarily with consent. Among them was a blood sample willingly provided by Mito Uzumaki. Perhaps out of respect for his elder brother's wife, even the second Hokage never used this sample. Then Uchiha Yu said, I've heard about the second's obsession with forbidden jutsu, but he was cautious. Even if he didn't use it, he should have disposed of it to prevent someone unscrupulous like you from getting it. Unscrupulous. Your words are sharp. If the second Hokage had died of old age, that would have happened. But he perished alongside Kinkaku and Ginkaku of Kumogakure and 20 elite jonin while covering his disciples' retreat, so he never got to dispose of those precious cell samples. Later, when the third Hokage took office, he ordered the ANBU to deal with them. But at that time Danzo was in charge of the ANBU, and out of selfishness he kept those samples. Getting them was no small feat. Let me keep the details to myself, Yukuin. At this, Orochimaru offered a bittersweet smile. Lin Yu pondered, I see. So Orochimaru joining Root and working for Danzo in his early years was for this reason. The source of Mito Uzumaki's cells was now clear. Lin Yu turned to Yu beside him and asked, Yu, what do you think? Yu answered without hesitation, do I even need to say? I want to become stronger. Lin Yu nodded and instructed Orochimaru, minimize the risk to a negligible level. Orochimaru said, understood. I'll first dilute Mito's cells and implant a small portion into Yu. Once she adapts, I'll gradually introduce pure Mito cells. But that will make the cycle quite long. That's fine. Treat it as a long-term project. Lin Yu continued, then changed the subject. Also Orochimaru about our next plan. Orochimaru said, Yukuin, before that could I go back and get some sleep? It's been 33 days since I last woke up. I haven't slept at all.